Blue Star, Dragon Kingdom, Nanjing City Number 3 High School. The sunlight wove golden threads of light and shadow in the classroom. Today was the long-awaited talent awakening day for the 18-year-old students. The air was thick with tension and anticipation, as if even time had slowed down. Yi Bai. At the call of his name, a young man stood up from the back row of the classroom. He was 1.8 meters tall, with long limbs and a well-proportioned physique. His black hair and eyes were clear and his features handsome. Yi Bai walked forward with a faint, indifferent smile, as if unfazed by the impending turn of fate. As Yi Bai stepped into the corridor, the previously noisy students fell silent. They instinctively moved aside, creating a path for him. This scene caught the attention of the leading teacher, who couldn't help but glance back at Yi Bai. This seemingly laid-back youth possessed an extraordinary aura. Outside the classroom, the teacher solemnly reminded him, "Follow the staff's instructions carefully. Talent awakening is crucial, so don't be careless." Yi Bai nodded slightly, a subtle depth flashing in his eyes. After verifying all documents, the staff began the final preparations. "Yi Bai, before the talent awakening, I need to tell you about the history of the Eternal Tower. Are you ready?" Yi Bai nodded again, mentally reviewing the information he had already memorized. As a soul who had just crossed time and space to this world, he needed to understand every inch of this land's past. The staff member spoke in a serious tone. When the Eternal Tower first appeared, the first generation of supreme beings, Nightmare, entered it, ushering in a new era of universal awakening. Talents range from SSS to F levels, and after awakening, you can enter the Eternal Tower to gain abilities and items that can be brought back to the real world. In the same year, the 18 abyssal realms opened, and abyssal armies poured forth. Under the leadership of the supreme being Nightmare, humanity built a wall of flesh and blood, barely holding on. In the latter stages of the Bloody War, the second-generation supreme being, Wu Hin, emerged, awakening an SS-level talent and single-handedly ending 30 years of bloodshed, restoring peace to Blue Star. The third-generation supreme being, Xiao Yao, has been around for 36 years. Through the staff members' words, Yi Bai revisited this tumultuous history. Over a century, humanity had produced 3 supreme beings, Nightmare, Wu Hin, and Xiao Yao. Each name was a legend, a source of pride and hope for humanity. After finishing the information, the staff member smiled at Yi Bai and said, "Do you know? It's been 36 years since the last supreme era. There's talk that a new supreme era might be dawning." Supreme era. Yi Bai could clearly feel the pride in people's eyes when they spoke of these words. When humanity awakens another SS-level talent, the doors to the supreme era will open again, and a new supreme being will rise like a shining star. This is the dream of every Blue Star citizen. The conversation ended, and the staff member's expression turned serious. "Now, place your palm on the Eternal Core Crystal, clear your mind, and begin the talent awakening." Following the instructions, Yi Bai placed his palm on the Eternal Core Crystal and closed his eyes. A gentle white light enveloped his body, like being wrapped in a soft tide. Talent awakening. Clever talent, clear sight. The white light faded like the ebbing tide, and Yi Bai opened his eyes, feeling no different. The staff confirmed the information on the Eternal Core Crystal. Yi Bai, clever talent. Clever talent? Yi Bai was unfazed, feeling it was expected. According to a century of statistics, over 90 of people have clever talents or lower. Only 8.56 awakened level talents. If someone awakens in a level talent, they are 1 in 1,000, a prodigy with boundless potential. Yi Bai's clever talent was average, a standard result. According to regulations, he needed to stay at school for observation after the awakening. Not long after sitting down, he yawned, feeling sleepy. A short nap, Yi Bai thought. His eyelids grew heavy, and he soon fell asleep by the window. In his dream, Yi Bai saw the Eternal Core Crystal again. Lines of blurry text floated before his eyes. As he focused, the text became clearer. Awakened SS-level talent. Eye of insight. Eye of insight? Eyes that can perceive everything, view hidden information or attributes, and sometimes provide incredible hints. SS-level talent? Yi Bai couldn't help but scoff. Even dreams shouldn't be this ridiculous. But the text continued to change. SS-level talent, Eye of insight, at your service. Yi Bai's smile froze. He tentatively tried to view more information. Current survival probability, 98.56. Yi Bai was shocked. A survival probability of just over 98 meant dancing with death. A warning from the SS-level talent. This world is full of dangers. Be cautious and keep your identity secret. The dream felt too real. As Yi Bai pondered, he felt someone shaking him. His consciousness slowly returned to reality. It was his deskmate, Zhao Lin. "Bai, I awakened a clever talent. What about you?" Zhao Lin, thin as a monkey, looked at Yi Bai expectantly. "Same here," Yi Bai replied nonchalantly. "Well, there goes my plan to ride your coattails." Zhao Lin, ever the optimist, quickly recovered from his disappointment. No worries, defy. I'll get a job at Wanwu Pavilion, and you can join the United Legion. We'll both have bright futures. Yi Bai yawned again, still not fully awake. Zhao Lin pointed at the clock on the wall. Defy, school's out. Yeah, let's go, Yi Bai said, glancing casually at the clock. Suddenly, a line of text appeared before his eyes. A nail is loose and will fall in 6 seconds. The familiar feeling made Yi Bai recall the strange dream. Could he have really awakened an SS-level talent? Ridiculous. As he pondered, the clock tilted forward and fell, shattering on the ground. Yi Bai gasped, instinctively focusing his attention to check his survival probability. Current survival probability, 99.99. Stay vigilant. Yi Bai shook his head as the text faded. He looked at Zhao Lin and said, let's grab some food and head home. Back in his private space, Yi Bai began to experiment, focusing his gaze on various objects. Light bulb, lifespan 178 hours, the light of a lifelong bachelor. This is a cheap computer chair. Sit for 3 hours and your back will scream. Buying this tin lottery ticket will teach you a priceless lesson. These notes appeared whenever Yi Bai concentrated. When he didn't want to see them, they faded away. It seemed this talent was more of an auxiliary type. Time flew by as Yi Bai tested his new abilities. He still couldn't be sure if he had truly awakened an SS-level talent, but as a time traveler, he knew that the impossible often happened to him. After all, crossing time and space was already extraordinary. The clock struck 11 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 12 o'clock. The tower mark on Yi Bai's arm suddenly glowed faintly. In the next moment, a mysterious force enveloped him, and he was instantly transported into the eternal tower. Without giving Yi Bai more time to react, his consciousness was suddenly pulled into a pure white space. The cold voice of the system echoed in his ear. First time entry into the eternal tower detected. Please create an eternal ID. Yi Bai was prepared and promptly announced the eternal ID. He had carefully chosen Shura. He knew that before entering the eternal tower, one could check if an ID was available to avoid duplication. Surprisingly, this seemingly popular name was available. He thought to himself, perhaps the previous Shura had already passed away. Eternal ID created successfully. The system continued. Please select a profession within the eternal tower. Yi Bai quickly filtered out all support and lifestyle professions, focusing on the main combat roles. Warrior, mage, thief, warlock, archer, mechanic, knight, priest. These options flashed before his eyes one by one. Recalling his experience controlling lightning in the Summoner's Rift, those days when people in the cyber cafe called him Little Faker, Yi Bai chose the profession he was most familiar with, mage. Attributes being detected, synchronizing, the system's voice rang out again. A translucent blue floating panel appeared before Yi Bai, listing a series of basic information. He carefully read through each line. Eternal ID, Shura. Talent, Eye of Insight SS level. Level 1. Profession, Apprentice Mage. HP, 180,180. MP, 190,190. Strength, 9 affects physical damage. Intelligence, 9 affects mana capacity, magical damage. Spirit, 8 affects magic defense, mana recovery speed. Agility, 7 affects movement speed, dodge rate. Constitution, 8 affects health capacity, health recovery speed. Luck, 10. Equipment, none. Skills, none. Yi Bai's eyes lingered on the SS level talent for a moment, a surge of joy rising in his heart. When his gaze fell on the luck value, a small line of text suddenly appeared. Lucky individual, capable of triggering hidden stages in the newbie dungeon. Yi Bai's spirits lifted. 10 points in luck? Hidden stages? Despite his extensive research on the Eternal Tower, he had never heard of hidden stages. This line of text was clearly the work of his Eye of Insight talent. Putting away the attribute panel, Yi Bai made some calculations. His initial attributes in strength, intelligence, spirit, constitution, and agility were all top tier, making him a well-rounded warrior. And the 10 points in luck were an unprecedented high starting point. As Yi Bai was lost in thoughts about his SS level talent and the hidden stages, the system interrupted him again. Newbie gift pack for the Eternal Tower has been issued. Would you like to open it? Yes. Yi Bai responded without hesitation. A blinding light flashed, and 3 glowing orbs appeared before Yi Bai. The system prompted, please select one reward from the 3 options as your newbie reward. Recalling the guides he had read, Yi Bai knew that newbie gift packs typically contained 4 types of rewards: gold coins, equipment, skill books, and special items. Gold coins were useless in the upcoming newbie dungeon. A handy piece of equipment could significantly boost dungeon ratings, leading to richer rewards. The value of skill books needed to be assessed case by case. As for special items, their extreme rarity meant little information was available. The guide stated that the newbie gift pack rewards were entirely based on luck, with no discernible pattern. Yibai couldn't help but smile wryly. The fruits of countless hours of research over the past century were rendered obsolete by his eye of insight. While others had to rely on luck, he could see through everything at a glance. Yibai's gaze swept from left to right over the three glowing orbs. In the leftmost orb lay a staff surrounded by lightning. Equipment: Thunder's Grasp LV.1. Grade: A. Attributes: Intelligence 5. Lightning Bolt LV1. Deals 51 intelligence lightning damage, 100 chance to slow, 33 chance to paralyze. Special effect: lightning attacks or spells have a 5 chance to paralyze. Hidden effect: gain an advanced grade staff after casting 100 lightning spells. Yibai was moved. This piece of equipment was perfectly suited to his current state. In a grade item with dual effects and the potential to advance, its market value could easily exceed 1,000,000 yuan, possibly even becoming priceless. Yet, he restrained the urge to make an immediate decision, opting to review all the rewards first. In the middle orb, a pile of gold coins formed a small mountain. 5,000 gold coins. Yibai was once again surprised. In the Eternal Tower, 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 1,000 yuan in Dragon Country currency. 5,000 gold coins equated to 5,000,000 yuan, enough to buy an A-grade high-level item in the trading market. Yibai marveled at the benefits of 10 points in luck. Despite the allure of 5,000 gold coins, rationality told him that money was useless in the newbie dungeon. Achieving a grade or higher rating in the dungeon could yield rewards far exceeding the value of these coins. Finally, Yibai turned his attention to the third orb and gasped, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Special item: Lightning Element. Effect: upon use, gain 100 affinity with lightning elements, 100 increase in mana recovery speed, and randomly acquire 3 lightning skills. Without any hesitation, Yibai decisively pointed to the last orb. Newbie gift pack reward obtained. Lightning Element, the system's voice announced, confirming Yibai's choice. Upon successfully harnessing the power of the lightning element, the novice reward was in hand. Yibai wasted no time and used it immediately. A tingling sensation, like an electric current, coursed through his body. He could feel the lightning elements around him becoming unusually active, almost as if they were calling out to him. A system notification popped up. Lightning Element Affinity 100. Mana Regeneration Speed 100. 3 newly acquired lightning skills appeared before Yibai. Lightning Bolt LV1. Deals 51 intelligence lightning damage, with a 100 chance to slow and a 33 chance to paralyze. Mana cost: 60 points, cooldown: 3 seconds. Lightning Blessing LV1. Cast on yourself or an ally, adding 20 extra lightning damage to normal attacks and 25 extra lightning damage to magical attacks. Mana cost: 100 points, duration: 30 seconds, cooldown: 45 seconds. Charge up. The next lightning skill used will have double the effect. Mana cost: 10 points, cooldown: 10 seconds. Yibai quickly calculated the power of these skills. With his current 9 intelligence, a single lightning bolt could deal 59 damage. Ignoring defense, 3 lightning bolts would be enough to take out a novice player. This skill alone was enough for him to shine in the novice dungeon. What excited Yibai even more was the potential synergy between these skills. Using Charge Up with Lightning Bolt would result in an instant burst of 118 damage, enough to one-shot small monsters. By changing the combo sequence to Charge Up Lightning Blessing, Charge Up Lightning Bolt, the double Lightning Blessing would add 50 extra magical damage, and the Lightning Bolt's base damage would be 59, totaling a whopping 236 damage. Such an explosive combo could even kill Yibai himself. With years of gaming experience, Yibai recognized Charge Up as an absolute godhood skill. Even in the late game, when Lightning Bolt and Lightning Blessing might be replaced, Charge Up would remain his core skill. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through Yibai's mind. What would happen if he used Charge Up repeatedly? Could this be a bug? Considering Charge Up only consumed 10 mana and had a 10-second cooldown, and with his enhanced mana regeneration rate restoring 50 mana every 10 seconds, theoretically, he could loop Charge Up infinitely until the final strike. The exponential power increase made Yibai's heart race, and he couldn't wait to try it out. Besides the novice package, the Eternal Tower also gifted a withered wooden staff. Although it was a basic item with no attribute bonuses, it was necessary for casting spells. With the novice package distributed, the system asked if he wanted to enter the novice dungeon. Yibai decisively chose enter. After a dizzying moment, Yibai found himself in a dimly lit corridor. The rough granite floor, uneven walls, and floating dust in the air were awe-inspiring. The Eternal Tower lived up to its name. The level of simulation was incredibly lifelike. Clutching his staff, Yibai surveyed his surroundings. The novice dungeon was a narrow corridor, 2.5 meters high and 1.5 meters wide, just enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Every 5 meters, a pair of torches on either side of the walls provided faint illumination. According to the guide, the first section of the novice dungeon should have 20 monsters. Sure enough, Yibai soon spotted a large shadow ahead. The Eye of Insight immediately provided a prompt. Monster, Cave Giant Rat. HP, 5050. The system quipped, "That's all you need to know about it. Use your lightning bolt to fry this filthy creature." The rat, nearly 2 meters tall, blocked the other end of the corridor. Sensing Yi Bai's presence, it began to move slowly, making strange noises. Yi Bai raised his staff and first cast Charge Up. A pale blue light enveloped him instantly. But he didn't attack right away. Instead, he waited for the monster to approach, slowly retreating to maintain a safe distance. Roar with deafening footsteps, the shadow of the cave giant rat loomed over Yi Bai, making it hard to breathe. Any other novice would likely have panicked and attacked by now. Yi Bai, however, calmly counted the seconds, retreating while staying vigilant. As the cave giant rat got close enough for him to smell its sewer-like stench, Yi Bai smirked inwardly. A rat indeed, the smell fits perfectly. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Yi Bai's skill cooldown was complete. Without hesitation, he unleashed his skill again, ready for action. This time, the pale blue light was even more profound, flickering around him. Yi Bai moved with fluid grace, as if his innate combat instincts had been awakened. He conjured a lightning arrow, as thick as a finger, which whistled through the air and struck the cave dweller with precision. Sizzle, the sound of electricity crackled through the air, accompanied by the smell of burnt flesh. A bright red number appeared above the cave dweller's head, 236 points of lightning element damage. This strike completely drained the dweller's health bar. The dweller collapsed to the ground, its body dissolving into white particles, leaving behind 3 copper coins. Yi Bai clenched his left fist, unable to hide his excitement. He realized that the charging effect could stack. The first time it was doubled, the second time quadrupled, and the third time octupled. This wasn't a simple arithmetic progression, but a geometric one, growing exponentially. A random fact suddenly flashed through Yi Bai's mind. The charging effect could stack up to 30 times. His breathing grew heavier as he imagined the terrifying power of a 30 times stacked charge. Perhaps then, a single lightning arrow could one-shot a boss. Pocketing the copper coins from the ground, Yi Bai warily looked ahead down the passageway. The previous battle had alerted several cave dwellers, who were now wandering through the passage, searching for potential prey. Yi Bai pressed his lips together, trying to control his excitement to avoid affecting the upcoming battles. He knew that the real challenge was just beginning. The blessing of lightning descended, and Yi Bai instantly felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body. A faint electric glow enveloped him, and with a gust of wind at his feet, he sprinted forward at an astonishing speed. This 30-second buff not only increased his movement speed, but also added 20 points of lightning element damage to his basic attacks. Yi Bai quickly calculated the battle data. The cave-dwelling giant rats had 50 HP each, while his strength was at 9, with a base physical attack of 9 points. Combining this with the lightning blessing, each attack could deal 29 points of damage. This meant he could take down a giant rat with just 2 hits. He dashed towards the first giant rat, slamming his staff down hard. With 2 precise strikes, the creature collapsed and dissipated into light, leaving behind 3 copper coins. Without missing a beat, Yi Bai continued to fight while constantly using the charging up skill. This tactic temporarily restricted his use of lightning blessing and lightning bolt, but maximized his damage output. In the dim passageway, giant rats fell one after another, numbers floating above their heads. The duration of the lightning blessing was quickly running out, with the last 10 seconds flying by. The intense combat brought a tangible sense of fatigue to Yi Bai's body, a testament to the 100 realistic simulation of the Eternal Tower. Yi Bai exhaled deeply, his eyes fixed on the passage ahead, his staff a blur as he continued to strike. In the final 10 seconds, he took down another 4 monsters. Within a mere minute, Yi Bai had dispatched 12 giant rats, an efficiency that would drive countless players wild with envy. However, the battle was far from over. 8 more giant rats awaited him. Without the boost from the lightning blessing, Yi Bai had to rely on basic attacks to outmaneuver his enemies. At this moment, a special prompt appeared in his vision. Several red dots lit up on the giant rats, marked as enemy weak points. Hitting them deals double damage. The system even added a cheeky comment. A mage resorting to melee combat, you might want to reconsider your career choices. Ignoring the playful jab, Yi Bai focused on exploiting this newfound ability. He precisely struck a red with his staff, immediately triggering the effect. Hit the giant rat's weak point, dealing double damage and causing temporary blindness. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly followed up with 2 more hits, both accurately targeting the red dots, effortlessly taking down the opponent. In the ensuing battles, Yi Bai fully utilized the Inside Eye ability. Even relying solely on basic attacks, he effectively defeated the giant rats. 5 minutes later, only Yi Bai remained in the passageway. He exhaled deeply, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked around. All the giant rats had turned into his experience points and copper coins. A system prompt popped up. You have gained 100 experience points from the previous kills. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 2. All attributes have increased. Strength 1, Intelligence 2, Spirit 1, Agility 2, Constitution 2, and you have gained 1 free attribute point. A white light enveloped Yibai, instantly dispelling his fatigue and fully restoring his HP and MP. Yibai quickly checked his attribute panel, recalling the information from the guides. In the Eternal Tower, attribute increases upon leveling up are influenced by various factors, including race template, class template, and the leveling process. He realized that because he had used melee attacks extensively in this battle, his strength, constitution, and agility had increased more than his intelligence and spirit. As a mage, this development left Yibai feeling somewhat frustrated. After adjusting his status, Yibai continued to advance through the dark passage, not forgetting to stack the charging up skill. Cold winds occasionally blew from behind, creating an unsettling atmosphere, but Yibai pressed forward without fear. Soon, he reached a fork in the path, facing a choice between left and right. Yibai recalled the records from the textbooks. The left path would lead to an ambush by a group of monsters, while the right path contained a powerful elite monster. According to data analysis from previous years, the rewards from choosing the left path were 45.7 higher than those from the right. Yibai's gaze swept towards the left passage, and system notes immediately appeared in his view. In the dim corner, 10 foul-smelling bats were eyeing him hungrily, eager for his blood. Even worse, a mutated bat was hidden among them. 11 bats in total, Yibai calculated silently. The system then displayed the bats' monster stats. These flying creatures were slightly stronger than the cave rats, but their incredible speed made them truly troublesome. Shifting his gaze to the right passage, new information came into view. A juvenile hellhound was sleeping. The system warned him not to disturb this beast, or the consequences would be dire. This discovery made Yibai gasp. To think that such a powerful elite monster was hiding on the right. He recalled the monster compendium from his textbooks. The hellhound was undoubtedly the most terrifying presence in any beginner dungeon. Even in its juvenile phase, this three-headed dog could unleash 3 different types of skills simultaneously, causing devastating damage. More terrifyingly, its infernal bloodline granted it immense health, astonishing regeneration, and high dual resistances. For a novice, it was a nightmare, an endgame boss, an insurmountable barrier. As Yibai hesitated, his eyes fell on the wall directly in front of him. A new note suddenly appeared. Lucky guy, don't move the stone on the left, or you'll unlock a hidden quest. Yibai's spirits lifted. A hidden quest? This unexpected discovery made his heart race, filling him with an inexplicable excitement. Hidden levels, only accessible with a luck stat of 5 or higher. Yibai nodded slightly, feeling fortunate for his 10 points in luck. As he focused intently on the notes in front of him, he realized that this threshold was indeed high for newcomers. Yibai concentrated, noticing that the information in the notes became more detailed as his focus increased. He carefully read the newly appearing content. Once inside the hidden level, all the monsters in the novice dungeon would awaken and join the pursuit of the player. Hiss. Yibai drew a sharp breath, feeling a chill run down his spine. 10 vampire bats and 1 mutated bat were manageable, but the real challenge was the juvenile hellhound. Yibai closely examined the hellhound stats. Monster, hellhound juvenile. Level, LV.10. HP, 20,000. MP, 12,000. Physical defense, 150. Magical defense, 200. Special ability, immune to magic damage below 500, takes 33 reduced damage from magic above 500. Its enormous HP was equivalent to 100 times Yibai's total HP, and its 150 physical defense made it nearly impervious to regular attacks. Yibai almost felt defeated, wondering how the legendary Nightmare Slayer had ever managed to kill such a monstrous creature. But then, Yibai remembered his SS grade talent. He quickly calculated the time. Charge up, stacked 1 layer every 10 seconds, and he had been in the dungeon for 5 minutes, accumulating 30 layers. This meant his damage multiplier had reached an astronomical figure, 2 to the power of 30, or 1073, 741, 824 over a billion times. Yibai's eyelids twitched as he realized that a single lightning bolt from him could deal 60 billion damage. Even a mature hellhound wouldn't survive such an attack. Suddenly, Yibai felt a surge of determination. He mocked himself for his earlier hesitation. Facing cave rats with full force, but cowering before the hellhound? That was not his style. Let's do this, Yibai resolved. Following the instructions, Yibai picked up an unremarkable stone and drew a complex symbol on the wall. As the last stroke fell, the entire passage began to shake violently, with dust and pebbles falling. The central stone wall slowly cracked open, revealing a dark passageway. Yibai carefully placed the stone into his backpack, thinking that this item, which could trigger hidden levels, might have other uses. Just then, both side passages began to change. Nearly 10 dark shadows emerged from the darkness, hovering above the passage. Pairs of scarlet eyes stared intently at Ibai, seemingly craving the taste of blood. These vampire bats held back for now, locked in a silent standoff with Ibai. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the right passage. This was followed by violent crashing sounds and the snapping of chains, causing the ground to tremble. A massive figure broke free from its cage and charged towards Ibai. Ibai gripped his staff tightly, not daring to relax for a moment. He knew he had only one chance to strike. Lightning Blessing was clearly unsuitable for this situation. Ibai's speed couldn't compare to the Hellhound's. One misstep, and he would become its next victim. Lightning Bolt was Ibai's only option. With 30 layers of charge up, the Lightning Bolt could deal a terrifying amount of damage, potentially hundreds of billions. This was his perfect one-hit kill opportunity. Ibai held his breath, staring into the dark passage, a countdown timer appearing in his mind. He knew that everything hinged on this moment. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now! Ibai roared, thrusting his staff forward with all his might. Lightning Bolt. With the incantation complete, an enormous lightning bolt formed instantly. Powered by 30 layers of accumulated energy, it swelled to fill the entire passage. The Hellhound Cerberus, just emerging from the shadows, found itself with no room to escape. Its menacing expression, poised to relish the hunt, was cut short as the lightning engulfed it entirely. With a deafening crack, the bolt struck its target with precision. A myriad of emotions flashed through the Hellhound's eyes: resentment, fury, confusion, bewilderment. It couldn't fathom how such a seemingly feeble opponent could bring it down so effortlessly. But it had no time to howl in agony. A terrifying astronomical figure appeared above its head. In an instant, the fearsome creature was reduced to charred remains by the electric onslaught. Ibai felt utterly drained. Before he could savor the victory over the Hellhound, a system notification popped up: level up to 10. Ibai's eyebrow twitched, and an uncontrollable joy surged within him. Level 10. In the Eternal Tower, leveling up was an arduous task, and gaining experience was even tougher. To put it in perspective, Ibai had painstakingly slain 20 cave rats to advance from level 1 to level 2. And now, defeating the Hellhound had propelled him straight to level 10. The system notifications kept coming: Strength 50, Intelligence 50, Spirit 50, Agility 50, Constitution 50. Due to the over-level solo kill, the Eternal Tower had granted him an extraordinary attribute bonus. Based on Ibai's knowledge, during the novice period, each level typically increased individual attributes by 1 to 3 points. This time, Ibai had effectively gained an extra 2 points per level. This is a huge win, Ibai thought, barely containing his excitement. Even without considering the final rewards of the novice dungeon or the Hellhound's loot, the current boost in his 5 primary attributes was already a tremendous gain. Thinking of the loot, Ibai quickly looked ahead. The passage, now blackened and littered with debris from the lightning bolt, was a chaotic scene. The Hellhound's charred silhouette was barely recognizable, as if it had been subjected to a dragon's scorched earth service. Amidst the ashes, a golden glowing orb lay quietly on the ground. Ibai's eyes lit up instantly. "Let's see what good stuff dropped," he exclaimed excitedly. The golden orb radiated an enticing glow. Holding his breath, Ibai extended his hand to gently touch it. In an instant, the golden light receded like a tide, revealing a palm-sized skull suspended in midair. It was as clear as amber, but it shimmered with strange hues of red, yellow, and blue. The skull slowly descended into Ibai's palm, and a warm sensation surged through his body. A system notification popped up: Special material, Hellhound Skull SSS grade. Effects: can be used for crafting equipment and items. Carry effect: Strength 100, Constitution 100, Magic recovery speed 500 inch. Ibai gasped in disbelief, staring at the precious item in his hand. An SS grade material? Just carrying it provided such a massive boost in attributes. If crafted into a staff, it would be at least S-grade equipment. Carefully placing the skull into his backpack, Ibai felt a surge of relief. This was undoubtedly the greatest find of his journey. He recalled the sensational news: the Supreme Nightmare had slain the Hellhound and received an SS grade evaluation in the novice dungeon. A sense of pride swelled in his chest, had achieved a feat on par with the Supreme Nightmare. To be mentioned in the same breath as the strongest was no small honor. But soon, Ibai shook his head, his eyes burning with determination as he looked at the opening in the central stone wall. No, he could achieve far more than this. The hidden levels of the novice dungeon awaited his exploration. Before pressing on, however, there were some minor nuisances to deal with. The recent thunderous lightning had terrified the bats, leaving them trembling and motionless on the walls. Ibai easily swung his weapon, swiftly dispatching 10 blood-sucking bats and 1 mutated bat. The bats fell to the ground, twitching a few times before succumbing. For the level 10 Ibai, these low-level creatures were as fragile as paper. While counting his loot, Yi Bai was astonished to find that his attributes had nearly sextupled since entering the Eternal Tower. His health had skyrocketed to 1,800 points, with 1,000 of those points coming from the Hellhound Skull's extra 100 constitution boost. It was well known that leveling up and improving attributes in the Eternal Tower was extremely difficult. Yi Bai's current stats would make even many level 20 or 30 players envious. Even more exciting was the fact that these enhancements would carry over to the real world. In just one night, Yi Bai's physical condition had improved 6 or 7-fold, which was simply unbelievable. After closing his attribute panel, Yi Bai began to tally his specific gains. Killing 20 giant cave rats had netted him 60 copper coins, the 10 blood-sucking bats added 90 copper coins, and the mutated bat dropped 2 silver coins, totaling 3 silver coins and 50 copper coins. In the Eternal Tower, currency was divided into gold, silver, and copper, using a decimal system. 10,000 copper coins equaled 100 silver coins, which equaled 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin was equivalent to 1,000 units of the Dragon Nation's currency. Simply put, after a hard day's work, Yi Bai had earned just over 35 units, barely enough for 6 meals of spicy hot pot. With his tally complete, Yi Bai stood once more at the entrance of the hidden level. During this time, he hadn't been idle, continuing to stack his ready-to-strike skill. Judging by his earlier one-hit kill on the Hellhound, this skill was a godsend, unstoppable once stacked to a high enough level. The passage to the hidden level was pitch black, with visibility reduced to 0. Yi Bai tore a torch from the wall to illuminate the area ahead. With the Eye of Insight alerting him that no danger lies ahead, he felt slightly reassured but remained on high alert. Cautiously advancing through the dark passage, Yi Bai realized he seemed to be descending. The novice dungeon was supposed to be at the bottom of the Eternal Tower, so could there be a 0 level? This thought lingered in his mind. After all, despite a century of human research, the origin of the Eternal Tower remained a mystery. Guided by the flickering torchlight, Yi Bai walked a long distance, his ready-to-strike skill stacked to an unknown number of layers. Suddenly, a pungent smell filled the air. Sulfur? Yi Bai's heart raced. Was he nearing an underground magma chamber? As if to confirm his suspicion, a scorching gust of wind blew fiercely, extinguishing the torch in Yi Bai's hand. With a snap, the only source of light vanished completely. Only a few faint sparks flickered in the darkness before quickly fading. Yi Bai was plunged into pitch blackness, the passage enveloped in an endless, eerie silence. Darkness lasted less than a second before Yi Bai's vision brightened again. He couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking, an SS-level talent without night vision? If I had known it had this feature, I wouldn't have wasted time waving that little stick around. Yi Bai silently assessed his talent. Not too shabby after all. But before he could finish his thought, he felt a hint of dissatisfaction from the Eye of Insight, as if protesting his underestimation. With the Eye of Insight activated, Yi Bai's pace quickened noticeably. Everything in his field of vision was crystal clear, leaving nothing unnoticed. Even more astonishing, the Eye of Insight helpfully displayed the remaining distance, 5,601 meters. This passage is so long? Yi Bai was taken aback. He had already walked a considerable distance, yet nearly 6 kilometers remained. I need to speed up, he resolved. Yi Bai began to run, his movements as fluid as a cheetah's, swiftly advancing through the passage. His physical prowess was already exceptional for his age, and with the Eternal Tower's attribute enhancements, his speed was remarkable. His previous battle experiences had made him more attuned to his current physical capabilities. What surprised Yi Bai even more was that after running 5 kilometers straight, he wasn't even out of breath or breaking a sweat. This is incredible, he marveled. His understanding of the Eternal Tower had always been textbook level, but experiencing it firsthand revealed its true wonders. Most importantly, these enhancements could be fully synchronized to the real world. When he was 200 meters from the end, Yi Bai slowed down, gripping his staff tightly, ready for any potential combat. The distance continued to shrink. 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Finally, he stopped before a massive bronze door. The bronze door was engraved with intricate, cryptic patterns, seemingly imbued with some mysterious essence. Yi Bai scrutinized it, trying to memorize the entire design. Suddenly, the Eye of Insight issued a warning. These were the markings of an unspeakable, terrifying entity, and observing them for more than 10 seconds would lead to mental contamination. Yi Bai stared at the patterns until there was just 1 second left on the countdown before averting his gaze, wanting to push his limits within absolute safety. The air was thick with the pungent smell of sulfur, and the heat was almost unbearable. At that moment, a prompt sounded. Place your hand on the bronze door to complete the hidden level. Easy parkour, right? So simple? Yi Bai frowned, sensing something amiss. Why would the designer place a powerful Cerberus boss at the beginning, yet no monster at the end? Where was the anticipated boss fight and reward? It quickly dawned on Yi Bai. The real challenge of the hidden level was supposed to be running 7 kilometers to the bronze door while being chased by Cerberus. It should have been a desperate escape rather than an easy parkour. But for Yibai, the hardest part was already over. Cerberus had been mercilessly killed the moment it was released, reduced to a pile of charred remains, with even its skull quietly resting in Yibai's backpack. Cerberus couldn't handle it? Huh? Yibai mocked himself. The creature meant to be the temple-run NPC ended up as a mere obstacle. This method of clearing the level was likely unprecedented. For anyone else, surviving Cerberus's chase would have been nearly impossible, even if they triggered the hidden level. With the mystery of the hidden level unraveled, Yibai's doubts were significantly alleviated. He surveyed the area to ensure nothing valuable was left behind, then placed his hand on the bronze door as instructed. A cyan glow spread from Yibai's palm, enveloping his entire body. The eternal core crystal he had seen before now floated before him. A prompt sounded in his ear. Newbie dungeon. Hidden level, cleared. Calculating score. Score calculation complete. Almost simultaneously, everyone in the Eternal Tower heard the same announcement. Congratulations to player Shilua for achieving an SS level clearance in the newbie dungeon. Next, another announcement dominated the screens. Congratulations to player Shilua for achieving an SS level clearance in the newbie dungeon. Hidden level. All public channels fell into a stunned silence. Not a word was spoken. The entire Eternal Tower, and indeed the whole world, was silent. This silence conveyed the shock more than words ever could. Hidden level? What hidden level? Countless questions arose in people's minds. The Eternal Tower had been around for a century, with humanity researching it for just as long, never ceasing their exploration even in the toughest times. How had they never heard of a hidden level? These questions quickly became the focus of discussions on major platforms. People eagerly debated. What is the hidden level? What are the hidden rewards? All their questions ultimately converged into one. Who exactly is Shilua? At this moment, the eyes of the world were all fixed on the mysterious Shilua. 2 announcements from the Eternal Tower sent shockwaves through the entire human race, Blue Star, and even the Abyssal Plane. In an instant, the world was in turmoil. In the tower's grand hall, a massive holographic screen flashed with glaring red light. The news of an SS-level talent emerging hit like a thunderbolt, spreading to every corner. Simultaneously, the command to activate the Dawn Plan echoed through various command centers, prompting countless staff members to spring into action. Issue the War God summons. All registered War Gods, report to your designated locations immediately. A uniformed commander bellowed, his voice resonating through the communication system across the entire base. In the Abyssal Plane, a sinister and eerie atmosphere pervaded. As the humans stirred, this place quickly shifted to a level 2 combat readiness. Countless grotesque creatures began to stir, as if awaiting some signal. However, the central figure who triggered this storm, Zayulia, was completely oblivious to the outside commotion. He had just cleared the novice dungeon and stood in a virtual space, eyes fixed on the flashing reward screen before him. SS level clearance of novice dungeon, rewards. All attributes 50, luck 1, gold coins 100,000, trading sanctuary pass. The system's notifications sounded in his ears. Shilua's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the numbers. 100,000 gold coins? That's equivalent to 10 million dragon coins, he muttered, quickly calculating the magnitude of this wealth. Just yesterday, his bank account held a meager 10,000 yuan. Now, his wealth had skyrocketed 1,000-fold. This sum was enough to buy 20 luxury homes, worth 5 million each, or win 10,000 yuan in the lottery every day for 27 years. But as he continued to look further, he realized that money was the least significant part of this reward. All attributes 50, luck 1. Shilua took a deep breath. No wonder those who clear with SS level can quickly grow into the strongest. This starting point is practically cheating. At that moment, a ball of golden light descended from the sky, hovering before Shilua. Lightning occasionally flickered within the light, emitting powerful energy waves. Thunder Mage Lightning Specialization. One-time job change opportunity, the system voice sounded again. Thunder Mage Profession Template Rating. SS level. Without hesitation, Shilua reached out to touch the light. Instantly, blue-white lightning danced at his fingertips, sending a tingling sensation throughout his body. Job change successful. Meanwhile, the outside world was in an uproar. Trending topics on social media and headlines featured Shilua in 6 out of the top 10 spots. Whether in the Eternal Tower, the online world, or real life, the name Shilua became the hottest keyword. Yet, unaware of all this, Shilua, who had just completed his job change, focused entirely on the newly appeared attribute panel before him. Eternal ID, Shilua. Talent, Eye of Insight SS level. Level, 10. Profession, Thunder Mage Lightning Specialization. HP, 36003600. MP, 18001800. Strength, 126,100. Intelligence, 145. Spirit, 135. Agility, 124. Constitution, 131,100. Luck, 11. Equipment, novice staff. Skills, lightning arrow, lightning blessing, charging up, heaven's thunder. Status, lightning affinity, lightning mastery. Shilua carefully examined his new attributes and couldn't help but smile wryly. What kind of mage is this? My strength and constitution are higher than my intelligence and spirit. Am I supposed to use my staff as a club? Shaking his head, he continued to review his newly acquired skills. Heaven's Thunder LV1. Summon a thunderbolt from the sky, striking an enemy for 202 intelligence lightning damage. If the enemy's HP is below 30, the damage becomes true damage. Each hit permanently increases base lightning damage by 5 points. Enemies struck by Heaven's Thunder are 100 slowed and receive a random negative buff. Mana cost, 200 points. Cooldown, 2 seconds. As expected of an SS-level hidden profession template, Shilua excitedly rubbed his hands together, eager to find a target to test this powerful skill. Looking around, he found no suitable targets. For a moment, Shilua felt the urge to cast Heaven's Thunder on himself. Calm down, calm down. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay composed. Putting away the attribute panel, Shilua turned his attention to the other rewards. Despite the already generous rewards, he had a hunch that the best was yet to come. In addition to attributes and career opportunities, Yibai received 2 precious rewards, a pass to the Trading Sanctuary and the Blessing of Eternity. The pass to the Trading Sanctuary was a golden card, the size of a credit card, with a smooth, unmarked surface. As Yibai gazed at it, he recalled the textbook descriptions of the Trading Sanctuary. It was one of the special neutral zones of the Eternal Tower, accessible only to those with a pass. Yibai's eyes burned with excitement. This was a rare treasure. Even a temporary pass could fetch millions on the market. But the one he held was permanent, making it invaluable. Not even some powerful families with war god-level warriors might possess such a precious pass. Carefully storing the golden card, Yibai decided to visit the Trading Sanctuary soon. After clearing the novice dungeon, he had already leveled up to 10, and it was time to upgrade his gear. He also needed to prepare for future explorations by purchasing necessary materials and items. Yibai then turned his attention to the final reward, the Blessing of Eternity. This blessing from the Eternal Tower would boost his rating by 1 tier whenever he cleared a dungeon or ascended a level in the Eternal Tower. Yibai took a sharp breath. The value of this blessing far exceeded his expectations. It was no exaggeration to say that all the rewards he had received so far combined paled in comparison to the Blessing of Eternity. Permanently increasing his rating by 1 tier, what did that mean? If Yibai could perfectly clear a dungeon with an SSS rating, the blessing would elevate it to SSSS. This even surpassed the rating limit of the Eternal Tower. With this blessing, Yibai's growth rate would be beyond anyone's imagination. He marveled at the reward for clearing the hidden SS-level dungeon. The 3 strongest humans who rose to power had only cleared the novice dungeon with an SSS rating. None had triggered the hidden dungeon. This meant the Blessing of Eternity might be unique to Yibai. In other words, Yibai's growth rate, potential, and even his limits could surpass the strongest beings. But this was only theoretical. Yibai didn't let it go to his head. He knew that if his true identity were exposed now, a mere thought from a demon lord of the abyss could obliterate him. A dead genius is worth less than a living ant, Yibai reminded himself. Surviving, realizing my potential, and becoming the strongest hat's what truly matters. Putting away the description of the Blessing of Eternity, Yibai calmed his excitement. As a newcomer to the Eternal Tower, he could currently only explore the novice dungeon. Other areas were off-limits for now. Yibai gazed at the golden pass in his palm, deep in thought. Should he visit the Trading Sanctuary today? Would it risk exposing his identity? According to the textbooks, it should be safe. Besides, becoming stronger required vast resources, and the Trading Sanctuary was indispensable. Better sooner than later. If it's destiny, it can't be avoided, Yibai decided, pressing his thumb onto the pass. In an instant, golden light filled Yibai's vision, enveloping him entirely. A series of numbers and letters appeared in his mind, representing his identity within the Trading Sanctuary. As the golden light faded, Yibai found himself in a bustling market corner. The 3-person-wide street was packed with people, and stalls lined both sides, displaying a dazzling array of treasures. The air was filled with the constant calls of vendors, creating a lively atmosphere. News. News. The Defense Command has issued the 26th order, summoning all war god-level warriors to report nearby. Today's bulletin. Get to know the path of the Azura. Recruiting War King-level warriors to train Scrade talent disciples. This one is destined to be Azura's right hand. Yibai was momentarily confused, thinking, have I been offline too long? Why does every other sentence in the Trading Sanctuary mention the Azura? Just then, A friendly voice called out beside him. Hey there, new face, are you new here? Yibai turned to see a green-skinned goblin standing nearby, warmly greeting him. Yibai nodded and asked curiously, how did you know I was new? The goblin chuckled and explained, I haven't seen your ID before. I know most of the regulars in the trading sanctuary. Plus, you haven't changed your appearance. Newbies often forget to do that. Change my appearance? Yibai looked around and saw a mirror, realizing he appeared as a gray cloud with occasional flashes of lightning. The goblin enthusiastically elaborated. In the trading sanctuary, everyone's identity is kept secret. Your voice, appearance, fingerprints, even your divine sense are all masked. Just visualize a form in your mind, and your appearance will change accordingly. Following the goblin's instructions, Yibai tried it out. Soon, the cloud began to churn and solidify, transforming into a humanoid shape made of clouds. The goblin broker handed over a business card with the trading sanctuary number printed on it and enthusiastically introduced himself. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the broker from the Wanwu Pavilion. Just call me Shout D. If you have any buying or selling needs, feel free to come to Wanwu Pavilion. Newcomers can enjoy a 2 discount. Yibai silently memorized the name Wanwu Pavilion and politely nodded in response. Thank you, I'm just browsing. Xiao Di added. You can leave messages in the trading sanctuary using the number. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. He paused and gave a sly smile. Of course, some information comes with a fee. Yibai acknowledged with understood and then bid farewell to the goblin, wandering alone in the trading sanctuary. Various shouts constantly echoed in his ears. Team up for exploration on the 76th floor of the Eternal Tower. Led by veteran war gods, join now. Steer mission in the Abyssal Plane. Cleanse the space from demon corruption. Lucrative rewards. Reward for demonic cult information increased by 30. Double the bounty for high-level demon followers. Yibai looked at the dazzling array of goods, feeling a sense of helplessness. The items here started at hundreds of thousands of gold coins, while he only had just over 100,000, not enough to buy even the scraps. After wandering for a full hour, Yibai stopped in a corner of the market, piecing together the current situation in his mind. Because he had cleared an SS-level hidden dungeon, the Planetary Defense Committee PDC had sounded a level 2 alert. This was a massive operation that would consume astronomical resources. The PDC was overseen by 3 supreme beings, always waiting for the emergence of a 4th. As soon as the news of Yibai's clearance surfaced, this colossal war machine immediately went into full operation, executing long-established protocols, increasing investment in educational resources, summoning all war god-level strongmen to stand guard, and eliminating demon cult followers on Blue Star. All of this was to provide a healthy growth environment for the Azura, which was Yibai. Yibai nodded to himself, understanding the PDC's intentions. If his identity were exposed while he was still weak, he would face endless trouble. The demons would never allow another supreme human to emerge and would go to any lengths to kill him in the cradle. Understanding this, Yibai felt slightly reassured and turned his attention back to his own growth. He took out Shouty's business card and sent a message. The green-skinned goblin immediately bounced in front of Yibai, enthusiastically saying, "Happy to be of service." Yibai suddenly asked, "How happy?" Shouty was momentarily at a loss for words. Yibai cleared his throat and changed the topic. A friend's junior just entered the Eternal Tower today and awakened their talent. The goblin instantly understood and handed over a list. Looking to buy equipment and items for this junior? Here's a list of common recommendations. Yibai glanced at it and frowned. Why are these all entire equipment? These enhancements are negligible, too shabby. Shouty patiently explained. At the beginner stage, the most important thing is to level up. Equipment at this stage is consumable. It's more cost-effective to consider high-quality equipment once the level is up. Yibai nodded in agreement and then asked, "Do you have any growth-type staves?" Shouty hesitated for a moment and then took out another list. "We do, but these items are a bit tricky. Growth-type staves usually have hidden advancement conditions, and each time they advance, new conditions appear," he added, "and they are very expensive. Upgradable gear is both expensive and impractical." The goblin assistant explained earnestly. In the Pavilion of Everything, fairness is their guiding principle. Those who can enter the secret trading realm are either wealthy or noble. Even a temporary pass costs 1,000,000 yuan. For ordinary people, such an expense is astronomical. The goblin assistant continued, "We prefer to build long-term relationships with our customers rather than making a one-time sale." Yibai curiously asked, "Since the upgrade conditions of the gear are hidden, is there no way to view them?" The goblin patiently explained, "There is a way. Master-level forging experts can identify the current upgrade conditions, but they charge over 10 million for each inspection. Plus, the conditions change after every upgrade, so you can't keep hiring a master each time, right?" Yibai pondered this. Upgradable gear has 2 characteristics, hidden upgrade conditions and refreshed conditions after each upgrade. This means nurturing a piece of upgradable gear requires massive resources and is highly risky. However, these characteristics were meaningless to Yi Bai. He could see the upgrade conditions at a glance and even knew the gear's upgrade limits and future paths. Suddenly, the goblin assistant remembered something and added, "Oh, there's also an steer talent called Sharp Eye that can identify upgrade conditions with a 50 success rate, limited to 3 times a day." He didn't elaborate on the steer talent, since it was confidential information that required extra payment to disclose. Yi Bai just smiled faintly. The gap between steer and SS-tier talents was vast. "Can I see the upgradable gear? Maybe there's something suitable," Yi Bai insisted. The goblin handed over a list. "These are all items that can be upgraded at least 3 times." Yi Bai scanned the list and saw notes like, Song of Shadows, upgradable 3 times, reaches level 60 grade quality when fully upgraded. Soul Whaler, upgradable 6 times, reaches level 80 grade quality when fully upgraded. Yi Bai compared the prices. Song of Shadows was 300,000 gold coins, and Soul Whaler was 150,000 gold coins. The latter had more potential but was half the price of the former. This was because Song of Shadows had excellent base attributes, suitable for dark mages, while Soul Whaler belonged to the less popular soul category. Unfortunately, Yi Bai only had 100,000 gold coins, not enough to buy even the cheapest item. Just then, the goblin assistant exclaimed, "The main pavilion of everything just announced that all low-tier gear is now 20 off." Yi Bai was skeptical. "Is this some kind of promotional gimmick?" "Brother, you should thank Shura for this," the goblin explained. "These discounts are to provide resources for the new generation, and Shura is definitely one of them." With the 20 discount, the Soul Whaler would be reduced to 120,000 gold coins. Yi Bai thought there might be hope. Suddenly, the goblin received another message and almost screamed with excitement. "Mage gear is now 50 off, but it must be sold to mages below level 30, and each person can only enjoy this discount once." 50 off? That's crazy. The goblin shook his head in disbelief. One Shura caused such a big commotion. Yi Bai laughed. "By your logic, I should thank this Shura properly. He's saving me a lot of money." With the 50 discount, any gear under 200,000 gold coins was within Yi Bai's reach, effectively giving him a free 100,000 gold coins, equivalent to 1 billion dragon coins. The goblin explained, "According to the previous class transfer announcement, Shura is in the mage class, which is why there's a 50 discount." Yi Bai nodded. "If I could meet Shura, I'd definitely treat him to a meal." In reality, Yi Bai treated Shura to a meal every day. With the 50 discount, Yi Bai's options widened significantly. He finally chose a staff named Nature's Force, made from lightning-struck wood. From the attribute panel, this staff seemed unremarkable, but it was a rare dual-element staff for lightning and wood, significantly enhancing spells of both elements. More importantly, it had upgradable properties. The listed price was 180,000 gold coins, but with the 50 discount, it only cost 90,000, fitting perfectly within Yi Bai's budget. Yi Bai skillfully haggled with the goblin assistant, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. "Come on, lower the price." "This staff isn't made of gold," the goblin assistant retorted, unwilling to back down. "This is worth more than gold." The two went back and forth for a good 10 minutes. In the end, the goblin assistant couldn't withstand Yi Bai's silver tongue and finally conceded. "All right, 80,000 gold coins after discount. I'll throw in 60 Eternal Tower return tokens, 5 level 10 golden scrolls, and 12 level 15 battle puppets. Deal." Yi Bai calculated silently and was quite pleased with the price. Just the 10,000 gold coins saved were worth a fortune. He thought to himself, why not use the savings to buy some chicken drumsticks? After the verbal agreement, the goblin assistant immediately contacted the headquarters of the Everything Pavilion to arrange for the delivery. An order of 80,000 gold coins was no everyday matter for him. More importantly, the advanced equipment Yi Bai purchased was an unpopular item with low sales, and most people wouldn't invest in such gear. This deal was mutually beneficial, helping the Everything Pavilion clear out inventory while meeting Yi Bai's unique needs. While waiting for the equipment to arrive, Yi Bai inquired about the trading realm from the goblin assistant. As long as it wasn't confidential, the assistant answered all his questions. Yi Bai asked casually, "As you mentioned earlier, the Everything Pavilion not only sells items but also accepts consignment sales?" The goblin assistant responded enthusiastically, "Yes, we're honest with everyone, and we don't charge any fees. Even anonymous consignments are free of charge." Yi Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering. Such generosity meant that the Everything Pavilion must have top-tier experts backing it, possibly even connected to the Defense Bureau. Otherwise, they couldn't offer such favorable conditions. With this in mind, Yi Bai spoke again. "I have a friend." Before he could finish, the goblin assistant rolled his eyes inwardly. He thought to himself, "It's always I have a friend, isn't it? You mean yourself, don't you?" Yi Bai continued. "He has something he wants to sell anonymously." The goblin assistant nodded. "Sure thing. What is it?" And what price are you looking for? Yibai took out a stone from his backpack, a key item for unlocking a hidden level in the beginner's dungeon. With the help of the Eye of Insight, a note appeared on the stone. This is just an ordinary stone. What? You want to sell it for a fortune? Who would spend that much on a stone? Can this stone be sold? Yibai took out an ordinary stone from his pocket and handed it to the goblin assistant. The assistant examined it closely, frowning slightly. It can be sold. But, does it have any special properties? The goblin asked, puzzled. Yibai smiled faintly. It can be sold for a particularly high price. The goblin's eyes lit up. How do you plan to sell it? Anonymous auction. The highest bid within the time limit wins. Yibai replied decisively. Understood. The goblin nodded. What should the starting bid be? 5,000 gold coins? 5,000 gold coins was already the highest the goblin could imagine. Selling an unremarkable stone for that much would be a story to tell for a lifetime. It was equivalent to the price of a house in the capital. Yibai pondered for a moment. Set the starting bid at 1,000,000 gold coins. The goblin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yibai. Yibai knew that this seemingly ordinary stone was actually a trigger item for a hidden stage in the beginner's dungeon and a testament to the first human completion of the beginner's stage. That was its true value. Whether someone would actually pay such a high price for a commemorative stone, Yibai wasn't sure. But he decided to give it a try, since listing it cost nothing, and if it did sell, it would be a huge profit. After confirming some details, the goblin placed the stone in the auction house of the Everything Pavilion, setting it for a 1-month, timed auction. Shortly after, the staff of nature's power that Yibai had ordered finally arrived. Under the witness of the Secret Realm elves, both parties signed a trade contract to ensure that the buyer was a mage below level 30, and Yibai enjoyed a 50% discount from the Everything Pavilion. The complex procedures were designed to ensure fairness in the transaction. After completing the transaction, the goblin handed the staff of nature's power to Yibai. Wish you a pleasant life. If you need anything, feel free to contact me anytime. Watching Yibai leave the trading realm, a familiar merchant approached the goblin. Hey, where did you find someone willing to pay a fortune for upgradable gear? That kind of gear is a money pit for us. The goblin shrugged. Who knows? Maybe he can figure out the upgrade conditions. Maybe, the merchant sneered. Maybe my future son-in-law is an Azura. Stop dreaming. There's no such luck. Yibai's transaction at the Everything Pavilion was like a pebble dropped into the ocean, causing no ripples. At this moment, all human discussions were focused on the Azura. After leaving the trading realm, Yibai eagerly took out the staff of nature's power and examined the staff he had spent 80,000 gold coins on. The 1.2-meter-long staff, made from wood struck by lightning, had a dual enhancement of lightning and wood attributes. Yibai was delighted. It was indeed a top-tier staff with the potential for 12 upgrades. He quickly checked the equipment's attributes. Equipment: Nature's Power LV.10. Grade A. Attributes: Intelligence 25, Spirit 15. Affixes: Divine Punishment. Increases lightning damage by 5. Increases lightning damage taken by 10. Wood skills provide 10 more shield healing. Dual Nature: 0.1 chance to cast a wood skill when casting a lightning skill, and vice versa. Upgrade requirements: Death and Rebirth. Deal 1,000,000 points of lightning damage or heal 1,000,000 points with wood skills to upgrade. Upgrade choices will affect the final outcome. Upgradable: 12 times. Upgraded: 0 times. The original price of nature's power was 180,000 gold coins. The rare percentage increase in damage from the divine punishment affix significantly boosted the value of the equipment. However, what Yibai valued most was the 12 upgrade limits. Each upgrade would exponentially improve the equipment's level and attributes, with the chance to add new affixes. As for the dual nature affix, it was somewhat underwhelming for Yibai, who currently only had lightning skills. However, the death and rebirth upgrade condition wasn't hard for him to meet. Stacking charges a dozen times and a single lightning bolt could easily break 1,000,000 damage. Unfortunately, on the first day in the Eternal Tower, he could only clear the beginner's dungeon. Yibai stored nature's power back in his backpack and looked down at the tower mark on his arm. Under his mental control, the mark emitted a white glow, enveloping him entirely. In the next moment, Yibai was back in his own home. He let out a long sigh and downed a glass of water from the table. Reflecting on his first journey to the Eternal Tower, Yibai felt everything was so surreal it was almost like a dream. After awakening his SS level talent, defeating the Hellhound, clearing hidden levels, achieving SS level completions, and purchasing the power of nature, Yibai's strength skyrocketed within just a few hours. His progress was like a rocket, making a qualitative leap that was evident to all. At this moment, even when faced with slightly weaker soldiers, he could hold his ground and was no longer a lamb to the slaughter. Standing in the center of the room, Yibai stretched his limbs and closed his eyes to feel the surging power within him. The attributes from the Eternal Tower had synchronized with the real world, causing his 5-dimensional attributes to break through the 100-point mark. significantly enhancing his physical condition by at least tenfold. Eager to test his new abilities, Yi Bai began a series of self-challenges. He grabbed a basin of water, took a deep breath, and submerged his head. Minutes ticked by 5, 8, 10 minutes in. Yi Bai remained motionless, as comfortable as a fish in water. After 10 minutes, he slowly lifted his head, breathing steadily and without any sign of strain, feeling he could have lasted even longer. It's worth noting that before the appearance of the Eternal Tower, the human world record for holding one's breath was only 24 minutes, achievable by only a select few. Now, Yi Bai could easily break this record, marveling at the transformative power of the Eternal Tower. Next, Yi Bai decided to test his speed. He stood at one end of the room, took a deep breath, and sprinted. In the blink of an eye, he had covered a distance equivalent to 100 meters. Checking his phone's timer, he was astonished to find that he had easily run under 10 seconds, and this was without any warm-up. Of course, Yi Bai understood that the enhancements from the Eternal Tower were fair. Everyone on Blue Star was starting from the same point, and the records of the old world had lost their relevance, now confined to the annals of history. Feeling the monumental changes in his body, Yi Bai, fresh from the Eternal Tower, was exhilarated and even began to look forward to his next journey there. He continued with various tests until he was drenched in sweat, finally stopping with a sense of lingering excitement. Yi Bai took a cold shower to calm his excitement. After drying off and getting dressed, he finally had a moment to pay attention to the outside world. Picking up his phone, Yi Bai opened a news app and was instantly stunned by the overwhelming headlines. This is insane. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, Yi Bai was still shocked by what he saw. He quickly skimmed through the trending topics on Weibo and found that out of the top 50, 34 were related to the Shura. The top trend was, will Shura be the next supreme power? Followed by the Defense Department destroys the 4th demon cult headquarters, kills 3 deputy leaders, and the third was simply demon cult. Intrigued by the second trending topic, Yi Bai's fingers moved almost instinctively to click on it. The name Demon Sect strikes fear into many. It refers to those traitors who have betrayed humanity to follow the demon gods. These individuals are also known as cultists, betrayers, or followers of the demon gods. In the Eternal Tower, advancing in power is a challenging journey. Many spend their entire lives unable to break through certain levels, and the higher one goes, the exponentially harder it becomes. However, the demon gods offer shortcuts to these ambitious individuals. When the abyssal plane invaded Blue Star, the demon gods began their schemes. They cast projections, performed miracles, and used eloquent words to seduce those with ill intentions into becoming their pawns. In this invisible war, some couldn't resist the temptation and ultimately fell into the embrace of the demon gods. These individuals gathered together to form the dreaded Demon Sect. On Blue Star, the primary functions of the Demon Sect, apart from gathering intelligence on humanity, are to carry out destructive activities by any means necessary. The old saying, guard against a thief day and night, but it's hard to guard against a thief at home, is particularly fitting here. Demon Sect members hide in every corner of society, with some even holding high positions, waiting for the right moment to act. Over the past century, they have caused immeasurable harm to humanity. Many talented young individuals were snuffed out before they could shine, secretly murdered by these insidious traitors. Worse still, these betrayals are often so well hidden that the murders are disguised as accidents, leaving the truth forever buried in darkness. After Shura's rise, he made it his secondary mission to strike against the Demon Sect. Yi Bai opened the trending news, and what caught his eye were a series of reports about the 4th Demon Sect. This cult worships the 4th demon god, the god of extinction and wrath, and uses a green torch as its totem. The latest news reported that their main headquarters had been destroyed, and 3 deputy leaders were killed on the spot. Although the leader was severely injured, he managed to escape at a great cost, and his whereabouts are unknown. A god of war-level warrior, even when badly injured, is not to be underestimated. Yi Bai sighed, knowing that such matters were far beyond his reach. But he understood that the Demon Sect would stop at nothing to find and kill Shura, even offering huge bounties. At the same time, humanity's efforts to combat the Demon Sect would also intensify. This war without smoke would never end. Yi Bai, though eager to eradicate evil, knew he was not strong enough. He hadn't even passed the warrior test, so how could he dream of meddling in god of war level affairs? But one thing was certain. The Demon Sect was a thorn in humanity's side, and these traitors who turned their blades against their own kind were the most despicable. If Yi Bai's identity as Shura were exposed, he would face endless pursuit. Even if he didn't reveal his identity, any outstanding performance could make him a target. This situation, where the enemy is in the dark and he is in the light, is the hardest to deal with. However, Yi Bai was not without options. He looked into the mirror, where a line of text floated above his reflection. An ordinary person with nothing but good looks and an SS-level talent. Good, at least someone has good taste, Yi Bai muttered to himself. The inside eye, his SS level talent, worked just as well in real life. Demon sect members could not hide from him. No matter what schemes they had, as long as they appeared near Yi Bai, he could easily see through their identities. This SS level talent was not only his biggest secret, but also his strongest trump card. As dawn broke, Yi Bai walked towards school, facing the rising sun. His eyes roamed over the passers-by. By focusing, he could see the notes above each person's head, gaining deep insights about them. While waiting at a traffic light, Yi Bai noticed a beautiful woman with a stunning figure, and a line of numbers appeared above her head. 23 years old, 33, 22, 32. Seriously? This talent is so inappropriate, Yi Bai complained to himself. The morning streets were sparse with pedestrians, and the city was slowly waking up. Yi Bai's gaze fell on a young man in a suit, holding a steaming cup of coffee. The man's chiseled face wore a calm smile, exuding a gentle and refined aura. At first glance, this young man seemed to have a bright future ahead of him. However, when Yi Bai saw the note above the man's head, his expression became serious, even a bit worried. Zhuotianan, follower of the fourth demon god, recently received a blessing from the demon god last night. He's in a good mood now, even willing to give a beggar an extra 100 yuan. A demon god follower. Yi Bai didn't expect to encounter such a person on his way to school. Was this like finding cabbages on the roadside? How could it be this easy to run into one? Stay calm. Yi Bai quickly steadied himself and started thinking of a plan. As he pondered, the note above Zhuotianan's head changed. Don't even think about fighting Hedon. You wouldn't stand a chance against even one of his fingers. Then, the note turned into a long paragraph, summarizing Zhuotianan's background. Zhuotianan, level talent, fiery passion, holder, level 179 flame warrior. Entered the 6th-ranked martial arts university nationwide 7 years ago. Graduated 3 years ago. Pre-warrior level combat strength, but after demonization, possesses strength rivaling a warrior. After reading this information, Yi Bai felt even more troubled. Warrior level strength was indeed a headache. There's no way I can handle this alone. I'm just a level 10 thunder mage. Should I call for backup? Yi Bai was not a reckless person and began to think of a more reliable plan. In a fight, if you can gang up on your opponent, never go unknown. Yi Bai caught a glimpse of the demon cult follower Zhuotianan out of the corner of his eye, and alarm bells went off in his mind. He needed to come up with a plan to expose Zhuotianan without revealing his own identity. At that moment, Yi Bai's fingers brushed against a golden card in his pocket, and an idea struck him. It was a pass to the trade realm, not only the key to entering the realm but also a communication tool. Even in the real world, the holder could use it to contact others as if using a messaging app. Suppressing his excitement, Yi Bai calmly brushed past Zhuotianan. After putting some distance between them, he quickly made his way to the school and slipped into an empty restroom. Locking the door behind him, Yi Bai eagerly pulled out the pass. Hey, are you there? Yi Bai typed on the card. Moments later, a reply came. Yes, I'm here. No one has bid on the stones you consigned yet. Yi Bai got straight to the point. Can anything be bought or sold at the Wanwu Pavilion? Absolutely. Anything and everything can be traded, came the prompt reply. With that assurance, Yi Bai immediately asked, would you buy information on a warlord-level demon cult follower? The person on the other end was clearly taken aback and replied after a brief pause. Why would you do that? You could just report a demon cult follower to the authorities. Reporting a warlord-level follower would earn you at least 10,000 gold coins. Yi Bai didn't explain, patiently waiting. As expected, the clever responder quickly grasped his true intention. You don't want to expose your identity but still want to report the demon cult follower. You're using the Wanwu Pavilion as a firewall. The responder admired Yi Bai's cunning plan. By contacting the Wanwu Pavilion through the trade realm and having them report to the authorities, Yi Bai could ensure his identity remained protected behind multiple layers of security. No problem, the responder quickly replied. Based on the completeness of the information and after verification, the Wanwu Pavilion will pay for it. Our offer will certainly match or even exceed the official reward. Reassured, Yi Bai immediately sent the meticulously prepared information. It was a detailed dossier covering Zhuotianan's talents, equipment, profession, attributes, and even the special items granted by the demon god. Zhuotianan's every secret was laid bare in this comprehensive report. Staring at the overwhelming information, the responder was deeply puzzled. Is all this true? How does this person know Zhuotianan so well? He wondered. Could it be that Zhuotianan has a split personality and is reporting himself? After reporting Zhuotianan, Yi Bai leisurely strolled back to the classroom. As soon as he pushed open the door, a wave of noise hit him. The entire room was buzzing with excitement. His classmates were enthusiastically sharing their experiences from the Eternal Tower journey, with the topic of Shilua being particularly fervent. Did you hear? Shilua has already been taken as a disciple by the Supreme Nightmare. One boy exclaimed excitedly. Your news is outdated. A girl immediately retorted. I heard Shilua has become a warrior-level strongman and is preparing to officially head to the abyss for training. Are you kidding? How is that possible in just one night? Someone questioned skeptically. With an SS-level talent, you don't understand a thing, a boy with glasses said dismissively. No one knows more about SS-level talent than I do. Listening to his classmates' praises, Ibai felt a rare sense of embarrassment. He thought to himself, am I really that amazing? In the eyes of his classmates, Shilua had already become a mythical figure, capable of conquering the abyss and tearing apart demons with ease. However, in reality, he had to cautiously report a warrior-level cultist anonymously, fearing exposure and the trouble it would bring. Despite this, Ibai was quite satisfied with his current situation. He quietly returned to his seat, enjoying the feeling of being at the center of attention while maintaining his calm. Zhao Lin immediately leaned over, excitedly saying, Dabai, did you hear? Zhang Yun struck it lucky. Yibai glanced at Zhang Yun's empty seat and asked casually, oh, what happened? Lowering his voice with a hint of envy, Zhao Lin explained, that guy awakened a level talent and cleared the newbie dungeon with Insgrade. Right now, he's in the principal's office. Several warrior-level strongmen want to take him as their disciple. Impressive. Yibai responded nonchalantly. Zhao Lin, used to Yibai's attitude, continued, with an level talent, becoming a warrior is within reach, and dreaming of becoming a warlord isn't far-fetched. He might even touch the threshold of a war god. That's the allure of the Eternal Tower. Indeed, overnight, many people's fates had dramatically changed, including Yibai's own. After expressing his envy for Zhang Yun, Zhao Lin turned his gaze to Yibai, curiously asking, Dabai, what grade did you clear the newbie dungeon with? Above F grade. Yibai replied vaguely. No kidding. Who could be lower than F grade? Zhao Lin rolled his eyes, but didn't press further. Lowering his voice, he added, it seems our classmate Lu Sueki awakened in F-level talent, and couldn't even pass the first stage of the newbie dungeon. At this, Zhao Lin's expression darkened, clearly feeling uneasy. Failing the first stage of the newbie dungeon meant Lu Sueki's Eternal Tower journey would be 100 or even 1,000 times harder than others. Even with family resources, her chances of turning things around were slim. And F-level talent was almost a death sentence for her Eternal Tower career. Hearing Lu Sueki's name, Yibai turned slightly to look at her. She sat quietly at her desk, reading, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, seemingly out of place in the bustling classroom. She was the class monitor, with a delicate face and excellent academic performance. It was surprising that her talent awakening had such a dismal outcome. As Yibai was about to look away, he suddenly noticed a remark above Lu Sueki's head. Conditions for second talent awakening. Change profession to interdimensional summoner. Yibai was stunned, his mind racing. What does this mean? Lu Sueki's talent can awaken a second time? Typically, a single talent awakening was the limit, and only 1 in a million might have a second awakening. And talents that could awaken a second time were never below grade. The jump from grade to grade could change Lu Sueki's life. More information appeared before Yibai's eyes, and he was momentarily engrossed. Dabai, Dabai? Zhao Lin waved a hand in front of his face. What are you staring at? What are you thinking about? Yibai snapped back to reality and casually said, I was thinking about what I'd do if I awakened an SS-level talent. Dream on. Zhao Lin sneered, daydreaming in broad daylight. Just then, the bell rang, and the classroom gradually quieted down. Yibai held up a mirror in his palm, studying his reflection. He thought to himself, if Lu Sueki's grade talent can awaken a second time, could my SS-level talent also awaken a second time? This question became Yibai's primary focus. A remark appeared on the mirror. Why are you staring at this handsome guy? All right, SS-level talents can indeed awaken a second time. In fact, each SS-level talent can awaken 9 times. 9 times. Yibai's breath caught slightly. A second awakening was 1 in a million, and he could awaken 9 times. The inside eye was indeed powerful, able to see all information. But for Yibai, it still felt somewhat lacking. Its direct help in combat was minimal. If he could awaken a second time, the inside eye would be even more useful. Learning this, Yibai felt much more at ease. He looked forward to future developments while becoming even more cautious and hiding his true strength. One of the conditions for a second awakening is reaching level 300. For Yibai right now, that goal seems as distant as the stars. In the classroom, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow on the desks. Yibai was intently focused on a small mirror in his hand. Sitting beside him, Zhao Lin couldn't help but mutter, Dabai, you're getting more and more narcissistic. Not sleeping in class is one thing, but now you're even checking yourself out in the mirror. You're so unserious. Yibai rolled his eyes and retorted, how is that being unserious? Is class supposed to be nap time? Yibai, never sleep in class. No sooner had he finished speaking than the bell rang. Yibai stretched lazily, got up, and headed straight for Lu Sueki's desk. Other students quickly made way for him. Yi sighed inwardly. Just because I seriously injured a small-time thug, these guys still remember it. When he first crossed over to this world, he had caught a petty thief outside the school. The altercation ended with Yi landing the thief in the hospital, where he still remained. Word spread, and his classmates started fearing him, dubbing him the terror of Class 2. Zhao Lin had told him about these rumors, but Yi didn't care much. Stopping by Lu Sueki's desk, Yi waited. Lu Sueki looked up, and their eyes met. Her face immediately turned pale. Yi thought to himself, am I really that scary? Because of her level talent, no one dared to approach Lu Sueki. Everyone was afraid of upsetting her during this sensitive period. Even words of comfort were met with her forced smiles. At times like this, she must have been feeling the worst inside. Yi suddenly asked, what profession did you choose? Lu Sueki was clearly startled that the terror was speaking to her. She stammered, two don't have money. Yi was puzzled. Even if I were robbing, I wouldn't rob money. This remark made Lu Sueki's already pale face turn beet red, her ears burning. Yi thought, little girl, you have no composure at all. Not wanting to tease her further, he repeated his question. What profession did you choose? Magician, Lu Sueki replied timidly. For girls, magicians and priests are usually the top choices. Despite her level talent, Lu Sueki still had the heart to fight, so she chose to be a magician. Unfortunately, she lost her gamble, ending up with an extremely weak talent. Yi continued, do you know about the job change pool? It's a place where beginners can change their professions. Lu Sueki nodded. Coming from the Lu family, which had a War King level powerhouse, she was well aware. Entering the job change pool costs hundreds of thousands of dragon coins, a sum ordinary families couldn't afford, but it was manageable for the Lu family. If you carry a special item when entering the job change pool, you can switch to a special profession, like an otherworld summoner, Yi explained. I think you'd make a great otherworld summoner. Consider changing your profession. With that, Yi turned and left. He had said what needed to be said. Whether Lu Sueki could change her fate was up to her. It was just a few words, helping a classmate on a whim, no big deal. Lu Sueki was left sitting at her desk in a daze, her ears still burning red. Another world summoner, huh? Lu Sueki pondered Yi words, her brows furrowing in distress. Even if she changed her profession, what difference would it make? She was still level, still a failure who couldn't even clear the first novice dungeon level. Yet, giving up just like that felt equally wrong. Should I give it a try? She whispered to herself. No one answered. She was alone in the classroom, lost in deep thought. Sueki Lu, can you step outside for a moment? At the entrance of Class 2, Grade 12, a middle-aged man with graying temples and a stern expression peeked in. His authoritative gaze made the whole classroom tense up instantly. Lin Zhao glanced furtively at the door and then whispered to Bai Yi. I heard that the Battle King from the Lu family recently made significant gains in the Abyss realm and might become a war god. A family with a Battle King is on a completely different level from one with a war god. He continued, Sueki Lu is said to be the favored granddaughter of that Battle King. They've prepared a lot of resources for her, enough to make her a battle general at least. But who knew she'd awaken with grade talent? Bai Yi gave Lin Zhao a slightly exasperated look. Why do you keep up with so much gossip? Lin Zhao leaned back, hands behind his head. You don't understand, Bai. You know my situation, no one cares about me. The tough days are still ahead. If I can get into a martial arts university and become a soldier, I'll be set for life. I don't like fighting and killing. If all else fails, I'll try to get a position at the pavilion of all things. Bai Yi patted his shoulder without saying more. He knew that Lin Zhao's talent was only grade, with no chance for a second awakening. Outside the classroom, the vice principal's expression softened, and his tone became gentle. Sueki, don't feel pressured. Talent isn't everything. There have been instances in our human race where someone with grade talent became a war god. Sueki Lu bit her lip, nearly drawing blood. She knew that the so-called instance involved a second awakening that upgraded the talent from grade to a grade. It wasn't achieved with just grade talent. Inadequate talent is just poorly utilized talent, she thought, disagreeing entirely. The difference between grade and a grade talent is immense, and no amount of effort can bridge that gap. The vice principal continued, Sueki, your grandfather and I go way back. Before he left for the Abyss realm, his biggest concern was you. We've discussed it with your family and decided to open the Eternal Tower's job change pool for you. The mage path isn't suitable for you. Hearing the words, job change pool, a glimmer of hope appeared in Sueki Lu's eyes. She couldn't help but think of the otherworld summoner profession Bai Yi had once mentioned. Noticing her interest, the vice principal added, the job change pool we've prepared for you is special. It contains many unique professions, even hidden ones. This opportunity is rare, miss it, and you'll never get another chance. Sueki Lu knew her family, backed by a battle king, had deep resources. Most people could only afford a basic job change pool, costing around 1 million dragon coins. But her family was spending tens of millions on special materials for her. All right, Uncle Zhang, they'll follow your advice. Sweki Lu finally agreed. The vice principal visibly relaxed. They had been worried she would stubbornly stick to being a mage and miss this opportunity. Sweki suddenly asked, is there an option for Otherworld Summoner in the job change pool? Vice Principal Zhang checked his phone. Yes, but why do you ask? Otherworld Summoner is a special profession, but it's too weak. You only get one chance to change jobs. Don't waste it on something like that. Leading the way, he advised, try to choose a support profession, even a forge master. Your family can find a master to teach you, and you'll still achieve great things. But Zheng's words were like wind in Sweki Lu's ears. She couldn't stop thinking about becoming an Otherworld Summoner, silently blaming Bai Yi for not being clearer. Why couldn't he explain better? It's driving me crazy. Sweki Lu was anxious. She knew she had to change professions. Her grade talent didn't suit a mage, and continuing on that path would be a dead end. As an obscure and weak profession, being an Otherworld Summoner wasn't much better. Standing at the classroom door, Lu Sweki struggled internally. She closed her eyes, envisioning the future arranged by Vice Principal Zhang and her family. Getting into a good university, joining a prestigious organization, working her way up from an unremarkable position, getting married, and having children. These scenes flashed before her eyes like a slideshow, each frame vividly clear, even down to the epitaph on her tombstone. Lu Sweki opened her eyes and let out a bitter smile. She could almost see a grand yet decayed tombstone with the words, "Here lies Lu Sweki, a woman who once lived but died the day she awakened her talent at 18, her fists clenched, nails digging into her palms. No, this was not the life she wanted. Sweki, Sweki. Vice Principal Zheng's voice pulled her back to reality. Lu Sweki realized they had already arrived outside a classroom. We're here, Vice Principal Zheng said. Go inside and activate the tower mark to enter the job change pool. He reminded her once more. Remember what I told you earlier, choose a hidden, support-type special profession. Got it? Lu Sweki replied, nodding. She reached out to push the door open. Her fingertips trembled slightly, and a jolt of electricity seemed to surge through her as she touched the cold wooden door. Could this be the moment that changes her fate? Lu Sweki wasn't sure. Stepping into the classroom, Lu Sweki took a deep breath, inwardly mocking herself. Choosing to be an Otherworld Summoner was just a random suggestion from a classmate. Pinning my hopes on this? I must be out of my mind. But do I have any other choice? She closed her eyes and activated the tower mark. Instantly, several rare hidden profession options appeared before her. However, Lu Sweki's gaze bypassed these dazzling choices and landed on a seemingly insignificant profession in the corner Otherworld Summoner. It's now or never. Lu Sweki took a deep breath, steeling herself. She bit her lip. If I make the wrong choice, I'll go find Yi Bai and at least make him treat me to a meal. Steadying herself, Lu Sweki straightened her back and took a step forward. Her eyes shone with determination as she made her final choice. Job change Otherworld Summoner. A soft golden light enveloped Lu Sweki, giving her no time to react as a pleasant chime echoed in her ears. Job change successful. Otherworld Summoner. Immediately after, the system delivered another shocking message. Talent awakening conditions triggered for a second time. Talent reawakened. Second awakening talent shrank, as if blessed by the gods. Lu Sweki stood there, stunned. Her cherry-red lips forming an O shape, unable to speak for a long time. Her beautiful eyes welled up with tears, which silently streamed down her cheeks. Waves of overwhelming joy surged through her heart, making her legs give way as she collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. In that moment, all the pent-up emotions she had been holding back came flooding out like a breached dam. The pressure of having an frank talent, the whispers and pointing fingers from those around her, the gossip behind her back, and her mother's tearful, pitying glances, all of it disappeared in an instant. The incredible transformation from an frank talent to an shrank one was something no one would believe if she told them. After a long while, Lu Sweki managed to get up from the ground, taking deep breaths to calm herself, and began to straighten her disheveled school uniform. She kept reminding herself, stay calm, don't get carried away. Lu Sweki's maturity and wisdom, far beyond her years, became evident at that moment. She knew that everyone still thought she had an frank talent. No one knew about her second awakening. This would be her biggest secret. She remembered a classmate who, after awakening an frank talent, took leave and was rumored to have broken down crying at home, which only strengthened her resolve. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth, Lu Sweki thought to herself. She recalled the legendary Azura, rumored to have an SS rank talent, who kept his identity a secret to the extremino one knew his true identity. And rank talent would also attract envy, so it was safer to keep it hidden. She decided firmly not to disclose her second awakening to anyone. She would work hard in silence and amaze everyone at the right moment. Just then, Lu Sweki remembered something. Why had Yi Bai suddenly mentioned the Otherworld Summoner to her? Without Yi Bai's suggestion, she wouldn't have chosen this profession. Given her intelligence, she quickly considered a possibility. Did Yi Bai know the conditions for her second talent awakening? The thought made her heart skip a beat. If that were true, it was indeed terrifying. She had to ask Yi Bai about it. With that in mind, Lu Sueki immediately activated the Eternal Tower Mark and returned to Blue Star. She opened the door to find Vice Principal Zhang waiting anxiously outside. "So, what profession did you choose?" he asked eagerly. Lu Sueki lifted her head slightly and answered confidently, "Otherworld Summoner." "What?" Vice Principal Zhang almost fainted, cursing inwardly. What a waste! But considering she was his good friend's beloved granddaughter, he could only wave his hand helplessly. "Fine. You young people have your own ideas. Do as you wish." "Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Can I go back to class now?" "Go ahead." Vice Principal Zhang watched Lu Sueki's departing figure and suddenly sensed something different. This girl, who had been so despondent and gloomy before, now seemed revitalized after her job change. Could there be more to it? He kept the question to himself, not probing further. After all, everyone had their secrets, and Lu Sueki's path was hers to walk alone. In the classroom, Zhao Lin noticed Lu Sueki's return and straightened up in surprise. "Hey, she looks really happy. Wait, why isn't she going back to her seat? Why is she coming over here?" As one of the troublemakers in Class 2, Zhao Lin and Yi Bai sat in the last row. Under Zhao Lin's astonished gaze, Lu Sueki walked straight toward toward Yi Bai. Many students noticed the scene and turned their attention to it. Some whispered, "Look, Lu Sueki is going to see the villain. What's she up to? I heard the villain broke 3 of someone's legs last time." "3 legs? Dude, are you talking about?" Several students gasped, feeling a chill down their spines, secretly deciding to stay away from Yi Bai in the future. Standing in front of Yi Bai's desk, Lu Sueki looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Noticing her, Yi Bai asked impatiently, "What? Planning to seduce me?" "You." Lu Sueki was momentarily speechless, forgetting what she wanted to say, almost stomping her foot in frustration. Yi Bai always had a knack for killing the conversation with just one sentence. Lu Sueki took a deep breath and summoned the courage to speak. "Yi Bai, may I ask you a question?" Yi Bai nodded slightly, his tone indifferent. "You can." "You've already asked one." Lu Sueki was taken aback by his response and furrowed her brows. She resisted the urge to walk away and told herself she needed to get to the bottom of this. Considering that it might involve Yi Bai's privacy, she lowered her voice and continued, "Can we talk outside?" "Sure," Yi Bai replied succinctly, then stood up and walked toward the window. Without hesitation, he pushed the window frame and leaped out. Even though the classroom was on the ground floor, Yi Bai's action was still surprising. With his current physical condition, he wouldn't get hurt even if he jumped from several floors up. Standing outside the window, Yi Bai turned back to look at Lu Sueki, still in the classroom, and teased, "What are you standing there for? Didn't you want to talk?" Gritting her teeth, Lu Sueki mimicked Yi Bai and jumped out the window in a moment of desperation. This scene instantly set the classroom abuzz, with classmates exclaiming, "Whoa, did I just see that? Are they eloping? Quick, get the dean. Someone's jumping out the window to elope." The classroom erupted in laughter and chaos. Ignoring the commotion behind her, Lu Sueki was focused solely on getting answers. Once they were out of earshot, she cautiously asked, "Yi Bai, why did you suggest I switch to being an otherworld summoner?" Yi Bai rolled his eyes and replied dismissively, "Why make such a big deal out of it? I searched on Jihu, and the top recommendation for grade talent was an otherworld summoner." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and showed Lu Sueki the search results on Jihu. "Look, this question. What's the best profession for grade talent?" Lu Sueki's eyes widened, momentarily at a loss for words. This was completely different from what she had expected. Yi Bai's answer caught her off guard. She thought to herself, Yi Bai really doesn't play by the rules. "That's all for now. I'm heading back," Yi Bai said, turning to climb back through the window into the classroom. "Wait," Lu Sueki called out instinctively, her mind suddenly a whirl of confusion. Could it really just be a coincidence? Was she just lucky? It seemed too convenient. Is there something else? Yi Bai stopped and looked back at her. Lu Sueki opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Logically, she owed Yi Bai a great debt. Whether it was luck or his intention, her second awakening of talent was definitely related to him. But she couldn't mention this. She had to keep it a secret, not letting anyone know she had jumped from nth grade to nth grade talent. Caught in this dilemma, Lu Sueki's face turned red as she stammered, the school doesn't allow phones. Next time, hide it better so the teachers don't find out." Yi Bai chuckled lightly and gracefully leaped back through the low window into the classroom. As soon as he returned to his seat, Zhao Lin looked at him with admiration. "Bai, nice one. When did you and Lu Sueki start hanging out?" The entire class perked up, eager to hear Yi Bai's response. The gossip-hungry teens were especially intrigued by the unlikely pair of a top student and a troublemaker. "You're getting it all wrong," Yi Bai said calmly. Lu Sweki just had some questions about her studies. That's all. Don't overthink it. The entire class, including Zhao Lin, couldn't help but roll their eyes at his audacity. Lu Sweki, one of the top 3 students in the school, asking for help from Ibai, a known underachiever? Such a blatant lie. Did he really think they were all fools? However, Ibai played it off effortlessly. With just a few words, he managed to deflect everyone's curiosity. The class sensibly dropped the subject, and their discussions shifted back to the Eternal Tower. The hottest topic remained the legendary Shura. Ring, the bell signaled the start of the next class, and the homeroom teacher walked in to begin the last lesson of the day. Before we start, please pass these ribbons back, the teacher said, handing out bundles of gray ribbons to the front row, who then passed them back through the rows. By the time the ribbons reached Ibai, only one was left. The gray ribbon was about 40 centimeters long and felt smooth to the touch. Ibai noticed a note. A one-time item that hides your eternal ID until you reach level 100. Although his expression remained unchanged, he had a good idea of what this meant. What's this? It feels pretty sturdy, Zhao Lin said, tugging on the ribbon without making a dent. The teacher explained from the front. These ribbons were issued by higher authorities and are required for all students. Here's how to use them. Wrap the ribbon around your right arm. Following the teacher's instructions, all the students wrapped the ribbons around their arms. In an instant, the ribbons vanished in a flash of light. All right, from now on, your eternal IDs are hidden until you reach level 100, the teacher announced, prompting a wave of chatter. Why hide our eternal IDs? Most students didn't understand why such an effort was needed for just an ID, but some quick-thinking students made the connection. It's for Shura. To hide Shura's ID, the best way is to hide it among everyone else's. A drop of water is safest in the ocean. The ribbons distributed by the higher authorities could hide eternal IDs. With all students' IDs hidden, Shura's would be too. It was a clever tactic. It's just too extravagant. Zhao Lin calculated. One of these ribbons must cost at least $1 million. With millions of students on Blue Star, the expense is... Even Yi-Bai felt a pang of regret. He wished he could stand up and say, I'm Shura, save the money and give it to me. But he couldn't. Quiet. The teacher knocked on the board and continued. These ribbons were made by the Supreme Nightmare. When a supreme being steps in, it's not about the cost but the commitment. The human race will pay any price to ensure the rise of the 4th supreme being. In other words, we are safeguarding Shura. The teacher's voice softened slightly. Actually, this isn't just Shura's opportunity. It's also yours. This year, funding has significantly increased, and the benefits of the entrance exams have even made many warriors envious. Students, you are in the best of times, a time when a supreme being is about to rise. When the sun rises high, won't the stars also shine? Protecting Shura's path is also protecting yours. Shura's rise is your rise. These words stirred the students' hearts, filling them with a burning desire to rush into the Eternal Tower and dominate the battlefield. Yi-Bai squinted slightly, keenly sensing something unusual. The homeroom teacher was passionately delivering a speech, but his words seemed to surpass his usual standard. Observing carefully, Yi-Bai noticed that the teacher occasionally glanced at his phone before continuing his eloquent discourse. Unbelievable. He's cheating. Yi-Bai chuckled inwardly but had to admit, the teacher did say something quite profound. When the sun is at its zenith, can there be no stars accompanying it? This remark sent Yi-Bai into deep thought. He reflected on the history of humanity, where 3 supreme warriors had risen successively, each era marked by the brilliance of countless geniuses. It was a time when extraordinary individuals emerged in droves, with war gods appearing out of nowhere and warlords being commonplace. These supreme warriors seemed to possess a magical power that propelled the entire era forward. It was precisely because of this phenomenon that the Azura SS level novice dungeon clearance caused such a massive chain reaction. Humanity had been eagerly awaiting the emergence of a 4th supreme warrior for far too long. With this in mind, Yi-Bai turned his gaze to Lu Sweki. He noticed a new note above her head. Second awakening, S-level talent blessed by the gods. Summoned creatures automatically receive divine favor, with a certain probability of summoning powerful beings from other worlds. Yi-Bai had long noticed that Lu Sweki's second awakening had elevated her to S-level talent. This wasn't just a simple transformation but a qualitative leap. With S-level talent, as long as Lu Sweki put in some effort, the position of warlord was within easy reach, and she even had a 50% chance of becoming a war god. Suddenly, Yi-Bai seemed to understand something. He pondered. Without me, Lu Sweki's S-level talent would never have undergone a second awakening. There are so many special professions. It's impossible that she would randomly become an interdimensional summoner. If she missed the novice job transfer opportunity, she would never have the chance for a second awakening in her lifetime. This meant that because of his presence, S-level talent had transformed into S-level talent. The future of humanity might now include a female war god. Could this be the secret of the era of supreme warriors? A surge of excitement welled up in Yi Bai's heart as he seemed to touch upon an important truth. The rise of one person can inspire an entire era. Yi Bai set aside the notion of becoming the strongest for now. It was still too distant a goal for him. At this moment, he wasn't even considered a soldier, so how could he dream of reaching such heights? Whether there was a level beyond the war god was a question that remained unanswered. For ordinary people, the war god was already an attainable peak. Yi Bai carefully studied the information in his hands. Soldier, general, king, and war god. These four ranks were not determined by the levels of the Eternal Tower, but were classified through rigorous combat tests. Typically, one had to reach level 30 in the Eternal Tower to have a chance of passing the soldier test and becoming a first-class soldier. Of course, some individuals with weaker abilities might need to reach levels 40 or 50 to cross this threshold. Generally, those below level 200 were considered soldiers, ranging from first class to ninth class. Yi Bai's gaze fell on the benefits listed for soldiers. A first-class soldier received a monthly subsidy of 15,000 yuan and could apply for an 89 square meter rent-free apartment. Even more enticing, after living there for 3 years, they could purchase the apartment at half the market price. It was clear that the Housing Bureau had gone to great lengths to provide these benefits. Becoming a soldier meant stepping into a completely new world, with a significant elevation in social status. Because of this, countless people strove tirelessly to improve their Eternal Tower levels, aiming to pass the soldier evaluation. However, despite the lucrative benefits, becoming a soldier was no easy feat. Yi Bai did some calculations. Based on previous college entrance exams, any candidate who reached level 30 in the Eternal Tower could get into a decent martial arts university. Level 30 was the threshold for becoming a first-class soldier and the admission standard for many martial arts universities. However, the acceptance rate for these universities was less than 10. Out of millions of candidates, only about 1 million could become soldiers. And this was just for the lowest rank of first-class soldier. The higher the rank, the harder it was to improve, and the higher the elimination rate. As Yi Bai pondered, the homeroom teacher on the podium happened to bring up this topic. Students, his voice was filled with urgency. The next 100 days are crucial. You must give it your all to increase your levels, and strive to reach level 30 before the college entrance exams to get into a martial arts university. He paused for a moment before continuing. According to the latest big data analysis, the first 100 days are the golden period for level improvement. If you can't break through to level 30 during this time, your chances will drop to 0.2. Don't miss this opportunity. At this point, the teacher's expression turned somber. His own Eternal Tower level was stuck at 29, and he had failed the college entrance exams years ago. Over the years, he had made no progress, stuck in place. Clearing his throat, his voice a bit hoarse, he said, "Class dismissed. Zhang Yun, Lu Sueki, stay behind." The classroom buzzed with excitement as students rushed out, eager to re-enter the Eternal Tower and embark on new adventures, seizing their chance to change their destinies. However, the two students who stayed behind faced very different circumstances. The looks directed at Zhang Yun were filled with envy, mixed with a hint of jealousy. With an A-level talent and its level dungeon clearance, reaching level 30 was child's play for Zhang Yun. His future was bright. Zhang Yun paid no attention to these looks, his slightly arrogant face remaining calm. In his eyes, they were no longer part of the same world. When the gaze shifted to Lu Sueki, the atmosphere changed dramatically. Pity, sympathy, mockery, and schadenfreude intertwined. People always admired the strong and looked down on the weak. It seemed to be human nature. However, compared to Zhang Yun, Lu Sueki's attitude was even more composed. This composure came from an inner confidence. With level talent and a perfectly matched profession, Lu Sueki's potential far exceeded everyone's imagination. The heights Zhang Yun could reach in a lifetime were merely starting points for Lu Sueki. The teacher first turned to Zhang Yun, speaking earnestly, "Zhang Yun, you must remain humble and not let your current achievements go to your head." Zhang Yun nodded seriously, but internally he was already impatient. He thought to himself, "I'm destined to become a war king. What right do you have to lecture me when you haven't even become a soldier?" The teacher, having seen many students, easily saw through Zhang Yun's perfunctory attitude, but chose not to call him out. He then turned to Lu Sueki, speaking gently, "Sueki, you can focus more on support roles and life professions. And level talent doesn't mean the end of the world. Life must go on." At this point, the teacher seemed to touch a chord within himself, his expression becoming wistful. "Don't laugh at me," he began slowly. "I awakened with an A-level talent back in the day, and it felt like the sky was falling. I was unwilling to accept it and recklessly ventured into the Eternal Tower, even contemplating sneaking into the abyssal plane to fight. I thought, even if I died for my country, it would be better than living a mediocre life." He sighed deeply, smiling self-deprecatingly, "But these feelings pass. Look at me now, teaching and nurturing several generals. Everyone has their own path in life. The bright sun in the sky, accompanied by countless stars, reminds us that we can be ordinary people with our feet on the ground and our eyes on the stars. The homeroom teacher's words were like a bomb, striking right at the heart of Lu Sueki's pain. She looked at the teacher with gratitude and silently vowed that even without a second awakening, these words would be her driving force. Thank you, teacher, Lu Sueki said sincerely. The teacher smiled and nodded. All right, you can go now. With that, he was the first to leave the classroom. As Lu Sueki was about to leave, she heard Zhang Yun's voice behind her. She turned to see Zhang Yun standing there. At 1.72 meters tall, he wasn't particularly outstanding among his peers, and his thin frame paired with a sharp-featured face gave an impression of awkwardness. Lu Sueki, do you want to team up to explore the Eternal Tower? Zhang Yun said confidently. Even with your level talent, you can easily reach level 10 if you follow me. Lu Sueki coldly declined. No, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Zhang Yun's condescending invitation sparked a flare of irritation in her. If you change your mind, feel free to find me. Zhang Yun called out to her retreating figure. In the entire number 3 high school, even the whole Nanjing city, my talent is unmatched. Teaming up with me will greatly boost your leveling speed, and you might even have a chance to reach level 30. Think about it. Watching Lu Sueki leave, Zhang Yun shook his head and muttered to himself, she will regret this. Zhang Yun wasn't boasting. An A-level talent indeed stood out in Nanjing City, even surpassing last year's top student. According to his teacher's estimates, he had the potential to become a third-year warrior before the college entrance exams. After Lu Sueki walked away, the smile on Zhang Yun's face vanished, replaced by a sinister expression. He thought to himself, I have top-tier talent now, but I'm lacking resources. Although Lu Sueki herself is useless, the Lu family is a family of war kings. I need to figure something out. Unaware of Zhang Yun's schemes, Lu Sueki left the classroom and, without waiting for her driver, ran towards the school gate. Yibai, wait up. Lu Sueki called out, panting. In the sunset, the shadows of Yibai and Zhao Lin stretched long. Hearing her call, they stopped and turned to see Lu Sueki running towards them. Zhao Lin glanced at Yibai in surprise and tactfully stepped aside, giving them space. What is it? Another question you can't solve? Yibai asked calmly. No, it's not that. Lu Sueki, hands on her knees and slightly out of breath, wiped the sweat from her forehead. She took a deep breath and looked Yibai in the eye. I want to ask if you'd like to team up to explore the Eternal Tower with me? Zhao Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Sueki, the girl hailed as the class beauty, even the school beauty, was actively inviting Yibai to team up? This was beyond his comprehension. Yibai frowned slightly, preparing to reject Lu Sueki's invitation to team up. His SS-level talent had already caused a stir in the novice dungeon, attracting attention from various factions. Before he fully matured, he couldn't afford to expose his identity as a Jura. He needed to avoid too much interaction with others, especially with high-profile figures like Lu Sueki. No, I prefer to go solo, Yibai said bluntly. Lu Sueki wasn't surprised. She knew well that, in the eyes of others, she was just an level waste. Teaming up with her was like dragging along dead weight. Zhao Lin, fearing Lu Sueki might misunderstand, quickly explained, Debai doesn't even team up with me. He said he's planning to tackle the second floor of the Eternal Tower today. The whole class knew about Zhao Lin and Yibai's close relationship. If even Zhao Lin couldn't team up with Yibai, it was proof enough that Yibai wasn't lying. In fact, Yibai had no reason to lie. Whether Lu Sueki had S-level or N-level talent, teaming up with him would mean she'd just be along for the ride without needing to lift a finger. Thank you, Lu Sueki said, bowing slightly as she thanked Yibai again. She then pulled a scroll out of her pocket. This is a map of the Eternal Tower collected by my grandfather. It has information from the 1st to the 10th floor, including monster spawn points, monster details, and even some hidden quests. Before Lu Sueki finished speaking, Zhao Lin's eyes were glued to the scroll, nearly drooling. What a treasure! He loved collecting various pieces of information and knew the importance of maps. Such items were priceless and unattainable for ordinary people. It's no exaggeration to say that this small scroll in Lu Sueki's hand was worth millions. Zhao Lin gave Yibai a look, signaling him to accept it. Yibai sighed inwardly. This item might be invaluable to others, but it was worthless to him. Please, you must take it. Lu Sueki insisted, her face turning red, her gaze firm. This is the most valuable thing I can offer right now. It was clear that if Yibai didn't accept it, she wouldn't give up. All right, I'll return it to you after I use it, Yibai said, taking the scroll and waving his hand. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. As Yibai walked away into the sunset, Lu Sueki bowed again in silent gratitude, tears slipping down her cheeks. Sueki. A noblewoman hurriedly approached Lu Sueki. Where were you? I was worried sick. The woman, elegant and well-maintained, bore a striking resemblance to Lu Sueki. Don't worry about your talent, listen to your mother. Let's go home and eat. Lu Sueki forced a smile. Mom, I'm fine. Don't say you're fine. Your eyes are red. My poor child. The noblewoman hugged Lu Sweki, a fleeting look of worry crossing her face before she quickly masked it. Who was that boy? Aren't you going to introduce him to your mother? No, he's just a classmate. I saw you give him the map. Tell me honestly, do you like him? Lu Sweki quickly defended herself. Mom, no, Yibai is just a classmate. All right, let's go. Sitting in the front seat, the noblewoman took out her phone and sent a text. Check the background of Yibai from Class 2 of Senior Year 3. Watching her daughter in the rearview mirror, the noblewoman's eyes turned cold. Her daughter had awakened in Flevel talent. What mother wouldn't be heartbroken? If anyone tried to take advantage of her daughter and exploit the Lu family, she wouldn't stand for it. After dinner, back home, Yibai spread out the map Lu Sweki had given him. There was indeed a lot of information, but it was useless to him. With the eye of insight, there were no secrets to him. The Eternal Tower required constant upward progression. Yibai was currently on the first floor. The leveling spots from LV.1 to LV.10 were useless to him. Hidden quests and special areas with low rewards were directly ignored. Yibai noticed a number next to the first floor map. Exploration rate, 0. An exploration rate? What happens when it reaches 100? The higher the exploration rate, the richer the rewards when breaking through the floors of the Eternal Tower. First floor clearance history, 100 exploration rate 2 people, over 90 exploration rate 19 people. Seeing the notes, Yibai's spirits lifted. 100 exploration rate, only 2 people? Even among the 3 supreme figures of the past, one hadn't reached 100 exploration rate. Ways to increase exploration rate. Kill monsters, kill special bosses, explore the map. 100 exploration rate strategy. First, go to Wind and Thunder Valley. After reading all the information, Yibai made a decision immediately. Yibai was determined to reach 100 exploration on the first floor today. He knew that the levels in the Eternal Tower were closely linked to its floors, and as long as he was on the first floor, he could never break through the level 10 barrier. After carefully analyzing the strategy for achieving 100 exploration, Yibai frowned. The combat difficulty wasn't high, but covering such a vast distance within 6 hours was a real headache. The Eternal Tower was only open for 6 hours each day. If he missed today, he would have to try again tomorrow. A sudden idea struck him, and Yibai decided to try his luck in the trade realm to see if he could find any movement skills. He immediately activated the tower mark and teleported into the trade realm, which was open 247. As soon as he logged in, his communicator was bombarded with messages from his goblin underling. Boss, are you there? Contact me as soon as you see this message. Yibai quickly replied with an address. In less than a minute, the goblin underling appeared in front of Yibai, panting heavily. This time, there was a strange look in his eyes as he gazed at Yibai. Boss, who are you really? The goblin underling asked while catching his breath. What's going on? Yibai raised an eyebrow. Lowering his voice excitedly, the goblin underling said, That guy you reported today, Swatianan, has been detained. That's good news. Yibai nodded thoughtfully. A demonic cultist brought to justice is always a relief. The fewer of such people, the fewer knives aimed at the back of humanity. You don't know the half of it. The goblin underling's eyes sparkled with excitement. He flipped immediately after being caught and ratted out quite a few big names. Thanks to his information, 3 warlord-level cultists were arrested today alone. Yibai was also a bit surprised. A buy one get 3 free deal? This is like a Black Friday sale. Let's get serious, the goblin underling said, regaining his composure. After discussions between the main guild and the Enforcement Bureau, they've determined the reward for your report, 30,000 gold coins. Plus, from now on, you get a 10 discount on all purchases at the All Things Pavilion. 30,000 gold coins and a 10 discount at the Wanwu Pavilion. This was the entire reward for Yibai's report on Azwatianan, equivalent to 30 million dragon coins. Yibai accepted 2 cards handed over by the goblin assistant. One was an anonymous gold card, and the other was a VIP card with warlord-level privileges. The goblin assistant enthusiastically explained, Brother, this VIP card is a privilege only warlords can enjoy. It can be used both online and offline. Just present it at any auction or marketplace hosted by the Wanwu Pavilion, and you'll receive warlord-level treatment. Yibai nodded in understanding and then stated his purpose for the visit. Do you have any movement skills or equipment suitable for low-level mages? The goblin assistant immediately brought out a few items and began a professional introduction. First was the Swift Wind Step skill book, priced at 500 gold coins. It could increase movement speed and, with level progression, also grant temporary invisibility and critical strike effects. Yibai dismissed this option, thinking he had no intention of becoming a sword saint or roaming the otherworld. Next were the Wind Spirit Boots, which came with a movement skill allowing temporary flight with wind wings. Then there was Flame Leap, which could blink 2 meters in a specified direction and deal fire damage. However, none of these met Yibai's needs. The goblin assistant explained helplessly that low-tier mage equipment was indeed rare, mostly snapped up by major families. Finally, he mentioned an all-class skill bookwind slash. This skill allowed the user to dash to the enemy at high speed, dealing 65 normal attack damage instantly, with no cost and a cooldown of just 0.5 seconds. Before the goblin assistant finished speaking, he himself felt the suggestion was somewhat ridiculous. After all, the most crucial aspect for mages was distance control, and wind slash completely contradicted this principle. Surprisingly, Yibai showed keen interest. How much is it? Yibai asked. 8,000 gold coins, but with the discount, it's 7,000 gold coins, the goblin assistant replied, frowning. Are you really going to buy this? Without hesitation, Yibai took out 7,000 gold coins and calmly said, I'll take it. The transaction was completed swiftly, and Yibai immediately learned the wind slash skill. He nodded in satisfaction, thinking that while this skill might be useless for other mages, it was a game changer for him. With the support of Charge and Thunder Blessing, both his normal attacks and skills could deal astonishing damage. Yibai felt proud, believing that this advanced combat philosophy was the true essence of being a mage. After the transaction, the goblin assistant tentatively asked, Brother, what should I call you? After a brief thought, Yibai replied, You can call me Fourth Brother. All right, Fourth Brother. See you later, Fourth Brother. The goblin assistant respectfully bid farewell. After leaving the trading secret realm, it was exactly midnight. Yibai once again embarked on his journey to the Eternal Tower. Welcome to the Eternal Core City. A pleasant, ethereal voice sounded in his ear. The system briefly introduced the functions of the Eternal Core City. It served as a transit hub and resting place for those venturing into the Eternal Tower. Players could input the floor number at the core to teleport. If they died during the exploration, they would automatically return to the core city and enter a weakened state. After breaking through the current floor, they would also return automatically. The city was open for 6 hours daily, reminding players to manage their time wisely. Yibai opened his eyes and found himself in a vast city. The surroundings were bustling with people, lively and vibrant. This was the Eternal Core City, where everyone, regardless of strength, had to start their journey into the Eternal Tower. For ordinary players, the Eternal Core City was their trading venue. Without the supervision of the Secret Realm Spirit, some deceitful activities were inevitable. As soon as Yibai entered the city, he heard the bustling cries from all around. The first level special map, only 50 copper coins. Don't miss out. A vendor's shout echoed through the trading district of Eternal Core City. Beside him, another merchant called out, 3 silver coins to help you clear the first level, guaranteed success or your money back. Not far away, a blacksmith was showcasing his work, silver scaled chest plate, 5 gold each. Over the past century, Eternal Core City has been meticulously developed and divided into various functional areas. Besides the bustling trading district, there are also the professional district, the combat power testing zone, and the team formation area. The professional district gathers various professional guilds where peers exchange knowledge and enhance their skills. The combat power testing zone, established by the Defense Bureau, is responsible for assessing the combat power of warriors, generals, warlords, and gods of war. The unique aspect here is that injuries or even death within the Eternal Tower do not affect the real-world body. From the rank of general onwards, combat power assessments also require evaluation of performance in the abyssal plane, not just on paper. This system, set up by 3 supreme beings, aims to cultivate fierce warriors capable of killing enemies on real battlefields, rather than robotic fighters who only know how to mechanically cast skills. Yibai had a clear plan in mind, first to venture through the Eternal Tower, then to head to the combat power testing zone for the warrior test. Without hesitation, he placed his palm on a crystal by the roadside, and in a flash of light, he was instantly transported to the first level of the Eternal Tower. Shortly after Yibai disappeared, Zhao Lin and Lu Sueki entered Eternal Core City one after another. Lu Sueki recognized Zhao Lin immediately, raising her eyebrows with anticipation as she asked, Zhao Lin, is Yibai with you? Zhao Lin, focused on checking his mailbox, replied without looking up, No, but Yibai sent me some stuff. He found a few unidentified scrolls and puppets in his mailbox, along with a message from Yibai. Don't use these items unless absolutely necessary, as it might affect the assessment of your own strength and potential. Upon learning that Yibai was not around, Lu Sueki was visibly disappointed. But she quickly remembered something important and urgently said, By the way, you must tell Yibai not to go to Wind and Thunder Valley today. Zhao Lin asked in confusion, Why? With a serious expression, Lu Sueki explained, A war god from the prophecy department predicted today's monster refresh in the first level of the Eternal Tower. A special, extremely powerful boss will appear deep in Wind and Thunder Valley. Entering recklessly would be a death sentence. Alarmed, Zhao Lin immediately tried to send a message but quickly realized a critical problem. Damn, Yibai is already in the Eternal Tower. He can't receive messages. Gritting her teeth, Lu Sueki placed her hand on the crystal without hesitation, silently praying, Yibai, don't go to Wind and Thunder Valley. Meanwhile, on the first level of the Eternal Tower, Yibai stretched and prepared to embark on his 100 exploration journey. His first target was clear. First stop, Wind and Thunder Valley. Here I come. Wind slash. Yibai's figure streaked through the air like the wind, leaving behind afterimages. In an instant, he appeared behind a minotaur. With a light tap of his staff on the back of the creature's head, the minotaur collapsed, dissolving into white light and leaving behind a small pile of copper coins. Yibai's gaze turned toward the depths of Thunder Valley, where the ominous sounds of wind and thunder roared faintly. It seemed a terrifying monster had emerged within the valley, causing numerous creatures to flee their territories. This sight only fueled Yibai's fighting spirit. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he anticipated the coming challenge. Only the big guy inside can give me a real warm-up, he muttered to himself. With his SS-grade talent, the Eye of Insight, Yibai easily discerned the details of the monster in the valley. The information about the Bull Demon General appeared before him. Bull Demon General severely injured. Level 20. HP 65,000. MP 21,000. Physical defense 300. Magic defense 9999. Skills not displayed. Note: carries a special item intended to hinder Shura's growth. Yibai chuckled. So, it's here specifically for me, he thought. Due to a server-wide announcement, the whole world knew that Shura had transitioned into a Heaven's Wrath mage. To thwart Shura's growth, the demon god had sent this creature, which boasted high magic defense. In reality, the Bull Demon General carried its great item, the anti-magic disc, which was incredibly powerful. It could negate any magic damage below 10 million and reduce damage above that by 90. This made the Bull Demon General a nightmare for mages, an arch-nemesis for Shura, and an absolute mage killer. To defeat the Bull Demon General, a mage would need to deal over 10 million magic damage in a single blow. This meant ordinary mages stood no chance and would need to gather a large number of physical fighters to slowly wear it down. Faced with such a daunting challenge, those with weaker talents avoided it, fearing for their lives. Meanwhile, those with stronger talents eagerly prepared to face it, though even they needed to form teams to attempt it. Soloing was tantamount to suicide. However, Yibai didn't hesitate. He had confidence in handling it alone. Wind slash. Yibai activated the skill again. A gust of wind swept through, and he instantly appeared 100 meters away, effortlessly taking down another minotaur. This skill had a cooldown of just 0.5 seconds and could cover a distance of up to 150 meters in a single dash. This translated to a speed of 1,080 kilometers per hour. It was this incredible speed that made Yibai choose Wind Slash, and it had not disappointed him. As Yibai used Wind Slash to advance rapidly, he continuously built up his momentum, preparing to face the Bull Demon General. He had no fear of its magic immunity. Don't underestimate me. The hellhound I killed yesterday with a single blow took 100 billion magic damage. A mere 10 million is nothing. Yibai sped towards Thunder Valley like a whirlwind, drawing attention from those around. Observers on two high grounds immediately relayed the message. Attention, Team 1. A warrior has entered Thunder Valley alone. The members of Team 1 remained unfazed, even showing some schadenfreude. Another one going to his death, someone mocked. That's a demon summoned by the demon god, and he wants to solo it? Ridiculous. Even we geniuses have to team up to challenge it. Where does he get the confidence to solo the boss? Is he Shura? Don't be ridiculous. Shura is a mage, not a warrior. On the open ground outside Thunder Valley, about 100 people stood scattered, chatting and joking about the warrior who had just rushed into the valley. These were all geniuses from various regions, with the weakest having an A-grade talent. Jiang Yun stood quietly in an inconspicuous corner, scanning the crowd. In Nanjiang City, he was a dazzling genius, the pride of his school, enjoying countless resources. But on a national or global scale, it wasn't a grade talent worth. Jiang Yun clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He longed to become stronger, but for now, how could he compare with these prodigies? Suddenly, a command rang out. Attention, everyone. We're about to set off. Someone joked, we better hurry, or that warrior might kill the boss before we do. This comment elicited a round of laughter, filling the air with a lively atmosphere. The crowd eagerly prepared for the impending challenge. 100 geniuses, led by a prodigy with class talent, were slowly venturing into the depths of Wind and Thunder Valley. Meanwhile, two figures appeared outside the valley. Liu Sueki, didn't you say you wouldn't come to Wind and Thunder Valley? Zhao Lin asked breathlessly as he caught up with her, puzzled. Liu Sueki frowned, her face filled with worry. I'm afraid Yabai has already gone in. I gave him the map, and if he's entered Wind and Thunder Valley, wouldn't that mean I've put him in danger? This isn't repaying a favor. It's betraying a friend. She bit her lip, determined. I have to go into the valley. Even if I can't find Yabai, I have to try. She turned to Zhao Lin and said, you should go back. I'll go further inside. Zhao Lin rolled his eyes, his tone light. Look at you. Ye Bai is your classmate, but isn't he my buddy too? Besides, if we die in the Eternal Tower, we can still return to Eternal Core City. What's there to be afraid of? Despite Zhao Lin's casual attitude, Liu Sueki reminded him, the death penalty is long and debilitating. If we die, it would mean wasting an entire day. Seeing her persuasion was ineffective, Liu Sueki didn't say more. She pointed to a small creature on her shoulder. This little one can sense danger and lead us along the safest path, avoiding too many monsters. She explained, the monsters in Wind and Thunder Valley are high level. Besides the bosses, the other monsters aren't easy for the two of us to handle. With this guiding summon, I feel more confident exploring inside. Liu Sueki sternly instructed, stay close to me and don't get lost. Got it. Zhao Lin nodded eagerly like a pecking chicken and urged, let's get going. The two figures cautiously ventured deeper into Wind and Thunder Valley, with the small creature on Liu Sueki's shoulder vigilantly scanning the surroundings, guiding them along the safest path. The exhilaration of Wind Slash is something a mage could hardly imagine. Ye Bai, utilizing this skill, darted swiftly through Wind and Thunder Valley, leaving behind a trail of monster corpses. These bodies could have served as decent materials, but he had no time to collect them now. The Bull Demon General was waiting ahead, and that was his primary target. Ye Bai glanced at his status bar. His charging momentum had stacked up to 30 layers. He had been in the Eternal Tower for nearly 10 minutes, realizing that the skill's cap was 30 layers. The damage multiplier of 2 to the power of 30 was sufficient for him, but Ye Bai knew better than to rely on a single skill too much. The demon gods had long discovered that Azura was a mage, and had equipped their generals with anti-magic talismans to counter him. To remain undefeated in high-level battles, Ye Bai needed to continuously diversify his combat techniques. With 30 layers of charging momentum now in place, he shifted his focus to the Nature's Force Staff in his hand. This weapon could be upgraded 12 times, offering immense potential. The first upgrade required dealing 1,000,000 points of lightning damage, which coincidentally aligned with his upcoming battle against the Bull Demon General and the exploration of the first floor of the Eternal Tower. With a plan forming in his mind, Ye Bai pressed deeper into Wind and Thunder Valley. Gales roared, and foliage flew wildly, obscuring Ye Bai's figure. 10 miles behind him, Zhao Lin and Liu Sueki were struggling through the rough terrain. Covered in branches and leaves, they looked disheveled. Worried that Ye Bai had ventured into Wind and Thunder Valley, they decided to search for him. Panting heavily, Zhao Lin leaned against a tree to catch his breath, praising the magical abilities of the small creature on Liu Sueki's shoulder, which had guided them past all living threats. Liu Sueki was crouched beside a monster corpse, scrutinizing it carefully. She noticed that the wounds were all inflicted by Wind Slash. Liu Sueki was secretly astounded. A warrior capable of instantaneously killing monsters in Wind and Thunder Valley must have an S or even S-level talent. She reminded Zhao Lin to be extra cautious as they moved forward. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of Wind and Thunder Valley. The entire valley shook violently, the ground splitting open with massive fissures, and countless trees and rocks collapsing into the chasms, resembling the onset of an apocalypse. Members of the Wind and Thunder Valley squad immediately became alert. Injured and in worse shape than Zhao Lin and Liu Sueki, they were already on edge. Someone urgently asked the Sky Eye what was happening, but the young man suddenly clutched his left eye and cried out in agony, black blood seeping through his fingers. A well-trained cleric quickly stepped forward to cast a spell, bandaging half of the Sky Eye's head to stabilize his condition. The upheaval in the depths of Wind and Thunder Valley and the Sky Eye's sudden affliction plunged everyone into a state of tension and anxiety. Heaven's Eye, what did you see? The crowd gathered around him, their anxious eyes fixed on him, waiting for crucial information. The sudden upheaval at Wind Thunder Valley had everyone on edge, and charging ahead recklessly would be suicidal. Heaven's Eye gasped for breath, his face pale and body trembling slightly. Struggling to steady his breathing, he stammered, I saw the boss being awakened. This news hit everyone like a sledgehammer. Someone exclaimed, someone got here before us? Was it the second group? Damn it, they beat us to it. Another person cursed, their tone filled with frustration and unwillingness. The morale of the first group plummeted instantly. Clearly, they weren't the only geniuses summoned here. Other boss groups were advancing from different directions. The fact that the other group had awakened the boss first suggested they might be stronger overall, increasing their chances of securing the boss. At that moment, Jiang Yun stepped forward, his voice firm and resolute. Don't lose heart. Awakening the boss first gives them an advantage, but it also means more pressure. The one who delivers the final blow to the boss will get the richest rewards. With just a few words, he reignited the fighting spirit of the geniuses in the first group. Someone echoed, that's right. Winning early doesn't count. So what if they woke up the boss? They might get wiped out by it. Besides, another added, Any gamer knows that the first 99.99 of a boss's health is just the prelude. The real battle is in the final blow. We still have a chance to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. The group's enthusiasm was rekindled, and they shouted, "Well said. Let's move faster and take down the boss." Someone noticed Heaven's Eye's condition and asked with concern, "Heaven's Eye, are your injuries serious? Can you keep up?" The bandage on Heaven's Eye's head was soaked with blood, and his health was still dropping. Just a glance at the boss from afar had caused him severe harm. As he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. "No, something's wrong." Before he could finish, his body turned into a beam of white light and disappeared. His life force depleted. He had died and was forcibly teleported back to the Eternal Core City. The members of Wind Thunder Group's first team were shocked by Heaven's Eye's death, but it didn't dampen their spirits. Instead, their resolve grew stronger as they pushed deeper into the valley. Meanwhile, on the streets of Eternal Core City, a flash of white light appeared, and the pale-faced Heaven's Eye materialized, still shaken. He shouted the words he couldn't finish earlier. No, it wasn't a group that awakened the boss. It was a single man. He intends to solo the boss. However, his voice echoed only in the empty streets. He couldn't contact his teammates, nor relay this crucial information. This astonishing discovery was trapped in Eternal Core City, unable to reach those who needed it most. Deep in the Valley of Thunder and Lightning, Ibai, wielding the power of nature, looked up slightly, gazing at the colossal figure before him. The bull demon warlord, wrapped in chains, emanated a terrifying demonic aura. This was no creature of the first layer. Rather, it was a powerful being forcibly sent here by a demon god through special means. During the transmission, the bull demon warlord was severely injured, causing a significant drop in his level and strength. However, his most relied-upon artifact, the anti-demon token, remained intact. This crucial item for restraining Azuras became his greatest asset in this mission. Upon entering the first layer, the bull demon warlord fell into a deep slumber, attempting to restore his strength for the impending battle. Yibai's arrival awakened him. "Weakling, you dare disturb me? You will pay with your blood," the bull demon warlord roared, struggling violently. With his movements, chains clattered to the ground, raising clouds of dust. Standing at a safe distance, Yibai chuckled lightly. "Oh, using such archaic language, are we?" He knew that attacking now would only help the warlord break free from his seal, so he waited patiently. Taking advantage of the break, Yibai scrutinized the bull demon warlord, his eyes scanning the figure. Dragon tendons, neck meat, shoulder blade, 5-flower tendon, 3-flower tendon, shoulder meat. I'm getting hungry. Hot pot for breakfast tomorrow, it is." This muttering clearly infuriated the bull demon warlord. "Insect, what do you take me for?" Yibai remained unperturbed and continued. "Spicy hot pot. Extra spicy. No goji berries." Roar, the bull demon warlord exerted his arms, breaking the chains on his wrists. His aura surged, startling countless birds and shaking the entire valley. "I am the second deputy commander of the Bloodstained Legion under the 6th demon god, a powerful being beyond level 200, and I have slain your human warlords." The bull demon warlord glared down at Yibai, eyes full of mockery. "What, are you so scared by my words that you can't even speak?" Yibai was silent for a moment before he suddenly spoke. "I was planning to leave your body intact, but a roast whole bull sounds good too. Now, your head is mine." "Oh, arrogant fool." The bull demon warlord was stunned, then burst into laughter. "If the human army were here, I might be wary. But you? Are you an Azura?" At the mention of Azuras, a flicker of dread crossed the bull demon warlord's eyes. He knew his true mission, to gather information on Azuras and report back. Stopping an Azura alone was a fool's dream. Yibai calmly replied, "Whether I'm an Azura or not doesn't matter." He lifted his staff, pointing it at the bull demon warlord. "What you need to know is that today is your death anniversary. Annihilate." As the conversation continued, the chains on the bull demon warlord's body kept falling off, nearly becoming mere decorations. Yibai had been stalling, waiting for the eternal rule to lose its effect. "I'm waiting for the eternal rule to fail. What are you waiting for? Death?" "Lightning bolt," Yibai shouted. In the sky, a lightning bolt larger than a mountain formed, charged with 30 layers of energy, amplified 1,000,000,000 times. The bull demon warlord was horrified. "You call that mountain-sized thing a lightning bolt? Do you even know what an arrow is?" Before he could finish, the enormous lightning bolt engulfed him. The terrifying impact spread through his body instantly, destroying everything. No, his desperate roar was cut short. Time seemed to slow infinitely, and the bull demon warlord felt every bit of his being destroyed. "Impossible. This can't be. Why didn't the anti-demon token work? How could I die at the hands of a nobody? What kind of damage is this?" Countless questions flooded his mind, but there were no answers. His eyes widened, filled with complex emotions. resentment, anger, confusion, bewilderment, fear. In his final moment, he seemed to realize something. You are an ASU, but it was too late. The devastating damage obliterated his soul, leaving him unable to transmit any information. Yibai kept his promise, controlling the lightning bolt's damage, destroying most of the bull demon warlord's body, leaving only some remains and a head. Boom! A terrifying lightning bolt struck down the bull demon general, crashing into the valley floor and creating a massive crater. A series of deafening explosions echoed through the valley. Suddenly, a wave of scorching heat surged upward, mixed with the acrid smell of sulfur. To their horror, boiling magma started to flow from the ground, the red-hot lava spreading and emitting suffocating heat. Yibai looked at the apocalyptic scene before him and couldn't help but feel relieved. Well, this shouldn't count as property damage, right? He hadn't expected his lightning bolt to be so powerful and was secretly astonished. Realizing the area had become extremely dangerous, Yibai made a quick decision. This place is no longer safe. He dashed towards the bull demon general's remains and first stored the massive head in his dimensional backpack. The head was enormous, with pupils as large as Yibai himself. When laid flat on the ground, it was as imposing as a 3-story building. After securing the head, Yibai quickly searched through the debris and soon found a blue glowing disc, the anti-magic disc. His eyes lit up, surprised that this precious S-level special item was intact. He swiftly stored it away for later study. Surveying the surroundings, Yibai found that the remaining items weren't of much value. The continuously emerging magma was unsettling, and the intense battle had likely attracted many envious eyes. Time to bail, he thought. His mission was accomplished. Not only had he slain the bull demon general with incredible damage, but his natural powers had also advanced. There was no reason to linger in this perilous place. Discretion was the better part of valor. At that moment, a bird flew across the sky, seemingly trying to escape Thunder Valley as well. Yibai, quick as lightning, used a wind slash to appear on the bird's back. With a light touch, he used the bird's momentum to fly out of the valley. Bird, I may not be human, but you truly are, he silently quipped. Reflecting on the entire process from awakening the bull demon general to killing it and now escaping it seemed cumbersome, but it had all taken less than a minute. As Yibai departed, the magma surged like a tide, consuming the remnants of the battle. About 10 minutes later, 2 disheveled figures appeared at the edge of the battlefield, looking around in shock. Zhao Lin covered his nose and mouth, his face grim. He coughed and questioned, Lu Sueki, did you lead us to a volcano? Aren't we supposed to be in Thunder Valley? Lu Sueki was in no better shape. Her oval face flushed from the heat as if she were drunk. She coughed twice, eyes filled with confusion. No, we are in Thunder Valley. Wait, let me check our position. She tore open a scroll, and coordinates appeared before them. Lu Sueki's face turned as pale as a freshly painted wall. Zhao Lin, rubbing his smoke-irritated eyes, couldn't see the coordinates clearly and anxiously asked, What is it? Lu Sueki's voice trembled with disbelief. We're in the deepest part of Thunder Valley. This is where general-level monsters descend. What? Zhao Lin exclaimed, the two of them staring at the ravaged battlefield in shock. This is where the boss appears. Lu Sueki's face was pale as she looked around in despair. The eerie atmosphere in the deepest part of Thunder Valley sent shivers down her spine. She never expected they would stumble into such a perilous situation. We're finished. We're dead for sure. Zhao Lin muttered to himself, his eyes darting around, trying to take in as much information as possible before their impending doom. He even had the absurd notion of taking a selfie as a memento. At that moment, Lu Sueki noticed Zhao Lin scribbling on the ground with a stick. What are you doing? She asked curiously. Just leaving. Zhao Lin was here as a souvenir. Zhao Lin replied confidently, continuing his artistic creation. Suddenly, the stick hit something hard. Zhao Lin's eyes lit up as he quickly used his hands to dig through the soft soil, uncovering a black, charred object. What is this? Zhao Lin held the coal-like object in his hand, examining it closely. Lu Sueki was intrigued and leaned in to observe. It looks like it was struck by lightning. It's soft, not like wood. Zhao Lin carefully peeled away the outer layer of charcoal and exclaimed, It's a steak. The golden, enticing beef emitted a rich aroma, making Zhao Lin involuntarily swallow. Lu Sueki frowned, slightly disgusted. You're not planning to eat that, are you? I'm a chef by trade, Zhao Lin explained. High-level monsters are full of treasures. Even a piece of meat could boost our attributes. With that, he took out a silver knife and fork from his bag and cut off a small piece of meat. In the Eternal Tower, even if we die from food poisoning, we'll just respawn in the Eternal Core City. Zhao Lin reassured himself, closed his eyes, and bit into the meat, chewing vigorously. It's delicious. The tender beef melted in his mouth, surprising Zhao Lin. He suddenly opened his eyes and shouted excitedly, Wow! My strength attribute increased by 2 points. What happened? Lu Sueki was startled by his reaction. Zhao Lin explained excitedly, this must be meat from a warlord-level monster to have such a powerful effect. Lu Sueki was momentarily stunned but quickly realized, this is the boss's meat. Who cares? Let's see if there's more of this beef around. Zhao Lin ignored her and started searching the area. Soon, he found 2 more pieces of steak, roughly the size of regular ribs. Lu Sueki joined the treasure hunt, and with the help of her summon creatures, she found 6 pieces of beef. They were delighted with their haul, each piece of meat hiding tender, juicy flesh beneath a layer of charred crust. After scouring the battlefield, Zhao Lin divided the beef into 3 portions and handed one to Lu Sueki. Here's your share. Lu Sueki declined, slightly repulsed. I'll pass. Give my share to Yi Bai. Zhao Lin hesitated, but eventually put all the beef back in his bag. Despite his reluctance to eat something found on the ground, the beef's incredible ability to boost attributes was too valuable to ignore. With their loot secured, Zhao Lin finally addressed the pressing question. If the boss's meat is here, where's the boss? It's dead. Lu Sueki's face regained some color. As the granddaughter of a warlord, she had grown up with knowledge of many secrets, far beyond Zhao Lin's understanding. Look, there are broken chains in the center of the battlefield. I suspect they were manifested by the eternal rules. Zhao Lin nodded, pretending to understand, though he was completely clueless. Lu Sueki continued, the lightning marks here weren't caused by a spell. To create such destructive power, it would take at least a warlord-level fighter. The boss was forcefully summoned here by a demon who paid a huge price, but it was ultimately suppressed and killed by the eternal rules. Lightning punishment sometimes symbolizes divine retribution. Zhao Lin, still confused, could only agree. Makes sense. So, what do we do now? Let's retrace our steps and go level up, Lu Sueki suggested, relieved. With the boss dead, Thunder Valley is safe, and we didn't find Yi Bai. Finally, Lu Sueki relaxed. Since the boss was dead, Yi Bai should be safe too. Don't tell anyone about the beef. It's too valuable. Just eat it yourself, Lu Sueki warned. Got it, got it. Zhao Lin nodded repeatedly, following Lu Sueki back the way they came. They encountered no resistance on their way out. The monsters in Thunder Valley had fled in a frenzy due to the boss's arrival, abandoning their territories. Their return journey was similarly uneventful. About 15 minutes after they left, a group of wild-looking individuals disturbed the peace of Thunder Valley's depths once again. The geniuses of the Thunder Valley faction had finally arrived, albeit too late. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene before them, the crowd gasped in shock. On the ground, lava snaked its way around, emitting an intense heat. People scanned their surroundings, searching for the boss, but all they could see were the floating chains of eternal rules, glowing with a mysterious light. What happened here? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Where's the boss? The geniuses of the Feng Lei Valley group quickly analyzed the signs on the battlefield. Among them were descendants of war kings and war gods, their insights no less sharp than those of Lu Sueki. Soon enough, they reached the same conclusion as Lu Sueki. Damn it, the boss was killed by the eternal rules. One genius said through gritted teeth. We arrived too late, what a pity. The group immediately sprang into action, searching for any possible remnants. Look around, even a piece of flesh is worth a fortune, someone shouted. However, their hopeful search turned up nothing. The overwhelming sense of loss hung over them as they continued to scour the battlefield with dejection. Just then, Jiang Yun's attention was drawn to a crooked line of writing on the ground. As he read the words, his expression changed dramatically. The ground bore the message. Zhao Lin was here. Jiang Yun's mind raced. How could Zhao Lin be here? Could it be someone with the same name? A torrent of thoughts surged through him, leaving his emotions in turmoil. As a prodigy, he had gone through enormous efforts, crossing mountains and overcoming countless obstacles to reach the depths of Feng Lei Valley. Yet, the classmate he had always overlooked had not only arrived ahead of him, but also had the leisure to leave a message. In stark contrast, Jiang Yun felt like a fool. His face flushed and paled alternately, his inner turmoil impossible to calm. Jiang Yun, what did you find? A companion's call brought Jiang Yun back to reality. Nothing, Jiang Yun quickly replied, while discreetly erasing Zhao Lin's message with his foot. He rejoined the main group, wearing a smile that betrayed no hint of his inner conflict. However, deep down, Jiang Yun kept repeating one name, Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin, what secrets are you hiding? Huosha figure descended from the sky, startling a flock of birds in the silent forest. Yi Bai landed lightly, the thick layer of leaves beneath his feet rustling. He took a deep breath, feeling the soft ground underfoot, and silently rejoiced at finally reaching a safe zone. Stretching his somewhat weary body, Yi Bai began to inventory his gains from this adventure. After defeating the Bull Demon General, the first floor of the Eternal Tower posed no further threats. Even without using skills, He could easily handle any monster with just basic attacks. Yibai opened his palm, and a blue disc materialized out of thin air, the anti-magic disc, the most valuable loot from defeating the bull demon general. He carefully examined its attributes. Special item, anti-magic disc, grade, SS. Integrity, 74.8. Requirements, LV.20, bull demon bloodline. Effect, the holder is immune to magical damage below 10 million and enjoys significant damage reduction for magic above 10 million. Note, the anti-magic disc can be crushed to completely block the next magic attack below the war god level. After reading its effects, Yibai couldn't help but smirk, silently complaining, I knew it. Those demon gods aren't logistics experts. Why would they kindly deliver an item to me? Even the special item given to the bull demon general has usage conditions, which I can't meet at all. Despite this, Yibai quickly thought of a workaround. If he used the anti-magic disc as a consumable, its effect was indeed powerful, equivalent to having an extra life. But using an S-grade item as a consumable seemed too extravagant. The real issue was the bloodline requirement. Yibai was purely human and had no connection to the bull demon, making it impossible for him to continuously use the anti-magic disc to enjoy high magic immunity. It would just gather dust in his backpack. Forcing himself to stay optimistic, Yibai thought, having it is better than not. An S-grade special item with nearly 75 integrity could sell for at least 1,000,000 gold coins at the Everything Pavilion. But he quickly dismissed this idea. Selling such a rare item could easily expose the fact that he had killed the bull demon general, attracting unnecessary trouble. Stay low and grow strong, Yibai reminded himself. Only by fully realizing the potential of his SS-grade talent could he stand at the center of the stage. Until then, enhancing his strength was the right path. Stowing away the anti-magic disc, Yibai glanced at the massive bull head in his backpack. The unseeing eyes seemed to silently accuse him of his cruelty. Unfazed, Yibai quickly reviewed his other gains. First, all kill rewards had been converted into attribute boosts, 100 to all attributes, 1 to luck. This surprised Yibai, as the bull demon general was not a first-floor monster but had been forcibly sent by the demon gods. He reasoned, his appearance broke the rules of the Eternal Tower, which is why he was heavily injured and restrained. By eliminating this bug, I upheld the rules, so the extra rewards make sense. Additionally, the exploration level of the first floor had soared to 65, far exceeding his expectations. This meant he could free up more time to participate in the soldier test. Finally, Yibai turned his attention to the force of nature. This weapon had automatically upgraded due to the 100 billion damage he had dealt. Although its size hadn't changed, its weight had increased to nearly 20 pounds. This posed no problem for Yibai, whose strength attribute exceeded 300, but an ordinary mage would struggle to even lift it. Let alone lifting it to cast spells or engaging in high-speed combat. It's simply impossible. Yibai's gaze fell on the force of nature, instantly acquiring all its details. The force of nature, a level 10 item with A attributes, grants the wielder 40 intelligence and 30 spirit. As a divine retribution staff, it boosts lightning damage by 15, but also increases receive lightning damage by 5. Additionally, it enhances the shield and healing effects of wood-based skills by 15. The equipment also possesses 2 special effects, Twin and Thunderstorm. Twin gives a 1 chance to cast a wood-based skill when a lightning skill is used, and vice versa. Thunderstorm provides a 0.01 chance to deal double damage when a lightning skill is cast. Yibai noticed an advanced attribute, Path to Annihilation. This requires killing 1,000 units above the wielder's level with lightning damage, currently at 0.1000. The force of nature has already advanced once and has 11 more advancements available. After careful study, Yibai became increasingly delighted. Although the expected value of Thunderstorm isn't high, considering its future advancement potential, this attribute's value will significantly increase. Spending 80,000 gold coins was worth it, Yibai thought to himself. If I put the force of nature in the pavilion of all things now, even without revealing the advancement conditions, it could easily sell for over 300,000 gold coins. Stowing away the force of nature, Yibai casually opened his attribute panel. Eternal ID, Azura. Talent, Eye of Insight SSS level. Level, 10. Class, Storm Mage Lightning. HP, 46004600. MP, 31003100. Strength, 226,100. Intelligence, 24,540. Spirit, 23,530. Agility, 224. Constitution, 231,100. Luck, 12. Equipment, Force of Nature 1. Skills, Lightning Bolt, Thunder Blessing, Charging Up, Heavenly Thunder. Status, Lightning Affinity, Lightning Specialization. Looking at his stats, all above 200, Yibai was full of confidence. I could pass the first-tier soldier test with my eyes closed now. As the attribute panel slowly faded away, Ibai stretched and turned his gaze towards the dense forest, full of motivation. Let's get the exploration of the first layer to 100. Onward. Wind slash. A flash of cold light, and Ibai effortlessly dispatched a ghostly ape with a single move, his actions fluid and precise. He glanced at his system panel, noting that his exploration progress had reached 80. A faint smile tugged at his lips. Thanks to the help of the Bull Demon General, his initial exploration progress on the first floor had started at 65, significantly speeding up his progress. Ibai looked up at the sky, his thoughts wandering. The Eternal Tower, with each floor being an independent small world, had an unknown total height. Some said it had 1,000 floors, others guessed 10,000. But no one knew for sure. For 100 years, not even the strongest of the human race had been able to conquer the Eternal Tower. No matter what, the path beneath my feet is what's most important, Ibai silently encouraged himself. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A towering mountain starts from a grain of dust. He swung his weapon again, the cold light flashing, cutting through everything in its path. Tonight, he was destined to be the brightest star on the first floor. Meanwhile, outside Wind and Thunder Valley, two dusty figures emerged. Despite being covered in dirt, Lu Sueki's delicate features were still faintly visible. She wore a serious expression as she spoke to Zhao Lin beside her. Zhao Lin, we're about to split up and level up separately. There's something I need to explain to you about the exploration progress of the Eternal Tower. Exploration progress? Zhao Lin blinked, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Yes, Lu Sueki nodded, then added somewhat awkwardly, after I explain, make sure to, tell Yibai as well? Her expression turned a bit unnatural when she mentioned Yibai, but the dust on her face made it hard to notice. Zhao Lin immediately took out a pen and paper, ready to jot down key points. Lu Sueki spent 5 minutes detailing the importance and function of exploration progress. So, you're saying the higher this number, the better? Zhao Lin tried to summarize. Exactly. Lu Sueki confirmed, you're registered with a Clevel talent, and Yibai is also registered with a Clevel talent, right? Yes. Zhao Lin nodded. After their talents awakened, there were teachers assigned to register and report them. Low-level talents weren't a secret and were semi-public information. Lu Sueki handed Zhao Lin a task list filled with locations to visit and monsters to kill, an overwhelming amount. Based on past experience, reaching 30 exploration progress with a Clevel talent is already quite difficult. Completing these tasks will allow you to challenge the next floor. Zhao Lin looked at the densely packed list and felt overwhelmed. If 30 is this troublesome, how hard must 100 be? As a well-known struggler in academics, Zhao Lin had always been curious about what it meant to achieve a perfect score. Lu Sueki shook her head. I don't know either. Even though my grandfather is a battle king, he wouldn't tell me such classified information. Reaching 100 exploration progress is incredibly difficult. Even the legendary Azura might not be able to do it. No way. Zhao Lin exclaimed. Isn't Azura said to be the strongest contender online? Lu Sueki hesitated. It's said that back then, it's better if you don't know about these secrets. I'm not sure if they're even true. She didn't mention that there were rumors of a supreme being who was mocked in a small circle for failing to achieve 100 exploration progress. But since it was just a rumor, she didn't dare spread it. By the way, Lu Sueki suddenly remembered something. My grandfather said that if someone manages to clear a level with 100 exploration progress, something incredible will happen. Oh, what kind of incredible thing? Zhao Lin's interest was piqued. Lu Sueki recalled her grandfather's words. He was vague, but roughly. If someone clears a level with 100 exploration progress, all dormant beings will awaken, and ancient monsters that haven't appeared for years will come out, leading to a true era of fierce competition. Zhao Lin was awestruck by her words and could only nod in admiration. All right, it's getting late. You should go level up now. With that, they parted ways. A seemingly fragile canary perched on Lu Sueki's shoulder, appearing innocent and harmless. Once Zhao Lin's figure disappeared, her shoulders shook, and the canary transformed into a majestic golden rock. Roar, the golden rock's attacks were unstoppable, and monsters fell one after another without any resistance. Wherever it went, nothing was left but desolation. Lu Sueki's level quickly rose. I must become stronger quickly. Lu Sueki coldly observed her surroundings, recalling the mysterious warrior who used wind slash in Wind and Thunder Valley, leaving a deep impression on her. Random mysterious warriors are far stronger than me. Not to mention the legendary Azura. Lu Sueki gripped her staff tightly, her eyes filled with determination. Stronger, stronger, and even stronger. To catch up with my peers, to chase after the legendary Azura, and to repay Yi Bai's kindness. Thinking of Yi Bai, the frost on Lu Sueki's face softened slightly. She made a firm resolution. No matter what, becoming stronger is the right path. With my level talent, I can aim for 70 exploration progress, something even my grandfather couldn't achieve. Lu Sueki's gaze was resolute and full of strength. Finally, a 100 exploration rate. Yibai thrust the nature's power sword into the ground, bent down to scoop up some clear water, and carefully washed his face. He stood up, shook off the leaves, feathers, and other debris clinging to him, and marveled silently. 2 hours and 40 minutes, quite a bit shorter than expected. All right, time to advance to the next level. Yibai muttered to himself. He then pulled out the nature's power sword and summoned the eternal core crystal. Placing his palm on the diamond-shaped crystal, he watched as golden liquid surged from the base, quickly filling the entire crystal. A pleasant chime echoed in Yibei's ear. Congratulations on completing the first trial of the Eternal Tower. Calculating exploration rate. 100. Completion rating SSS. Eternal blessing activated. Completion rating automatically increased by 1. After a brief silence, the chime sounded again. Congratulations on completing the first level of the Eternal Tower with a final rating of SSSS. At the same time, all players in the Eternal Tower, including the powerful ones in the Eternal Core City, heard the same announcement. Congratulations to player Shilua for achieving an SSS level completion on the first floor. The message was broadcasted twice. The public chat channel erupted in discussion. Shilua cleared it? Someone exclaimed. Soon, more people noticed the critical detail. Shilua's completion is SSS level, not just SS level. Someone pointed out loudly, oh my god, there's an extra S. Voices of doubt followed. Could it be a mistake by the Eternal Tower? What's going on? Why does he have an extra S? Quick, get the Supreme Nightmare. At that moment, the entire world was in an uproar because of this announcement. In the history of humanity, the first SSS level completion had just been born. 100 exploration, SSS level clearance. Shura's astounding feat has sparked an unprecedented storm within the Eternal Tower. Even the seasoned veterans who have followed the mightiest warriors were left speechless by this spectacle. SSS level? The extra S left everyone momentarily puzzled. However, before they could recover from their shock, a new server-wide announcement thundered across the network. Player Shura has achieved an SSS level clearance of the first floor, bestowing the entire human race in the Eternal Tower with a series of jaw-dropping buffs. First, the Guardian Angel buff, which grants everyone a chance to resurrect on the spot with full health and mana after death within the Eternal Tower, clearing all debuffs while retaining half of their buffs. This buff will remain until used. Second, the All Stats Enhancement buff, increasing all attributes of the human race in the Eternal Tower by 15 for 3 hours. Lastly, the No Weakness buff, preventing the human race in the Eternal Tower from entering a weakened state upon returning to the Eternal Core City after death, also lasting for 3 hours. These incredible rewards immediately ignited the public channels of the Eternal Tower. Countless players flooded the chat, cheering wildly for Shura. Some, filled with excitement, declared their intent to tackle the 29th floor that had stymied them for 30 years, while others hailed Shura as the war god from the imperial capital. For those soldiers and generals who have been stuck at various thresholds for years, the all-stats enhancement and focus defense buffs could be the key to their breakthrough. Meanwhile, for warlords and war gods, the Guardian Angel buff is a dream come true, offering them an unparalleled opportunity to conquer the Eternal Tower. Shura's feat not only caused a sensation in the game, but also sent ripples through the real world. In the imperial capital, a distinguished middle-aged man dressed in black with gold embroidery rushed to a legendary artificial hill said to house the celestial war god upon hearing the news. He reverently offered incense and prayed, causing the hill to crack open and a black coffin emanating a sinister aura to rise slowly. A hoarse, aged voice from within the coffin inquired about the authenticity of the news. Upon confirmation, the coffin shook violently, oozing blood. The person inside laughed heartily, predicting the imminent rise of the human race and issuing a furious curse upon their enemies. However, this being quickly calmed down, revealing a startling fact. Even the Guardian Angel buff was of no use to him. The challenges he faced were insurmountable, even with the aid of the mightiest warriors. He would have perished long ago if not for someone paying a great price to save him. These words unveiled more astonishing secrets. The celestial war god was merely in a state of suspended animation, with a sliver of life still remaining. His existence was crucial to the balance of power between the human race and the abyssal plane. After conveying this, the black coffin slowly sank back underground. A single tear of blood fell, instantly revitalizing the entire imperial capital. Flowers, plants, and trees flourished and bloomed, heralding the arrival of spring. This miraculous power even spread in all directions, making it seem as if the entire city was celebrating Shura's triumph. And this wondrous sight was not confined to the imperial capital alone. Similar phenomena were occurring nationwide and even globally. After years of silence, the legendary warriors and gods of war are re-emerging. The entire world seems to be awakened by an invisible force, as these once mythical figures step out from their secluded abodes to embark on new journeys of conquest. Their eyes glisten with a long-lost fighting spirit, spurred on by the appearance of guardian angels, offering them a chance to strive for even greater heights. These former champions find new hope igniting in their hearts. Even if they fail, they won't be discouraged, for they understand that with the rise of Shura, a new era of supreme power is dawning. This era will not only witness the rise of countless new talents and prodigies, but also provide a golden opportunity for these veterans to be reborn. The entire world is in a frenzy. Dragons and tigers rise together, and the winds and clouds shift unpredictably. Even the Defense Bureau was caught off guard by the massive waves Shura has stirred. They convened an emergency meeting overnight to discuss the impact of this sudden turn of events. At the center of this storm is Shura himself, Yibai. At this moment, he is leisurely strolling through the Eternal Core City. After clearing the first level, he was sent back to this familiar city. However, the scene before him left him a bit perplexed. The once bustling trading district is now eerily quiet. Most shops and stalls have chosen to close down. Curious, Yibai approached a shop that was in the process of shutting its doors and asked an employee, "Why aren't you open for business?" The employee firmly secured the door and turned around, answering excitedly, "Business? Forget it. Haven't you heard the global announcement? Tonight, all attributes and defenses are getting a boost. Plus guardian angels are appearing. Who has the mind to work? If you don't seize this chance to clear levels, what's the point of grinding away at a job?" Yibai was momentarily speechless, having to admit the employee had a point. Seeing his reaction, the employee enthusiastically advised, "Young man, take my advice and go clear some levels. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Make sure to thank Shura for it." With that, he dashed off, leaving Yibai standing there, bemused. These buffs are indeed powerful, but they don't make much of a difference to me, Yibai thought to himself. He knew that the rewards he received after clearing the SSS level not only benefited him, but also the entire human race on the server. In other words, he single-handedly gave everyone a resurrection armor. Thinking of it that way, I guess I'm a benefactor, Yibai mused with a touch of self-mockery. He continued to stroll down the deserted streets, humming a tune, and leisurely made his way to the combat power testing area. Let's see what rank I measure up to now. Eternal Core City, Combat Power Testing Zone. Yibai stepped into the hall and looked around. The usually bustling space was now eerily empty, with only a handful of people lingering. He couldn't help but think that this was likely due to the recent buff. Everyone was rushing to the Eternal Tower, eager to climb higher levels. Even the staff weren't spared. Many service windows were marked with red lights, indicating they were temporarily closed. Following the instructions, Yibai found a self-service machine and began inputting his information, level, class, and Eternal Tower floor. These seemingly ordinary data points cleverly concealed his true identity. Clearly, precautions had been taken to ensure that the Shura wouldn't be exposed. Moreover, in Eternal Core City, with Eternal IDs hidden, there was no way to pinpoint Yibai. The machine asked if he had previously participated in a combat power test, and Yibai selected no. Immediately, a white slip of paper with the serial number 319 was printed out. Yibai took the paper and headed towards window number 3, only to find a long queue had already formed. He frowned inwardly, wondering why so many people were here testing their combat power instead of leveling up in the Eternal Tower. As he pondered, a familiar figure caught his eye. Jiang Yun. A humorous note flashed through Yibai's mind. The unlucky guy who got drowned by a lava eruption. Remembering that he was the culprit, Yibai almost laughed out loud. Jiang Yun noticed Yibai and asked curiously, "Yibai, what are you doing here? Did you also go to Wind and Thunder Valley?" Feigning sincerity, Yibai replied, Sort of, I went to Wind and Thunder Valley." Jiang Yun, assuming Yibai had met a similar fate, sighed, "Bad luck. If you had died a bit later, you wouldn't have a weakened period." It turned out that players who died before Shura cleared the SSS level would still suffer from a weakening penalty. After meeting their end in Wind and Thunder Valley, Jiang Yun and his party were left with nothing to do in Eternal Core City. Eventually, someone suggested they come to the combat power testing zone to participate in the soldier test to pass the time. After hearing the explanation, Yibai decided to check out the situation ahead. He had a VIP card from the Wanwu Pavilion, which might save him a lot of waiting time. Jiang Yun watched Yibai leave without saying more. At that moment, a rogue named Tianyin suddenly asked, "Jiang Yun, what class is your classmate?" Jiang Yun replied nonchalantly, "Yibai? I'm not sure. I wasn't really close to him. In our class, probably only Zhao Lin was close to Yibai." Tianyin checked the database and found out that Yibai was a mage. He muttered to himself, "A mage? Not a warrior." It turned out that Tianyin had previously used his talent to glimpse a warrior solo awakening a boss deep in Wind and Thunder Valley, which had cost him his life. At the time, his focus was on the bull demon general, so he didn't get a good look at the warrior's face. Now, seeing Yi-Bai, he felt a vague sense of familiarity but could only console himself, thinking, perhaps all handsome people look alike. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi-Bai walked straight to the foremost work robot. He pulled a card from his pocket and waved it over the robot's scanner, gaining immediate access. This scene sparked surprise and murmurs among those around. Why does he get to skip the line? No idea. Skipping the queue usually requires at least a warrior-level clearance, right? I think I saw him flash a card. Was that a VIP card from the Wanwu Pavilion? The whispers reached Jiang Yun's ears, making his face darken instantly. A VIP card from the Wanwu Pavilion with warrior-level clearance, how could something like that end up in Yi Bai's hands? Jiang Yun thought bitterly. With Yi Bai's strength and background, there's no way he could possess such a high-level card. It must have been given to him by Lu Sueki. Suppressing his inner rage, Jiang Yun forced a calm demeanor and sneered, "It doesn't matter. Let him go first for the test. For a first-tier soldier test, I bet Yi Bai won't last even 10 seconds. Hearing this, the surrounding people nodded in agreement. Although Jiang Yun's words were harsh, they reflected the general sentiment. As a mage with average talent, lasting 10 seconds in a first-tier soldier test indeed seemed impossible. By this time, Yi Bai had already entered the combat testing room. In the enclosed space, he was warming up, preparing for the upcoming test. He felt a silent relief, surprised that the VIP card from the Wanwu Pavilion actually worked. Suddenly, several red lights flashed in the room, and an emotionless mechanical voice announced, "First-tier soldier test, Phase 1, neural response test. Are you ready?" Yi Bai took a deep breath and replied firmly, "Ready." The mechanical voice continued, "Countdown. 5, 4, 3. Yi Bai held his breath, muscles tensed, ready to face the imminent challenge. Bang! As the countdown ended, a gunshot pierced the silence. A bullet sped towards Yi Bai at an incredible velocity. The neural response test began, and the moment the countdown ended, a gunshot shattered the silence. A 6mm bullet whizzed through the air. Yi Bai reacted swiftly, dodging it with a slight sidestep. The bullet hit the wall with a loud bang, leaving a small dent and sparking a few flames. Live ammunition test. Yi Bai's heart tightened as he immediately focused. In the Eternal Core City, part of the Eternal Tower, death didn't bring real consequences, but the soldier test still aimed for the most realistic experience. Bullets, fireballs, lightning bolts, and flying knives came at him in rapid succession. The goal of this level was simple: dodge as many attacks as possible and survive. There were two main strategies. One was to enhance agility and master movement skills to increase mobility. The other was to strengthen shields and health to withstand all damage. As long as one could survive, they succeeded. Typically, an agility attribute of 200, or the ability to withstand over 4,000 total damage, would get one through the first level. This threshold deterred many, but for Yi Bai, it was a piece of cake. His Eye of Insight allowed him to precisely predict all attack trajectories and instantly plan the best evasion routes. Yi Bai just needed to choose a plan and execute it. Amidst the dense attacks, he seemed to stroll leisurely, bullets grazing past without causing him to flinch. To avoid standing out too much, he even allowed himself to get hit a few times, pretending to dodge unsuccessfully. As time ticked by, the attack frequency increased, and the available options dwindled. Though Yi Bai's health was still good, he felt the mounting pressure. Strange, is the first-level soldier test supposed to be this hard? He wondered while dodging. My agility is at 224. Even without the Eye of Insight, I should pass easily. At this difficulty, even someone with 300 or 400 agility would struggle. With only 10 seconds left on the countdown, sweat dripped from Yi Bai's forehead, and a fireball grazed his left shoulder, leaving a burnt smell. Just a graze had caused over 300 damage. Something's definitely wrong. This isn't a first-level soldier test. Yi Bai was certain, but in the test room, he could only grit his teeth and hold on. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, all attacks abruptly stopped. Yi Bai panted heavily, regaining his strength. He stared at the motion capture device ahead, silently telling himself, "It's just a regular motion capture device. Don't overthink it." Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, "Congratulations on passing the third-level soldier neural response test." Third level? Yi Bai rolled his eyes, feeling both amused and frustrated. Clearly, something had gone wrong, and the first-level test had been mistakenly set to the third level. However, this mishap gave him a clearer understanding of his abilities. The subsequent tests for stamina, damage, and defense went smoothly, with no more surprises. Yi Bai deliberately held back to avoid standing out too much. Finally, the screen displayed his results. Neural response test, 98 dodge rate, SS rating. Stamina test, 86 completion, a rating. Overall rating, A. Congratulations on passing the first-level soldier test. Please choose your affiliation. 3 options appeared before Yi Bai: the Defense Corps, the Mercenary Guild, and the Lone Wolf Soldiers. As a soldier, one was born for combat. At another crossroads in his life, Yibai pondered how to choose his future path. After passing the warrior test, Yibai faced three distinctly different paths. His gaze wandered over the holographic screen as he carefully weighed each option. First was the various legions under the Planetary Defense Council. Yibai shook his head slightly. Although these official legions offered top-notch strength and benefits, they lacked freedom and required strict compliance with orders. He muttered to himself, I have too many secrets and need time to grow. Joining a legion now would be like walking into a trap. Next, there were the mercenary groups. Yibai's eyes lit up. These loosely organized groups seemed to suit him well. But soon, he frowned. Mercenary groups require real name registration. My school records show a clever aptitude, and I passed the first-tier warrior test after only 2 days in the Eternal Tower. That's way too conspicuous. Finally, Yibai's gaze fell on the lone wolf option. His eyes gradually became resolute as he murmured, you can anonymously receive a warrior badge and collect stipends and benefits each month in the Eternal Core City, ensuring your identity remains hidden. Though it's the loneliest and most unsupported path, it relies entirely on oneself, which suits me perfectly. Taking a deep breath, Yibai decisively selected the lone wolf option. He whispered, sheep move in flocks, but predators walk alone. The strongest once said, every genius is a lone wolf on their path forward. With his choice made, the holographic screen instantly went dark. A badge descended from above, floating in front of Yibai. Engraved on it was a lifelike wolf's head, its bared fangs glinting menacingly. The lone wolf badge. Not bad, I like it. Yibai grasped the badge firmly in his palm, his eyes gleaming with determination. He declared softly, from today, the rise of lone wolf warrior Yibai truly begins. After registering anonymously as a lone wolf, a detailed document appeared on the large screen, outlining the benefits Yibai would receive. He was entitled to a monthly stipend of 30,000 dragon coins, equivalent to 30 gold coins, which he could collect on the second Thursday of each month in the combat testing zone. This amount was enough to support a family of 3 for nearly 3 months, and was quite substantial for the average person. However, compared to the astonishing speed at which Yibai accumulated resources, these 30 gold coins seemed insignificant. Starting from yesterday alone, Yibai had amassed considerable wealth, 100,000 gold coins from clearing the novice dungeon, spent 80,000 on the force of nature, leaving 20,000, 30,000 gold coins bounty for reportings with Tianan, spent 7,000 on wind slash. After this series of transactions, Yibai still had 43,000 gold coins, equating to an impressive 4.3 million dragon coins. The document also detailed other terms. The official stipend for a first-tier soldier was 15,000 dragon coins, along with other benefits. Due to the anonymous nature of lone wolves, they couldn't enjoy these additional benefits, making the extra 15,000 in monthly stipend quite reasonable. Yibai calculated silently. Getting 30,000 dragon coins a month meant 360,000 a year, enough to buy a house outright in 2 to 3 years. Combat testing required a re-evaluation every 5 years, and if one advanced in rank during this period, the cycle would reset. Yibai carefully reviewed the document's terms and found no significant restrictions. This was expected, as lone wolves were the least constrained and naturally had fewer rules to follow. Lone wolves could also receive tasks in the combat testing zone and earn corresponding rewards upon completion. The lone wolf badge could transform into a mask to conceal one's identity. Any attempt to uncover the face behind the mask would be considered a provocation. Seeing this, Yibai looked down at the lone wolf badge in his hand, evaluating its effectiveness. It could block detection below level 200, equivalent to the threshold of a combat general's power. As a first-tier soldier, as long as he didn't draw too much attention, it would be hard to attract a combat general's notice. It was sufficient for now. After carefully storing the lone wolf badge and memorizing the document's contents, Yibai walked out of the room. He happened to encounter Jiang Yun and his group, who had just finished their tests, looking as if they had swallowed flies. Jiang Yun, in particular, looked like a moldy sock, unable to last even 3 seconds in the nerve response test. Yibai mocked silently. 3-second man. Jiang Yun didn't notice Yibai as his group angrily confronted the staff. What's going on? Did you mess up the difficulty of the combat test? A rat-faced thief shouted. Exactly. I only lasted a minute before being eliminated. How is that possible? Hearing this, Yibai glanced at him in surprise. A minute? That was the level of a third-year soldier. However, to Yibai's disappointment, a line of text soon appeared above the thief's head. Lasted 6 seconds. Yibai couldn't help but scoff internally. Impressive, turning 6 seconds into a minute. Quite the bragging skill. Soon, a sweating, anxious, balding middle-aged man rushed over from the hall. I'm terribly sorry, everyone. Truly sorry. He repeatedly apologized, explaining that most staff were on leave at the Eternal Tower, and a new employee accidentally set the difficulty to third-tier soldier level. Jiang Yun and his group relaxed slightly after hearing the explanation. They just wanted an explanation. Even privileged second-generation individuals wouldn't bother with minor figures like this. A young man pretended to reprimand sternly. A mistake? Testing for soldiers is serious business, not something to be taken lightly. The balding middle-aged man kept nodding and bowing, flattering them continuously. Seeing this, Zhang Yun's group felt it was pointless to continue. This slick old hand wouldn't react even if punched. The leading young man arrogantly declared, "All right, we'll pretend this never happened. I won't report your mistake this time." The balding middle-aged man immediately understood. These privileged young elites had come eagerly for the combat test, only to fail miserably. If the footage spread, it would be a laughingstock. If the video gets out, their reputations will be completely ruined, and they will definitely become the laughingstock of their circle. Zhang Yun and his group gathered at the entrance of the testing room, their faces filled with anxiety and anger. Their true intention was clear: they wanted to delete the video and destroy that embarrassing evidence. The bald middle-aged man immediately understood their intent. With a sycophantic smile, he said, "I'm really sorry. We're short-staffed today, and so busy that we forgot to turn on the camera here." As he spoke, he skillfully took out a tablet and quickly swiped his fingers across the screen, erasing the footage of the combat soldier test in no time. Zhang Yun sneered, "Well, you're clever." The geniuses, having gotten what they wanted, reluctantly left, leaving behind a tense atmosphere in the room. Yi Bai stood quietly in the corner, witnessing the farce. He neither agreed with the arrogance of those geniuses, nor looked down on the manager's smooth-talking ways. In his view, the geniuses were so arrogant simply because their family backgrounds, talents, and connections were far superior to their peers, inevitably fostering a sense of entitlement. The manager's slickness, on the other hand, stemmed more from the hardships of life. Being able to easily resolve a work-related blunder was, for him, a narrow escape. The commotion had nothing to do with Yi Bai, and no one cared about his presence. Like a transparent person, he quietly left the testing room and headed to the Lone Wolf mission area, planning to find a task suitable for himself. After Zhang Yun and his group left, the bald manager let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. "Those little brats almost scared me to death," he muttered to himself, recalling the serious consequences that could have arisen from the error in the combat soldier test, ranging from fines to being sent to the abyssal plane to mine rocks. Thankfully, it was just a false alarm this time. The manager picked up the tablet and casually glanced at the earlier test data. A total of 126 people tested, 125 failed, and 1 succeeded with an SS rating. He instinctively put the tablet down, then suddenly realized he might have overlooked something important. With trembling hands, he picked up the tablet again, staring at it in disbelief and even rubbing his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. "Am I seeing this right? Someone actually passed the third-year combat soldier's nerve response test with an SS rating. Who is this amazing person? Quick, check the video." At that moment, the bald manager stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. He suddenly remembered that the precious video had just been deleted by his own hand. Yi Bai stepped out of the combat testing area and quietly moved to a secluded corner. He took out the Lone Wolf medal, which instantly transformed into a cyan mask. The lower left corner of the mask bore a single character 1, symbolizing Yi Bai's rank as a first-tier warrior. As soon as he put on the mask, his attire changed dramatically. His ordinary clothes were replaced by a loose-fitting, dark combat suit, adding an air of mystery. The transformation made him almost unrecognizable, even to those who knew him well. Yi Bai headed towards the task assignment area, drawing curious glances from those around him. Whispers filled the air. "Look, it's someone from Lone Wolf. Impressive. He looks young. Must have just passed the warrior test. Walking the Lone Wolf path takes guts. I'm gonna be a lone wolf someday." The murmurs were hushed, as if people were afraid Yi Bai might overhear. Lone wolves were among the most formidable warriors, known not only for their extraordinary skills but also for their ruthless methods. No one wanted to cross a lone wolf, even if they were just a first-tier warrior. Yi Bai arrived at the task assignment area and glanced at the sign above the entrance. "Wolf's Den." A slight smile curved his lips. "This is it, Wolf's Den? Interesting." Upon entering the Wolf's Den, the scene was a stark contrast to the outside world. It resembled a quiet bar. European classical decor, dim lighting, soft music, and haphazardly arranged tables and chairs. Small groups of patrons sat around, forming their own little circles. At the center was the bar, above which hung 4 large screens displaying the current tasks available for assignment. Just as Yi Bai stepped inside, someone in the corner shouted, "A newcomer." In an instant, all eyes were on Yi Bai. A handsome young man raised his beer bottle. "This round's on me. Zhao Gongzi is buying." Soon, a robotic bartender delivered a small bottle of beer to everyone, including Yi Bai. He raised his bottle, nodded slightly at Zhao Gongzi, and then downed the beer in one go. The cold beer slid down his throat, refreshing his very soul, eliciting a satisfied sigh. "Nice one," a gruff voice called out. "Kid, I like you." Come to the capital and let's drink. After a few more pleasantries, the bar returned to its previous calm. The Wolf's Den was a gathering place for lone wolves, a self-formed community of the toughest warriors. Those who chose the lone wolf path had a mutual respect for one another. Among the three paths of warriors, lone wolves always had the highest casualty rate. After all, legions and mercenary groups had official support and better medical care, making them safer. However, despite the high casualty rate, lone wolves had the highest rate of success. Their skills improved much faster than their peers, which was the allure of being a lone wolf. Yibai placed the empty beer bottle on the table and looked up at the screens. Among the myriad tasks, the most prominent was a top bounty. Capture the fourth demon cult leader alive. Reward, SS grade weapon of the same level, 10 more god merits. Provide the corpse and confirm death. SS grade equipment of the same level, 2 war god merits. In addition to the cult leader, there were bounties for the deputy leader and core members. However, these tasks were far beyond Yibai's current abilities. Even the weakest required a war king level. On the battlefield, a mere glance from such opponents could kill him. Yibai shifted his focus, carefully searching through tasks suitable for a first-tier warrior. Meanwhile, in the hallway outside the combat testing hall's director's office, a bald manager paced back and forth, his expression conflicted, clearly grappling with a difficult decision. To report or not to report? That is the question, the bald manager pondered. If he kept quiet and pretended nothing happened, and it was discovered later that a mysterious genius had slipped through his fingers, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. However, if he reported the incident, there was still a chance for redemption. Given that he was coming forward voluntarily, he might receive a lighter punishment. Summoning his courage, the bald manager raised his trembling hand and knocked on the director's office door. Come in. With a creak, the bald manager entered the office, looking like a guilty schoolboy. He haltingly recounted everything that had happened. From the new employee setting the difficulty mode incorrectly, to the ensuing uproar from the enraged geniuses, and the clandestine deletion of the surveillance footage to cover up the incident. In front of the retired war king, who was now the director, he dared not hide anything. The director's immense power and connections with various legion leaders were beyond his reach. Trying to deceive the director would be tantamount to courting disaster. Surprisingly, after hearing the manager's report, the director didn't fly into a rage. Instead, he pointed to the sofa. Why are you standing? Sit down and talk. Yes, sir. The bald manager nodded hastily, sitting tensely on the edge of the sofa. His straight back contrasted sharply with his round belly, making him look like an unstable ball, ready to roll off at any moment. He watched the director's every move nervously, afraid to miss any detail. The director leisurely picked up the teapot, took a small sip, and eyed the bald manager sharply. At least you had the sense to come to me with this, he said, a hint of approval in his voice. If you had dared to hide something like this, you'd be digging rocks in the abyss by now. Hearing this, the bald manager sighed in relief, but then slapped his shiny head in frustration. It was foolish of me to delete the footage. I deserve to be punished, he exclaimed urgently. Director, we should go to the tech department right now and recover the footage. There's still time. The director's eyebrows arched slightly. Recover the footage? Who said anything about recovering the footage? His words hit the bald manager like a hammer, leaving him stunned. Without recovering the footage, how can we identify that mysterious genius? The bald manager muttered in confusion. A person with the overall ability of a first-rank soldier passing a third-rank soldier's neural response test? If that's not a genius, what is? He sat on the sofa, dazed, his mind blank. The director set down the teapot, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. You're only seeing the first layer, not the third, he said in a low, firm voice. Deleting that footage was the right call. Not only should the test footage be deleted, but also the footage from when they entered the test hall. Keep a backup to report to higher authorities, but erase everything else. Huh. The bald manager was even more bewildered, feeling his intellect lagging behind the director's reasoning. He scratched his bald head anxiously and pleaded, Why? My dear leader, please, stop keeping me in suspense and explain. These videos must be deleted. The director stood up, deftly flicked a cigarette from the pack, and tossed it towards the bald manager. The manager instinctively caught it, and was about to light it when the director's stern voice stopped him. No smoking in my office. The manager sheepishly tucked the cigarette behind his ear, feeling slightly embarrassed. The director lit his own cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a perfect smoke ring. His eyes were sharp, his tone steady. Xiao Yu, let me ask you, does our human race lack a third-tier combat soldier? No, we don't. The bald manager immediately replied. Exactly, the director continued, this mysterious genius, whether he's a third-tier combat soldier or a third-tier combat general, even if he's a ninth-tier combat king. So what? Turning the tide of war isn't something a couple of combat kings can achieve. It requires much higher-level warriors. His eyes dimmed for a moment as he recalled his own peak days when he had the strength of a combat king and fought valiantly on the battlefield. But after a severe injury, he had to step back and manage logistics. This experience had given him a broader perspective. The director went on to analyze, this mysterious genius is still very weak and has a long way to grow. If we focus on him too early, it might be counterproductive and bring him more harm than good. All we need to know is that he's a genius of our race. How far he can go depends on him. The bald manager couldn't help but argue. But if we find him and give him more resources, couldn't he grow faster? The director gave a knowing smile. Under normal circumstances, yes. But you're missing something very important. He spoke meaningfully. Think back to those young people, mysterious and difficult to deal with. Were they the ones who made you delete the videos? Yes. The manager suddenly realized. The director gently guided, because you deleted the videos, and because that genius chose to operate alone, you couldn't find any information on him, right? Exactly. The manager nodded repeatedly. Have you ever considered, the director lowered his voice, that this mysterious genius might be hiding among those young people? The manager gasped, shivering with realization. Could it really be? Under the director's reasoning, the truth slowly surfaced. The manager couldn't help but marvel. What a grand scheme. This genius is meticulous, leaving no stone unturned. Hiding in plain sight, the director confidently concluded. He might come from a family of combat kings or even combat gods with ample resources. Showing too much talent and strength too early would only put him in danger. The manager was completely convinced. The director's analysis was flawless. Finally, the director issued instructions. We'll back up the other videos to a hard drive and delete them from the cloud. Submit the hard drive and report together. Leave the rest to the higher-ups. Brilliant, director. The manager praised and then curiously asked, which department usually handles this sort of thing? Don't ask what you shouldn't. The director stood by the window, extinguishing his cigarette. His lips moved slightly, but he didn't utter the name. Human combat soldiers can choose the lone wolf path, growing in the shadows. But they're not entirely without support. Even the loneliest wolf has a shadow. The word shadow sent a shiver through the director's heart. The secret organization Shadow, created by the strongest warriors, silently watches over these lone wolves, waiting for a new wolf king to emerge. Will Sholua become the new wolf king, the new strongest warrior? Only time will tell. Meanwhile, Yibai sneezed and muttered, who's thinking about me? He rubbed his eyes, faced with numerous first-tier combat soldier tasks, and had to narrow down his options. First-tier combat soldier, Nanjiang City, today. After filtering, dozens of tasks appeared before him. Assist the city defense department with routine patrol, half a day. Reward 3,000 dragon coins. Assist the city defense department's emergency support team, 1 day. Reward 5,000 dragon coins. Additional pay for single emergency tasks based on difficulty. Go to Nanjiang No. 3 High School to coach senior students in combat, 3 hours. Reward 6,000 dragon coins. Overtime 2,500 dragon coins hour. Yibai quickly ruled out tasks that took too long, as he still had school. He also eliminated auxiliary and lifestyle tasks one by one. His eyes focused on the remaining tasks, and he began to seriously consider his options. Yibai stood in front of the mission bulletin board, his eyes shifting between the 3 remaining tasks. Each mission promised a chance for combat, a perfect opportunity to test the results of his recent training. The first task was quickly ruled out. It involved cooperating with the city defense department to eliminate followers of the 4th demon sect. Despite the generous rewards, the operation would likely take place during the day, conflicting with Yibai's school hours. More importantly, working with the city defense department could risk exposing his identity, a risk Yibai was unwilling to take. His gaze fell on the second task, which involved tracking down a missing 4th demon sect follower named Lian Zhang. Suddenly, a piece of information caught his eye. Lian Zhang was actually the son of the sect's leader. Yibai was startled and was about to dismiss this option when he noticed more details. Lian Zhang had undergone a demonic baptism, was now severely injured, suffering from magical backlash that left him paralyzed on one side, and his current strength was only that of a second-tier warrior with no guards by his side. A spark of interest flickered in Yibai's eyes. A second-tier warrior was someone he could confidently face. Moreover, the fact that Lian Zhang was the sect leader's son made him an extremely valuable target. Considering the current disarray within the 4th demon sect, with even the leader's son unprotected, Yibai's interest grew. As he hesitated, the system popped up with a new prompt. Lian Zhang possessed clues leading to the sect leader. Yibai's eyes lit up, recalling the bounty notice he had seen earlier. Simply providing clues about the sect leader could earn him a reward of at least 100,000 gold coins. After weighing the pros and cons, Yibai made his decision. This was a low-risk, high-reward opportunity. With the enemy in the open and himself hidden, he could always retreat if things went south. He stepped toward the counter and said to the masked receptionist, "Hello, I'd like to take on mission in J1549 41DS. The receptionist's sweet voice replied, "Sure, please wait a moment while I scan your lone wolf badge." After a brief pause, she continued, "The mission is successfully claimed. Completing it within 7 days will earn you the corresponding reward. Failure to do so will be recorded in your file." She bowed slightly with a smile and said, "Good luck with your mission. May you return victorious." After completing his task, Ibai lingered in the wolf's den for a while longer, leaving only when the eternal tower closed. Back home, he looked at the dimly lit sky outside his window and began to ponder the gains from his journey. All his preset goals were achieved, and he successfully passed the first-level soldier test. Ibai opened his palm, revealing the lone wolf medal lying quietly there, like a dormant beast ready to strike at any moment. The greatest gain was undoubtedly the anti-magic disc, though its bloodline restrictions were too stringent. Thinking about this, Ibai took out the trading realm pass and contacted his goblin underling. The response was almost instant. "Fourth brother, you want to remove the bloodline restriction on a special item, right? This is a bit tricky. We generally recommend turning it over to the Defense Bureau for corresponding rewards." The goblin quickly explained, fearing Ibai might misunderstand. "Cases like yours are common with loot from the abyssal plane. Those demons aren't stupid. They add bloodline restrictions to the special items used in battle. Even if we capture them, they become useless to us." Ibai nodded in agreement. The anti-magic disc was indeed similar. The goblin continued, "Of course, over the years, we've found ways to break these restrictions. We can ask high-level experts to help, but hey, raise the price list." Soon, Ibai received a price list. His jaw almost dropped. 100,000 gold coins to break the restriction on an A-level item, and 1.2 million for an S-level special item? That was daylight robbery. This astronomical price completely dissuaded Ibai from lifting the restriction. Even if he sold himself, he couldn't gather 1.2 million gold coins. Sensing Ibai's reaction, the goblin added, "The price is indeed high, but it's already an internal discount. If you have contacts in the Lone Wolf, you could post a task at the Wolf's Den, which would be cheaper." Ibai calculated. The Universal Pavilion wanted 1.2 million gold coins, but he only had 50,000 on hand, a huge gap. Even if the Lone Wolf offered a discount, it wouldn't be less than 100,000 gold coins. Where could he find that kind of money? Should he really turn the anti-magic disc over to the Defense Bureau? Ibai knew the Defense Bureau was always fair, and the reward for surrendering the anti-magic disc wouldn't be less than 1 million gold coins. However, the disc's value far exceeded that. If there was any feasible way, he wouldn't choose to surrender it. The goblin sent another message. "There's another way, but it's risky and has side effects. You can use a special potion to temporarily transform and gain demon bloodline, allowing you to use the special item. However, these potions are regulated, and even the Universal Pavilion requires real name registration for purchase. Plus, you must cleanse the bloodline quickly to avoid permanent demonization." Reading this, Ibai frowned. The side effects were too severe. Transforming into a minotaur just to use the anti-magic disc? The thought was too absurd. "No minotaurs, no minotaurs," Ibai chanted in his mind, decisively rejecting this last option. Moreover, he would never agree to real name registration. With no other choice, Ibai packed his things and headed to school. The issue of the anti-magic disc lingered in his mind. 100,000 gold coins were an astronomical figure. Could Lian Zhang, the son of the fourth cult leader, provide him with such an amount? Thinking of this, Ibai wrote Lian Zhang's name on a piece of paper to investigate his whereabouts. The results showed that Lian Zhang was still in Nanjing City, without any bodyguards. Ibai planned to observe Lian Zhang's hiding place after school. If an opportunity arose, he would act without hesitation. If the situation was too tricky, he would gather enough information and then report Lian Zhang, delivering a fatal blow through official channels. This mission was somewhat dangerous and required thorough preparation. Ibai was well aware that careful planning was essential for success and his own safety. With this in mind, Ibai sent a list to the goblin via the trading realm pass. Healing potions, healing scrolls, combat potions, defense scrolls, and level 10 defensive gear. These items were for his safety. Since he only needed level 10 items, they weren't expensive, totaling just 300 gold coins. That's quite cheap, Ibai thought as he sent the 300 gold coins to the goblin through the trading realm pass. The goblin minion quickly prepared everything and sent the package to Ibai. When Ibai received it, he felt somewhat reassured, gaining a bit more confidence for the afternoon's operation. However, the issue of the anti-magic disc remained a thorn in his side. Ibai couldn't help but ponder. Lian Zhang, as the son of the demon sect leader, likely carried numerous special items and scrolls, even without bodyguards. If a conflict arose, having the anti-magic disc would significantly increase his safety. After all, this was the real world. Unlike the eternal tower, death here meant the end, with no chance to start over. In class, Ibai was distracted, his mind racing with ideas on how to unlock the bloodline restriction on the anti-magic disc. Suddenly, A thought struck him: could use the inside eyes ability to identify hidden attributes and equipment for others, charging a fee or exchanging it for the removal of the anti-magic discs restriction. With this idea in mind, Yibai hurried to the restroom, locked the door, and pulled out the Lone Wolf medal. This medal not only allowed satellite communication but also had a direct line to Lone Wolf services, where he could contact professionals for various needs. The call connected quickly, and a pleasant female voice answered. "Hello, how can I assist you?" Choosing his words carefully, Yibai said, "I want to post a task, or maybe a bounty." The customer service representative patiently replied, "Please describe the specifics, and we will categorize it for you. I need a large amount of gold coins, or someone to lift the bloodline restriction on an SS-level special item," Yibai stated bluntly. "Understood. Do you have anything to offer in exchange?" she asked. "I can identify equipment for people." Yibai paused before adding, "including hidden attributes." The representative remained calm. "All right, we have posted your offer in the barter section. If there are any responses, we will forward them to your voicemail box. Is there anything else you need help with?" "No, that's all. Thank you." Yibai hung up and rubbed his temples, silently praying for a quick response. Soon, a new post appeared in the barter section of the Wolf's Den forum. Equipment identification service, including hidden attributes. Price negotiable. The post quickly garnered thousands of views. However, when people saw that the poster was only a first-tier warrior, many were disappointed and left mocking comments. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory at Imperial Capital University, a disheveled beauty sat in front of her computer, frowning. She was about to head to the abyssal plane for an internship but hadn't even prepared basic equipment. As usual, she browsed the Wolf's Den forum, hoping to find something useful. When she saw the popular post, she was skeptical but still sent a meeting request, clinging to a sliver of hope. She flopped onto her bed, muttering to herself, "Oh my god, I'm actually relying on a first-tier warrior. Whatever. Desperate times call for desperate measures." At that moment, Yibai, still in class, felt the Lone Wolf medal in his pocket vibrate slightly. He immediately raised his hand and asked the teacher for permission to leave. "Teacher, I need to use the restroom." The teacher responded impatiently, "If you go, don't bother coming back to this class." "Got it, thanks, teacher." Yibai dashed out of the classroom and into the restroom to check the message. "Want to identify equipment? Fine. Meet me in the trade realm." The message was brief. A smile crept across Yibai's face as he anticipated the opportunity ahead. In the mysterious trading realm of the Eternal Tower, two elegant figures suddenly appeared. One of them looked around curiously, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "So this is the trading realm, huh?" "Zhao, I've been in my third year of college and it's my first time here," exclaimed Li Xiaoping, a slender and energetic young woman. She stood just over 1.7 meters tall, her slim figure accentuating her youthful vitality. The woman referred to as Zhao had a fuller figure and, although she was of a similar age, exuded a mature charm that belied her years. She frowned slightly, clearly displeased with the nickname. "Xiaoping, I snuck out my family's past to bring you here, so don't push your luck," Zhao Ming warned, her tone carrying a hint of admonition. Yes, Zhao, you're the best," Li Xiaoping quickly responded, trying to appease her. Xiaoping's petite frame often made her the subject of Zhao's teasing. The two had come to the trading realm with a purpose. According to the curriculum of the Imperial Capital University, third-year students had to undertake a 3-day exploration internship in the abyssal plane at the end of the semester, during which they were required to slay a 5th-tier or higher demon. Li Xiaoping wanted to purchase a more suitable staff before the trip, but she faced a dilemma: both weapons she considered had hidden attributes, and she couldn't decide which was better, nor did she have enough money for both. After seeing a post on the Wolf's Den forum offering identification services for a fee, Li Xiaoping impulsively contacted the poster and arranged to meet in the trading realm. She also dragged her good friend Xiaoming along for support. "Zhao, help me out and haggle a bit, will you?" Li Xiaoping whispered. Xiaoming scoffed. "Haggle? Xiaoping, are you serious? A first-tier warrior who can identify equipment must have this grade talent, Sharp Eye. Such a talent is incredibly rare. If discovered, even a battle king would treat them as a guest of honor. Do you really think you can get a bargain here? Most likely, it's a scammer trying to have some fun at your expense." But, Li Xiaoping stammered, "I have no choice. Besides, if he agreed to meet in the trading realm, he must have some capability and background, right?" Xiaoming nodded. "True, which is why I said it's most likely a scam. But there's still a slim chance, maybe 0.2 or 0.02, that you'll get lucky." She grinned mischievously, already planning how to mock Li Xiaoping for at least half a month if they encountered a scammer. They arrived at the agreed location, and within half a minute, a ball of lightning element floated before them. "Are you big? The lightning element asked. Li Xiaoping's face turned dark instantly, while Xiaoming struggled to contain her laughter, eventually failing. "Ha ha ha, what kind of ridiculous name is that? Ha ha ha." Li Xiaoping wished she could disappear. She hadn't expected her casually chosen username on the Wolf's Den forum to embarrass her so much in front of her friend. It was Zhao Ming's constant teasing about her size that had driven her to pick such a name in a fit of anger. Ignoring Zhao Ming's cackling, Li Xiaoping forced herself to respond. That's me. Shall we discuss the price first, or the identification? Behind the lightning element, Yibai didn't expect the other party to show up in person in the trading realm. He silently noted, pretty good looking, slightly less attractive than Lu Sueki. Li Xiaoping was at a loss for words and looked to Zhao Ming for help. Zhao Ming composed herself, her expression turning serious. Let's first confirm your identification ability, then we can discuss the price. How about that? We won't waste your time. If the test is accurate, we're willing to pay 10,000 gold coins for the test. Yibai nodded in agreement. All right, how do we test it? Li Xiaoping leaned close to Zhao Ming, whispering, Zhao, I only have 150,000 gold coins saved up, so go easy on the spending. Don't worry, I got this. I'll cover the 10,000 coins, Zhao Ming reassured her confidently. She thought to herself that Li Xiaoping was too naive, always either in the library or the combat room, completely clueless about the ways of the world. Otherwise, she wouldn't have considered having a first-tier warrior identify equipment. Zhao Ming knew how sought after the sharp eye identification talent was. If the person could indeed identify hidden attributes, she would gladly pay even 100,000 gold coins to make friends with them. The test is simple. Zhao Ming began explaining the specifics of the test. Zhao Ming took out 3 small balls of different colors and introduced them seriously. These are the most commonly used identification balls. Their hidden attributes are numbers. Using them for identification won't cost much. Among these 3 balls, you only need to identify the hidden attributes of 2. Before she could finish, Yibai interrupted. 4, 5, 6. What? Li Xiaoping looked confused, not understanding what Yibai was saying. Zhao Ming was stunned, her mouth forming an O shape, unable to speak for a moment. Seeing this, Yibai repeated, I mean the hidden numbers for these 3 balls are 4, 5, and 6. Li Xiaoping quickly turned to Zhao Ming to confirm the answer. When she saw her friend's expression, she immediately realized Yibai was right. Could it be that I've really met a master? Li Xiaoping was overjoyed inside, but before she could speak, Zhao Ming, snapping back to reality, quickly said, that's correct, 4, 5, 6. Here is an anonymous card worth 10,000 gold coins. Please take it. She handed over a black card, and Yibai accepted it calmly. With a slightly stiff smile, Zhao Ming asked, can we have a moment to discuss this among ourselves? Yibai glanced at the time and replied, no problem, I have 14 minutes. He thought to himself, if he skipped class again, the teacher would definitely want to talk to him after school, and that would cause trouble. No problem, we'll be right back. Zhao Ming quickly pulled Li Xiaoping aside. Even though she lowered her voice, she couldn't hide her excitement. Xiaoping, you're really lucky this time. Huh. Zhao, calm down. I haven't even identified my equipment yet. Li Xiaoping looked bewildered. Zhao Ming took a few deep breaths and tried to explain calmly, you don't get it. Do you know how valuable it is just to establish a friendship with this master? Identifying equipment is nothing. We can't leave a bad impression on the master. We need to maintain a long-term relationship, not a one-time deal. Understand? Li Xiaoping said with a hint of grievance. But I just want to identify my weapon. Zhao Ming, frustrated, said, you blockhead. Even if I gave you a golden hoe, you'd use it to plow the field. What else would I do with a hoe if not to plow the field? Li Xiaoping retorted. Finally, Zhao Ming decided, I'll handle all the negotiations from now on. We need to understand what this master really wants. We need to help him with his urgent needs and meet his demands. Got it? Li Xiaoping timidly said, if I understood, why would I bring you along? Come on. Zhao Ming pulled Li Xiaoping back in front of Yibai. She took a deep breath and put on a professional smile. All right, master, let's discuss the identification fees. Master, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Ming, but you can call me Xiao Zhao. Zhao Ming cheerfully said, completely unbothered by revealing her true identity. She came from the Zhao family and had a natural interest in business. In her view, merchants seek fame and profit. Gaining recognition is crucial to obtaining benefits. Yi Bai silently noted the name, Zhao Ming. In fact, with his keen insight, he easily saw through the true identities of Zhao Ming and Li Xiaoping. Master, my friend is trying to choose between 2 magic staffs and can't decide. We'd like your opinion, Zhao Ming briefly introduced. But if you need to fully appraise both items, we might not be able to afford the fee. She explained that the cost of appraising 2 items was more than double that of 1. To her knowledge, the strength talent sharpened eye could only appraise 3 items a day, and the success rate wasn't 100. That's negotiable, Yi Bai responded. Charging an appraisal fee was new to him. He urgently needed to raise money to overcome the restrictions of the anti-magic token and had to accumulate enough cash in a short period. Besides, it was a no-cost deal for him just to glance to make money. If he could successfully appraise for Li Xiaoping, it would boost his reputation ensuring a steady stream of clients in the future. Considering this, Yibai didn't want to ask for too much and risk ruining the deal. Xiaoming pondered for a moment and cautiously proposed, "How about 150,000 gold coins? Would that work?" This was the maximum amount Li Xiaoping could afford without borrowing money. Li Xiaoping, with her soft exterior but strong will, would certainly not want to owe anyone. Xiaoming felt this price was actually quite reasonable, maybe even a bit low. To her surprise, Yibai agreed immediately. "No problem. 150,000 gold coins, plus the 10,000 Xiaoming had given earlier and Yibai's own 43,000, totaled 200,000 gold coins. He was one step closer to his goal of 1 million. Yibai thought that with a few more deals, he might just reach his target. "Did you bring the equipment?" Yibai asked. Li Xiaoping quickly took out 2 magic staffs, carefully placing them in front of Yibai. "Level 200 equipment? Are you already a war general?" Yibai feigned surprise, though he could see all the details. Li Xiaoping, level 209, Flame Archmage, Tier 2 War General Strength. Xiaoming, level 199, Radiant Priest, Tier 9 Battle Soldier Strength. Xiaoming nodded, slightly boasting. "That's right, Xiaoping is the strongest mage in our class." "Old Zhao, you're exaggerating." Li Xiaoping quickly denied. "That's not true, master. Many classmates are much stronger than me." Yibai smiled and turned his attention to the equipment. He pretended to observe for 2 minutes. During this time, Li Xiaoping held her breath nervously, awaiting the crucial information she had spent 3 years saving for. "This one has already been upgraded twice and can be upgraded 3 more times," Yibai began. "The hidden upgrade requirement is to infuse it with 14 drops of phoenix blood. The upgraded attributes? I'll write them down for you." He took out paper and pen and swiftly wrote several lines of information. Li Xiaoping took the paper, her eyes lighting up, and her breath quickened. If the upgraded attributes were accurate, this staff was practically tailor-made for her. "I'll take this one." Li Xiaoping decided on the spot, not even asking about the second staff. "If it were me, I'd choose the same," Yibai agreed. "The other one can only be upgraded once, and its attributes aren't as good." "Thank you so much," Li Xiaoping said, ready to pay. "Wait." Yibai and Xiaoming stopped her simultaneously. "Huh?" Li Xiaoping looked at them in confusion. Xiaoming explained, "We need to complete the transaction under the witness of the secret realm sprite. It's the rule of the trading realm." "That's right," Yibai said, skillfully summoning the secret realm sprite, even though it was only his second time using it. After the transaction, 150,000 gold coins were transferred to Yibai, and the secret realm sprite validated his appraisal results. "This is great. Now I have a chance to hunt down a war general." Li Xiaoping hugged the staff, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The reason she valued this trip to the abyssal plane so much was to hunt war general level creatures. Otherwise, with her tier 2 war general strength, she wouldn't have to worry about her internship at all. The usually aloof appraisal master suddenly spoke, a rare hint of hesitation crossing his face. "Besides appraising, could you do me a small favor?" Xiaoming immediately straightened up, her eyes gleaming with excitement. A request from an appraisal master was no small matter. This mysterious master had already proven his worth through his skills. How could she miss this opportunity? "Please tell me." Xiaoming responded eagerly. Yibai took out a jaw-dropping item from his backpack, a golden brown, 3-story tall ox head, roasted to perfection and emitting an irresistible aroma. "Help me deliver this to the cemetery in the far northern snowfields. Place it in front of the 3rd row, 4th column, at the unnamed grave," Yibai said calmly, as if it were the most ordinary task. Xiaoming blinked, somewhat puzzled. Delivering an item seemed simple enough. With teleportation arrays and planes, a round trip to the far northern snowfields would take only a few minutes. Why wouldn't the master handle such a trivial task himself? She quickly set aside her doubts and agreed readily, "Sure. No problem." Li Xiaoping, meanwhile, stared intently at the gigantic ox head, her expression growing serious. She murmured, "This is a warlord-class creature. I'm certain of it." Yibai smiled slightly, pretending to be wise beyond his years, and praised, "Good eye, young one. This is a warlord from the vanguard battalion of the 6th Demon God's Blood-Stained Legion." "Blood-Stained Legion?" Both women exclaimed simultaneously, clearly familiar with the name. Xiaoming looked at Yibai in astonishment, forming new speculations about his identity. This elder had registered as a first-tier soldier, likely to conceal his true strength and avoid attention. Among the human race, there were indeed such individuals registered as first-tier soldiers for the convenience of entering the abyssal plane. Their real strength could be that of a warlord, a war king, or even a war god. In Xiaoming's mind, Yibai had become a seasoned, hidden powerhouse who took on private jobs out of financial necessity. Everything seemed to make sense now. Li Xiaoping focused entirely on examining the ox head. She touched the charred hide and murmured, "This wounded was a one-hit kill, and the damage was controlled, deliberately preserving the head." Yibai couldn't help but admire her. Li Xiaoping was indeed a genius. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been admitted to Imperial University, let alone become a warlord by her junior year. Her insight far exceeded her peers. Hearing Li Xiaoping's analysis, Zhao Ming grew even more excited. She cautiously asked, Xiaoping, based on your observation, how strong do you think the person who did this is? Strength? Huh? Hard to say. Li Xiaoping pondered for a moment. This strike caused at least 1,000,000 level damage. Even if they're not a war king, they're close. Zhao Ming gasped, her gaze towards Yi by changing once again, now filled with shock and indescribable reverence. This was a hidden war king level powerhouse. A war king level powerhouse and an appraisal mastery. Their identity was incredibly prestigious. Zhao Ming's mind was almost frenzied, a single thought echoing wildly. I must establish a good relationship with him. I must. Zhao Ming's heart was in turmoil, but she maintained a gentle smile on her face. She softly said, we will definitely deliver it for you. There's just one question I'm not sure if I should ask. Seeing that Zhao Ming was willing to help, Yibai didn't mind chatting a bit more. He knew what to say and what not to say. Zhao Ming carefully chose her words. You're only asking for a small amount of money, in gold coins, to help us appraise the equipment. Are you in urgent need of money for something? She knew that for a high-level expert, gold coins were far from the best choice. Whether it was school credits, military merits, VIP points from the Wanwu Pavilion, or even the internal exchange system of the Wolf's Den, all were more valuable than gold coins. She couldn't help but wonder why this hidden expert specifically wanted gold coins. Yibai smiled slightly and explained slowly, it's nothing serious. I have a special item that needs its bloodline restriction lifted. Trading in gold coins is more convenient and less likely to expose my identity. Zhao Ming nodded in understanding, but she could see that Yibai might not have enough funds to lift the restriction. She was eager to help but was hesitant to offer financial assistance directly, fearing it might hurt his pride. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhao Ming, and she excitedly said, I know a master blacksmith with a special talent. He can add temporary buffs to equipment, including temporarily lifting bloodline restrictions. The price is much lower, but the effect is time-limited. What do you think? Yi Bai's eyes lit up. He had been worried about the cost, and this suggestion was a godsend. He readily agreed. Great, let's arrange a meeting. This special item is S-grade. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming's breath caught, further confirming Yi Bai's extraordinary abilities. She immediately contacted the master blacksmith and quickly negotiated the price and conditions. Soon, Zhao Ming returned to report. The master agreed to 200,000 gold coins, which includes one equipment appraisal. It will lift the bloodline restriction on your special item for 7 days, with 1 free reactivation. How does that sound? Yibai weighed his options. Although this deal would deplete his savings, gaining 14 days of protection was worth it. He decisively agreed. No problem, let's do it quickly, preferably within 8 minutes. Zhao Ming acted swiftly, contacting the blacksmith and drafting the contract to ensure everything was completed within the time frame. 7 minutes later, the master blacksmith arrived and lifted the bloodline restriction on Yi Bai's forbidden magic disc. In return, Yi Bai appraised his equipment. Both parties signed a confidentiality agreement, and the process was carried out with great efficiency. With the transaction completed, Yi Bai hurriedly said goodbye. I have something to attend to, so I'll be off. With that, he logged off and left. The master blacksmith, looking at the detailed equipment information, couldn't help but marvel. This person's appraisal skills far surpass mine. And to think, I am a top expert in the forging field, yet I couldn't succeed in the appraisal. Xiaoming, where did you find this master? Zhao Ming flashed a mysterious and radiant smile, grabbed Li Xiaoping's arm, and started to walk away. It's a secret, Uncle Qian. Don't ask. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiaoping, you really are my lucky star. My future wealth and prosperity depend on you. She quickened her pace, pulling Li Xiaoping towards the door. Let's go, let's go. We need to take the bull's head to the northern snow plains for the master. Meanwhile, in another place, Yi Bai was hurrying back to the classroom. He dashed in just as the bell rang, letting out a sigh of relief, thinking, made it just in time. Zhao Lin leaned in close and whispered, Dabai, did you eat something bad? You were in the bathroom for 26 minutes and 17 seconds. Yi Bai rolled his eyes. You were timing me, he thought, finding Zhao Lin's meticulousness a bit much. Zhao Lin suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, I didn't get to ask you before, did you go to Fenglei Valley yesterday? Yeah, I did. Yi Bai replied casually. Why? Zhao Lin mysteriously pulled out a greaseproof paper package from his pocket and handed it to Yi Bai. Nothing much, just curious. Here, take this. It's good stuff. Yi Bai took the package and opened it curiously. A rich aroma immediately wafted out, revealing some evenly sized strips of roasted beef. Zhao Lin lowered his voice and explained. This is perfectly cooked beef, warrior-grade quality. Guess who the unlucky guy was? Yi Bai had a pretty good idea but pretended not to know. Zhao Lin continued, Dabai, This stuff boosts strength attributes the first time you eat it. Even if you eat it regularly, it still increases your constitution and heals you. It's awesome. He briefly recounted last night's events, marveling at the strength of the mysterious warrior who, unfortunately, met his end at the hands of the boss. Listening, Yibai felt relieved that no one had discovered it was he who had defeated the boss. He carefully put away the beef, feeling a bit uneasy. During the break, Yibai began planning his afternoon actions. With the anti-magic medallion and the large stock of potions and scrolls he had bought earlier, his survival chances were greatly enhanced. He reassured himself, I'll just take a look. If things get dangerous, I can always run. As the bell rang, Yibai was the first to dash out of the classroom. He quickly slipped into a small grove, changed into his prepared clothes, donned the mask created by the lone wolf medal, and used a random teleportation scroll to leave. The entire process was seamless and efficient. Yibai's figure suddenly appeared in a secluded alley in the suburbs. He cautiously scanned the surroundings, his eyes locking onto an abandoned factory not far away. The remote and deserted location made it an ideal hiding spot. Yibai silently recited in his mind, Lianzhang, son of the fourth demon sect leader, a severely injured second-tier warrior, is hiding here. He carefully observed the area, ensuring there were no guards or traps. Taking a deep breath, Yibai quietly approached the factory. Just a bit closer, then I'll decide my next move. The factory had been abandoned for several years. The iron gate was covered in rust, and weeds grew unchecked at the corners and along the roadside, with even wild rabbits occasionally darting about. Yibai crouched in a concealed spot 800 meters away from the factory, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, carefully scanning the surroundings. His gaze roamed around the factory, but he found no trace of electronic surveillance systems. Simultaneously, his keen senses detected no signs of defensive arrays or traps. Yibai calculated in his mind. It seems many are searching for Lianzhang, and he wouldn't dare to make any rash moves. If Lianzhang set up arrays around here, it would be like telling the city defense department that something unusual is happening here, prompting them to investigate. The memory of the fourth demon sect's main stronghold being destroyed flashed through Yibai's mind. The sect leader was gravely injured, with heavy casualties among the high-ranking members. The organization's strength and morale were at rock bottom. In this dire situation, the half-crippled Lianzhang was like a frightened bird, hiding like a rat in the sewers, not daring to show any trace of himself. In fact, Lianzhang's choice was quite wise. This remote, abandoned factory in the outskirts was seldom visited, and not a priority for searches. Yibai thought that if it weren't for him, Lianzhang might indeed have escaped this calamity. Yibai took a deep breath and set his strategy, approach slowly and retreat immediately at any sign of danger. He took out 2 items from his space equipment, the anti-magic disc and the skull of a hellhound. Once the bloodline restriction was lifted, the anti-magic disc could withstand massive amounts of magical damage, providing Yibai with considerable confidence for this mission. The hellhound's skull, on the other hand, granted him an additional 100 points in strength and constitution, significantly boosting his health. Yibai quickly activated the effects of these special items. Before this, Yibai had already stacked 30 layers of charging up, ensuring his output capacity was maximized. He then took out nearly 10 scrolls from his space equipment and deftly tore them open one by one. Featherweight, breath concealment, focus boost. Yibai chanted softly, as layers of buffs illuminated his body, rapidly enhancing his attributes to their peak state. Finally, Yibai used a disguise scroll, causing subtle changes in his appearance. He glanced at his watch, which showed 18 hours 28 minutes and 46 seconds. The longest-lasting buff would last 30 minutes, while the shortest would only last 15 minutes. Yibai mentally warned himself. No matter what happens after entering the factory, he must retreat in 15 minutes. He knew well that fortune favors the bold, but one must survive to enjoy it. In 15 minutes, regardless of the gains, he had to retreat to ensure his maximum safety. Go, Yibai whispered, as the countdown on his watch began. He bent low, darting across the open ground like a gust of wind, leaving only afterimages in his wake. Wind slash. Yibai silently invoked the skill, moving with lightning speed. He had previously set up several decoy puppets in concealed spots around the area, not only for rapid movement, but also to serve as cover when he retreated. In less than 10 seconds, Yibai had stealthily approached the abandoned factory, reducing the distance to his target, Lianzhang, to just 500 meters in a straight line. With his extraordinary perception, Yibai confirmed, he's on the 3rd floor. Yibai's vision seemed to penetrate the concrete walls, clearly revealing the interior. From a distance, he couldn't gather much information, but now everything was in sight. In a lavishly decorated abandoned office on the 3rd floor, the entire space was surrounded by special materials, resembling a bank vault. At the center of the office was a bed, and a pale-faced man was leaning against it, propping himself up with his elbow. Lianzhang. Yibai confirmed the target's identity in his mind. At this moment, A display screen in front of Lien Zhang showed an old, sinister face that bore some resemblance to him. Yi Bai instantly recognized it. That was the fourth demon sect's leader. Seeing this warlord-level figure, Yi Bai's pupils contracted and his breath caught. He was secretly delighted. As expected, Lien Zhang has clues leading to the sect leader. The two were conversing, but their voices were muffled by the special materials, making it hard for Yi Bai to hear. Just then, his inside eye activated, generating subtitles for the conversation. Lien Zhang, Dad, save me. Leader, hold on, don't panic. I'll escape first. Lien Zhang, if you don't save me, I'll report you. Leader, you little brat, if you dare report me, I'll kill you. Watching this father-son exchange, Yi Bai couldn't help but mock inwardly. What a loving family. For this family, morality was as worthless as used toilet paper. In their escape, they revealed their true colors, like drowning men desperate to step on each other's shoulders to survive. A minute and a half had passed. While keeping an eye on this dramatic family scene, Yi Bai closely monitored the passing time. The argument between Lien Zhang and the leader didn't last long. Eventually, the leader relented. Leader, I'll help you open the abyssal plane portal and send your soul there. Once I arrive, I'll help you reconstruct your body. How about that? Lien Zhang fell silent, not immediately responding. Abandoning his body would significantly impact his future strength. However, he is now partially paralyzed, and recovery will require an enormous amount of resources. Lien Zhang squinted his eyes, contemplating an alternative solution reconstructing his physical body. Master, hurry up. Lien Zhang's urgent voice shattered the silence. The pursuers are closing in on me. If we're any later, I won't be able to help you, and we'll all be doomed. The master pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement with the plan. Despite his limited abilities, Lien Zhang was meticulous in his thinking. He frowned and asked, Master, the teleportation array to the abyss plane takes a long time to activate and causes a huge commotion. What if it attracts the powerful forces of the city defense department? The master responded nonchalantly, no worries. The safe house you're in can withstand damage on a massive scale and can also mask the commotion of the teleportation array. They won't have much time to react. Reassured by this, Lien Zhang felt much more at ease. Father, what are we waiting for? Let's get started, he urged impatiently, his tone now affectionate, a stark contrast to his earlier threatening demeanor. Ignoring his son's contradictory behavior, the master began casting spells from a distance. The prearranged magic array was activated one by one, glowing with sinister light, attempting to connect to the abyss plane. Yi Bai, who was observing in the shadows, turned pale. He hadn't expected to stumble upon Lien Zhang's critical escape moment. Even if he reported now, it would be too late to stop the activation of the teleportation array. As Yi Bai hesitated, a note appeared in the array beside Lien Zhang. After the abyss sacrifice array connects to the abyss plane, it sacrifices a large amount of treasures and the souls of blood relatives to summon a powerful demon. Yi Bai gasped, his body stiffening as a chill ran down his spine. This was no teleportation array, it was a sacrificial array. The master had no intention of saving his son. He planned to sacrifice Lien Zhang. In an instant, Yi Bai made his decision. He sprang forward like an arrow released from a bow, taking the stairs to the third floor in just a few steps. Regardless of Lien Zhang's fate, this sacrifice had to be stopped. Before rushing up, Yi Bai glanced out the window. The night was slowly enveloping Nanjiang City. Although it was a sparsely populated suburban area, there were still quite a few residents, and the bustling city center was only a few dozen kilometers away. If the terrifying demon were to descend, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, the only one who could stop all this was Yi Bai himself. Yi Bai shot up to the third floor like an arrow from a bow, arriving outside Lien Zhang's office in the blink of an eye. Time was running out. There was only 1 minute left before the sacrificial ritual began. The office looked like an impenetrable fortress. Yi Bai knew this was meticulously set up by the fourth demon sect leader Lien Zhang's father. The plan was clear. Use the sacrifice to open a portal to the abyss, summon terrifying demons to please the dark god he served, and escape amidst the ensuing chaos. The price? Just his half-paralyzed, useless son. The trap, long set, was finally sprung as the demon sect leader fell on hard times. Yi Bai felt a deep disdain. This leader was worse than a beast, at least a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. Yi Bai stared at the office, blocked by a faint blue barrier. This barrier could withstand 120 billion points of damage. Yi Bai had accumulated 30 layers of ready to strike, giving him a multiplier of nearly 11 billion. At this moment, Yi Bai's intelligence attribute was 285 points. His lightning bolt could deal 51 intelligence and lightning damage, plus a 15 bonus from nature's force. A single lightning bolt would deal 386 points of lightning damage. With the 11 billion multiplier from ready to strike, the damage would reach 4 trillion, easily breaking the barrier. However, Yi Bai knew there were stronger opponents beyond the barrier, including Lien Zheng himself, who had the power of a second-tier warrior. Time was tight, and it was a matter of life and death. Having chosen to step up, there was no turning back. Yi Bai had to survive. After weighing his options, Yi Bai decided against using Lightning Bolt. It would reset all his ready-to-strike layers, leaving him vulnerable in the next fight. Instead, he chose the Lightning Blessing skill. Lightning Blessing LV1. Cast on oneself or an ally, adding 20 points of lightning damage to normal attacks and 25 points to magic attacks. With Nature's Force 15 bonus and the 11 billion multiplier from Ready to Strike, normal attacks would gain an additional 253 billion damage, and magic attacks an extra 316 billion damage, lasting for 30 seconds. Yi Bai resolved to finish all fights within 30 seconds. He pressed his lips together, raised his staff, and began casting. Lightning Blessing. An immense surge of lightning energy enveloped him, and Yi Bai felt a destructive power in every movement. Without hesitation, he swung his staff and struck the barrier. This wasn't just an ordinary hammer strike. It dealt a terrifying 253 billion damage. The barrier shuddered violently, with tiny cracks spreading rapidly. Inside the office, Lien Zheng noticed the disturbance and shouted in panic, "Damn it! Is it the city defense force? How did they get here so quickly?" "Old man, didn't you say you could conceal the noise?" On the screen, the demon sect leader's face was stern as he scolded. "Why panic? Have some composure. This safe house was built by my own hands. It can withstand over 1 trillion damage. Even if a war king arrives, it'll hold for over a minute. By then, the ritual will be complete." His words were meant to be reassuring, but they failed to calm Lien Zheng's fear. The barrier's vibrations grew more intense, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading rapidly, like a delicate porcelain about to shatter. Lien Zheng screamed in terror. Can it really hold for a minute? He flailed his arms wildly, losing all composure. Boom. With one final strike, the barrier disintegrated into dust. The so-called defense that could withstand 1 trillion damage collapsed within 5 seconds. "He's in," Lien Zheng roared, like a cornered beast, devoid of hope. Amidst the smoke, a figure emerged. "Just one person?" Lien Zheng raised his hands and screamed, "I surrender. Don't kill me. I'll tell you everything. It was all his doing. I never wanted to betray humanity. That damned old man forced me." Yi Bai glanced at him with disdain, his contempt evident. Above Lien Zheng's head, a piece of information appeared. Fun fact, the fourth demon sect leader was once a celebrated war king of humanity, until his son led him to corruption. Father and son, their relationship epitomized betrayal. The son entrapped the father, and the father sacrificed the son in appalling tragedy. Yi Bai wasted no time and raised his staff. Lightning Bolt. Empowered by Lightning Blessing, the lightning bolt surged with destructive force, striking directly at Lien Zheng. Boom. The lightning bolt collided with a blue ripple, and the two forces neutralized each other instantly. "Hurry, save me." Lien Zheng's face was etched with despair as he realized that his plan to buy time had utterly failed. His earlier words of surrender, the curses directed at his father, had all been a ruse to delay for the teleportation. However, his opponent, Yi Bai, was not fooled. From the very start, Yi Bai launched lethal attacks, each strike aimed at a vital point. Lien Zheng was fortunate to have a special artifact with him that deflected a killing blow. Otherwise, he would have already perished. He calculated silently in his mind just 45 more seconds. Suddenly, the television screen flashed with the image of the demon sect leader, accompanied by a massive explosion. Evidently, the leader was also embroiled in fierce combat. Lien Zheng's anxiety grew. His own situation was equally perilous. "Damn it, why isn't the teleportation portal open yet?" Lien Zheng was frantic, because he could clearly hear Yi Bai beginning to chant the incantation for his next attack. Facing Yi Bai, Lien Zheng had no courage to engage directly. He had witnessed Yi Bai shatter a trillion-level barrier with a single lightning bolt, followed by the destruction of his life-saving artifact. To Lien Zheng, Yi Bai's power was at least at the level of a battle king. However, the reality was far different. Yi Bai was merely a level 10 first-rank warrior. But with the amplification of 11 billion times the power of lightning blessings, his output was comparable to a top-tier battle king. Even with just 30 seconds of duration, it was enough to turn the tide of the battle. Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt. Yi Bai unleashed 2 more attacks, destroying Lien Zheng's remaining life-saving artifacts. At this moment, true despair finally appeared in Lien Zheng's eyes. "I curse you." Lien Zheng screamed hysterically. "Whether your soul is in heaven or hell, I curse you. I offer my soul as the price." Yi Bai didn't give him the chance to finish his final words. The fourth lightning bolt roared through the air, striking Lien Zheng with destructive force, ending his sinful life once and for all. Boom! Lien Zheng was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving only a vague charred silhouette on the ground. His death, as a sacrifice in the ritual formation, triggered a chain reaction that forced the entire formation to halt, terminating the sacrificial ceremony. The crisis averted, Yibai exhaled a long breath of relief. However, a sigh echoed from the other side of the large screen, indicating that someone had noticed the change. Despite the strained father-son relationship, the owner of the voice showed a hint of sorrow at the death of his flesh and blood. Soon, a venomous and raspy voice emerged from the screen. No matter who you are, for killing my son, I vow to kill you. Even if I fall into the depths of hell, I will drag you down with me. Remember this. This is the vow of a battle god staking his life. The raspy voice enunciated each word with venomous clarity. I vow to kill you. I will kill you. The 4 words burst from the screen, as if the palpable killing intent penetrated the electronic device, filling the entire room with a suffocating pressure. Yibai remained unfazed, reaching out to unplug the TV. The screen instantly went black. I thought the war god was something special. Why don't you come through the internet and fight me? Yibai scoffed, tossing aside the power cord. The Eye of Insight suddenly issued a warning to Yibai. Maintaining eye contact with the opponent for more than 10 seconds would pose an unknown danger. Yibai's heart skipped a beat, realizing that the war god indeed possessed the ability to kill from a distance. Even the sacrificial array here had been remotely activated. Time was of the essence. Yibai quickly scanned the room. This office, which served as the demon cult leader's safe house, should have contained many valuable items, but the intense battle earlier had destroyed most of them. Yibai swiftly rummaged through the debris, stuffing a few remaining valuable items into his pocket without a second glance, ready to make his escape. Before leaving, Yibai took out the lone wolf medal and pressed it into the ashes of Lian Zheng's corpse, leaving a clear imprint of the lone wolf emblem. A wolf travels 1,000 miles, always leaving a trace, he murmured. Yibai leaped out and landed lightly on the concrete ground outside the 3rd floor. He quickly retrieved the decoy puppets scattered around, erasing any traces of his actions. His figure flickered in the night, skillfully using wind slash to clean up the scene at lightning speed. In less than a minute, Yibai had finished all his tasks and vanished into the city's night. 5 minutes after the battle ended, the sound of police sirens pierced the silence. Dozens of vehicles roared in, surrounding the office building. Hundreds of elite soldiers swiftly took positions, weapons aimed at the building. Just as one soldier was about to use a loudspeaker, a furious shout descended from the sky. Shut up! An elderly man with blue flames flickering above his head hovered in midair. He was none other than Lu Qingyan, the renowned Blue Flame War King of Nanjiang City. Everyone fall back. There's an abyssal plane presence here. This is beyond your capability. Lu Qingyan commanded sternly. The city defense personnel immediately retreated, organizing the evacuation of nearby residents. Lu Qingyan's expression was grave as he roared. All soldiers below War General, fall back 50 miles. War Generals and below, retreat 30 miles. A series of urgent commands were issued from Lu Qingyan's hand. Nanjiang City was now under Level 1 emergency protocol, detecting the presence of an abyssal plane teleportation array. The news spread like wildfire. In the radar truck, the communications officer worked frantically. By order of Blue Flame War King, Nanjiang City is under Level 1 emergency protocol. All cities within a 3,000 mile radius of Nanjiang City are now under Level 2 emergency protocol. All War Kings are to report to the nearest teleportation array immediately. Anyone delaying the mission will be banished to the abyssal plane for 3 years. Any disobedience will be met with execution. The communications officer's voice trembled slightly with tension. A Level 1 emergency protocol meant that abyssal creatures might have invaded Blue Star, posing a significant threat to humanity. Under such circumstances, any disobedience to the Planetary Defense Council's orders was considered treason. The orders were swiftly executed. Within a minute, piercing alarms sounded over Nanjiang City. Several powerful auras soared into the sky, taking strategic positions. 2 War Kings quickly moved to Lu Qingyan's side. Old Lu, what's going on? Why the big commotion? One of them asked with a grim face and furrowed brows. Speak quickly, I need to report to the higher-ups. As the first to arrive at the scene, Lu Qingyan began to explain the situation in detail. Lu Qingyan's expression was grave as he spoke slowly. There is a presence of an abyss sacrifice array here. He lashed out a whip of fire into the air. A sharp crack echoed, as if striking something invisible, and a wisp of black smoke emerged, emitting a nauseating stench. Indeed. The other 2 immediately tensed, their muscles coiling as they scanned their surroundings warily. The Abyss Sacrifice Array, a sinister formation capable of connecting 2 realms and summoning abyssal creatures. The 3 exchanged a quick glance, all recognizing the gravity of the situation. Judging by the scale of the array, it was of a high grade, potentially summoning a War King-level creature, or even something more formidable. At this thought, the 3 felt a chill, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. A War God-level creature. Such beings hadn't set foot on Blue Star for nearly 50 years. If one were to descend, the three of them, despite being War King level warriors, wouldn't even be a match for its teeth. Lu Qingyan took a deep breath and said sternly, "No matter what, we are the closest. We must take the lead." His gaze swept over the other two. "According to the emergency response manual, I hold the highest rank and have the authority to command on site. You must follow my instructions." Before the other two could speak, Lu Qingyan continued, "In a moment, I will enter the office building to investigate the Abyss Sacrifice Array and gather intel. If I encounter any creatures, I will engage them to collect as much information as possible. Without my order, you are not to join the battle. If I fall, Li'er will take over command and organize the retreat. Understood?" "Old Lu." "No way." The middle-aged man called Li'er protested angrily, his face full of discontent. As a fellow War King level warrior, he couldn't accept letting Lu Qingyan face the danger alone. Lu Qingyan ignored him and said coldly, "Save your opinions for after we handle this emergency." He took a deep breath, and the azure flames above his head grew more intense, flickering in the breeze. "If the opportunity is right, this battle might be my chance to become a war god." He muttered to himself, "Heh, azure flame war god. I like the sound of that." With that, Lu Qingyan strode forward, his aura reaching its peak, exerting a pressure that made it hard for those around him to breathe. With an unstoppable presence, he stormed into the office building. "Face me, and look into my eyes." Lu Qingyan's roar echoed from within the building, filled with fighting spirit. "Come out and then die." Meanwhile, Yibai was swiftly leaving the scene, the piercing sound of alarms ringing in his ears. He had just killed Lianzhong, and the Abyss Sacrifice Array had been destroyed, meaning the danger should have been eliminated. "What's going on, causing such a commotion?" Yibai muttered with a frown. "Did I miss something?" He recalled everything carefully, ensuring he hadn't overlooked any details. With the power of the Eye of Insight, nothing could escape his notice. Yibai quickened his pace, muttering to himself, "It's got nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. I'm just a passing high school student, grabbing some soy sauce and heading home. Yes, that's it." After the residual aura of an abyssal sacrifice array was discovered at an abandoned factory in the suburbs, Nanjiang City was plunged into a state of emergency. 3 war kings quickly rushed to the scene, with the most formidable among them, the Azure Flame War King Lu Qingyan, leading the charge as he stormed into the office building with an imposing presence. Time ticked by, yet no sounds of battle emerged from within the building. The 2 war kings waiting outside grew increasingly impatient, but dared not act rashly, remembering Lu Qingyan's instructions. "Old Lu," Li'er called out, "what's the situation inside?" Moments later, Lu Qingyan emerged from the building, his face ashen and his gaze as cold as steel. "Follow me inside. Everyone else stay put." The 2 war kings, filled with doubt, followed him. "Old Lu, what's going on?" Li'er pressed. Lu Qingyan remained silent as he led them to an office. The scene inside was chaotic, and the 2 war kings quickly reconstructed the battle scenario. Lightning element damage, war king level output. Li'er analyzed. "First, they broke through the barrier, then struck the person down. Have we identified the deceased?" In an abyssal sacrifice, the most important offering is the blood relative soul. This must be the work of the cult's higher-ups. Lu Qingyan's expression was grave. "It's been confirmed. The deceased is Lianzhong, son of the 4th cult leader. His father is—" He stopped short, unwilling to utter the name of a traitor. "Lianzhong?" Li'er was shocked. "So his father is the 4th cult leader? The one who once achieved great military exploits, but later retired from public life? He betrayed humanity." Lu Qingyan redirected the conversation. "Let's not discuss the higher-ups for now. Lianzhong was killed by lightning magic, and the assailant must be at least War King level. The barrier array here can withstand damage in the trillions." The 3 fell silent. Li'er asked, "Old Lu, how long would it take you to deal trillions in damage?" "In peak condition, 5 seconds. Normally, 10 to 20 seconds, Lu Qingyan replied. Li'er continued, "If a War King attacked at full strength, the city defense department would have received a signal by now. This means the attacker concealed their strength, but still had the output of a peak War King." Lu Qingyan nodded in agreement, astonished that such a powerful individual was in Nanjiang City. Not only had they tracked down Lian Zheng's hiding place, but they had also interrupted the abyssal sacrifice ritual. Regardless, they saved Nanjiang City. Li'er breathed a sigh of relief. If the abyssal sacrifice array had been activated, it would have summoned a War King level demon, leading to a devastating battle. Most of Nanjiang City would have been destroyed. Suddenly, Lu Qingyan noticed a mark in the ashes. "Look, this is the Lone Wolf insignia." "Lone Wolf's people? What are they up to?" Li'er exclaimed. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qingyan speculated, could it be that Lone Wolf's people tracked down Lianzhong, intending to use him as bait to lure out the 4th cult leader? They must have encountered the abyssal sacrifice ritual in progress and had no choice but to intervene, killing Lien Zheng to stop the ceremony. To conceal their identity, they left the scene quickly. The two war kings nodded in agreement. To bait a war god-level figure, this mysterious person must be even stronger. Let's compile the information and report it, Lier said, taking out a tablet and preparing to operate it. Suddenly, the shadows of the three war kings twisted bizarrely. Watch out! A black mist rose from the shadows. Hold your fire, it's one of our own. Lu Qingyan shouted, stopping his comrades, his expression filled with confusion. Who among the shadows could it be? As the whisper faded, a cloud of dark mist suddenly materialized in front of the three battle kings. Lu Qingyan was the first to recognize the figure, a mix of surprise and reverence crossing his face. The shadow. It's actually a figure from the shadows, the legendary guardian of the lone wolf. Lu Qingyan explained in a low voice to his two companions. From within the dense mist, a raspy voice emerged. I am Ingjiu. Xiaolu, it's been 30 years, and you've nearly become a war god? There was a hint of appreciation in his tone. Lu Qingyan respectfully replied, I served as the lone wolf for a time, and it was Ingjiu war god's disciple who protected me then. Ingjiu war god? Li Er's face was full of shock, his eyes wide open. This mist is actually the war god? Lu Qingyan, now showing none of his usual arrogance, asked with utmost respect, Lord Ingjiu, what exactly happened here? Nothing much, just a young man standing up for what's right, Ingjiu answered nonchalantly. A young man? The three battle kings were stunned. They had thought it might be a hidden master at the battle king level, never imagining it was a young person. A name surfaced simultaneously in their minds: Shiluo, the strongest hope of the human race, the potential fourth supreme being. Lier, startled by his own guess, cautiously asked, Lord Ingjiu, is it really okay to tell us this? Of course not. The mist rolled and a hoarse laugh echoed, which is why I'm here to wrap things up. Youngsters are too reckless. It's up to this old man to clean up the mess. With that, the mist suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire office building and the three battle kings within it. Moments later, the mist receded. The three battle kings emerged from the building, their expressions unchanged. Leading them, Battle King Qingyan announced loudly, this first-level emergency drill is now concluded. The performance of each unit will be evaluated by higher authorities later. Dismissed. The three battle kings transformed into streaks of light, disappearing into the sky. In their minds, the drill had been a success. As for the events beyond the drill, they were buried deep in their memories, only to be revisited when they themselves became war gods. Under the night sky, the dark mist drifted away leisurely. Meanwhile, Yibai paused and glanced at the large screen by the street, which was displaying the latest news. So it was just a drill? What a false alarm. He sighed in relief and prepared to head home to tally the gains from his recent battle with Lien Zheng. However, before he could enter his neighborhood, a well-dressed, sophisticated woman stopped him. Excuse me, are you Yibai? The woman asked softly, a smile touching her eyes. Yes, and you are? Yibai responded warily. I'm Sweki's mother, Lu Sweki. She's your classmate. The woman introduced herself. Could we have a word? Not really, Yibai replied bluntly, walking past her toward his neighborhood. The woman watched Yibei's retreating figure, astonished. She was just being polite. But this kid actually said it wasn't convenient? How could her daughter be interested in someone so unconventional? Mrs. E clenched her teeth and hurried forward with small, quick steps. Her eyes were filled with urgency, clearly indicating something important. Yibai reluctantly stopped and frowned at the unexpected visitor. Why is Lu Sweki's mom looking for me? Is she trying to arrange a marriage? Yibai thought to himself. He decided to take the initiative and said seriously, Auntie, I think there might be a misunderstanding. We are senior high school students and should be focusing on our studies. I'm not considering dating at the moment. His words left Mrs. Lu momentarily speechless. She hadn't even said anything yet, but Yibai's barrage of words completely disrupted her rhythm. I never said I wanted you to date Sweki, she quickly explained, but Yibai had already taken a few steps away. Taking a deep breath, she caught up to him again and said quickly, Yibai, I need to tell you something. Sweki has an level talent and chose to be an otherworld summoner. She might struggle to even become a basic soldier in the future. Carefully choosing her words, she continued, Sweki can make her own decisions, and since she likes you, I won't interfere. I just hope you can be a bit stronger than her, so your future together might be easier. Yibai patiently explained one last time. Auntie, there must be some misunderstanding. Sweki and I are just classmates. She asks me for help with her studies, and that's all. Mrs. Lu smiled skeptically. Just classmates? Would Sweki give such a precious map to an ordinary classmate? Come on, don't try to fool me. She continued. I just want to tell you that no matter who Sweki chooses, I'll support her. But the Lu family isn't just about my opinion. If you want to be with Sweki, Other elders might oppose it. Yibai felt exasperated and thought, what kind of ridiculous plot is this? Like something from a cheesy drama. As he was about to leave, Mrs. Liu quickly added, in the next couple of days, there will be an internal selection at Nanjiang Third High School. Those who perform well have a chance to attend a top university's summer camp and might even be admitted early. Yibai, if you want to be with Sweki. Yibai interrupted, Auntie, once again, I don't want to. I just want to focus on my studies. Mrs. Liu immediately changed her tone. All right. If you want to study hard, seize this opportunity. If you make it into the top 20 in the selection, our Liu family, she didn't finish, but her meaning was clear. With the Liu family's influence in Nanjiang City, if Yibai made it into the top 20, he could be recommended for the top university's summer camp and possibly even get early admission. But that depended on Yibai's own efforts. After finishing, Mrs. Liu nodded at Yibai and turned to leave. Yibai shook his head and walked home quickly, thinking, she really misunderstood everything. Liu Sweki had chosen to hide her level talent after her second awakening. Her mom was clearly a caring but interesting character. After leaving the neighborhood, a luxurious black car stopped by the roadside, and the door opened automatically. She was surprised to find her husband in the car. Oh, you're back? Weren't you responding to a level 1 emergency? A middle-aged man with graying temples and a stern, chiseled face sat in the back. He replied, it was just a drill, and it's over now. But I found it a bit strange. Then he changed the subject. So, did you see Yibai? Yes, he's even more handsome than in the photos. No wonder Sweki likes him, she replied with a smile. Don't jump to conclusions. You act like you've already named their kids, he teased. Don't say such things, she scolded playfully, her eyes gleaming. Clearly, Liu Sweki had inherited her mother's beauty. Her tone then turned worried. Our poor daughter. Didn't Dad return from the abyss plane? Can you ask him if there's another way for Sweki? The man frowned and sighed. Dad cherishes his granddaughter more than anyone. He rushed back from the abyss plane overnight when he heard about Sweki's level talent, giving up his chance to become a war god. If it weren't for the emergency drill, he would have been home earlier. By now, he has probably already met with Sweki. Looking out the car window, his expression grew more troubled. With level talent and the choice of becoming an otherworld summoner, Liu Sweki had essentially blocked all her paths. Reversing her fate would require intervention from a war god, or even a supreme being, or the rare chance of a second talent awakening. A second talent awakening was incredibly difficult. With a heavy heart, he sighed deeply. In the end, Sweki's path was one she had to walk herself. Sweki, tell Grandpa again. What exactly happened? The elderly man in a Zhongshan suit stood by the window, his face full of disbelief. He was none other than the Flame King, who had just rushed back from the abandoned factory. Upon learning that his granddaughter had awakened in level talent, he immediately halted his exploration of the abyssal realm and hurried home. However, upon meeting his granddaughter, she privately informed him that her talent had undergone a second awakening and had become level. This news hit the Flame King like a bolt from the blue, leaving him almost speechless. Liu Sweki patiently recounted everything that had happened in recent days. After listening, the Flame King stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before calmly analyzing. So, you were able to undergo a second awakening all thanks to Yibai? Not necessarily. I'm not entirely sure, Liu Sweki replied hesitantly. No, it must be Yibai. The Flame King, with his sharp insight, was convinced. You did well to keep your secret while also sparing Yibai a lot of trouble. It's beneficial for both of you. After speaking, the Flame King paced back and forth in the room, gradually forming a plan. He turned to his granddaughter and said firmly, Sweki, listen to Grandpa. You need to pass the warrior test soon and choose the lone wolf faction. And then, Liu Sweki blinked her bright eyes, waiting for more. Once you become a lone wolf, you'll be much safer. Even if I'm not around, there will be people to protect you. The Flame King didn't elaborate on the matter of the shadows, as it wasn't something Liu Sweki needed to know at this stage. As for your classmate, I'll arrange for someone to get in touch with him. We can't forget this debt of gratitude. With that, the Flame King walked out. Get some rest and prepare for tonight's exploration of the Eternal Tower. Aim for a higher exploration rate on the first floor before moving up. Stepping out of the villa, Lu Qingyin strolled through the garden. An elderly butler with a hunched back silently approached him from behind and respectfully said, Master, the young masters have met with Yibai. What are your thoughts? He's an interesting person. The butler hesitated for a moment before adding, should I send someone to gather more information about him? When the Flame King was absent, this old butler handled all matters of the Liu family. Having followed Lu Qingyin for many years, he considered himself part of the family. No need, Lu Qingyin replied flatly. The butler was slightly surprised. No arrangements? Then what do you plan to do, master? I'll go personally, Lu Qingyin said casually. The boy has done a great favor for Sweki. Besides, I've been having some issues lately and can't return to the abyssal realm or explore the Eternal Tower. It's a good opportunity to see what the new generation is like. Standing in front of a willow tree, Lu Qingyin straightened his posture, his stance as sharp as an unsheathed sword. He muttered to himself, Yi Bai, don't let this old man down. Meanwhile, at Yi Bai's home, Achoo, Yi Bai rubbed his nose. Why do so many people seem to be thinking about me lately? Back home, he finally relaxed. This trip had been thrilling but without danger. Sitting on the couch, Yi Bai let out a long sigh of relief. He took out several items from his backpack and laid them on the table, carefully inspecting each one as he began to tally up his gains from the journey. In front of Yi Bai lay the spoils of war, all treasured possessions of the fourth demon sect's leader. The fact that these items survived the intense battle with Lian Zheng was a testament to their exceptional quality. On the far left was an irregular black sphere, about the size of a fist, with golden specks shimmering on its surface, exuding an air of mystery. When Yi Bai tried to lift it, he was astonished to discover that the small sphere weighed 1,000 pounds. Despite his strength attribute exceeding 300, he could barely move it. When he placed it on the ground, the tiles beneath it were instantly crushed into powder. Examining the peculiar stone closely, Yi Bai felt a surge of excitement. Starfall iron, 512 kilograms, a specialty of the abyssal plane. After special refinement, this material could be forged into extremely sharp, armor-piercing War King-level melee weapons. Thinking about this, Yi Bai's heart raced with anticipation. This was the perfect material for crafting top-tier weapons. Recalling his encounter with the bold demon general, Yi Bai realized that their enemies would relentlessly target Shura. Even the first-floor boss carried an S-level special item designed to counter Majest's magic ceiling disc. Clearly, the road ahead would only become more challenging. They're targeting mages, so I'll secretly train in melee combat. When the time comes, I'll amaze everyone in battle. Yi Bai calculated silently. He knew that to advance further, he needed to develop comprehensively. However, human energy is limited, and significantly improving his melee skills in a short time was unrealistic. A weapon that suited him perfectly would undoubtedly be the most convenient way to greatly enhance his close combat and survival abilities. Carefully placing the Starfall iron on the floor, Yi Bai was already contemplating how to utilize this precious stone. Although it was invaluable, unleashing its true power would require substantial resources. Next, Yi Bai's attention was drawn to the second item, a seemingly worn-out scroll. On closer inspection, it turned out to be a forbidden spell scroll. This magical item could not only imprint forbidden spells, but also release them at 80 of their original power, consuming 5 durability points per use. Its current durability was 55,100, with a storage capacity of 2 spells. Gasp, Yi Bai couldn't help but take a deep breath. It can store forbidden spells. It was said that even the residual power of a forbidden spell could alter the landscape. This skill, which only War King-level experts could barely unleash, could now be carried around by him. Yi Bai silently thanked his good fortune. He had picked up this treasure near Lian Zheng, who clearly also recognized its value. Unfortunately, during the previous escape, the stored forbidden spells had been exhausted. Otherwise, when Yi Bai stormed in, he would have faced a devastating forbidden spell. Being able to store the full force attack of a War King-level expert twice. Yi Bai thought excitedly. If used wisely, this is not just a life-saving trump card, but also a powerful weapon for battle. As for the durability consumption and imprinting of forbidden spells, Yi Bai thought, money can fix it. Can imprint forbidden spells? Pay a War King-level expert to do it. When it comes to matters involving my life, spending money is no big deal. The more Yi Bai looked at the forbidden spell scroll, the more he liked it. He couldn't help but marvel. This item's value far exceeds the Starfall iron. It might be my greatest gain from this trip. He carefully handled the scroll, already planning in his mind. I'll contact a master blacksmith to repair it and find someone to imprint forbidden spells. However, thinking of this, Yi Bai suddenly felt a pinch in his finances. I almost forgot. I only have 2,700 gold coins left. He smiled wryly, 2,700 gold coins, which converts to 2.7 million dragon coins. Yi Bai couldn't help but sigh. In just 2 days, he found himself worrying about having only 2.7 million. It was quite an inflation of expectations. But it wasn't entirely his fault. In front of a War King, 2,700 gold coins probably wouldn't even earn a second glance. Convincing a War King to help imprint forbidden spells is the real hassle. Yi Bai felt a headache coming on. Lack of money, still lack of money. Yi Bai's gaze swept over the remaining 2 items. A damaged staff caught his attention. This staff had once been a War God level weapon, but now it was severely damaged, and the cost of repair far exceeded the staff's own value. It had been the 4th demon sect leader's cherished item, accompanying him through countless battles, until it was heavily damaged in a life-threatening fight, causing the staff spirit to perish as well. After a brief glance, Yi Bai decided to ignore the staff. Its background was too special. Selling it in the trading realm would undoubtedly attract unnecessary trouble. Moreover, the staff's current value was quite low and wouldn't fetch much money. Yibai decided to stash it in the warehouse for now, to be dealt with later when the opportunity arose. The final item was a black box. The method to open this box was extremely complex, and even a war god couldn't force it open. If the box was broken by force, the documents inside would automatically be destroyed. In essence, the black box was an excellent document security device. Even if it fell into the hands of someone like the Flame War King, they couldn't access its contents. Unfortunately for the box, it had encountered Yibai. Yibai stood in the center of the room. With his SS-level talent, the Eye of Insight, he didn't need to open the box to see its contents. His pupils contracted, and a flash of inspiration hit him. He immediately realized the importance of the document. This is a list of mid to high-level officials in the fourth demonic cult. Yibai exclaimed softly, quickly grabbing paper and pen to jot down the names from the document. His hands trembled slightly with excitement as he recalled the 30,000 gold coins he had earned for reporting a single general. The weakest on this list are 5th-tier generals with bounties as high as 100,000 gold coins. Yibai murmured to himself, scanning the dozens of names. If I report everyone on this list, I should be able to get at least 10 million gold coins. Just this morning, he had been worrying about 1 million gold coins. Now, he could easily earn 10 million gold coins just by writing a few dozen reports. Yibai felt no guilt. These cult members were all guilty of heinous crimes. Setting the list aside, Yibai began to inventory his gains from this trip. The celestial gold and forbidden spell scroll were treasures he could use. The damaged staff would be kept as a collectible for now. And this list of cult members was undoubtedly a check for millions of gold coins. After organizing everything, Yibai casually picked up the Lone Wolf medal. During the previous battle, he had set it to silent mode. Switching it back to normal mode, the medal suddenly vibrated intensely. You have 19,827 unread messages. Buzz, you have 20,193 unread messages. Yibai was astonished to find his voice mailbox nearly overwhelmed. Curious, he opened the first voice message. Master, this is Old Wong. I have an item that needs appraisal. Name your price. Yibai quickly skimmed through a few messages and found that they were all requests for equipment appraisals. He frowned, utterly confused. What's going on here? Over 20,000 unread messages sat in Yibai's voicemail, and the number was rising rapidly with no sign of stopping. Setting aside his Lone Wolf medallion, Yibai turned on his computer and logged into the Wolf Den forum. The forum's homepage prominently displayed a bold, fiery red title, Paid Equipment Appraisal, including hidden attributes, price negotiable. Yibai frowned. Wasn't this the post he had made that morning? At the time, he had hoped to earn some money through equipment appraisals to lift the bloodline restriction of the forbidden magic seal, but the response had been lukewarm, with only Li Xiaoping reaching out. Curiosity piqued, Yibai clicked on the post and quickly skimmed through the content. The first half was mostly filled with skepticism, labeling it as a bait post, with only user da showing interest in the appraisal. The post should have faded into obscurity, but in the afternoon, da revived it by claiming to have completed the appraisal and giving a 5-star rating. The forum exploded. Some were swayed, while others suspected it was a staged act. Da immediately posted a copy of the transaction contract, an unforgeable piece of evidence that silenced most doubters. Yet, many still questioned the appraisal ability of a first-tier combatant. That was until user Zhizheng Chaoshi posted. The appraiser's abilities are at least master level, tested personally. This statement from a renowned forging master was like a bombshell, completely igniting the Wolf Den forum. I can't believe it, Zhizheng Chaoshi posted. Also, the appraiser is really a master-level appraiser. This isn't bait, it's a gold mine. Bless the appraiser. May you live long and prosper. Please appraise something for my old buddy Wong. Step aside, I was here first. Appraiser, I have a king-tier weapon. Comments flooded in like a tidal wave. Yibai read through them all, smiling wryly. The unexpected surge of interest made him realize the potential of the appraisal business. Although he had resolved his immediate financial issues with the blacklist, a steady side income was crucial for his continued growth and strength. Yibai dialed the Wolf Den hotline again, requesting to change the terms of his service. He set new appraisal conditions. A king-tier warrior imprinting forbidden spells on special items, crafting melee weapons with potential capped at king-tier, and repairing the durability of special items, with a choice of 1 out of 3. He also stated that he would only appraise 5 items per day, with 2 slots still available for today. This strategy was carefully crafted by Yibai. He knew that unlimited appraisal ability would attract unnecessary attention. By disguising it as an S-tier talent, Sharp Eye, he could justify the daily limit and avoid potential trouble. Despite the stringent conditions, Yibai quickly received nearly 10 messages. As he browsed through them, a plan began to take shape in his mind. Yibai carefully sifted through the information on the message board, prioritizing them based on urgency. He decided to temporarily set aside the task of crafting equipment, as he only had one main material on hand, and had yet to determine the specific crafting goal. The forbidden spell scroll still had 55 durability points left, allowing for 11 more uses, so it wasn't an immediate concern. At this moment, Yi Bai's most pressing need was to replicate a forbidden spell. From the numerous messages, he selected 2 potential collaborators and promptly sent out meeting invitations. Soon, one of them responded, "No problem. I'll meet you at the trading realm." Without hesitation, Yi Bai activated the tower mark and instantly teleported to the trading realm. At the agreed location, a blue flame was quietly waiting. As soon as Yi Bai saw the figure, a note appeared above the person's head. Lu Qingyan, Lu Sueki's grandfather, Battle King level warrior, Flame Devourer. Yi Bai was taken aback, not expecting to encounter Lu Sueki's grandfather here. He thought to himself, whatever, he doesn't know my true identity. I'll just replicate a warrior-type forbidden spell. Worst case, I won't do business with this old man in the future. With a mix of anxiety and determination, Yi Bai approached. This was his first face-to-face meeting with a Battle King level warrior. Battle Kings were legendary figures reputed to have the power to change the world, with the most exceptional among them capable of conquering lower planes. As Yi Bai neared, the Flame Devourer seemed to have guessed his identity. With a respectful expression, he greeted, "Greetings, master." Hearing this, Yi Bai felt an immediate sense of relief and couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, "Young man, I like you already. Keep talking like that." "Master, greetings." A respectful salutation echoed through the secret trading realm. Even the Pinnacle War King had to address Yi Bai this way. With a faint smile on his face, Yi Bai nodded in response, maintaining his composure. "Greetings, War King." This title of senior was perfectly timed, warming the heart of the Azure Flame War King. He scrutinized the lightning element before him and found it increasingly pleasing. Not bad. This young man is quite impressive, the Azure Flame War King thought to himself. Although the registration indicated he was only a first-rank warrior, seemingly not very powerful and quite young, the Azure Flame War King keenly sensed that this mysterious individual's potential and value far surpassed ordinary War Kings. That's why he was willing to call him Master. The Azure Flame War King conjured 2 flaming hands and respectfully cupped them in salute. "I am Lu Qingyan, pleased to meet you, Master." Yi Bai casually responded, "I've long heard of the fame of the Azure Flame of Nanjiang. Meeting you today, I believe you have the potential to advance even further. Congratulations." Lu Qingyan's body trembled at these words, and he looked at Yi Bai with newfound respect. This guy can gauge my level even through the secret trading realm. Even if he's not a war king, he's not far from it. Lu Qingyan was astonished and puzzled. Such an extraordinary person should not remain obscure. Upon further reflection, Lu Qingyan realized, of course, with the emergence of the Shura and the shifts in power, many hidden figures are coming into the spotlight. This person must be one of them. Lu Qingyan laughed heartily and warmly said, "Let's dispense with the formalities. How should I address you? I'm the 4th in line, so if you don't mind, call me 4th brother." Yi Bai was slightly surprised but went along with it. "4th brother, I have a rather tricky matter and hope you can swear to keep it confidential." "No problem," Lu Qingyan readily agreed. Under the witness of the realm spirit, Yi Bai swore an oath of confidentiality, promising not to disclose Lu Qingyan's secrets. Only then did Lu Qingyan briefly describe what had happened to his granddaughter, mentioning her accidental second awakening of her talent, now in rank, while cleverly omitting Yi Bai's involvement. Feigning ignorance, Yi Bai remarked, "That's quite fortunate." Lu Qingyan, with a hint of pride and modesty, replied, "We also had some help from benefactors." Yi Bai thought to himself, "Of course, I know there was help. The benefactor was me." But outwardly, he maintained his serene demeanor. "So, Senior Qingyan, does your matter have something to do with your granddaughter?" Yi Bai asked, pretending not to know. "Indeed," Lu Qingyan earnestly replied, "4th brother, my granddaughter can summon otherworldly beings through sacrificial items to aid in battle. Could you help identify them?" Yi Bai modestly responded, "I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee success." "You're too modest, brother. I'll definitely work." Lu Qingyan exclaimed with joy. "Tonight, my granddaughter will reach level 10 and undergo a class change. After that, I'll bring her to the secret trading realm to seek your guidance. As for the reward, it will surely satisfy you." After discussing Lu Sueki's matter, Lu Qingyan produced a War King level weapon, asking Yi Bai to help determine its advancement conditions. After a careful inspection, Yi Bai stated the conditions. Burn the 6th demon god's finger bone to ashes and apply it to the handle every 12 hours. After 6 applications, it can advance. Yi Bai silently thought, such stringent conditions, who would have guessed? No wonder my post on the Wolf's Nest forum caused such a stir. Many have advanced equipment but can't determine the conditions. Identifiers are even rarer than forgers. Lu Qingyan stored the weapon, feeling invigorated by the recent good fortune. Brother, let's discuss the reward. Known for his generosity, he continued, I saw on the forum that you need to imprint a forbidden spell. How many times? Twice, Yibai replied. Consider it done. Lu Qingyan assured, patting his chest. Even for a war king, using a forbidden spell comes at a significant cost. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called forbidden. Using it affects the war king's power, and weaker war kings might even enter a period of weakness. Of course, with enough resources, various healing potions and scrolls can also help you recover quickly. Lu Qingyan's words revealed his deep understanding of forbidden spell imprints. He candidly said, I haven't been involved in frontline battles recently, nor have I ventured into the Eternal Tower, so it's the perfect time for some imprinting. Lu Qingyan's generous offer intrigued Yibai. Without hesitation, he made his request. Then I'll trouble you, Senior Qingyan, to help me imprint the forbidden spells, Burning Seas and Eternal Flame. Excellent choices. Lu Qingyan couldn't help but praise, a hint of admiration in his eyes. He explained, these two forbidden spells are my signature skills, known for their exceptional effects. While they aren't the strongest forbidden spells I possess, they are the most convenient to use. Lu Qingyan went on to detail the power of the two spells. Burning Seas is a large-scale AoE spell that deals massive fire damage to the surrounding area, incinerating everything and dealing extra damage to water-based creatures. Those below the level of a Battle King have almost no chance of surviving this spell. Even a Battle King would suffer greatly if caught off guard. Eternal Flame, on the other hand, is an excellent survival skill. When cast, it can ignite up to 18 heart lamps on the caster's body. As long as the lamps remain lit, the caster's life is preserved. However, against overwhelming power, this skill can still fail. Taking the forbidden spell scrolls, Lu Qingyan began the imprinting process. Burning Seas took 2 attempts to succeed, while Eternal Flame required 4 tries to achieve a satisfactory result. After finishing, he handed the scrolls back to Yibai, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Burning Seas should be capable of dealing fire magic damage in the billions, equivalent to a casual strike from a Battle King. Lu Qingyan explained, panting slightly. Eternal Flame has been imprinted multiple times, so its effect is better. It should be able to light up 16 heart lamps. Unless a Battle King strikes, there should be no risk of death. Yibai thanked him sincerely. Thank you, Senior Qingyan. He understood that Lu Qingyan's goodwill was not just for the appraisal fee, but also to pave the way for his granddaughter. Senior, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now, Yibai said, then turned and left. Take care, fourth brother. Lu Qingyan watched Yibai leave, nodding slightly. He keenly sensed that this fourth brother was likely grooming a successor. While these two forbidden spells might be redundant for a true Battle King, they were perfect for protection. Lu Qingyan couldn't help but wonder who Yibai was training, but he quickly thought proudly, no matter who it is, they surely can't be stronger than my granddaughter Sweki. A second awakening, class talent, ha ha ha. My old comrade's eyes will be green with envy. After leaving the trade secret realm, Yibai returned to Blue Star. He used his Lone Wolf medal to politely decline other appraisal requests. At this point, he neither lacked money nor forbidden spells, and he had nearly used up his 5 appraisal opportunities for the day. The imprinting process by Lu Qingyan had taken quite some time, and it was now close to midnight. Yibai began preparing for his upcoming journey to the Eternal Tower. As the second hand, minute hand, and hour hand of the clock seemed to traverse vast distances and finally converge, Yibai activated the tower mark without hesitation when the clock struck 12 o'clock. In an instant, a familiar prompt sounded in his ear. Welcome to the Eternal Core City. Welcome to the Eternal Core City. The familiar notification sound rang out again, but Yibai didn't head straight to explore the Eternal Tower. Instead, he went directly to the Wolf's Den. Hello, I'm here to submit a mission, Yibai said to the receptionist. A sweet-voiced young lady greeted him warmly. All right, scanning Lone Wolf ID. Please wait. Mission: investigate Lianzhong. Choose completion method. Provide clues, capture alive, or eliminate. Eliminate. Leave the Lone Wolf mark at the scene, Yibai replied succinctly. Verification in progress. The young lady operated the terminal in front of her. Yibai wasn't worried about the verification failing. As per the Lone Wolf faction's rules, leaving the Lone Wolf mark after completing a mission guaranteed recognition. The Wolf's Den had special methods to verify this. Moments later, the young lady announced, verification complete. Issuing your mission rewards. Mission rating, class, completion rate, 100. You've earned 2,000 Lone Wolf points, and your rank is now upgraded to gold. A dark gold edge was immediately added to Yibai's Lone Wolf badge, understated yet luxurious. The young lady continued, here is your reward, 100,000 gold coins. Please accept it. Noticing it was Yibai's first promotion, the young lady couldn't help but explain further. The ranks within Lone Wolf are very prestigious. As a gold Lone Wolf, even if you're just a first-rank soldier, you'll enjoy the treatment of a general in the official ranks. Your monthly stipend will also increase from 30,000 dragon coins to 90,000 dragon coins. In the Wolf's Den internal store, you can enjoy a 2 discount. You currently have 2,000 points available. However, please note that if you upgrade your combat rank, your lone wolf rank will automatically drop by 1 level. Yi Bai nodded slowly as he absorbed the information. This was the first time he had heard about these details. Clearly, Lian Zheng's special status had played a role, and the higher-ups at the Wolf's Den likely already knew that Lian Zheng was the son of the 4th demonic sect leader. The young lady added, by the way, you've entered the Soldier Gold rank, globally ranked 9812. You can input a pseudonym on your lone wolf badge, or use your eternal ID as a keepsake. Yi Bai nodded in understanding and then asked, I have information about a traitor from the demonic sect involving Lian Zheng's father. Can you report it to the higher-ups for me? The young lady smiled and replied, you can register the information here, and the corresponding reward will be issued as usual. Unless it involves high-level demonic sect members, even a warlord can be reported here. Yi Bai insisted, please help me report this information. Someone should come to handle it. All right, please wait a moment. The young lady submitted the information into the system for a senior warlord supervisor to handle. Time ticked by slowly as the clock on the wall moved. After a minute, the young lady spoke again. Sir, the information you provided might not be enough to attract the higher-ups' attention. Could you possibly provide more detail? Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted her. The door of the Wolf's Den was kicked open with a tremendous force, a gust of wind howling in and destroying nearby tables and chairs, creating chaos instantly. Several patrons were thrown into the air, rolling on the ground before angrily looking up. Who the hell? Someone began to shout but fell silent mid-sentence, unable to say another word. A towering, muscular figure strode into the Wolf's Den, the very person who had just kicked the door open. On his shoulder, he carried a massive lone wolf medal, gleaming with a celestial light. The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. War God tier, celestial lone wolf. 9-star chain. It's the 9-star lone wolf. Top of the celestial ranking, Xue Ming. The moment people recognized his identity, the entire room's attention was drawn to him. Xue Ming, true to his name, was nothing if not fierce. His robust frame exuded an unstoppable aura as he strode confidently to the bar. Ignoring the reverent gazes around him, Xue Ming's piercing eyes locked directly onto Yi Bai. Kid, are you the one who reported the information? His voice boomed through the hall like a great bell. The receptionist nearby couldn't help but tremble at his words. She stammered, unable to form a complete sentence, and could only manage a nod. Wise, it was him. She never expected that the information Yi Bai asked her to report would attract such a prominent figure. Her superior was merely a battle king, whereas Xue Ming was several ranks above that. Why would such a deity descend in person? It was no wonder the receptionist was so flustered. The titles Xue Ming bore were simply too dazzling. War God tier, top of the celestial ranking, 90-year war god, S-grade talent, adopted son of the supreme being. Any one of these labels alone was awe-inspiring, but Xue Ming embodied them all. Xue Ming frowned slightly, his tone serious. Kid, falsifying information is a grave crime. Think carefully before you speak. He didn't really believe that a mere Tier 1 battle soldier could provide any useful intelligence. However, since this person had killed Lian Zheng, there might indeed be something important. That's why Xue Ming had come in person. Yi Bai, however, remained unexpectedly composed in the face of Xue Ming's questioning. Do you want me to say it right here? He countered. Xue Ming was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the kid to take the lead. Then, he burst into hearty laughter. Good kid, you almost had me there. You're right, this isn't the place to talk. Come, follow me inside. With that, Xue Ming turned and led Yi Bai further in. Internally, Yi Bai couldn't help but find the situation a bit awkward, but he dutifully followed Xue Ming. They traversed the depths of the Wolf's Den and arrived at a private office. Xue Ming threw his massive frame onto a couch, occupying the entire space. He gestured for Yi Bai to sit, and then spoke. Sit. What we discuss here, no one but the Supreme Being can eavesdrop on. Xue Ming's sharp gaze bore into Yi Bai, his tone turning solemn. Now, you can tell me about Lian Zheng's father. Or, would you prefer to call him the 4th demon cult leader? The 4th demon sect leader. Xue Ming's voice was filled with vigilance and gravity. He continued, a war god-level expert, even when the main stronghold of the 4th demon sect was breached, could still escape from the encirclement of other war god-level fighters. His threat to humanity is even greater than that of the demon god. The demon god is distant, but the sect leader is near. The sooner we capture him, the sooner we can eliminate this hidden danger. Yi Bai nodded and took out a list from his chest, handing it to Xue Ming. Before we discuss him, take a look at this list. Xue Ming casually took the list and glanced at it. Suddenly, his body tensed, and his eyes shot out a sharp glint. He stood up abruptly, his expression turning extremely serious. This list is? Although his tone was questioning, his expression had already betrayed his suspicions. Yi Bai confirmed with a nod. That's right. This is a list of high-ranking members of the fourth demon sect. Bang! Xueming's face contorted instantly, veins bulging on his arms, and his hands clenched into fists. The list crumbled into powder in his grip, and his back teeth ground audibly. From deep within his throat, he let out a beast-like roar. Traitors, damn them. Yi Bai reminded him from the side. Ahem, you just destroyed the only copy of the list I had. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xueming rolled his eyes and then raised his hands. All the paper fragments swirled in his palms, and within 3 seconds, the list was restored. Check it for any errors. Yi Bai carefully examined it and, upon confirming its accuracy, handed the list back to Xueming. Xueming calmed his initial anger and asked in a deep voice, "Where did you get this list?" This is a serious matter. Many of the people on this list hold high positions and critical roles. Accusing them of being cultists is no small matter. You'd better have solid evidence. Yi Bai was prepared and explained. After Lian Zheng's death, I found a small box among his belongings that contained this list. I only glanced at it before the box transformed and locked itself. As he spoke, he placed a black box in front of Xueming. Have you opened this box since? Xueming asked, gripping the box with one hand and scratching his head with the other. No, Yi Bai replied. How do you open this thing? Xueming was tempted to smash the box but feared destroying the list inside. Yi Bai suddenly said, I think you should be able to open it easily, right? Xueming hesitated, his expression changing slightly. He reluctantly responded, of course. Yi Bai seized the opportunity. Once you open it, you'll know the authenticity of the list. In fact, Xueming already believed in the list about 70 to 80%. A third of the names were of people who were already dead, their identities exposed after the fall of the fourth demon sect stronghold. The remaining 2/3, however, were still deeply hidden. These individuals were a significant threat that needed to be eradicated to completely eliminate the fourth demon sect. Xueming calmed down and said in a serious tone, we will verify the authenticity of the list using various methods. We won't wrong the innocent or let the guilty go free. As for your reward for the report, it will be issued once the list is fully verified. If you wish to advance part of it, up to 1 billion gold coins, just say the word. Yi Bai declined the advance. There's no need for an advance. My report is not solely for the money. There is still righteousness in this world. Xueming's expression turned somewhat curious upon hearing this. However, he quickly dismissed the thought and asked the question that concerned him most. You mentioned earlier that you had news about Lian Zheng's father. Is it true? Yi Bai calmly replied, it's true. I know his next move. He will come to Nanjiang City. Nanjiang City? Xueming frowned in thought. What's he going to Nanjiang City for? Oh right, his son died there. Suddenly, Xueming's expression froze, and he looked up at Yi Bai, a bold idea forming in his mind. Yi Bai nodded, confirming Xueming's suspicion once more. That's right. He's coming to kill me. The hatred of a son's death is irreconcilable. The fourth demon sect leader swore on his life to kill Yi Bai. He must come to Nanjiang City, even return to the scene, to track down Yi Bai's whereabouts. Undoubtedly, Yi Bai was in an extremely dangerous situation. Being targeted by a warlord was no small matter. Xueming's face was grim as he walked over to Yi Bai and gave him a heavy pat on the shoulder. Eat whatever you like, Xueming said in a deep voice, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Yi Bai was taken aback by his words. Frowning, he replied, why do you sound like I'm about to die? Come on, show your strength as a 9th-tier warlord. It's just the leader of the demon sect. Let's take him down. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Bai realized his mistake and quickly added, just kidding. Forcing a stiff smile, Xueming instructed, keep your identity hidden. I'll have people keep an eye on the scene. We might be able to ambush and capture the demon sect leader. He paused, then added, to be honest, being targeted by a warlord leaves you with few options. Just hope for the best. With that, Xueming pushed Yi Bai towards the door. Head to the Eternal Tower and strengthen yourself quickly. The enemy might not personally come after you. Even if they send a few minions, they'll be at the warlord level, and that'll be tough enough for you. Xueming had to admit, even if it were him facing such a situation as a war soldier, it would be a near-death experience. The fact that Yi Bai could remain calm was already impressive. The compensation for lone wolves is quite generous, Xueming said offhandedly. Yi Bai's eyes widened. What? Did you really just say that out loud? Is that appropriate? Yi Bai deeply understood what it meant to be alive but already dead. Xueming escorted Yi Bai to the entrance of the wolf's den and said solemnly, take care. Let's get away from this jinx. Yi Bai didn't want to stay with Xueming for another second and hurriedly made his way towards the Eternal Tower. After Yi Bai left, Xueming's face broke into a smile. You cheeky brat. You dared to mess with me using that box. Scaring you was the least I could do. Previously, Yibai had used a box to flatter Xue Ming, leaving him at a loss. This time, scaring Yibai was payback. Despite this, Xue Ming knew that being targeted by a warlord-level monster meant survival was nearly impossible. He took off his lone wolf badge and began to operate it, applying to the shadow for an elder-level protector for Yibai. If I can get an elder from the top 40 to protect him, he'll be safe. Xue Ming thought, though he had little hope. Elder-level protectors in the shadow were the elite, assigned based on the potential of the lone wolves. Back in the day, Xue Ming had Elder 23 by his side, meaning he ranked 23rd in potential among his peers. Applying for a top 40 elder, even temporarily, was nearly impossible. At the very least, I should upgrade his security and secretly assign a warlord to protect him, Xue Ming calculated. Within 3 seconds of submitting the application, he received a response. The information displayed on his badge left Xue Ming thunderstruck, standing motionless like a statue. The lone wolf badge showed 8 bold black characters. Insufficient authority. Application denied. I'm a 9th-tier warlord, ranked first on the star list, and I don't even have the authority to apply? Xue Ming muttered in disbelief. Just who is that kid? Leaving the wolf den, Yibai headed straight for the Eternal Tower. He summoned the Eternal Core Crystal, placing his palm on it, and was instantly engulfed in a dazzling white light. The system's prompt sounded, teleporting, current floor, 2. Wishing you a swift journey through the Eternal Tower. In the blink of an eye, Yibai found himself in a desolate land. The ground was scarred and littered with debris, and thick, oppressive clouds loomed overhead, casting the entire world into a suffocating darkness. The system prompt appeared again. Eternal Tower, 2nd floor class advancement realm. Yibai quickly recalled the relevant information. The first floor of the Eternal Tower was a leveling area for players from level 1 to 10, while the second floor was a personal dungeon for level 10 players to undergo their first class advancement. Players needed to defeat monsters to obtain class advancement items and choose the one best suited for them. However, Yibai faced an awkward situation, had already advanced to an SS grade class, the Thunder Fury Mage Lightning specialization. For him, this class advancement realm seemed redundant. As Yibai pondered, a new system message popped up. Upon reaching 100 exploration, an extra reward would be granted in additional specialization for the Thunder Fury Mage. This unexpected surprise made Yibai's eyes light up. His current Thunder Fury Mage class, already maxed out in lightning damage, would only become more powerful with an additional specialization. Yibai quickly formulated a strategy. First, achieve 100 exploration to gain the new specialization. Second, use this opportunity to frequently employ his thunder skills and aim for their advancement. He promptly reviewed the thunder skill description. Thunder LV1. Summons a bolt of lightning from the sky, hitting the enemy for 202 intelligence and lightning damage. If the enemy's health is below 30, the damage converts to true damage. Each hit permanently increases base lightning damage by 5 points. Struck enemies are 100 slowed and receive a random negative debuff. Mana cost, 200 points, cooldown, 2 seconds. After some calculations, Yibai found that, without stacking any buffs, he could deal 1,655 lightning damage to a target with 0 magic resistance, and if the target's health was below 30, the damage would convert to true damage. Scanning his surroundings, Yibai locked onto a 2-headed ogre in the distance. The system indicated its health was 25002-500. As Yibai observed, the ogre noticed him and clumsily charged forward. Thunder! Yibai muttered. A cyan bolt of lightning struck down, and a red damage number appeared above the ogre's head, its movements immediately slowing. Thanks to the Thunder Fury Mage's 50 cooldown reduction, Yibai cast another thunder skill just 1 second later. This strike dealt true damage, bringing the ogre crashing to the ground, the air thick with the smell of burnt flesh. Experience 200. Exploration 0.1. The system prompt followed. Dispatching the ogre in under 2 seconds, with a 10-point increase in base lightning damage, left Yibai quite satisfied with the start. His gaze now fixed on more distant monsters, ready to continue his exploration journey. To Yibai, these monsters were nothing but walking experience points, perfect aids for his growth. Excitedly, he shouted, "Stop right there. Take this heavenly thunder." Instantly, thunderous roars echoed across the wasteland. One by one, the monsters fell, and Yibai relished every moment. He unleashed a variety of skills. Wind Slash, Heavenly Thunder, Monkey Steals the Peach. For him, joy was as simple and direct as that. Meanwhile, Lu Sweki was curiously observing her surroundings, her canary on her shoulder full of disdain. So this is the second floor of the Eternal Tower, she muttered to herself. Yesterday, she had fought for a full 6 hours on the first floor, and with the help of her powerful pet and the time-limited buff from Shura, she had quickly leveled up to 10. Today, she had successfully cleared the floor with an 83 exploration rate. Lu Sweki recalled her grandfather Lu Qingyan's advice before entering the Eternal Tower. She must complete her class change today, as a significant opportunity awaited her, one she couldn't afford to miss. She dared not slack off and hurried to the second floor, ready to undergo her class change. Her goal was clear: kill as many monsters as possible, obtain high-tier class change items, and increase her exploration rate. Then, the canary on Lu Sueki's shoulder transformed into a golden-winged roc, with golden flames sweeping across the land, incinerating the monsters. Luckily, the second floor is a solo instance, so I can go all out. Lu Sueki thought to herself. She needed to keep the secret of her second awakening of this level talent under wraps. Even Lu Qingyan supported her decision. In these critical times, it was best to develop quietly and prosper in silence. Lu Sueki was realistic. Based on my previous experience, if I can achieve an 80 exploration rate on the second floor and obtain this level class template, that would be an exceptional performance. Higher levels will be much more challenging and likely to fail. She set a practical goal for herself: aim for 80 and strive for it. For level talent, this is already an excellent achievement. With her mind made up, Lu Sueki followed the golden-winged roc and embarked on her journey of conquest. On the other side, Yibai looked at the wasteland littered with monster corpses and retracted his natural power. Not a speck of dust tainted him, making him appear particularly relaxed and free. At this moment, he was the only living being left on the entire wasteland, as if the Grim Reaper had descended, leaving nothing but desolation in his wake. Yibai felt a surge of joy. 90 exploration rate. He recalled the strategy guide. Once all monsters were killed, reaching a 90 exploration rate, the final boss would appear. By dealing as much damage as possible to the boss, he could further increase the exploration rate, and successfully killing it would push the rate to 100. Yibai's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the sky. With the last monster's breath, the thick clouds began to shift, emitting deafening roars. A massive shadow loomed over Yibai, signaling the arrival of an indescribable terror. Yibai focused intently, ready for battle. He took a deep breath and murmured, "Here comes the big one." The heavy, inky clouds slowly descended, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Yibai stood on a small hill, slightly tilting his head back as he silently gathered his strength. His ready-to-strike skill was accumulating, needing 150 seconds, or 2.5 minutes, to fully charge with 30 stacks. The boss behind the clouds didn't keep Yibai waiting for long. Soon, a massive figure burst through the clouds, revealing its true form. It was a three-meter humanoid creature, rippling with muscles that exuded raw power. A pair of gray wings on its back stirred up a fierce wind with each flap, creating an intimidating presence. Before Yibai stood a birdman, a fallen angel corrupted by demonic power, looking like a cosplay version of Lei Zhenzi. The birdman boss took on an air of superiority and spoke, "Mortal, worship me and kneel, and you will gain immense power." Yibai continued to silently stack his ready-to-strike skill, replying nonchalantly, "So, what's the price?" The birdman arrogantly responded, "Price? True power requires no price, only a heart that yearns to grow stronger." As he spoke, he crossed his arms and looked down on Yibai. The fifth demon. The fifth deity I serve was once the ruler of the Eternal Tower. Yibai couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. This birdman not only had cliché lines, but also revealed all his cards nothing more than a lackey of the fifth demon. He had no interest in this spiel but was curious about one thing. How did this boss manage to find him in the second layer of the single-player dungeon, where each player faced different monsters and bosses? Quickly, Yibai realized the truth. They had collectively tainted the entire dungeon layer. Anyone entering the second layer during this period would encounter corrupted bosses. This realization filled Yibai's gaze with a deadly determination. He was resolved to cleanse the second layer as soon as possible. Yibai glanced at his ready-to-strike stacks, which had reached 20. Only 10 more to go, about 50 seconds. Seeing that Yibai remained unmoved, the birdman understood that mere promises wouldn't sway him. He extended his right hand, a glowing orb appearing in his palm. "Mortal, kneel before me, and you shall obtain what you seek." This is an S-class hidden job transfer item. Even if you defeat me, this is the best reward you can get. For others, this might be a significant temptation. But for Yibai, who possessed the SS-class job template, Heaven's Wrath Mage, it was trivial. He responded dismissively, impressive, even raising his hand to offer a few sparse claps. The birdman snorted, clearly seeing through Yibai's indifference. With a sneer, he said, "You humans have a saying. Refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." Yibai interrupted, "I'm under 18, can't drink alcohol." The birdman was so infuriated by this unexpected response that his feathers stood on end. He roared angrily, "This isn't about the alcohol. It's a metaphor, do you understand?" Suppressing his fury, the birdman said sinisterly, "I'm telling you, refusing to follow my master will bring you nothing but suffering. I will tear you apart, shred you to pieces, and even chew on every bone. Do you know what's most exquisite? Throughout this process, you will not only be alive but also painfully aware, feeling every bit of agony and every cell scream. It's beautiful. Yi Bai's ready to strike was nearly fully charged, and he was tired of pretending. He replied, "Oh, I'm so scared." He was ready to reveal his hand. A battle was inevitable. The Birdman's eyes blazed with fury. He swore this was the most infuriating person he'd ever met. This guy shouldn't be a mage. He should be a warrior with a built-in taunt skill, maxed out in effectiveness. Seems words alone won't do. Time to teach you a lesson. The Birdman snorted, flapping his wings and diving straight at Yi Bai. Wait, Yi Bai suddenly called out, halting the Birdman's attack. Actually, I lied about something earlier. The Birdman stopped his charge. To him, the power disparity between them was as vast as that between an ant and a dragon. The other had no chance of turning the tide. Listening to his last words of struggle could be entertaining. Clearly, he didn't understand the trope that villains talk too much. His attitude towards Yi Bai was full of arrogance and prejudice. What did you lie to me about? I'm actually 18 now. As soon as the fallen angel finished speaking, Yi Bai felt a surge of joy. His plan to buy time had succeeded. He could feel the power within him building up, ready to be unleashed, now stacked to 30 layers. Suddenly, new annotations appeared before Yi Bai's eyes. The Eye of Insight revealed the enemy's weakness. The fallen angel had only 120,000 health and an 80 resistance to lightning magic. However, to Yi Bai, these numbers were nothing more than a death sentence for his opponent. You can easily take him down now, the Eye of Insight continued. You're waiting to unleash your power, but what's he waiting for? A slight smile crept onto Yi Bai's lips as he silently added, he's waiting to die. Sensing the danger, the fallen angel's ears twitched. His eyes flared with anger as he shouted, arrogant fool. Watch how I end you. You insignificant insect. Enough with the chatter, Yi Bai retorted dismissively, pointing his staff forward. In a deep, powerful voice, he commanded, heavenly thunder. In an instant, the sky changed color. A massive red lightning bolt tore through the clouds, as if it were about to split the heavens apart. It struck down with blinding speed, smashing into the fallen angel's head and obliterating all in its path. The fallen angel didn't even have time to react. The shock in his eyes hadn't faded before his body began to disintegrate into ashes, scattering in the wind across the desolate land, becoming part of the earth. In his final moments, the fallen angel realized a shocking truth. Heavenly Thunder was a skill exclusive to the Heaven's Wrath Mage. You are Shura. This secret sank into oblivion along with his consciousness. As Yi Bai defeated the fallen angel, the dark clouds in the sky receded like a tide. Everyone on the second level of the Eternal Tower felt the ground beneath them shake violently. Lu Sweki stood on the back of the golden-winged rock, looking down at the ground in shock. She witnessed a terrifying fissure opening up, swallowing countless monsters. She herself had almost fallen into it. This unprecedented phenomenon left her utterly baffled. At that moment, a clear voice echoed throughout the space, an announcement from the Eternal Tower. Congratulations to player Shura for achieving SSS level clearance of the second level of the Eternal Tower. Detecting contamination on the second level, initiating purification, purification complete. The clearance rewards for player Shura will be calculated shortly. Lu Sweki's wide eyes were filled with astonishment. Shura, it's Shura again. He cleared it with an SSS rating again, she murmured to herself, then furrowed her brow in confusion. Strange, why did I say again? Shura has once again completed the Eternal Tower with an SSS rating, marking his third such achievement in just 3 days. The human warriors reacted nonchalantly, filling the public channel with seemingly casual, but actually boastful comments. One person joked, the last SSS rating felt like it was just yesterday. Oh, it really was yesterday. Never mind then. Another quipped, the Eternal Tower can't go without an SSS rating, just like the humans can't go without Shura. Some even humorously dubbed Shura as the designated SSS achiever, only to be corrected to Tower Conqueror. However, beneath the warrior's calm demeanor lay a hint of anticipation. The purification of the second layer of the Eternal Tower, which had been tainted by a demon god, took some time, delaying Shura's rewards. Everyone gathered, not just to wait for the server-wide rewards, but also to praise Shura's prowess. Yesterday's SSS rating had brought many powerful temporary buffs, including the game-changing Guardian Angel buff. What would today's reward be? Everyone was eager to find out. Meanwhile, Yi Bai stood on the wasteland, hearing the notification from the Eternal Tower, calculating clearance rating and rewards. Eternal Blessing activated, clearance rating automatically 1. Reward received, Elemental Mastery Orb of the Storm Mage. Please choose the corresponding elemental types, limited to 2. Several options appeared before Yi Bai. Wood, water, fire, wind. Unlike the previous 100 exploration SSS rating, which only granted a randomly assigned element, this SSS rating offered two major benefits: the freedom to choose the desired elements and the ability to gain two elements instead of one. To make the best choice, Yibai tested his elemental affinity with a mirror. The results showed lightning 200, soul 110, fire 95, wind 90, water 70. According to the Eye of Insight, the optimal choice would be soul and fire. Unfortunately, soul was not an available option, so Yibai had to reluctantly forego it. After careful consideration, Yibai chose wind and fire. He reasoned that wind, lightning, and fire had synergistic properties and could complement each other. Although water excelled in healing, shielding, and sustainability, its 70 affinity was too low compared to fire and was incompatible with it, making coordination challenging. Having made his choice, Yibai confirmed and received the elemental mastery orbs of wind and fire. The two orbs fell into his hands and were immediately absorbed. Class template evolution successful. Storm Mage has acquired the skills Wind Fury and Ignite. The system notification sounded. The effect of Wind Fury LV1 is enhances the next skill or attack to be released twice in succession, with the buff lasting 6 seconds. Wind Fury cannot be triggered again during this period. Mana consumption, 300 points. Cooldown, 6 seconds. Yibai noted that Wind Fury differed from the charged state. While the charged state doubled the effect, Wind Fury released the skill twice consecutively. This meant that both instances of damage would be subject to magic resistance reduction, potentially resulting in overall lower damage. The system also specified that Wind Fury couldn't stack, likely to prevent players from exploiting bugs. Despite this, Wind Fury had unique advantages in certain situations. For instance, when casting Heavenly Thunder, the first strike under Wind Fury could reduce the enemy's health to below 30, allowing the second strike to deal true damage. In such cases, a single Wind Fury might outperform a single charged state. Yibai realized that Wind Fury's greatest benefit might be saving the time required to stack the charged state, as the charged state only affected lightning skills. This new skill added more strategic options to his combat repertoire. Yibai astutely realized that by adjusting the sequence of his skill combos, he could significantly boost his efficiency. A combo like Wind Fury Power Surge 2 Wind Fury could cut the stacking time in half, giving him a sizable advantage in battle. He carefully examined the three newly mastered skills: Sky Thunder, Wind Fury, and Ignite. Each one was incredibly powerful and unique. Sky Thunder provided massive burst damage. Wind Fury not only shortened the power surge time, but also enhanced melee capabilities. Ignite compensated for the lack of sustained damage while adding a grievous wound effect, reducing the enemy's healing effectiveness. Yibai silently reviewed the detailed information for the Ignite skill. At LV1, it releases flames to scorch the designated target, dealing 201.5 intelligence fire damage over 5 seconds, along with a grievous wound effect that reduces the target's healing by 40 and grants true vision of the target. For every 10 enemies killed, the grievous wound effect increases by 1. For every 100 enemies killed, the duration increases by 1 second, with damage scaling proportionally. It consumes 200 mana and has a cooldown of 20 seconds. The sheer power of these three skills undoubtedly highlighted the extraordinary nature of the Sky Fury Mage's SS level template. As Yibai reveled in his newfound power, a server-wide announcement rang out, declaring his advancement to a Sky Fury Mage specializing in fire and thunder. However, Yibai keenly noticed that the announcement only mentioned fire and thunder, omitting any reference to wind. He immediately realized this could be because the wind element was an additional option awarded for an SSS level rating. This discovery thrilled him, as he recognized that he had gained a powerful trump card. The entire world believed that Shura was only dual specialized in fire and thunder, while the wind skill he secretly mastered became his ace in the hole. This not only diversified his combat tactics, but also provided perfect camouflage for his true identity. He could easily claim to be a wind-specialized mage to avoid any association with Shura. At that moment, the Eternal Tower announced the server-wide rewards for this SSS level advancement. The rewards included 1. A Perfectionist, buff that increases all attributes by 20. 2. A Lightning Speed, buff that boosts movement speed by 30 and attack speed by 15. 3. A Farewell Weakness, buff that prevents entering a weakened state after death. 4. An Exploration Expert, effect that grants an automatic 20 exploration rate upon entering the next job transition dungeon, with a higher probability of obtaining hidden and special classes. These buffs lasted for 6 hours and only counted time spent within the Eternal Tower. The moment the rewards were announced, the entire human world fell into a brief silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the announcement before cheers erupted like a tidal wave. The public channels, faction channels, and family channels were filled with celebratory voices. These powerful buffs were invaluable to the entire human race. Everyone benefited, with their strength increasing to varying degrees. Faces beamed with happiness, and hope for the future was palpable. In various channels, Countless praises and thanks eventually coalesced into a resounding shout that echoed through the skies. Shura, you rock! After his class change, a white light engulfed Yi once more, transporting him back to the bustling metropolis of Eternal Core City. The streets were abuzz with lively discussions, all centered around one hot topic: Azura. Unlike last time, the limited time buff now only counted down inside the Eternal Tower. This change allowed players to leisurely gather supplies and familiarize themselves with their skills, preparing thoroughly before attempting higher floors. Yi blended into the bustling crowd, strolling along the streets. The enthusiastic atmosphere around him was infectious, and he couldn't help but join in the collective chant, Azura, awesome. Fortunately, no one shouted anything like refund. Though he appeared to be aimlessly wandering, Yi's mind was entirely focused on organizing the substantial rewards from his recent journey. He summoned his status panel, and a dense array of text appeared before him. Eternal ID, Azura. Talent, Eye of Insight SSS grade. Level, 26. Class, Storm Mage Wind Fire Lightning. HP, 71007-100. MP, 86008600. Strength, 386,100. Intelligence, 56,540. Spirit, 51,530. Agility, 364. Constitution, 231,100. Luck, 12. Equipment, Force of Nature 1. Skills, Lightning Bolt, Thunder Blessing, Gathering Storm, Heaven's Thunder, Wind Slash, Wind Fury, Ignite. Status, Lightning Affinity, Lightning Mastery, Fire Mastery, Wind Mastery. Free attribute points, 160 points. During the intense battles on the second floor, Yi's experience points from defeating monsters and bosses propelled him straight to level 26, significantly boosting his base attributes. Each level up also granted an extra 10 free attribute points. As a mage, Yi wisely distributed these points evenly between intelligence and spirit. Thanks to his SS grade class template, Yi's attribute growth rate far surpassed that of ordinary players. His current level 26 stats were already more formidable than many geniuses at level 50 or 60. This meant that Yi had a good chance of achieving a higher rank in the upcoming War Soldier test, thereby elevating his War Soldier grade. Raising his War Soldier grade would not only increase his monthly stipend, unlock more privileges, and access higher level missions, but also help Yi accurately assess his own strength. While the Eye of Insight provided a numerical evaluation, Yi understood that only through the cycle of combat, reflection, and re-evaluation could he truly tap into his potential and unleash greater power in battles. The most significant gain from this journey was the notable improvement in his Heaven's Thunder skill. As a scalable damage skill, each cast increased its base damage by 5 points. During this dungeon run, Yi used Heaven's Thunder as often as possible, casting it 120 times. Consequently, the base damage of Heaven's Thunder skyrocketed from 200 to 800 points. Combined with the double intelligence damage, Yi's current intelligence attribute was 695 points. A single cast now dealt a whopping 2,190 points of damage. Considering the Storm Mage's 100 damage bonus and the Force of Nature's 15 additional boost, even without Gathering Storm, a single Heaven's Thunder could inflict nearly 4,700 points of devastating damage. This meant Yi could effortlessly one-shot an ordinary 3rd-tier war soldier and significantly injure 4th or 5th-tier war soldiers. If paired with the Wind Fury skill, Yi could unleash nearly 10,000 points of burst damage in an instant, enough to one-shot a 6th-tier war soldier. Satisfied with the impressive numbers calculated by the Eye of Insight, Yi nodded approvingly. Putting away his status panel, Yi casually entered a skill book shop. He knew that if he bought all his skill books and equipment from the goblin minions in the trading nexus, his identity would eventually be exposed. Given his need to master 3 elements, Yi decided to anonymously purchase some transitional skill books in Eternal Core City. For truly valuable items, Yi had devised a meticulous procurement strategy. He could safely buy wind-related skill books and equipment from the goblin minions, as this was the least likely to reveal his identity as Azura. Fire-related items could be acquired through a friendly cooperation with the newly acquainted Qing Yin Battle King, which would not only meet his needs but also forge an alliance with this loyal and powerful warrior. And for the crucial lightning materials, to ensure absolute safety, Yi decided to only trade through the Wolf's Den in the future. This seemingly complex arrangement was, in fact, a necessary preparation for Yi's long-term development. Outside, the crowd was chanting loudly, "Shilua is awesome." But why? Because in just 2 days, Shilua had twice achieved SSS level clearances, significantly boosting the strength and potential of the human race. Yi stood on the bustling street, the cheers of the people echoing in his ears. He knew well that the more important Shilua became to the human race, the more of a threat he would be in the eyes of the demon gods. The old saying, "A tall tree attracts the wind," reverberated in his mind. To survive, Yibai understood he needed to quickly enhance his strength while staying low-key and hiding his identity. What he needed wasn't resources, but time to convert those resources into power. With his thoughts becoming clearer, Yibai decided to first purchase a batch of wind-based skill books to study. Then, he would use these newly learned skills to participate in the warrior test. He walked briskly into a nearby skill book store, his eyes scanning the shelves. Give me a basic windshield skill book, and also windblade, lightness technique, and windbind, Yibai said to the shopkeeper, taking out 80 gold coins from his money pouch to buy these moderately ranked skill books. The shopkeeper, seeing this young man in a lone wolf mask spend 80 gold coins without batting an eye, grinned widely. After all, these basic skill books, while practical, were still a significant expense for an ordinary person. Young man, you're a wind mage, right? I have some fine wind wands here. Want to take a look? The shopkeeper enthusiastically recommended. Yibai shook his head. No need for a wand. Do you have any other weapons? Like gauntlets? Though puzzled as to why a mage would want gauntlets, the shopkeeper borrowed a couple from the neighboring weapon store. In the end, Yibai purchased a pair of all-class usable bladed gauntlets with a very slight armor-piercing effect for 15 gold coins. After leaving the store, Yibai quickly studied all the wind-based skill books. Now I can have offensive capabilities with just wind skills, he thought to himself. Recalling his previous participation in the warrior test, he remembered that the test room was monitored. To avoid revealing his identity, he decided to use lightning and fire skills as little as possible and focus on wind skills. Fully prepared, Yibai returned to the warrior test hall. He received a number card, scanned his lone wolf badge, and was directed to the express lane. Old you, there's a first-rank warrior who wants to take the test again. A lone wolf. A security guard monitoring the screens called out. The hall manager had instructed them to notify him of any first-rank warrior wanting to test recently. The bald manager shuddered at the news, quickly stood up, and rushed to the monitor, his eyes locking onto Yibai's back. He hesitated, unsure if this was the same genius from yesterday. A sharp-eyed security guard noticed Yibai's distinctive mask and exclaimed, "Wow, a golden lone wolf. I've never seen a first-rank warrior with a golden lone wolf badge before." This caught the attention of many people who gathered around to catch a glimpse. The bald manager, however, turned pale, convinced of the individual's identity. He hurriedly pushed through the crowd and ran straight to the supervisor's office. "Boss!" The bald manager burst into the office, panting and interrupting the supervisor's meeting. The supervisor reprimanded him. "You, keep calm and composed. Don't lose your cool over small matters." After calming down, the supervisor asked, "What's the matter?" "That genius from yesterday is back. He's now a golden lone wolf and is here for another strength test," the bald manager cautiously reported. "Spittake," the supervisor sprayed out his tea and blurted, "No way. Really?" Upon confirming the news, the supervisor immediately stood up. "Let's go to the monitoring room." His eyes gleamed with excitement, showing his special interest in this mysterious genius. "Just how far can you go? Second-rank warrior? Third-rank warrior?" The supervisor wondered eagerly as he headed quickly to the monitoring room. "Everyone, put your work aside for a moment." In the monitoring room, the director remained composed and announced in a steady voice, "To support everyone's breakthrough at the Eternal Tower, we will have a paid half-day off today." This sudden good news caught some by surprise, leaving them staring at each other in confusion. However, the more experienced and shrewd employees exchanged knowing glances, seemingly guessing the reason behind it. They thought to themselves, there must be another prodigy requiring strict testing and monitoring in secrecy. Someone muttered internally. The last time they used this excuse, even the pauses in the director's speech were identical. They didn't even bother to change it. Nonetheless, nobody would refuse a paid half-day off. Heads bowed, they shuffled out of the monitoring room, delighted. Once the room was cleared, only 3 people remained. The director, the bald manager, and the director's guest, a formidable veteran war king. The director introduced, "Qing Yin, I haven't introduced you yet. This is Xiao Yu. He was with me in the Legion back in the day. After I stepped down, he's been working under me." So, this veteran war king was Lu Qingyan. With some free time, he had come to Eternal Core City to catch up with old friends. But the most important matter today was that his granddaughter, Lu Sweki, might be taking the soldier test. Lu Qingyan was there to keep an eye on things and help protect the secret of his granddaughter's second awakening. Curiously, Lu Qingyan asked, "How talented is this prodigy you mentioned?" He added confidently, "I've seen a lot in my time. Xueming was in the same class as me. During the entrance test, I even gave him a punch." The director snorted, "Enough. I've heard that story so many times I could recite it myself." Lu Qingyan's proudest moment wasn't becoming a war king, but having once punched Xue Minga 9th-tier war god, adopted by a supreme warrior. Lu Qingyan said seriously, "All right, no more jokes." Xue Ming passed the third-year soldier test in just 3 days back then. His gaze shifted to the monitoring screen, focusing on Yibai. This kid is on his 3rd day, right? Can he handle the second-tier soldier test? Hearing this, The bald manager and the director exchanged strange looks. The director, holding back laughter, said, "Xiao Yu, tell our war king Qingyan what this prodigy did yesterday." The bald manager replied honestly, "Yesterday, he passed the neural response checkpoint of the third-year soldier test." "What?" Lu Qingyan jumped up, incredulous. "Old Wu, you better not be pulling my leg." The director responded calmly, "Why would I lie? I submitted the report first thing this morning. Xueming is indeed impressive, but this guy surpasses him. I bet you his advancement speed will outstrip Xueming's." "Stop talking. He's starting the test." Lu Qingyan stared at the screen, casually asking, which tier soldier test did he choose? The director operated the controls, and a number appeared on the screen. When that number appeared, the entire monitoring room fell into a deathly silence. Apart from the hum of the equipment, not a breath could be heard. 5. This prodigy chose the 5th-tier soldier test. As they stared in shock, the test began. Yi Bai effortlessly dodged each attack, thinking, the 5th-tier soldier test doesn't seem that difficult. Even without using the Eye of Insight, he could handle this level. After choosing the wind element, Yi Bai's mobility was maxed out. Wind skills are known for their agility and speed, and with a 100 effect boost, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Even basic low-tier skills could be wielded with the power of high-tier skills in his hands. Yi Bai even had the leisure to try new moves. He targeted a cleaver, using wind slash to test high-speed movement. His figure left after images as he instantly appeared next to the cleaver. Got it. Yi Bai's eyes lit up, realizing wind slash could be used this way. In future battles, he could throw flying objects or even flying skills himself and use them for rapid movement. The neural response test that troubled so many became a playground for Yi Bai to experiment with skills. Even with a casual mindset, he handled it with ease, as if he were an outsider. The 5th-tier soldier test posed no challenge for him. The shock on the faces of the 3 onlookers grew more intense. The bald manager asked with a slight tremor in his voice, Sir, is this what we are supposed to be looking at?" His eyes were glued to the screen, and he had a few suspicions about Lone Wolf's identity. In just 3 days, Lone Wolf had grown to a level above a 5th-tier warrior. This rapid progress was even more astonishing than Xueming, who had an S-level talent back in the day. The answer was almost obvious. Practically slapping them in the face, Lone Wolf was actually Shura. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind, startling the 3 of them into turning around quickly. "Lord Shadow 9? Lu Qingyan quickly bowed, his voice filled with surprise and reverence. "We haven't seen each other in over 30 years, yet your presence feels as familiar as if it were just yesterday." The newcomer was indeed Shadow 9, the 9th-ranked shadow-level powerhouse. Seeing Lu Qingyan, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. "Lord Shadow 9, why the sigh?" Lu Qingyan asked, puzzled, wondering if he hadn't yet reported the critical discovery of the suspected Shura. Shadow 9 extended a withered hand, gently patting Lu Qingyan's head, his gaze full of affection, like a kind elder. "I sigh for you," he said slowly. Lu Qingyan was even more perplexed, unsure if he had done something wrong. Shadow 9 continued, "Xiao Lu, do you know that repeatedly using memory-sealing forbidden spells on the same target significantly affects their intelligence? This is the first I've heard of it." Lu Qingyan began to ask how this related to him, but his vision suddenly went black. A silent black mist enveloped him, rendering even a peak Battle King powerless. "What a good kid," Shadow 9 sighed. "Seal him a few more times, and he might really turn into an idiot. Always getting entangled with this person. Who knows if your luck is good or bad? In any case, endure a bit more." As he finished speaking, the black mist rolled back into Shadow 9's sleeve. Lu Qingyan, Director Wu, and the bald manager collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Only Shadow 9 remained standing, his eyes fixed on the surveillance footage. His gaunt face unusually displayed a look of fervor, with a spark of fire in his eyes. His emaciated body contained terrifying energy, as if life itself was burning. "Come on, let me see," Shadow 9 murmured, "what the future supreme warrior of the human race is capable of." With that, a cloud of black mist shot out from under Shadow 9's feet, swiftly entering the control console. Inside the testing room, Yi Bai suddenly noticed the entire room flashing red, and all tests came to a halt. He looked around warily, and a series of notes popped up before his eyes. "An unscrupulous old man has activated the 9th-tier warrior test Shura custom edition. The next to appear will be a projection left by a supreme warrior, possessing 1/10 of the original strength. You'd better pray you draw the projection of the supreme warrior Nightmare." Seeing this note, Yi Bai was slightly taken aback and asked, "Why Nightmare?" "Because Nightmare is the weakest among the supreme warriors." Of the 3 supreme warriors he knew, Nightmare was the one he had heard the most about, seemingly responsible for the rear base of Blue Star. The Eye of Insight quickly provided an answer. In a battle with Nightmare, dying is the least painful way, even with a hint of sweetness. This response made Yi Bai's heart tighten, as if the Eye of Insight had already sentenced him to death. Suddenly, The notes before Yi Bai's eyes started to distort, the characters becoming blurry, like ink paintings thrown into a pool of water. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. No matter how mischievous the Eye of Insight had been, it had never lost the majesty of an SS-level talent. Finally, the ink blotches barely formed a few discernible words. He is here. The text in front of Yi Bai faded, bringing an almost suffocating sense of oppression. The entire test chamber began to distort, and the surrounding walls vanished. Yi Bai realized he had been transported to a new space, shrouded in fog that obscured his vision. Suddenly, a white figure emerged from the mist, slowly approaching Yi Bai. Though they were not far apart, the thin fog between them made it difficult to see each other's features. A gentle and amiable voice spoke. "You're early." Through the fog, the voice continued, "Level 60. Second class change stats when you should be here. Right now, you're too inexperienced. This projection of mine is left from when I was at level 199. Even at just 1/10 of my strength, the gap is too vast." Yi Bai nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Should I leave then?" The figure chuckled softly. "Since you're already here, why not chat for a while? This projection will dissipate soon anyway. Your next challenge will be one of the other two." Taking the opportunity, Yi Bai asked, "May I have the honor of knowing your name?" "Wuhan," the figure replied. Yi Bai's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "The legendary Wuhan?" Stories about Wuhan quickly flashed through Yi Bai's mind. A warrior who wielded a sword with unparalleled skill, leaving no trace of his blade, defeating countless enemies. Textbooks recorded that at level 200, he single-handedly went to the front lines, slaying 13 demon warlords and countless soldiers. With just one sword, he defended a 1,000-mile front, causing a million-strong demon army to retreat. The legend of "even gods and demons fear Wuhan" was born. Wuhan became famous across the land, unstoppable, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of power. Yi Bai's eyes lit up, thinking that such a close combat expert in front of him was a golden opportunity. He immediately said, "Wuhan, my desk mate is a huge fan of yours." The figure across the fog seemed taken aback. "What does your desk mate being my fan have to do with you? What's the point of this flattery?" Yi Bai persisted. "How about giving me some skill books? I can learn them and then teach my desk mate." Wuhan seemed to see through Yi Bai's intentions. "Why wouldn't I just give them directly to your desk mate? Are you trying to act as a middleman and make a profit? Besides, you're a mage, why do you need close combat skills?" Wuhan thought to himself, "This guy, is he planning to train in both magic and martial arts, just to have an edge in battle? People shouldn't, or at least shouldn't, be this shameless." "Interesting kid." Wuhan raised his arm, and a round disc flew out from Yi Bai's arms. "The forbidden magic disc," Wuhan explained. "This object carries a demon god's mark. Even a master forger of war god level could be deceived by it. You can carry it on Blue Star or the Eternal Tower without any problem. But if you go to the Abyssal Plane, it won't be a life-saving tool but a death warrant." As he spoke, Wuhan pressed his palm down. Numerous black threads began to unravel from the forbidden magic disc, like peeling silk from a cocoon. The black threads gathered into a mass, constantly changing shape, seemingly nurturing some terrifying monster. "I've stripped the demon god's mark and condensed it into a monster, roughly at the level of a Quasa warlord." Wuhan pointed at the black mass in front of Yi Bai. "You came too early and your level is too low. Fighting me would do you more harm than good. Instead, why don't you battle this monster? If you can defeat it within 5 minutes, I'll give you a skill book." "Deal." Yi Bai, thrilled at the prospect of gaining something, raised his staff, ready to attack. "Hold on, the monster hasn't fully formed yet." Wuhan took the opportunity to explain. "This monster, at the Quasa warlord level, has over 1 billion health points and magic resistance exceeding 10,000. Its resistance to lightning damage should be around 65. Wuhan's words effectively lowered the difficulty for Yi Bai. He explained that ever since Azura transitioned to Thunder Mage, all the demon gods in the Abyssal Plane had been crazily stacking lightning resistance. They knew that on Azura's rise to power, a few unlucky ones would lose their heads and become stepping stones for his fame. By stacking their magic resistance, they hoped to make it someone else's problem. Yi Bai had the Eye of Insight, so he could see this information clearly. On the other hand, with Yi Bai's current output capability, a Quasa warlord was nothing. A health pool of over 1 billion might seem impressive, but Yi Bai's lightning strike could deal nearly 5,000 damage. With 30 layers of buildup and an 11 billion bonus, his output exceeded 1 trillion. Even with a 65 damage reduction, it was still in the hundreds of billions. 1 billion health points wouldn't even be a snack. "It's almost ready," Wuhan announced. Wuhan suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on the scene before him. What was once a black mass had transformed into a terrifying, six-armed monster, struggling to charge at Yi Bai. The air was thick with tension, as if an intense battle could break out at any moment. "Don't hold back, give it your all. This place shields us from any prying eyes." Wu Hen's voice pierced the silence. "Remember, finish it within 5 minutes. Time starts now. No sooner had he spoken than the monster lunged at Yi by like an arrow released from a bow. Its 4 eyes glowed with a terrifying red light, and its 6 arms flailed wildly, as if intent on tearing Yi Bai apart. However, Yi Bai's reaction was swifter. Heavenly thunder, Yi Bai muttered, pointing his staff forward. In an instant, the sky seemed to split open, and an immense red lightning bolt descended with destructive force. This strike, powered by 30 layers of accumulated energy, was incredibly potent. Boom! The lightning cascaded down like a waterfall, engulfing the monster completely. Under this cataclysmic assault, the creature didn't last even a tenth of a second, disintegrating into ashes in the blink of an eye. Yi Bai retracted his staff, looking relaxed as he glanced at Wu Hin through the thinning mist, as if he had just performed a trivial task. Now, where were we? Let's continue, he said nonchalantly. Wu Hin was secretly astonished. As a top-tier warrior, he hadn't anticipated that a level 26 Azura could obliterate a Quasi-Psyking level opponent in a single strike. 5 minutes? One move was all it took. However, Wu Hin's keen perception noticed something crucial. The Azura's explosive damage was the result of stacking some kind of buff. This indicated that while the Azura's burst damage was exceptionally high, its sustained damage might be lacking. The question remained, how long did it take to accumulate these buffs? As the mist slowly dispersed, Wu Hin's form became clearer. Yi Bai's expression grew serious, awaiting what was to come. Wu Hin's voice broke the silence once more, this time with rare solemnity. Azura, I retract my previous assessment of you. I apologize for my underestimation. Now, you are worthy of facing me. You are now worthy to face me. Wu Hin's words echoed like thunder in the vast combat testing room. Coming from his mouth, it was an unparalleled honor. If it were any other novice, they would likely be brimming with excitement, eager to start the fight. However, Yi Bai remained unusually calm. With a slight frown, he asked, "Can we not fight?" A gentleman uses his words, not his fists. We're all on the same side, and fighting only breeds animosity. With a hint of jest in his tone, Yi Bai continued, "The key issue is, you're already a level 199 with 3 job changes. Bullying a level 26 mage like me is hardly an accomplishment." His eyes gleamed with cunning, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Wu Hin's interest was piqued by Yi Bai's reaction. He raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Oh, why not fight?" Without hesitation, Yi Bai replied, "You've always been my idol." Just as Wu Hin was about to speak, Yi Bai quickly added, "My desk mate's idol, and mine too," Yi Bai declared earnestly, as though stating an undeniable fact. "How could I possibly strike my idol?" Wu Hin chuckled softly and pointed to the remnants of embers on the ground. "Fair enough. I've removed the demon god's mark from you and lifted the bloodline restriction of the forbidden magic tablet. As promised, I'll give you a close combat skill book." He paused before continuing, "If we fight, win or lose, I'll give you an additional skill book." Yi Bai looked troubled. "It's not about the skill books, it's just that," Wu Hin interrupted with a smile, "I could have a close combat weapon crafted for you, but you'll need to provide the materials." Hearing this, Yi Bai's expression turned serious. Straightening his posture, he solemnly said, "I've long wanted to experience the swordsmanship of the supreme Wu Hin. Please enlighten me." Wu Hin gave Yi Bai a deep look and slowly said, "I wouldn't dare call it enlightenment. This projection of mine is over 100 levels higher than you, so a direct fight wouldn't be fair." After a moment's thought, he proposed, "You attack first. I'll let you have one move. After that, we settle this." At this moment, Yi Bai's expression became extremely grave. He knew all too well that if he were to face Wu Hin's projection, the level difference of over 160 would mean instant defeat. Letting him have one move was Wu Hin's way of testing Yi Bai's maximum output and giving him a chance. "All right," Yi Bai nodded. "We can start any time." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Bai launched his attack without hesitation. Wind Fury. Sky Thunder. He had already stacked up 30 layers of readiness, starting with Wind Fury and immediately following with Sky Thunder. A terrifying red lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking towards Wu Hin's head. The entire space was filled with swirling mist, and time seemed to slow down, like a scene from a slow-motion movie. However, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Boom! Less than a meter above Wu Hin's head, the red lightning exploded. The destructive power of the lightning was like a grand fireworks display, filling the sky with countless sparks. Wu Hin, however, stood motionless, not even glancing at the lightning. Yi Bai drew a sharp breath, marveling. The supreme Wu Hin, truly terrifying. After one move, Wu Hin remained unscathed, the disparity evident. Yi Bai quickly retreated, trying to buy time to stack up his readiness again. Wu Hin, however, did not move. His gaze towards Yi Bai shifted slightly. "It's been about 10 years since I last used my innate ability," he murmured. That last strike should have exceeded 1,000,000,000,000 damage, touching the realm of the war god. Wu Hin hadn't expected that Yi Bai's output capability would be even more terrifying than he had imagined. To surpass the peak War King's burst at level 26 was something even he couldn't achieve back in the day. Just as Wu Hin was about to make his next move, his figure began to turn semi-transparent, gradually fading away. Heh, out of energy, Wu Hin chuckled lightly. In the last few seconds, if he had chosen to strike, Yi Bai likely wouldn't have been able to dodge. However, as a supreme being, even a mere projection, he had his own dignity. In Wu Hin's heart, since Yi Bai had forced him to use his innate ability, this match was Yi Bai's victory. Before the projection completely dissipated, Wu Hin solemnly said, "Yi Bai, the items I promised will be delivered to you. You've done well so far. This world is far more dangerous than you imagine. Hide your identity and strengthen your abilities as much as possible." Wu Hin's voice echoed in the space as the mist slowly dissipated, and Yi Bai found himself back in the combat testing room. It all felt like a dream, and even after waking, Yi Bai remained cautious, vigilantly watching his surroundings for any further surprises. Meanwhile, in the combat testing monitoring room, Shadow 9 stared intently at the snowy monitor screen. The moment the supreme projection appeared, the monitoring had been blocked. Shadow 9 could see nothing and was merely waiting for the final outcome. Isn't a 9th-tier warrior test too difficult for Yi Bai? Shadow 9 muttered to himself. This kid has only been in the Eternal Tower for 3 days. Shadow 9 stared at the surveillance footage, his brow furrowed. As the 9th-ranked elite in the Shadow organization, he was well aware of the extraordinary nature of an SS-level talent. Even the 9th-tier war god, Xueming, couldn't withstand more than 3 moves against his assassination attempts. Shadow 9's position had been unchallenged for a century, while the lone wolf on the star list changed every year. His thoughts drifted back 100 years, to when he was a classmate of the Supreme Nightmare. This little-known past was a secret even among the upper echelons of the Shadow organization. Having personally witnessed the era of the Supreme, Shadow 9 understood better than anyone the terrifying power of a supreme being. Suddenly, the surveillance screen distorted before returning to normal. Shadow 9's eyes widened as he meticulously scanned every detail. When he saw Yi Bai unharmed, his eyelid twitched involuntarily. This can't be. Shadow 9 exclaimed inwardly, the guardian angel on Shura is still intact. He's actually alive. The thought made Shadow 9 gasp. In the 9th-tier war soldier test, even a projection of a 199 level supreme being with only a tenth of its strength was a formidable opponent. For Shura to survive was nothing short of a miracle. This boy has the potential to become supreme. Shadow 9 thought to himself. Recalling the years witnessing Nightmare's rise, he had to admit that Shura's performance even surpassed that of Nightmare back then. Given enough time, Shura would undoubtedly achieve the status of a supreme being. Unable to contain his excitement, Shadow 9's black mist surged violently, almost losing control. His heart raced. Humanity was on the verge of birthing its 4th supreme being. Dawn was finally approaching. Just as Shadow 9 was lost in his fervor, he caught sight of the scrolling text at the bottom of the screen. 9th-tier war soldier test, passed. The information hit him like a bolt from the blue, freezing him in place. He stood there in a daze, like a withered tree devoid of life. Shura, actually, passed the 9th-tier war soldier test? Shadow 9 struggled to process the fact he didn't just survive by luck. He defeated the supreme projection? At that moment, Shadow 9 felt his entire understanding of the world shatter and collapse beyond recognition. Ingjio was stunned by Shura's performance. He stood frozen in the surveillance room, eyes glued to the screen, his mind blank. The scene of Shura effortlessly earning the 9th-rank warrior medal replayed in his head, his instinct screaming that this Shura was no ordinary individual. Time seemed to stand still, and Ingjio forgot everything around him until a faint groan from Lu Qingyan on the floor brought him back to reality. In a panic, Ingjio slapped Lu Qingyan on the forehead, knocking him out again. Calm down, Ingjio muttered to himself. I've been through so much at my age, what haven't I seen? But the truth was, he had never encountered anything like this before. Taking a deep breath, Ingjio sprang into action. He propped the 3 unconscious men onto chairs, and a dark mist emerged from his body, enveloping them. Ingjio began altering their memories. In the revised version, the genius had merely attempted the 2nd-rank warrior test and failed miserably. Nevertheless, his performance still left a deep impression on the 3, especially on Lu Qingyan, who admired the young mage's wind magic skills. After completing the memory modification, Ingjio retracted the dark mist and silently vanished. The entire process flowed seamlessly, like a well-rehearsed magic trick. Lu Qingyan, Director Wu, and the bald manager opened their eyes simultaneously, unaware of what had transpired. Director Wu sighed. It's a pity he failed. Just a little more and he would have passed the neural response test. The bald manager nodded in agreement. Only Lu Qingyan remained silent, frowning and rubbing his forehead unconsciously. Director Wu noticed his odd behavior and asked, "Old Lu, why aren't you saying anything?" Lu Qingyan spoke in confusion. "Why does my forehead hurt? As if someone hit me?" Director Wu suddenly adopted a serious tone. "Ahem. It's time I stop hiding things from you, Old Lu. I won't pretend anymore. I must confess, I'm actually a war god. Not only did I slap your forehead, but I also used forbidden spells to alter your memory." Lu Qingyan responded to this absurdity with a single word: "Nonsense. I'd sooner believe that Shura lives next door to me than buy into your lies." The three resumed their discussion about the young mage. Before long, Lu Qingyan suddenly stood up, excitement evident on his face as he stared at the surveillance screen. "She's here." On the screen, a beautiful woman had just entered the combat testing room, ready to challenge the first-rank warrior level. "Who's here?" Director Wu asked curiously. "My granddaughter," Lu Qingyan said proudly. "Old Wu, pay close attention to what happens next. I'm not bragging, but you must keep my granddaughter's second-grade awakening a secret." Director Wu cursed silently. This old man is getting more shameless by the day. Their focus returned to the surveillance footage. Meanwhile, Yi Bai, holding the 9th-rank warrior medal, returned to Wolf's Den. Compared to a few hours ago, the place was bustling with activity. Yi Bai glanced at the time: 4:59 a.m. The time for exploring the Eternal Tower was limited to midnight until 6 a.m. So people usually trained and challenged the tower first before returning to the Eternal Core City to resupply and handle other matters. As Yi Bai stepped into the Wolf's Den, a massive figure blocked his path. Xue Ming stared at Yi Bai with a stoic expression, though his mind was in turmoil. When his request for shadow protection for Yi Bai was denied earlier, Xue Ming immediately realized Yi Bai's true identity: Shura. Yi Bai knew that Xue Ming had figured out his identity, but Xue Ming only knew Shura within the Eternal Tower, not that Shura was Yi Bai. As long as that distinction remained, Yi Bai was safe. "What are you looking at?" Yi Bai suddenly asked, nearly causing Xue Ming to spit blood. "Please, Ahim, come with me inside." Xue Ming forced himself to stay calm, leading Yi Bai deeper into the Wolf's Den. "Sit down. Let's have a proper talk." Xue Ming pulled up a chair and sat across from Yi Bai. "Is the list verified?" Yi Bai asked directly. 100 verified, Xue Ming replied, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. He thought, how could Shura provide a fake list? Moreover, anything related to Shura wasn't just under Xue Ming's watch. At least one shadow-level war god, perhaps even a higher-level existencia nightmare, was watching over Shura. "What about my bounty?" Yi Bai pressed on. Xue Ming's face stiffened, and he stammered. "That will be determined after the actual capture operations are completed. It might take a bit longer." Yi Bai asked casually, not really caring about the answer. He wasn't short on money. What he lacked were things money couldn't buy. Reflecting on his interactions with the formidable Wu Hin, Yi Bai believed the other was a reasonable person. He trusted that as long as the top was upright, any deviations below could be easily corrected. Yi Bai had full confidence in Xue Ming and Lang Chao. The conversation fell into an awkward silence. Xue Ming fidgeted, unsure how to engage with Shura. He knew who Shura was, and Shura knew he knew. This mutual awareness only made Xue Ming more nervous. "So, have you eaten?" Xue Ming finally managed to ask after a long pause. "No," Shura replied flatly. "Why do you ask? Are you planning to treat me?" Xue Ming was taken aback. Just a few hours ago, he had boasted about how Shura should eat as much as he wanted. Now, looking back, he felt like a fool. He was secretly annoyed with himself but had to admit that even if he died, Shura would probably be fine. "I'll treat," Xue Ming quickly said. "Go to Lang Chao, just mention my name." The awkward chat ended there. Xue Ming collected himself and said seriously, "We take the list you submitted very seriously. The capture operation has already begun in secret. I also have a mission to carry out soon." Before he finished speaking, Xue Ming's lone wolf badge vibrated slightly, indicating something needed his attention. He glanced at the information on his badge, stood up, and walked towards the door. At the doorway, he turned back to Yi Bai and said earnestly, "And be careful. Even with an SS-level talent, one was not invincible. There was still the risk of falling. If a person dies, everything is lost." Yi Bai immediately denied. "Who said I have an SS-level talent? Don't spread rumors, or I'll sue you for slander." Right, you're not. Xue Ming shook his head with a smile and left the office. He thought to himself, with Shura's shamelessness, this guy probably wouldn't go down easily. After Xue Ming left, Yi Bai didn't linger either. He left the office and went to Lang Chao. Sitting in a corner, he browsed the mission board and checked his current benefits. As a 9th-tier war soldier and a golden lone wolf, Yi Bai enjoyed benefits equivalent to a 2nd-tier war general. He could receive a monthly stipend of 200,000 credits, had the right to ignore emergencies below level 6, and could act freely in level 4 emergencies. If injured on an official mission, all medical expenses were covered. In case of disability, he could be transferred to the Planetary Defense Council and enjoy second-tier war general benefits for life. Additionally, Yibai could purchase items from Langchao at a 5 discount. Half an hour quickly passed, and a figure wearing a lone wolf mask walked into Langchao. Even without using his inside eye, Yibai recognized her instantly. Lu Sweki, who had passed the first-tier war soldier test. Yibai raised his glass, his voice automatically altered by the lone wolf mask to conceal his identity. "This round's on me," he declared boldly. The place erupted in cheers. Lu Sweki, experiencing such a welcome for the first time, appeared a bit reserved. But it wouldn't be long before she perfectly integrated into this place and even grew to love it. A robot brought the bill to Yibai. "Sir, 1 round of drinks, discounted total, 2.89 million dragon coins. 2.89 million dragon coins, equivalent to nearly 3,000 gold coins." Yibai didn't mind at all, waving grandly and saying, "Put it on Xueming's tab. This drink tastes great. Another round on me." Also on his tab. "This round is on Mr. Zhao." The low voice echoed through the Wolf's Den bar, sparking a wave of cheers. Yibai frowned, puzzled. He wasn't surnamed Zhao. Could Xueming's real surname be Zhao? He recalled someone shouting the same thing the first time he came to the Wolf's Den. As he pondered, a graceful lady emerged from the front desk and elegantly approached him. "Is this your first time buying drinks here?" The lady, wearing a silver mask of a lone wolf, had a melodious voice. She explained, "In the Wolf's Den, no matter who pays, everyone shouts the same phrase. After all, the lone wolf's original intent is to provide anonymity. We never inquire about anyone's identity." Yibai suddenly understood and nodded. "Makes sense," he thought. Maybe there never was a Mr. Zhao. Perhaps everyone here was Mr. Zhao. The lady continued, "People here call me Dai Ming. May I ask how I should address you?" "Just call me Fourth Brother," Yibai replied nonchalantly. Dai Ming turned to the front desk and said, "Put Fourth Brother's tab on me tonight." Then she looked at Yibai, smiling lightly. "Hope you enjoy your time at the Wolf's Den." Clearly, Dai Ming recognized Yibai's potential and wanted to make his acquaintance. As a 9th-rank golden lone wolf, Yibai was just one step away from becoming a battle general. Lone wolf generals typically had combat power 3,040 higher than ordinary generals, with some even capable of fighting beyond their rank. More importantly, Yibai became a golden lone wolf while still at the soldier stage, indicating immense potential and a high likelihood of becoming a battle king. "With the Shura emerging, we're all in for exciting times," Dai Ming said, raising her cocktail. "Here's to you becoming a battle general soon." She downed her drink and nodded to Yibai before walking away. At the bar, a bartender teased, "Dream sister, did you meet a handsome guy you like?" Dai Ming casually replied, "Nothing like that. Just noticed a 9th-rank soldier I didn't recognize, who knows Xueming. He might be a prodigy from a war god family. Too bad he didn't graduate the same year as Shura. In this era of the strongest, he can only watch others feast while he sips soup." Seeing the puzzled looks from the bartenders, Dai Ming explained, "The last 3 eras of the strongest have proven one thing. Those who graduate the same year as the strongest benefit the most. He's already a 9th-rank soldier, at least 20 years old, likely a sophomore at a top military academy, 2 years behind Shura." With that, Dai Ming stopped dwelling on it. To her, even if Fourth Brother became a battle king, it would be a minor matter. Her family had several war gods and connections to the strongest, giving her a unique perspective. As it neared 6 o'clock, Yibai stretched and decided to exit the Eternal Tower. There were no suitable tasks for him in the Wolf's Den, and he was facing threats from the 4th demon sect's leader, leaving him little time for other matters. The demon sect leader had sworn to kill Yibai, and any carelessness could cost him his life. This was no small matter. After exiting the Eternal Tower, Yibai drew the curtains, letting the faint sunlight cast a long shadow on the floor. He looked down at his shadow and softly asked, "Senior, what would you like for breakfast?" The shadow remained still. "Even if you don't want breakfast, how about a chat?" Yibai tried again. Seeing no response, Yibai used his trump card. "The strongest told me that every lone wolf has a shadow guardian. Mastering Geo, stop hiding." Upon hearing the term, the strongest, the shadow at Yibai's feet began to distort. A cloud of black mist rose and eventually materialized into a hunched old man, his face concealed in shadow. "Coo-coo-coo," the old man cackled, sending chills down Yibai's spine. "Big brother, that laugh is a bit too villainous," Yibai thought, feeling uneasy. Yibai had known about Ingjia's existence ever since he chose the Lone Wolf faction. The Eye of Insight had revealed the presence of a shadow guardian, stating that lone wolves had shadows to protect their growth on Blue Star, providing a safe space for them. What Yibai hadn't expected was that his guardian would be a war god-level powerhouse. The one who had broken the rules in the combat testing room was likely this elder. Ingju stopped laughing and said seriously, "The strongest would never say such things to you, boy. You're still too green." Shadows are an organization created by the nightmare of the strongest. The 3 strongest entities do not interfere with each other. No one would have told Yi Bai this. You're right, I was bluffing. My apologies, Yi Bai admitted honestly. He just wanted to have a chat with this war god level guardian about his personal safety. Yi Bai felt uneasy knowing that a war god intended to kill him. He turned to Ingjiu and tentatively asked, can you go and take out the leader of the fourth demon sect first? Ingjiu shook his head firmly. No. To kill Lian can. We need to find him first. The demon gods are hiding his whereabouts. Hearing the leader's name, Yi Bai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Lian can? What kind of ridiculous name is that? Did they just pull it from some random online game? With his initial plan foiled, Yi Bai tried another approach. Can you call in more people to protect me? The more war gods, the better. Ideally, we could summon 100,000 of them to come roaring in on green trains. Ingjiu shook his head again. No. Because of a certain Azura's appearance, the demon gods in the abyssal plane have gone mad. The human race is stretched thin and can't spare any manpower. More importantly, if we bring in another war god, the enemy will also free up a war god to come after you. Realizing the logic in Ingjiu's words, Yi Bai couldn't argue. He continued to probe. How about I pack up and move in with the Supreme Being? Ingjiu answered sternly, the Supreme Being is always in the most dangerous places. Even war gods can fall there. Going there would be a death sentence for you. After a moment of silence, Yi Bai summarized, I get it. Maintaining the current situation is the best for me. Ingjiu nodded, showing a hint of approval. Since I'm here, let me tell you more. The shadows have strict rules about intervening. I won't step in against enemies below the level of a peak war king. You'll have to handle them on your own. Yi Bai smiled wryly. Thanks, but I need a moment. I feel increasingly unsafe. Against war king level opponents, he could only resort to ambushes. Direct combat was out of the question. Finally, Yi Bai asked the most pressing question on his mind. If that little game character, Lian can, shows up, can you beat him? Ingjiu replied with confidence. I can kill him with a single strike. With that, he turned into black mist and disappeared into the shadows on the ground. Yi Bai rubbed his temples and muttered to himself. Listening to you is like listening to, well, more talk. Enemies below the peak war king level. I have to rely on myself. Just then, Yi Bai's trading realm pass chimed. He remembered his promise to Lu Qingyin to help appraise his granddaughter and immediately activated the tower mark to enter the trading realm. Lu Qingyin was already waiting and approached Yi Bai as soon as he saw him. Sweki, come here, he called, introducing her. Fourth brother, sorry to bother you. This is my granddaughter, Lu Sweki. Lu Sweki greeted politely, hello, fourth uncle. Yi Bai thought to himself, this family hierarchy is too confusing. The two parties met in a secret trading realm. Lu Qingyin took the initiative to introduce his granddaughter, Lu Sweki, to Yi Bai. Fourth brother, my granddaughter just changed her profession and became an S-rank god-blessed beast tamer. Each of her summoned beasts receives an additional divine blessing and has a high probability of triggering an ancestral bloodline reversion. Yi Bai was slightly surprised upon hearing this and turned his gaze to Lu Sweki. An S-rank profession template? This was indeed unexpected. Even if Lu Sweki's talent had awakened to strength for the second time, and she had the strong support of a Battle King Elder, obtaining an S-rank profession template in the transition realm was no easy feat. It required an exploration rate of 95 and surviving until the last moment in the boss battle, which was extremely difficult. Even with S-rank talent, the success rate was less than 10%. The fact that Lu Sweki achieved this with strength talent proved her extraordinary potential. Yi Bai thought to himself that this little girl's future achievements might not stop at the Battle King level. He hadn't expected that a casual remark from him would potentially add a future war god to the human race. Although this was just a theoretical possibility, the fact that Lu Sweki had come this far was already astonishing. Suppressing his surprise, Yi Bai looked at Lu Sweki and asked, I understand the situation. What do you want me to appraise? Lu Sweki felt a bit nervous. This fourth master gave her immense pressure. According to her grandfather, fourth master was not only terrifyingly strong but also a rare appraisal master. She took a deep breath and said, Fourth master, I would like you to appraise what items are needed for this bird's advancement. As she spoke, the canary on her shoulder flew into her palm, standing obediently. Yi Bai took one look and revealed the canary's background. It has the bloodline of the golden-winged roc and has undergone 2 divine awakenings. Not bad, not bad. This casual remark revealed the canary's origins, shocking Lu Sweki. So this was the level of an appraisal master? Truly terrifying. Yi Bai continued, since it has already enjoyed 2 divine blessings, focusing on its cultivation is a wise choice. There are 3 options. Through the eye of insight, the bird's advancement methods were laid bare before Yi Bai. He directly ignored the lower-level advancement methods and introduced those with the highest potential and combat power. You can feed it the 10,000 poisons powder, feed it 500 doses, and it will die from the poison, self-immolating. Bury its remains in a pile of diamonds and, with the help of a necromancer, You can summon a 10,000 poison bone rock. The canary in Lu Sueki's palm trembled all over, its eyes filled with fear. It screamed internally. Are you a demon? Is this really a good advancement method? Its life was hanging by a thread, and it feared Lu Sueki might agree. Yibai added, of course, this method is quite sinister, and the summoned 10,000 poison bone rock is extremely difficult to control and prone to backlash. Lu Qingyin immediately decided, fourth brother, let's skip this method. Sueki is quite fond of this little bird. The canary breathed a sigh of relief, but still didn't dare to get close to Yibai. In its mind, fourth master was now synonymous with a demon. Next, Yibai introduced two other hidden advancement methods. One could enhance the canary's eyes for wide-range scouting and intelligence gathering. The other could establish a telepathic connection between the canary and its summoner, making them more coordinated in battle. He left the decision to Lu Sueki. Lu Qingyin quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, fourth brother. Sueki, thank fourth master. Thank you, fourth master. Lu Sueki said respectfully. Yibai responded calmly, no problem. It's all paid services. I take money to solve problems. Lu Qingyin signaled his granddaughter to log off, instructing her to carefully consider which advancement method to choose. He then stayed with Yibai, strolling around the trading realm, indicating there were still matters to discuss. Fourth brother, 3 hidden advancement paths. According to the appraisal market rates, one is worth 250,000 gold coins. How about rounding up to 1 million gold coins for all 3? Lu Qingyin offered, showing the generosity of a veteran battle king, proposing a staggering 1 million gold coins, equivalent to 1 billion dragon coins. It's rare to see a battle king paving the way for the younger generation so lavishly. Yibai slowly replied, gold coins are not essential for us. Elder Qingyin, I'd prefer a barter. Fire-related equipment, skill books, items, and materials, valued at 800,000 gold coins. Currently, Yibai was cultivating in wind, fire, and thunder elements simultaneously. Compared to other mages of the same rank, his demand was more than 3 times higher. He had already established supply channels for each element and was gradually building them up. That can be arranged, Lu Qingyin agreed, then tentatively asked, but fourth brother, are you preparing to nurture the younger generation? He recalled that fourth brother had previously asked him to imprint 2 forbidden spells, burn the 4 seas and eternal flame, also for the protection of a junior. Yes, Yibai admitted openly. Yibai nodded slightly, calculating in his mind. He was indeed nurturing a junior, but that junior was himself. Because of this, the items he needed had to be of high quality but low level, making them hard to find on the market. Only senior Lu Qingyin might have some treasures he could use. Of course, of course. Lu Qingyin laughed heartily, a glint of admiration in his eyes. He didn't mind fourth brother making requests. In fact, he feared fourth brother would ask for nothing. If fourth brother had chosen to take the 1 million gold coins, that would have disappointed him. In Lu Qingyin's view, fourth brother's appraisal skills far surpassed anyone he knew. Whether for Lu Sueki's future or for himself, aligning with fourth brother and maintaining a good relationship was a choice with no downsides. Lu Qingyin took out a list of supplies from his pocket and handed it to Yibai. I originally prepared a lot of fire-type materials, thinking Sueki might follow the same path as me. Now that Sueki has found her own way, these items are just gathering dust. It's better to trade them with you. The list not only clearly marked the quality of the items, but also included the latest trading prices from the Wanwu Pavilion, ensuring a fair and just transaction. Yibai carefully reviewed the list and ultimately chose a pair of Scrade Fire Element boots and a high-grade Fire Elemental core, totaling 820,000. Lu Qingyin generously waived the remainder, and the two quickly reached a deal. Yibai meticulously examined his new gear. Equipment, Flame Dance Boots. Level, LV.25. Grade, S. Attributes, Agility 65. Traits, 1. Flame Leap. Increases fire spell effects by 15 during high-speed movement. 2. Dance with Fire. Allows instant teleportation to nearby flames within 1,000 meters. Cooldown 600 seconds. Advanced trait. Endless parkour. Escape 3,000 miles from an eternal monster above your level. Advancement potential, 2. Advancements used, 1. Yibai couldn't help but chuckle at the quirky advanced trait, but what he valued most was that the Flame Dance Boots could still be advanced twice more, making them useful for a long time. The Flame Leap and Dance with Fire traits were powerful. The former increased sustained output ability, while the latter provided more versatile mobility options. As for the high-grade Fire Elemental Core, it was a material for crafting War King-level weapons. The supreme expert Wu Hin had already agreed to help him contact a master blacksmith, but Yibai needed to provide the materials himself. After pocketing the items, Yibai parted ways with Lu Qingyin and lingered in the trade realm for a bit before returning to Blue Star. He quickly tallied the gains from this trip. 100 exploration rate, SSS level clearance of the second floor, transforming the Heaven's Wrath Mage from a single element to 3 elements. He also passed the 9th tier warrior test, advanced to Golden Lone Wolf, and even snagged 2 bottles of wine from Ming. Adding the flame dance boots and the high-grade fire elemental core, the total gains from tonight easily surpassed 1,000,000 gold coins. However, the most valuable rewards were yet to come: the bounty from the report and the 2 skill books promised by Wu Hin. Now, even if faced with a war general level pursuer, Yibai could hold his own without using his hidden trump cards. But those targeting him weren't just war generals. They were war gods. Yibai shook his head with a bitter smile. Being targeted by a war god was no joke. He had to increase his strength as quickly as possible. Too weak, not enough power. Yibai sighed to himself. If I can maintain this pace, just give me a bit more time. After organizing everything, Yibai pushed open the door, ready to head to school. Good morning, young man. The door across the hall was open, and workers were moving furniture. An elderly man with a kind face greeted Yibai from the stairs. I just moved in. My surname is Liu. I used to be a teacher. You can call me Teacher Liu. We'll be neighbors from now on. So let's look out for each other. Yibai sneered inwardly. Nonsense. I not only know your surname is Liu, but also that your name is Liu Qingyan, and 15 minutes ago, you were calling me fourth brother. Unfortunately, he couldn't say that out loud. This old fox moving across from him was most likely because of Liu Sueki. Liu Sueki's talent had awakened a second time, and while she couldn't see the big picture, Liu Qingyan could. Yibai had definitely helped Liu Sueki. For this reason, Liu Qingyan didn't mind hiding his identity and moving across from Yibai to observe the young man closely. Yibai smiled and greeted back. Good morning, Teacher Liu. You're quite energetic, young man. Had a good haul at the Eternal Tower last night, I presume? Liu Qingyan's eyes gleamed. Just so-so, thanks to Azura. Yibai replied casually. Teacher Liu, you seem to be in good spirits lately. Must be having some good luck. Oh, not really, it's just that my granddaughter's talent. Ahem, let's not talk about that. Liu Qingyan almost let it slip and quickly changed the topic. I bumped my head last night. Still hurts. You're heading to school, right? I'm just taking a walk to see my old workplace. Take it slow, Teacher Liu. The stairs are steep. Shall I help you? Yibai extended his hand, feigning concern. Thank you, young man. It's rare to see someone as kind-hearted as you nowadays. Liu Qingyan accepted gladly. And so, the 2 foxes, one old and one young, each with their own calculations, walked slowly towards the school, tugging at each other's strings. In the principal's office at Nanjing Third High School, an unexpected meeting was taking place. Standing in front of the sofa, the principal was visibly uneasy, his hands fidgeting nervously. His eyes were fixed on the unexpected guest seated on the sofa. Liu Qingyan, the war king of Qingyan Flame. The once amiable, elderly man now exuded a commanding aura that demanded respect. So, am I not welcome here? After all, I am the lifelong honorary principal of Nanjing Third High School. Liu Qingyan spoke calmly, his words causing the principal's legs to tremble. Of course, you're welcome, Principal Qingyan, the principal quickly responded, though he was deeply worried about one person: Liu Sueki. As the War King's beloved granddaughter, her unexpected awakening of inflexible talent had dimmed her future prospects. Even the War King, who was far away in the abyssal dimension, had dropped everything to return to his family. The principal feared that Liu Qingyan might blame the school, and the wrath of a peak War King was no trivial matter. However, to his surprise, Liu Qingyan said calmly, "You've handled Sueki's situation very well." The principal was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his ears. Flevel talent equated to handled very well? If these words hadn't come from Liu Qingyan, he would have suggested the speaker get their brain checked. Before the principal could gather his thoughts, Liu Qingyan asked, I heard that the summer camp selection is being held earlier this year? The principal quickly nodded and explained, yes, that's correct. Because the era of the Supreme has begun, the higher authorities have notified us that this year's students are progressing much faster than in previous years. Starting the summer camp early will help identify talented students, provide them with more resources, and foster healthy competition among them. He briefly introduced the summer camp for college entrance exams. It was jointly organized by top universities, gathering talents from various regions for intensive training and assessment. Those who performed well could earn extra points on their college entrance exams, or even gain early admission. In previous years, the summer camp was held a month before the exams, by which time most talents had already emerged, some even reaching the level of a war soldier. The principal continued, this year is very different from previous years, even from the earlier era of the Supreme. Previously, when 3 Supreme beings broke through the Eternal Tower, the rewards were mostly personal and didn't affect the entire human race. They relied mainly on their own abilities to fight for resources for humanity. But Shura took a different path. An SSS level rating, unprecedented in the history of the Eternal Tower. More importantly, Shura single-handedly provided powerful buffs for the entire human race. Everyone's strength and potential have been elevated. The principal pulled out some documents. Even at Nanjing Third High School, we can clearly feel the changes. Over a dozen students have already reached level 10, and Jiang Yun has completed a job transition, acquiring an A-level job template. And it's only been 3 days. After the briefing, Lu Qingyan asked, "Is the summer camp selection starting today?" The principal, feeling somewhat relieved, answered truthfully, "Yes, this morning we collected the class lists, and the official test will begin this afternoon. We'll start with basic tests, and the final rankings will be based on combat tests." "Good. I plan to observe this selection. Is that all right?" Lu Qingyan inquired. "Having the War King of Qingyan Flame as an observer would be an honor for our school's staff and students." The principal's face lit up with excitement. He thought to himself that the War King seemed different today. Could he be here for Jiang Yun? Jiang Yun had an A-level talent and an A-level job template, and his specialty was fire, just like Lu Qingyan's. If Lu Qingyan wanted to evaluate Jiang Yun and possibly take him as a disciple, it would make sense. With this realization, the principal became even more enthusiastic and quickly said, "Senior Qingyan, the top student in Nanjing City this year will most likely be from our school." "I believe so too," Lu Qingyan replied confidently. He knew his granddaughter's capabilities well. S-level talent, S-level job template, and the full support of a peak War King. With such conditions, who else could be the top student in Nanjing City? Suddenly, a name flashed through Lu Qingyan's mind: Yi Bai. Could it be that kid Yi Bai? Meanwhile, in the classroom, Zhao Lin approached Yi Bai with 2 application forms in hand. "Yi Bai, are you signing up for the summer camp selection?" Zhao Lin handed one of the forms to Yi Bai. "I heard the school is offering big rewards this time. As long as you make it into the top 50, you can earn a reward worth 100,000 dragon coins." Zhao Lin urged, "We both have clever talents. Let's go together. If we're going to embarrass ourselves, let's do it together." "Sure," Yi Bai agreed, taking the application form from Zhao Lin. The two began to fill them out. Zhao Lin was filling out a form while quietly asking, "Yi Bai, did you eat the roast beef I gave you?" Hearing this, Yi Bai couldn't help but picture the brave bull being struck by a lightning bolt and turned into charcoal. He silently prayed, "May there be no lightning in heaven." Then he nodded and replied, "Yeah, I ate it. It was pretty chewy. Got any more?" Zhao Lin swallowed hard, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. "If I did, I would have finished it by now. That stuff boosts strength attributes, you know? It's worth a lot." He lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Did you know half of your portion was given to you by Lu Sueki?" "Oh." Yi Bai raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled. Seeing this, Zhao Lin briefly recounted the events. He excitedly described, "Let me tell you, that warrior was amazing. Just swish, 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 and all the monsters on the road were instantly taken down." Zhao Lin spoke animatedly, as if he had witnessed it firsthand. Yi Bai knew very well that the warrior Zhao Lin was talking about was actually himself. Casually, he asked, "Did you see that warrior in action?" Zhao Lin shook his head. "No, but that doesn't stop him from being my idol." Yi Bai thought, if Zhao Lin had really seen him in action, he would have recognized him by now. "Isn't your idol the supreme warrior Wu Hin?" Yi Bai asked. Zhao Lin replied excitedly, "The supreme warrior is too distant. I've decided to idolize this mysterious warrior. Once I save enough money, I'm going to buy the wind/skill book." He picked up a book and mimicked drawing a sword, his face full of longing. Yi Bai sighed inwardly, thinking about how joyful souls are always drawn to each other. The wind/skill, highly sought after by warriors, had its price inflated. When Yi Bai bought it from the goblin underling, it cost him 7,000 gold coins, equivalent to 7 million dragon coins. Given Zhao Lin's talent and level, who knows how many years it would take him to save up. After finishing the form, Yi Bai tossed it to Zhao Lin. "Hand this in for me. I'm heading to the restroom." Zhao Lin teased, "Yi Bai, why are you always running to the restroom lately? My dad has a friend who frequents the men's clinic. Want me to ask for you?" "Get lost," Yi Bai retorted, annoyed. Entering the restroom, Yi Bai locked the door and took out the pass to the trading realm, contacting the goblin underling. "Another wind/skill book." The goblin underling quickly replied, "Boss, the price has gone up recently, but we'll stick to the previous 7,000 gold coins. Don't forget about me for future deals." After receiving Yi Bai's 7,000 gold coins, the goblin underling promptly sent over the skill book. For Yi Bai, a wind/skill book was a mere trifle, and gifting it to Zhao Lin was no big deal. In contrast, Zhao Lin had risked his life in Thunder Valley to gather that beef and generously shared 2/3 of it with Yi Bai. The beef indeed boosted strength attributes, and Zhao Lin could have kept it all for himself. Even sharing it with Lu Sueki, he had no obligation to give any to Yi Bai. As a warrior needing strength the most, Zhao Lin still chose to share, showing no hesitation. In his mind, good things were meant to be enjoyed with brothers. This attitude spoke volumes. Some might find Zhao Lin's actions naive, but 17 or 18-year-old boys often cherish such pure brotherhood. With the skill book in hand, Yi Bai faced a new dilemma: how to give this item worth millions to Zhao Lin. As a poor student, suddenly producing such an expensive skill book would inevitably raise suspicions, even with a plausible explanation. Yi racked his brain, pondering who could take the blame. As he left the restroom, still troubled by this issue, he unexpectedly ran into Lu Sueki. A light bulb went off in his head, and he called out, "Xiao Lu." Lu Sueki looked surprised. "Huh? Yi, are you calling me?" She seemed a bit uncomfortable with the nickname. Clearing his throat, Yi corrected himself, "Ahem. I mean Lu, can I talk to you for a moment?" He pointed to a small grove beside the school building. "I need to discuss something with you." Without waiting for her response, he headed toward the grove. Lu Sueki, feeling a rush of heat to her head, followed him without knowing why. Within half a minute, a sensational piece of news spread through the classes of Nanjiang No. 3 High School. School beauty Lu Sueki had just gone into the grove with her classmate Yi. In the small grove at Nanjiang 3rd High School, Yi and Lu Sueki stood face to face. Lu Sueki's face was tense, and she looked flustered, like a mouse facing a cat. Sensing her nervousness, Yi softly said, "Relax, I'm not here to rob or harm you." Lu Sueki took a deep breath and stammered, "I need your help with something." "Go ahead," Yi responded calmly. "You gave me a skill book for Windslash. Do you understand?" Lu Sueki tried to steady her trembling voice. Yi raised an eyebrow, pretending not to understand. "Oh, Windslash? The Wanwu Pavilion should have it. I'll go buy a copy right now." He made a move as if to leave. Lu Sueki hurriedly pulled out a trading realm pass, ready to shop. Yi quickly stopped her. "You didn't get my point," he patiently explained. "I came across this skill book by accident at the Eternal Tower. I heard it's quite valuable, and I was planning to sell it to improve my life a bit. Zhao Lin told me he really likes the wind/slash skill, so I thought I'd give it to him." "Then why say it was from me?" Lu Sueki was still confused. Yi gave a reasonable explanation. "I only have a clever talent. If I suddenly pull out an expensive skill book, it could cause trouble, and I hate trouble. Besides, if I gave it directly, Zhao Lin might not accept it." He decisively concluded. "So, it's settled." Yi turned and started walking out of the grove. As he left, he added, "I heard about your trip to Fenglei Valley from Zhao Lin. Thanks." The beef was delicious. When Yi stepped out of the grove, he was stunned by the sight before him. The corridors of the entire school building were packed with people, heads leaning over the railings, all eyes fixed on him. Yi shouted confidently, "Don't you have classes? Where's your sense of discipline?" Given his previous reputation for catching a thief off campus, his shout was enough to scare many students. The crowd quickly dispersed, rushing back to their classrooms as the bell rang. Yi muttered, "If you all don't study hard, how will you join me in conquering the abyssal plane?" With that, he climbed through a window and returned to his seat. Before he could settle in, Zhao Lin approached him eagerly. "Debai, tell me the truth. What were you two doing?" Yi calmly replied, "Nothing much. She thanked me for helping her with her studies and gave me a gift." He tossed the wind/skill book in front of Zhao Lin. "I said I didn't need it, but she insisted, saying it was payment for tutoring. I thought you wanted to learn that skill, so I brought it for you." Zhao Lin was overjoyed and didn't know how to react. He first threw the book back on the table, then quickly picked it up again, admiring it for a few seconds. Finally, he handed it back to Yi, shaking his head. "Debai, I can't accept this. It's too valuable." Yi had anticipated Zhao Lin's reaction and nonchalantly picked up the skill book. "If you don't want it, I'll return it to Lu Sueki." Zhao Lin panicked and grabbed Yi. "Can't you use it yourself?" Yi response left Zhao Lin speechless. "Xiao Lin, I'm a mage. Have you ever seen a mage learn Windslash? Even a Shura wouldn't do something like that." Zhao Lin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "You're right. But even if you don't use it, selling it could fetch quite a bit of money." Yi replied seriously, "How can I sell a gift? Yi am a man of integrity. I wouldn't do such a thing." He left the decision to Zhao Lin. "If you want to learn it, keep it. If not, I'll return it." After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Lin finally decided, "I'll learn it." He held the wind/skill book lovingly. Quickly, he grabbed some paper and a pen from his messy desk and wrote, "May 2146, Zhao Lin owes Yi 10 million dragon coins as proof. If I can't repay, I won't. If I can, I will." After signing his name, he looked for some red ink to make a fingerprint. Yi, finding it childish, took the IOU and stuffed it into his pocket. "Fine. Remember to repay me when you earn 1 million. Suddenly realizing something, Zhao Lin asked nervously, "Wait, is this really worth 1 million? Xiaobai, give the book back." "I changed my mind." "No way, I'm using it right now. It's too late to back out." Zhao Lin hugged the skill book tightly, afraid Yi might change his mind. In the afternoon, after the basic tests, it was time for the combat ranking stage. The PE teacher stood at the front and announced loudly, "I'll explain the rules for the combat test, to give everyone more opportunities and to showcase your abilities. In the match, each participant has 3 chances to fail, rather than being eliminated after just 1 loss. The PE teacher's voice echoed through the gymnasium. He continued to explain. Opponents are assigned randomly. After 2 losses, you can choose your own opponent. Fail again, and you're out. Got it? After receiving affirmative responses from the students, the PE teacher began calling names. Those called quickly stepped forward, donned the heavy protective gear, and entered the specially designed combat room. Under the supervision of referees and medics, the matches commenced. The only allowed weapons were those provided by the school. The use of any other items, scrolls, or puppets was strictly prohibited. The rules were simple. The first to have their protective gear breached loses. Defeated participants quietly exited the combat room, waiting for the next round of roll call. The victors, after receiving medical treatment, immediately joined the next round of battles. This system of continuous combat ensured that the ultimate winner would be the one with the most comprehensive skills. Luck might help you win a match or two, but it wouldn't carry you through the entire event. Similarly, bad luck could cause a couple of losses, but with the third match being self-selected, losing would be on you. Under this system, everyone in a desperate situation would choose the weakest opponent they could find. It was the only guarantee of moving forward. Brutal, but real. With so many students from Nanjiang Third High School, the gym was packed. Yibai and Zhao Lin, whose last names placed them later in the alphabet, waited over 10 minutes without being called. Zhao Lin grew impatient, while Yibai remained calm. He only needed one spot in the summer camp, not necessarily the first place. Suddenly, a boy with naturally curly hair walked out of the combat room, his face dark with frustration. He clawed at his hair, muttering, "It's over. It's over. I've already lost twice. I'm a grade talent. I can't lose 3 times and get eliminated." He had faced 2 other grade talents and narrowly lost each time, clearly suffering from bad luck. Now, he had to seize his last chance. I must pick a weak enough opponent, he calculated internally. The PE teacher handed him a list, which briefly noted each participant's profession and talent grade. His eyes quickly scanned the list. Grade talent, Lu Sweki. No, she's the granddaughter of the Battle King. He dismissed the weakest option. Other D, E, and F grade talents wouldn't even participate in such tests. It would be self-sabotage. Find a grade talent, preferably a mage, he thought. I'm a warrior with an anti-magic talent, best against mages. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a name. That's the one, the curly-haired boy declared decisively, pointing to the name with a gleam of victory in his eyes. The PE teacher glanced at the list and called out loudly, Grade 12, Class 2, Yibai, step forward. Check your gear and prepare for combat. In the gymnasium of Nanjiang No. 3 High School, the combat test was underway. When the teacher called Yibai's name, the young man stepped out from the back of the line, calmly cooperating with the protective gear check, making final preparations for the upcoming fight. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room on the 2nd floor, the principal stood respectfully beside Lu Qingyan, the Flame King of War, accompanied by a group of teachers. They were watching the combat test downstairs on the screen. The principal started obsequiously, Principal Qingyan, our student Jiangyun has long admired you. Quiet. Lu Qingyan interrupted impatiently. Who is Jiangyun? Never heard of him. Even if I had, an A-level talent is nothing special. Lu Qingyan's purpose for this visit was clear. He had set aside other matters and taken precious time to come here mainly for his daughter Lu Sweki, and secondarily for the boy on the screen named Yibai. This kid has a bit of my youthful charm, Lu Qingyan said, pointing at Yibai on the screen. The principal hurried to explain. His name is Yibai, and he's in the same class as Lu Sweki. But his talent is mediocre, only clever. As he spoke, he handed over Yibai's profile. Lu Qingyan didn't even glance at it, and stood up to head downstairs. I'm getting restless. Let's see this kid's fight. Handsome people always attract each other. Before leaving, Lu Qingyan instructed, I don't like watching with others. No referees or healers should be present. I'll judge the fight myself. Despite his doubts, the principal could only smile obsequiously in the face of the renowned Flame King of War. We'll do as you say, Principal Qingyan, Lu Qingyan added. By the way, if Sweki participates in the fight, notify me. I want to watch her too. With that, he headed straight to the combat room prepared for Yibai. Inside the combat room, Yibai's opponent, a curly-haired boy, was taking deep breaths to steady himself. Stay calm, stay calm. The opponent is just clever and a mage. I have a good chance of winning, he kept reassuring himself. With the staff's prompt, both fighters entered the room from opposite sides. The curly-haired boy looked around and noticed the absence of referees and healers, feeling a pang of confusion. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from the ceiling speakers. You may begin. I will serve as both referee and healer. Do not hesitate. The curly-haired boy forced himself to focus, recognizing his opponent. You're the notorious guy from Class 2, senior year? Yibai waved his hand nonchalantly. Just rumors, all rumors. I'm a gentle person. I even feel bad when I accidentally step on an ant. Despite the alarm bells ringing in his mind, the curly-haired boy quickly adjusted his mindset. Don't panic. He just has better physical attributes. I'm already at level 9, with a strength attribute of 45. My talent is better, my level is higher, and my profession counters his. Seeing his opponent hesitating, Yibai asked, "Shall we start?" "Yes." The curly-haired boy nodded firmly, assuming a combat stance. Unexpectedly, as soon as the curly-haired boy took his first step, Yibai also dashed forward. This move completely disrupted the curly-haired boy's expectations. His pupils contracted, unable to comprehend the situation. Before he could react, Yibai had already closed the distance in a flash. "Excuse me," Yibai said as he grabbed the boy's arm, swept his right leg, and executed a flawless shoulder throw. The curly-haired boy felt the world spin as he lost his balance and crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. His face hit the floor first, stars exploded in his vision, and his head buzzed, clearly concussed. A piercing alarm sounded. The curly-haired boy struggled to get up, but his vision remained blurry. He looked down at the gear in front of him, the screen flashing with a blinding red light. In an instant, his face turned pale as he muttered in disbelief. I lost? I lost a close combat fight to a mage? How is that possible? What just happened?" Recalling the battle, everything happened so fast. Yibai's movements were seamless, like flowing water. Dash, strike, over-shoulder throw, and a final hit to break the gear. The entire sequence took less than 5 seconds, leaving no time for his opponent to react. Suddenly, a flare of light descended from the sky, instantly healing the curly-haired boy's injuries. He regained his clarity, but his face remained pale, unable to accept his defeat. With such an advantage, why did I lose in the end? He kept questioning himself. At that moment, an elderly voice announced again, "Yibai wins." As the verdict was delivered, a door slowly opened. The curly-haired boy walked out dejectedly, while Yibai stayed in place, waiting for his next opponent. While waiting, Yibai glanced at the loudspeaker and thought to himself, "Lu Qingyan, what's he doing here? Old guy, thinking I wouldn't recognize your voice with that nasal tone?" Yibai pondered for a moment and decided that since Lu Qingyan was present, he would mainly use wind magic to maintain his mage persona. Yibai reminded himself not to engage in close combat right away in his next fight. He realized his base attributes were too high. A single punch could break the gear. These classmates, who hadn't even reached level 10, were no match for him. Soon enough, Yibai swiftly finished another battle. Meanwhile, in other combat rooms, intense fights were ongoing. In the combat room next to Yibai's, Zhao Lin's voice rang out, "Wind slash." He appeared swiftly behind his opponent, slashing with his long sword, catching them off guard. Seizing the advantage with wind slash, Zhao Lin continued his attacks, dominating the fight. Ultimately, he used a wind slash followed by a heavy strike to break his opponent's gear, securing his victory. "Zhao Lin wins," the referee announced. "Yes." Zhao Lin cheered joyfully in the combat room. In another combat room, a girl was visibly anxious, muttering to herself, I'm doomed. I'm doomed. How did I get matched with Jiang Yun? There's no way I can win." Opposite her stood Jiang Yun from Class 2, Grade 3, a grade talent and the strongest contender of the year, with hopes of becoming the top student in Nanjing City. Fighting against Jiang Yun, she felt she had no chance of winning. She was so flustered that she didn't even hear the referee announce the start of the fight. Just then, something unexpected happened. "I forfeit," Jiang Yun suddenly said. "What?" She couldn't believe that Jiang Yun would concede. The referee looked at Jiang Yun sternly and reminded him, "Jiang Yun, you've already forfeited once. If you forfeit again, you'll only have one chance left." "I know," Jiang Yun insisted. "I forfeit." Behind the glass, the principal and teachers watching were filled with confusion. What is this kid thinking? With his strength, there's no need to forfeit. As everyone was puzzled, Jiang Yun spoke again. "According to the rules, after losing 2 matches, I have the right to choose my next opponent." The referee nodded, confirming, "That's correct." Hearing this, many teachers' expressions changed, guessing what Jiang Yun intended to do. The crowd buzzed with whispers, with someone murmuring, "What an arrogant kid. Too cocky." "Arrogant? He has the right to be. If young people aren't bold, who will be?" Another voice responded. Indeed, looking across Nanjing Third High School this year, it was hard to find anyone who could threaten Jiang Yun. In the combat room, Jiang Yun, despite forfeiting, seemed like a victor. He raised his head slightly, brimming with confidence. "I don't need 3 chances to lose. 1 is enough for me. From now on, I won't lose a single match until I win them all." Even the referee, who had seen many geniuses, found Jiang Yun's pride and arrogance rare. "Choose your next opponent," the referee said. Jiang Yun unhesitatingly announced the name he had prepared, Yibai. Starting with Yibai, Jiang Yun wanted to show Nanjing Third High School what a true genius was. In the gymnasium of Nanjing No. 3 High School, Jiang Yun stood in front of the combat room, meticulously checking his protective gear. Just as he was about to enter, A concerned teacher hurried over with a serious expression and whispered, "Jiang Yun, a battle king will be watching this time. This is your chance. Make sure to perform well." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun's eyes lit up and his heart raced. A battle king in person? Could it be for him? Though he didn't know which battle king it was, if he could leave a strong impression, his future path would undoubtedly become smoother. He couldn't help but recall why he had tried to curry favor with Lu Sweki before it was because her grandfather was a battle king. Now, with another opportunity at hand, Jiang Yun swore to himself that he wouldn't miss it. "Jiang Yun, enter the combat room." With the command, the heavy metal door slowly opened and then closed, isolating Jiang Yun from the outside world. While the spectators outside couldn't see what was happening inside, most had already made up their minds. Jiang Yun would win. After all, he had an grade talent, had reached level 10, and had transitioned to an grade mage profession. In contrast, Yibai only had a grade talent and probably hadn't even reached level 10, let alone transitioned. Moreover, Jiang Yun was fighting with his back against the wall. Having conceded twice before, he had no way out and would definitely give it his all this time. Inside the combat room, Yibai stretched lazily and yawned, his eyes full of boredom. After waiting for a while, his opponent Jiang Yun finally walked in. Yibai frowned slightly, wondering if it would be inappropriate to defeat Jiang Yun here. After all, he still had 3 more chances, and one win or loss wasn't that important. Just as Yibai was contemplating how to hold back, Jiang Yun suddenly spoke. "Yibai, do you know Zhao Lin's secret?" Yibai looked puzzled, thinking what secret could that chatterbox Zhao Lin possibly have? Even if he had one, it wouldn't escape his keen eyes. He asked back, "Jiang Yun, why are you bringing this up?" Jiang Yun sneered, "Seems like you don't know. I once saw Zhao Lin's name carved on the ground deep in Thunder Valley." Yibai rubbed his forehead and smiled wryly, thinking that this was indeed something Zhao Lin would do, probably writing something like, "Zhao Lin was here." He tried to explain, it might just be a coincidence. There are many people named Zhao Lin in the world. Jiang Yun persisted, "I looked into it later. Zhao Lin did go to Thunder Valley that day, and someone just mentioned that he seemed to have learned a powerful skill. Aren't you two best friends? How could you not know even this?" Yibai thought this was indeed hard to explain and decided to let Zhao Lin take the blame himself. He tried to steer the conversation back. "Even if Zhao Lin has a secret, what does it have to do with our fight?" Jiang Yun raised his staff and pointed it at Yibai. "Indeed, nothing. After I defeat you, I'll challenge Zhao Lin and find out his secret myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yun suddenly felt his whole body stiffen. In an instant, the temperature in the combat room seemed to drop, filled with a killing aura. Yibai's eyes changed, no longer lazy and indifferent, but radiating a dangerous glint, like a hunter eyeing his prey. Yibai coldly said, "I told you, don't make trouble for others, you idiot." With that, he charged at Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun was startled. Yibai's speed exceeded his expectations. Even so, he had enough time to react, raising his staff instinctively to defend. Fire Shield. Jiang Yun quickly cast a spell. Yibai also cast a spell during his sprint, with a speed that was not slow. Wind Blade. 3 blades of wind roared out, but their precision was quite ordinary. 2 were deflected, and the last one barely hit Jiang Yun's fire shield, just enough to break it. This was the result of Yibai deliberately holding back. If he had gone all out, a single wind blade would have been enough to break all of Jiang Yun's defenses and even pierce his protective gear, taking him down instantly. Wind Bind. Several invisible ropes bound Jiang Yun's hands and feet, making him feel like he was in quicksand, his movements sluggish. Jiang Yun immediately abandoned the skill he was chanting, and instead used a teleportation skill to distance himself from Yibai. A sense of foreboding rose in Jiang Yun's heart, his intuition telling him that he must not let Yibai get close, or the consequences would be dire. However, this premonition seemed somewhat absurd after all. They were both mages, not supposed to be good at close combat. Why would Yibai have the upper hand? Did he secretly train? Despite his bewilderment, survival instincts drove Jiang Yun to keep retreating. From the start of this battle, he had been on the defensive, unable to organize any effective offense. Flame Leap. Jiang Yun's figure vanished, turning into a flame and reappearing 3 meters away. He thought that as long as he could maintain distance, he would be safe. Just as Jiang Yun was preparing to regroup and show Yibai the power of an grade talent, suddenly, everything went black, and a fist the size of a pot came crashing down. Yibai had accurately predicted Jiang Yun's movement. With a burst of speed, he got into position ahead of time, waiting for his opponent to walk right into his trap. Realizing the danger, Jiang Yun didn't have time to think about the consequences. He poured all his energy into casting a spell as quickly as possible. Flame Burst. He roared, and a dangerous fireball formed instantly at the tip of his staff. Releasing a skill at such close range was like a double-edged sword. Even if Jiang Yun managed to take down Yibai, he wouldn't escape unscathed. The fireball exploded uncontrollably, the deafening blast echoing in Jiang Yun's ears. Boom. The smell of smoke filled his nostrils, and Jiang Yun's breath caught as he was thrown back like a kite with a broken string. Darkness engulfed his vision, and he lost consciousness completely. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Yun slowly regained consciousness. He looked around in confusion and saw Yi Bai standing not far away, wisps of smoke still rising from him, and ash clinging to his shoulder. Glancing down, Jiang Yun noticed his own armor flashing a blinding red light. I actually lost? Lost to someone with a clever talent? How is this possible? Jiang Yun muttered in disbelief. Yi Bai's armor showed a 15 durability. Damn it, just a bit more. Jiang Yun gritted his teeth, unable to fathom why he had lost. Little did he know, what he thought was a small gap was actually a vast chasm. If not for the concern of being watched and causing unnecessary trouble, Yi Bai could have defeated Jiang Yun with a single move. At this moment, Yi Bai not only had to manage the entire fight, but also had to pretend he had barely won. With this in mind, Yi Bai glanced up at the surveillance camera. Old fox, are you watching? He thought to himself. I doubt this performance will fool that old fox. Nonetheless, Yi Bai had done his best, and his goal was achieved. In the surveillance room, Lu Qingyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. This little fox is definitely hiding something. I bet Jiang Yun couldn't withstand more than 5 moves from him. No, 3, he calculated silently. Since he wants to hide something, I might as well help him out. After all, it's also for Sweki's sake. With that thought, Lu Qingyin moved the mouse and clicked a few times. Delete this battle recording? Yes. The deletion prompt popped up, but the Battle King Qingyin, known for his boldness and meticulousness, wasn't satisfied. He extended his hand, and a flame instantly consumed the hardware storing the footage, reducing all the hard drives to ashes. Now, the recording was truly erased in every sense. Under Lu Qingyin's actions, a door in the combat room automatically opened. In the gymnasium, many students who had already lost 3 rounds and been eliminated were watching the final outcome. Teachers' eyes also turned towards Yi Bai's combat room as more and more people focused on it. As the door opened, someone immediately exclaimed, "The door opened. Jiang Yun won." No, wait. Another voice interjected. Isn't this the door Jiang Yun went through? What's going on? Did he give up again? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Jiang Yun walked out of the combat room like a lifeless shell, quickly surrounded by teachers. Jiang Yun, what happened? Why are you out here? Where's Yi Bai? Why do you smell burnt, and what's with your armor? Soon, a teacher noticed the damage to Jiang Yun's armor. He actually lost. Surrounded by teachers, Jiang Yun gave a bitter smile and spoke with a touch of sorrow. I lost. Silence spread like a tide. Around Jiang Yun, the entire gymnasium fell into a deathly quiet. Everyone was stunned, unable to process the shocking news. Jiang Yun actually lost to Yi Bai? An old, clear voice echoed from within the combat room, resonating in everyone's ears. The winner is Yi Bai. As soon as the results of the combat test were announced in the gymnasium of Nanjing Third High School, the students erupted into chaos. Discussions broke out everywhere, and the scene became so disorderly that the test had to be temporarily halted. Jiang Yun was then escorted to the principal's office on the 2nd floor. The principal waited for Jiang Yun to calm down a bit before asking for a detailed account of what happened. Jiang Yun recounted the entire process haltingly, his voice tinged with a sense of defeat. The teachers present fell into deep thought after listening. So, you're saying that Yi Bai, a wind mage, actually prefers close combat. You were caught off guard and lost as a result, the principal summarized, his gaze sweeping across the teachers. What do you all think? A teacher with gold-rimmed glasses cleared his throat and explained, wind mages do have this kind of combat style. There are even war god-level experts known for it. Wind mages are highly mobile and can use skills like Wind Blade and Wind Bind to gain an advantage in close combat. Even if they suffer a setback, they can quickly distance themselves and find another opportunity. He paused and added, however, this fighting style is not traditional. It's strong in the early stages, but tends to falter later on, often forcing a transition. Jiang Yun, you lost because you underestimated your opponent and lacked experience. Jiang Yun's face grew even paler, and he lowered his head. A vice principal suddenly raised a question. Yi Bai is a mage, but why is he so good at close combat? I've heard that he was already in good physical condition before entering the Eternal Tower. That's right, another teacher agreed. But that doesn't explain why he could break through protective gear with brute force. I asked some students who previously fought Yi Bai, and they were also defeated in close combat. Everyone nodded. A teacher then asked in confusion, how strong can a mage's strength attribute be? Without a strength attribute of 40 or 50, breaking through defenses is nearly impossible. At this point, Vice Principal Zhang, who was in charge of teaching and had close ties with the Liu family, stepped forward. He had once taken Liu Sweki to change her profession. I might know the answer, he said slowly. Yi Bai's friend, Zhao Lin, once obtained a batch of beef from the depths of Wind and Thunder Valley. Consuming it can significantly boost one's strength attribute. Zhao Lin gave at least half of it to Yi Bai, and Lu Sueki can confirm this. Vice Principal Zhang continued. Zhao Lin is a clever talent warrior. After his strength attribute was enhanced, he performed exceptionally well in this combat test, even surpassing many level talent students. Hearing this explanation, Jiang Yun nodded slightly. He knew Zhao Lin had ventured deep into Wind and Thunder Valley and had gained substantial rewards. The principal comforted, Jiang Yun, don't overthink this. It's just a minor setback. Go home and get some rest. He instructed 2 teachers to escort Jiang Yun home and monitor his mental state. After Jiang Yun left, the atmosphere in the office changed abruptly. Vice Principal Zhang was the first to speak up. I don't believe that just enhancing his strength attribute could allow Yi Bai to defeat Jiang Yun so easily. Exactly, another teacher agreed. There must be some details we're overlooking. Their earlier analysis was merely to console Jiang Yun. For these experienced educators, such an explanation was hard to accept. Vice Principal Zhang continued, in terms of talent, level, and profession, Yi Bai is no match for Jiang Yun. There must be something fishy about his victory. Vice Principal Zhang snorted and retorted. Why not call them back and have a rematch until Jiang Yun wins then? Zhang, what do you mean by that? Are you implying that I'm biased towards Jiang Yun? I mean no such thing. I'm just reminding certain people to accept the facts and move on. The two started arguing publicly, the tension palpable. Enough, quiet down. The principal slammed his palm on the table, and the office fell silent instantly. Even the 2 vice principals closed their mouths. The principal rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. He was about to retire, and the new principal would be chosen between Vice Principal Zhang and Vice Principal Zhang, depending on this year's college entrance exam results. Whoever students performed better would become the next principal. Jiang Yun's class, Senior 3 Class 2, was under Vice Principal Zhang's jurisdiction, but Jiang Yun was closer to Vice Principal Zhang, who was currently working on transferring Jiang Yun to a different class. In short, if Jiang Yun topped the Nanjing College entrance exam, the principal position would be Vice Principal Zhang's. Conversely, if Jiang Yun failed, Vice Principal Zhang would take the role. Internal conflicts like this were common even within the same high school. To stop the endless bickering, the principal made a decision. Ultimately, Jiang Yun himself is to blame. If he had won, none of this would have happened. Or if he hadn't been so arrogant from the start, it wouldn't have come to this. Confidence requires capability. The atmosphere in the principal's office was tense. Vice Principal Zhang, with a serious expression, looked directly at the principal and said, Principal, I'm not trying to cause trouble, but I have a question. He paused before continuing. Jiang Yun claimed to have cast a fireburst spell just before he lost consciousness. At such close range, the fireburst would have destroyed both their protective gear, resulting in a draw, not Yi Bai's victory. The surrounding teachers nodded in agreement. Even the usually contrary Vice Principal Zhang chose to remain silent this time. Vice Principal Zhang concluded, following this logic, there's only one explanation: the Blue Flame Battle King must have intervened and shielded Yi Bai from the fireburst damage. In other words, the Blue Flame Battle King helped Yi Bai cheat. Just as he was about to suggest reviewing the footage, the principal interrupted him. The principal sighed, pulled out his phone, and displayed a message received 10 minutes ago. The Blue Flame Battle King was donating a batch of supplies to the school, including a brand new set of surveillance equipment. As for the old set, it was supposedly burned by accident while he was lighting a cigarette, and he promised to compensate at double the original price. The office fell silent again. The excuse was so flimsy that even Vice Principal Zhang couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Seeing everyone's surprised looks, he muttered with a dark expression, that old guy never smokes. The principal looked around and slowly said, no matter what, this is how it will be resolved. Jiang Yun indeed has talent, but the path to becoming strong is not without setbacks. If he can understand this and use it as motivation, it's a good thing. If he can't, then so be it. Everyone must take responsibility for their own life. He continued, regarding your concerns about the fairness of the fight, I will officially request the Blue Flame Battle King to swear by his true name before my term ends. If it was a draw, we will amend the test results, make a public announcement, and publish a clarification. If Jiang Yun indeed lost fair and square, then there's nothing more to say. The principal finally asked, any objections to this approach? Everyone shook their heads. This was the best solution, even if it risked defending the Blue Flame Battle King. The principal's decision to address it at the end of his term was to minimize the impact. Then let's announce the summer camp recommendation list based on today's test results. Meeting adjourned. Outside the gymnasium, the bulletin board was crowded with people. Zhao Lin pulled Yi Bai, who was reluctant to push through the crowd, excitedly checking the list. Moments later, he came running back, face flushed, shouting, we made it. Bai, we made it. Yi Bai looked at him helplessly. All right, calm down. Don't get too excited. He wondered if Zhao Lin had a relative named Fan. On the way home, Zhao Lin kept talking non-stop. Bai, we're the only ones with clever talents. The rest are level. Oh, and Lu Sweki made it too. I heard she has a canary summon beast that can withstand a level 10 warrior. Yibai recalled the trembling little canary and thought, if that creature goes into full combat mode, it could roast half the gym students with a single breath. Sprinkle some sesame seeds, chili powder, and cumin. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. Let's have a barbecue for dinner to celebrate, Yibai suggested. Sure, my treat. Don't forget we have a 100,000 dragon coin bonus. Zhao Lin readily agreed. As night fell, the two parted ways after a satisfying meal. Just as Yibai reached his apartment building, he encountered an elderly man hunched over Teacher Lu. Hey there, young man. What a coincidence to see you again, the old man greeted with a smile. Yibai knew this old fox was waiting for him on purpose. He feigned innocence. Teacher Lu, up so late, not resting? Giving extra lessons to students secretly? The stairs are steep. Take it easy. Old age, can't sleep, just taking a walk. Lu Qingyan replied vaguely. Yibai decided to go along with it, sir. I heard our school had quite a commotion today. Indeed, I heard it involved a big shot at the Battle King level. My classmate heard it from his aunt's friend, who cleans the principal's office, 100 reliable. Yibai exaggerated on purpose. Wow, a Battle King level presence, that's something. Lu Qingyan pretended to be surprised. It takes exceptional talent and resilience to become a Battle King. Young man, you should strive to be like him. Yibai modestly replied. Me? I'd rather take it easy and live peacefully. Maybe become a teacher like you, educating the next generation. That's not an option. We rely on you youngsters. Lu Qingyan shook his head with a smile. After a round of back and forth, they each went home. As soon as Yibai sat down, the lone wolf badge in his pocket started vibrating. He quickly checked it, and his face changed dramatically. Xue Ming had sent a message. We've located Lian Lian. The fourth demon cult leader is active near Nanjiang City. Nanjing City was shrouded in the darkness of night. Yibai sat in the living room, his expression serious, tightly gripping the lone wolf medal in his hand. He softly read out the message just sent by Xue Ming. The fourth demon cult leader appeared 400 kilometers northwest of Nanjing City, attempting to infiltrate the city. A small skirmish broke out when they encountered each other, but the demon cult leader managed to escape, and his whereabouts are once again unknown. Yibai furrowed his brows, contemplating the significance of this information. The demon cult leader was under the protection of a demon god, making it difficult to track him once he created some distance. Even a war god could only detect his identity at close range. So, he really did come to Nanjing City. Is he here to kill me? Yibai muttered to himself, feeling that something was off. He recalled previous events, particularly how Lian Lian can had planned to sacrifice Lian Zheng to summon an abyssal creature. This indicated that Lian Lian can had no real affection for his unworthy son and could easily sacrifice him. Suddenly, a thought struck Yibai. What if the fourth demon cult leader's goal wasn't to hunt him down but to escape? Lian Lian can had indeed sworn to kill Yibai, but the premise of that oathwash had to stay alive. It was a clever play on words. As long as he was alive, he would eventually kill Yibai, but the timing was another matter. If he died, he would have fulfilled his oath with his life, and Yibai's fate would no longer concern him. Yibai couldn't help but sigh. No wonder he's a war god-level figure. Even when his own child is killed, he can quickly feign extreme anger and issue threats to mislead me and influence others' judgments. These high-level figures are indeed all cunning and shrewd. He continued to analyze the situation. Lian Lian Can, the fourth demon cult leader, a war god-level figure, was now severely injured, being hunted and cornered by various human factions on Blue Star. Survival had become his only motivation. Staying on Blue Star meant certain death. To survive, he had no choice but to flee to the abyssal plane. Yibai deduced two possibilities. 1. Lian Lian Can was creating a diversion, pretending to head to Nanjing City while actually having another target. 2. His method of escaping to the abyssal plane was in Nanjing City, and even if his movements were exposed, he had to come here. Understanding this, Yibai looked down at his shadow and smiled appropriately. Shadow 9. Have you had a late-night snack? A mass of black mist rose from the ground, and Shadow 9 materialized, his hoarse voice echoing, I did. Just had some barbecue, and it's on your tab. Kid, what kind of scheme are you cooking up now? Yibai feigned innocence. Look at how you talk about me. I, Yibai, am always upright and never scheming. He then briefly explained his analysis. Shadow 9 nodded slightly. Great minds think alike. I was thinking the same. Your shamelessness has a bit of my style. He continued. It's most likely the second scenario. The abyssal sacrifice array once activated in Nanjing City, even though it ultimately failed, it weakened the spatial barriers here, making them easier to breach, possibly even allowing physical traversal. The enemy is probably here for that. All the clues came together, revealing the truth. Shadow 9 added, you can sleep soundly tonight. Given his war god level status, he won't foolishly fight you to the death if he has a chance to survive. It seems like the assassination was just a distraction, and his real goal is to escape. I'll inform Xueming to set up an ambush near the abyssal sacrifice array. If he really comes, I guarantee with Xueming's life that Lian can will not survive. Yibai couldn't help but laugh. If you're going to guarantee, just guarantee. Why involve Xueming's life? What did he ever do to you? Please be reasonable. After a moment of silence, he added, this is the best outcome. A war god level enemy was something Yibai couldn't contend with at his current strength. The prospect of eliminating Lian Can, this major threat, made Yibai feel a significant weight lifted off his shoulders, so much so that he felt like singing. Shadow 9 suddenly changed the topic. Kid, you're planning to enter the Eternal Tower tonight, right? Yes, Yibai confirmed with a nod. The Nightmare of the Supreme asked me to pass a message to you. Shadow 9 paused. Wait, that introduction sounds too ominous. Ahem, please continue. Suppressing his laughter, Yibai gestured for Shadow 9 to proceed. Shadow 9 adopted a serious tone. The Nightmare of the Supreme said, if you reach the 100th level, the moment you step in, destroy the wall in front of you. There will be unexpected benefits. Shadow 9 appeared with a serious expression. He wasn't here for himself, but as a messenger for the supreme power. Destroy the wall? Yibai frowned, puzzled by the cryptic instruction. Shadow 9 did not explain further and simply said, I have delivered the message. The rest is up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, black mist surged, and his figure dissolved into the shadows. As night fell, Yibai began preparing for the impending ambush. Facing a war god level opponent like Lian Can, he knew he couldn't afford any mistakes. All mobile forces would be mobilized. This would be an extremely perilous battle, Yibai calculated. Once he entered the Eternal Tower, safety would no longer be a concern. Then, Shadow 9 could join in the ambush. With Xueming in the open and Shadow 9 in the shadows, their sole objective was to deliver a fatal blow to Lian Can. Free from the worry of being assassinated by a war god, Yibai focused on tonight's journey to the Eternal Tower. He took out the map given by Lu Sueki and studied it carefully. When his eyes landed on the 3rd floor, a note suddenly appeared. Levels 3, 4, 5, and 6 are interconnected. If you're lucky, you can break the best record in human history and jump directly from the 3rd to the 6th floor. Ready to challenge 99 exploration rate, my Shuralord? Oh, Yibai raised an eyebrow, sensing something unusual. The Eye of Insight seemed particularly excited today, even letting out a howl like a husky, which was quite out of the ordinary. As he delved deeper into the mechanics of these levels, Yibai gradually understood the Eye of Insight's excitement. The 3rd to 6th floors formed an extended tunnel that required continuous digging forward. Each step increased the exploration rate by 1, with a total of 100 squares. During the excavation, players could choose different directions, each choice bringing different effects. Some squares offered buffs or debuffs, some provided special rewards or penalties, and some even reduced the exploration rate. More dangerously, some squares hid lethal traps that could kill instantly upon stepping on them. Every step presented 3 choices, and the further one went, the higher the difficulty and danger. After progressing a certain distance, powerful boss guards would appear, and defeating them was necessary to continue. Reading this information, Yibai couldn't help but smile. This level seemed tailor-made for the Eye of Insight. For others, each unknown choice was a huge challenge, with any mistake potentially leading to disastrous consequences. Dying in this tunnel not only resulted in a weakened state, but also a loss of 10 exploration rate, pushing back 10 squares. Many opted to claim rewards at 50 exploration rate and move to the next level, as continuing was too risky and not worth the effort. However, for Yibai, with the Eye of Insight, these choices posed no problem. Every option's hidden dangers were laid bare, easily seen through. Yibai chuckled to himself. I'm not cheating. Putting away the map, Yibai began to look forward to tonight's journey to the Eternal Tower. Time ticked by, and finally, midnight arrived. Yibai entered the Eternal Tower. Simultaneously, Shadow 9 left Yibai's side, lurking near an abandoned factory, waiting for Lian Can to step into the trap. Meanwhile, the leader of the 4th demon cult began his escape plan into the abyssal plane, seeking a slim chance at survival. They were all fighting for their futures. Welcome to the Eternal Core City. The familiar prompt sounded. Yibai wasted no time and went straight to the point. For tonight's journey in the Eternal Tower, he needed no other preparations. A 100 exploration rate completion? All it took was a pair of discerning eyes. Yibai summoned the Eternal Core Crystal and placed his palm on it. In an instant, white light engulfed him, and the prompt sounded again in his ears, wishing you a swift completion of the Eternal Tower. Eternal Tower, 3rd floor, initiated. Boom. A flash of white light, and Yibai suddenly appeared in a dimly lit tunnel. As soon as he landed, the ground began to shake violently. Stones fell from the ceiling, stirring up clouds of dust. Amidst the chaos, a rough male voice shouted, "Run! The mine is collapsing!" Before the words finished echoing, another tremor shook the ground. Massive boulders tumbled down, completely blocking Yi Bai's path. Just then, he heard a woman sobbing behind him. Please save my husband. Cough. He went deep into the mine to earn money for my medicine. Sob. Her choked cries echoed through the tunnel, sending chills down Yi Bai's spine. A system prompt appeared. Accept the mission Medusa's request. Mission. Bring back Medusa's husband or his belongings. Reward. Mission completion will automatically calculate and grant stage rating. Yi Bai realized that accepting the mission was the only way to proceed in the tunnel and advance through the stage. He silently nodded in acceptance. Thank you, kind soul. The crying behind the pile of rocks abruptly ceased, and a chilling breeze blew past Yi Bai. Now, he was alone in the tunnel. Yi Bai thought to himself, this stage design is quite interesting, with a backstory and everything. He recalled how people initially regarded the Eternal Tower as a mere online game. The 3rd to 6th floors resembled traditional RPG games, complete with cliched backstories that added to the player's enjoyment and motivation. Surveying his surroundings, Yi Bai refrained from acting hastily. He had 6 hours, and with the help of his Eye of Insight, passing the stage was a certainty. However, achieving 100 completion was his real challenge. The system's hint made Yi Bai chuckle. To achieve 100 exploration, first reach 99, then get the remaining 1. That was as good as saying nothing. Yi Bai quipped internally, great hint, try not to be so helpful next time. Deciding to gather more information first, Yi Bai scrutinized his environment. The system provided a detailed description. This was an abandoned mine rumored to harbor man-eating monsters. Miners who tried to fend off these creatures turned to dust. Yi Bai stood in the first grid, facing 3 choices. 1. Straight ahead, yielding 100 liters of pure drinking water. 2. To the left, a giant lizard guarded a campfire. It was friendly and wouldn't attack unless provoked. Communicating with it required either complex lizard language skills or the SS level talent, Eye of Insight. 3. To the right, complete darkness with nothing visible. Weighing his options, Yi Bai chose the path with the lizard. He had a bold idea. If the lizard could help fetch water, he could gain both clues and resources. Only kids make choices. I want it all. Yi Bai thought smugly as he headed toward the left tunnel. In the second grid, Yi Bai found a massive lizard lounging by the campfire. The lizard glanced at him briefly before looking away, clearly uninterested. As Yi Bai pondered how to communicate, lizard language characters appeared before him. He was exasperated. This is lizard language, he thought. With no other option, Yi Bai followed the subtitles and said, why by BABU? The lizard's head shot up, its eyes gleaming with interest. It seemed thrilled to finally encounter someone it could talk to. Yi Bai continued in lizard language, a B, while using the Eye of Insight to translate the lizard's responses. He quickly understood the lizard's message. It urged him to flee immediately, warning of a petrifying monster that he couldn't handle. However, Yi Bai, confident in his abilities, thought, really? I don't believe it. Ready for the challenge, he prepared to face whatever lay ahead. In the description of the giant lizard, the term petrifying monster kept appearing. Yi Bai noticed that the giant lizard's left hind leg had turned to stone, causing it to move extremely slowly. Her? This is the first time I've heard of it. Is she a female monster? Yi Bai became interested. If you want to talk about this, I'm all ears. He closely examined the giant lizard's hind leg and asked, is there any way to cure this injury? The giant lizard replied, once the monster dies, all petrification will be lifted. There's no other way. Its intelligence seemed limited, as it repeatedly urged Yi Bai to escape quickly. Yi Bai nodded, saying, all right, I'll take her down later. Consider it revenge for you. Then, he expressed his desire for the lizard to help him fetch some water. There's water in the nearby pit? Yi Bai exclaimed in surprise. Before he could say more, the giant lizard had already burrowed into the ground to fetch the water. Got it right. Yi Bai thought to himself, pleased. Not only did he gain important information, but he also managed to get the lizard to fetch some fresh water, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When the giant lizard returned, there was only about 50 liters of water left in the container. It explained, I was very thirsty. Drinking water can ease the pain of petrification and slow its spread. Water is the source of life. Yi Bai felt a bit guilty about taking all the water and asked, should I leave some for you? The giant lizard shook its head, saying, I've drunk enough water to last me the next 100 years. Wow! Yi Bai exclaimed. All right, little lizard, I'm off. See you around. With 50 liters of water, he bid farewell to the giant lizard and continued to the second grid. With the help of his keen insight and years of RPG gaming experience, Yi Bai was able to make optimal decisions in almost every grid. His exploration progress rapidly increased. 1, 5. Soon reaching 10. Yi Bai cleared 9 grids in a row and was about to move to the 11th when something unexpected appeared in front of Hema message board. These message boards were placed every 10 grids to provide valuable information for future travelers. Everyone who passed by could see them, but each person only had one chance to leave a message. Although the third floor of the Eternal Tower was essentially a solo dungeon, the message boards allowed players to communicate across servers, making them a popular feature of these floors. Yibai opened the message board and found that it even had a like feature. Messages with the most likes would be displayed at the top for more people to see. The first message that caught his eye was from the strongest player. Number 1 Nightmare. First, leaving my mark. Likes, 12,454,961,679. Yibai thought, classic Nightmare. Always unreliable in the most unexpected places. He continued reading. Number 2 Wu Hin. Is 100 exploration really that hard? Likes, 10,486,145,710. Yibai nodded and thought, it is hard, considering you didn't achieve it either. The highest exploration percentage for humans before him was only 99, with only one chance to leave a message and no option to modify or delete it. Yibai thought, a major social death for the strongest boasting and then failing. After browsing 2 pages of messages, Yibai noticed a pattern. Early players tended to claim the first spots and leave trivial comments, as the first 10 grids weren't particularly challenging. Later players even used the boards for confessions and venting. XXX, I love you. Can I sneak a bite of poop without anyone noticing? One like, one day without guidance. Supporting every dream. Sending you up. Yibai found it quite amusing, feeling a bit like a game. He pondered, preparing to write something on the message board. Since I'm here, it would be a shame not to write anything, Yibai thought. This message will display my eternal ID. I need to write something classy, even if it's just to seem profound. Otherwise, I'll be the one socially dead in the future. Learning from Wu Hen's example, Yibai knew his message needed to be thoughtful. Otherwise, it would be mocked for eternity. After some contemplation, Yibai's expression turned serious. He opened the message board and wrote a line. Shura, water is the source of life. Done. Yibai closed the message board and continued his journey in the Eternal Tower. However, when Shura's name appeared on the message board, it immediately caused a stir. Shura is on the 3rd floor of the Eternal Tower. He left a message. Water is the source of life. Is Shura urging everyone to protect the environment and conserve water? Wake up with the War King's great water spell. There's plenty of water. Regardless, these 6 words quickly dominated the headlines on major platforms, maintaining high popularity. After writing that message on the bulletin board, Yibai didn't worry about the consequences and continued forward. Along the way, his eyes kept searching, and whenever he spotted traces of pure water, he would carefully collect them. Suddenly, Yibai encountered a dying miner. This poor guy was half crushed under a huge boulder, his legs already shattered, with only a small portion visible. Yibai's eye of insight flickered, indicating that the area was protected by eternal rules and couldn't be damaged. The miner, with a weak voice, pleaded for some pure water. Yibai hesitated for a moment, then took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and poured a capful, handing it to the miner. The miner, as if receiving a treasure, drank it with trembling hands. Are you looking for Medusa's husband? Yibai asked tentatively. The miner sighed. It's not his fault, really. He didn't need to do all this for everyone. It was too dangerous. Yibai squinted slightly. This version of the story differed from what he had heard before. According to Medusa, her husband ventured deep into the mines to earn money for her medicine. But when Yibai entered the mines, the eye of insight clearly indicated that it was an abandoned mine. Mining in an abandoned pit was strange to begin with, and based on what the miner said, they didn't seem to be mining at all, more like they were running for their lives. Yibai's thoughts raced, realizing there must be a hidden truth. The problem might lie with Medusa. The woman crying behind the rocks didn't seem as innocent as she appeared. Finally, the miner gave Yibai a valuable piece of information. Our companions are just ahead. I got trapped here, so I let them go first. They told me they would leave marks as they moved forward. A triangle means safe, a circle means unknown, and an X means extremely dangerous. They haven't been gone long. If you can find them, they might be able to help you. After bidding farewell to the miner, Yibai continued forward and soon reached the 19th square. A warning was carved on a stone. Beware, giant python ahead. Watch out for lightning. Yibai glanced at the time. 12:21. He had been in the Eternal Tower for 21 minutes, with a current exploration rate of 18. Compared to others, Yibai's progress was remarkably fast. If not for collecting more clues to uncover the truth, his speed could have doubled. Giant python, petrification. This feels like it's from some myth. Medusa, perhaps? Without overthinking, Yibai, fully charged and ready, stormed into the next square. Suddenly, lightning struck. The massive python didn't even have time to appear before a red bolt of lightning struck it. The lightning entered through the crown of its head, passed through its vital points, and exited through its tailbone, sparing no cell. The entire body turned to ash, harmlessly disposed of. A system message popped up. Killed mine python LV.18, experience 20. Yibai rolled his eyes. That's so stingy. The experience in the Eternal Tower has a flexible, intelligent compensation mechanism. Killing monsters of the same level grants 100 experience. If you kill higher-level monsters, you receive extra experience. Conversely, at level 26, killing an 18-level boss only grants 20 experience points. Better than nothing. Due to this experience system, players can't level up by repeatedly killing weaker monsters. The further you go, the exponentially stronger the monsters become, making leveling up increasingly difficult. No wonder everyone rushed into the Eternal Tower during the global buff event. The powerful buff allowed rapid leveling, crossing significant thresholds. Yibai kicked the ashes on the ground, finding nothing, and sighed. What a poor boss, not even a scrap left. A prompt appeared in the ashes. The python's most valuable asset is its skin, which, as you can see, is now ash. Next time, remind me earlier. We need to be frugal, can't waste anything. Python's skin is valuable. Yibai muttered to himself as he moved to the next square. In the 20th square, the familiar bulletin board appeared again. Yibai eagerly opened it to see what the predecessors had to say this time. Nightmare. 3-second boss kill. Try to beat that? He not only left a message but also attached a clearance certification. Nightmare killed mine python in 3.86 seconds. This guy is shameless. Yibai couldn't help but comment. That's almost 4 seconds, not 3. Continuing to read, a familiar name appeared again, Wuhan. How can someone not kill a boss in 1.48 seconds? No way, right? Wow. The master of sarcasm strikes again. Yibai admired Wuhan's boldness. According to historical records, Nightmare was the first supreme being among humans. Because of this, many dungeons and checkpoints were initially cleared by him, and the records were set by him. As a rising supreme being, Wuhan often broke these records. If that were all, it would be fine. But Wuhan even made sarcastic remarks, subtly mocking Nightmare. Keep in mind, when Wuhan was still weak, Nightmare had already achieved supreme status. In other words, even when Wuhan was still growing, he dared to joke with Nightmare. Yibai silently mused to himself. The mindset of the strongest truly is expansive. He glanced at the scores of 3.86 seconds by Nightmare and 1.48 seconds by Wuhan. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to post his own record of 0.01 seconds. This data would be hard to surpass, but Yibai had no intention of showing off. He simply wanted to fit in. On the message board, he wrote, Shura, not in top form this time. Better luck next time. Attached, 0.01 second kill certification for the Mine Pit Python. After posting, Yibai quickly left, secretly thrilled by the rush of his subtle brag. His message once again caused a global sensation. Major forums, QA platforms, headlines, and media outlets rushed to report. Shura breaks the 20-tile barrier. In no time, he had set a new record. People flocked to the message board, eager to see Shura's kill time. The Mine Pit Python boss had always been a target for speedrunning. Ordinary players struggled to kill it, while geniuses focused on kill speed. An A-rank talent could do it in less than 3 minutes, S-rank in less than a minute, and S-rank in under 30 seconds. Xueming's 21.6 seconds had once caused a sensation. An SS rank talent was beyond reach for most, with Nightmare's 3.86 seconds being astonishing and Wuhan's 1.48 seconds considered the limit. When Shura's 0.01 second record spread, the entire human world erupted. Major leaderboards and headlines were instantly dominated by Wuhan. Your record has been broken. Shura's glory was as dazzling as when Wuhan had surpassed Nightmare. Fireworks lit up the sky over the imperial capital, and those staying on Blue Star were ecstatic. One Battle King even considered releasing a forbidden spell to celebrate, but was promptly stopped by the city defense department. Meanwhile, at the rumored burial site of the Sky War god in the imperial capital, a man in black hurriedly entered. He lit 3 incense sticks, bowed, and inserted them into the ground. The artificial hill slowly split open, revealing a black coffin exuding a sinister aura. An old, angry voice echoed from the coffin. Why have you disturbed me again? I don't have much time left to stay awake. Do you want me to die faster with these frequent awakenings? The man in black urgently explained, Ancestor, something urgent. Shura has cleared SSS level twice in a row, bringing immense benefits to our entire clan. The old man fell silent upon hearing this. Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter erupted from the coffin, so loud that the man in black bled from his 7 orifices and half knelt on the ground. As the laughter continued, the coffin shook violently. With a bang, the coffin lid actually popped off. This was a coffin lid sealed by the combined strength of the strongest warriors. The man in black realized in terror. This is bad. The coffin lid can't hold it anymore. In the Imperial City, at a rockery tourist spot. A black coffin suddenly shook violently, and the coffin lid even jumped. At the top of the black coffin, an inconspicuous sword mark seemed to come alive, and in an instant, sword energy surged out, enveloping the entire black coffin. The malevolent energy was instantly suppressed, and the coffin lid fell heavily, sealing shut without leaving a single gap. The manic laughter abruptly ceased, and the world returned to silence, leaving only the heavy breathing of a man in black. Moments later, the voice of the old man from the black coffin sounded again. So weak it was almost indistinguishable, almost lost control. These 5 short words brought immense mental pressure to the man in black. Recalling the scene just now, he still felt a lingering fear. If the old man inside the black coffin had truly lost control, it would have caused immeasurable damage to the human race and could have impacted the front lines against the abyssal realm. This black coffin was not only the old man's life-sustaining artifact, but also an indestructible seal. You had more to say earlier. Continue. The old man, though weak, was more clear-headed than before. The man in black hurriedly said, "Right? Shura went to challenge the 3rd level today." "What? Did he clear it with SSS rank again?" the old man blurted out. "Not yet." The old man actually breathed a sigh of relief. Shura's monstrous performance gave him immense mental pressure, derived from considering the bigger picture. As a former unparalleled war god, one of the top combat forces among humans, the old man's perspective was far beyond ordinary people's. The standoff between the human race and the abyssal realm was an extremely fragile balance. In terms of overall strength, the human race was far weaker than the abyssal realm, significantly outmatched. However, the numerous demons of the abyssal realm were not united, constantly fighting among themselves and suffering severe internal strife. It's like a fight between 2 people. The human race, though only having 100 points of strength, was very united, able to exert 110 points of effect. Meanwhile, the demon race, with 1,000 points of strength, was disjointed, often even hitting themselves, ultimately only able to exert 100 points of effect. This situation created the current stalemate. The appearance of Shura undoubtedly changed this balance. In the long run, with Shura, the human race's strength would surely improve steadily, more beneficial than harmful. But in the current situation, Shura's presence might alert the demons of the abyssal realm, even causing them to unite against the threat. This had happened many times in history. Whenever a supreme seed emerged among humans, the demons' unity would sharply increase until the supreme seed achieved the position of supreme, and everything settled, returning to a new stalemate. The old man said intermittently, "Cough, cough. If Shura is too monstrous, those demons might put aside their past grudges and disputes, uniting like never before, which would be terrible for our human race." In fact, this situation had already shown signs. Xuemeng and Ingjiu had repeatedly mentioned to Yi Bai that the human race's front lines were stretched thin, and war god level experts were struggling to keep up, constantly firefighting. The old man's concerns were becoming a reality step by step. "Continue," the old man urged. With permission, the man in black continued his report. "Shura entered the 3rd level today and moved to the 20th grid 21 minutes ago." "The 3rd level?" Memories from long ago. The old man reminisced. "Now that I think about it, that woman called Medusa deceived us." The older you get, the more you like to reminisce. "Go on." The man in black took a deep breath and delivered the most crucial news of his visit. Shura killed the giant snake in the mine in 0.01 seconds. Yesterday, when Shura cleared the level with SSS rank, the man in black did not wake the old man as instructed because frequent awakenings would accelerate the old man's death. But this 0.01 second clearance, he deemed significant enough to report immediately. However, unexpectedly, the old man reacted unusually calmly to this news. This only indicates that Shura possesses extreme burst damage, possibly from a buff, skill, or even a talent. The old man analyzed. "Our human race already has an invincible sword. An additional one won't cut through this stalemate. In any case, initiate the Dawn Plan." "Initiate the Dawn Plan?" The man in black froze. This plan was supposed to be activated only when Shura had at least War King level strength. Could it be that, in the old man's mind, Shura was already comparable to a War King? How could this be? Shura had only appeared for the 4th day. Not daring to think further, the man in black felt a chill down his spine and quickly responded, "As you command." As everyone knows, the darkest time is just before dawn. So the Dawn Plan is also a plan for the darkest period. The old man said, "In the short term, don't wake me up again. I still want to live a few more centuries. With so little life left, don't keep troubling me." The black coffin slowly sank, marking the end of this meeting. The man in black bowed again, then moved backward without making a sound and left. Half a minute later, he hurried back, disregarding etiquette, and shouted at the black coffin that hadn't fully sunk into the ground, "Ancestor, Shura has just passed the 80th grid and left a message." The black coffin trembled slightly and then sank rapidly. The entire artificial mountain shook, causing the imperial capital to sway violently, like a paper boat adrift in a storm. From within the black coffin, the elder's voice emerged once more, uttering just 2 words, demonic spawn. Then, he fell back into the abyss of darkness and slumber. Meanwhile, Yibai stood in front of the message board at the 80th grid, contemplating how to leave a message that would make an impression. Finally, he decided to write, Shura, I came, I saw, I conquered. After leaving his message, he quickly advanced to the 81st grid. In the mine of this grid, a group of weary miners were resting. They were covered in dirt and scars, with blackened bandages, some missing limbs and leaning on crutches. Yibai's appearance immediately put them on alert. An older middle-aged man, evidently their leader, stepped forward and warned, Stranger, you are not welcome here. Either move forward or leave. Yibai tried to defuse the tension. Relax, we share a common goal. He took out a miner's hat, explaining it was a gift from a miner he had saved. A young miner questioned, How do we know you didn't kill him and take the hat? The leader immediately scolded the young man and told him to be quiet. Turning to Yibai, the leader apologized, Sorry, we're a bit on edge. None of us want anything bad to happen, right? The miners behind him tightened their grips on their weapons, ready for any sudden move. Ignoring their caution, Yibai continued, The miner I saved also told me about the signs you leave behind. I followed those signs to get here. Hearing this, the miners visibly relaxed. The leader apologized to Yibai and explained that they originally had over 1,000 people, but now only these injured ones remained. Yibai promised to leave the same signs as he moved forward, so they could follow. After a moment's hesitation, the leader asked, Do you have any water? Yibai generously replied, Yes, I have 20 liters. How much do you need? At the mention of water, hope sparked in the eyes of all the miners. The leader requested, There are 32 of us here. If you could give us 32 drops of water. He took out a bag of precious minerals as an exchange. Yibai readily agreed. After the exchange, he continued on his way. Each miner received a drop of water. Miraculously, one miner's sight was restored. A paralyzed person regained feeling, and a young man with a severed arm saw his limb grow back. All their injuries began to heal rapidly. The leader, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed, The rumors are true. The rumors are true. Water is the source of life. Eternal Tower, 3rd level. Grid 90. The boss's body crumbled into ashes at Yibai's feet. The heavenly thunder had not only obliterated its life, but also seemed to touch its soul, leading it to willingly choose self-destruction. Yibai scanned his surroundings, his gaze finally landing on a message board not far away. He walked over slowly, deep in thought. Very few could achieve a 90 exploration rate. Many adventurers with S-rank and S-rank talents would often stop at the boss checkpoint, leaving with nothing but regret and their checkpoint ratings. Those who reached this place were already rare, and those who left messages were even rarer. Images of the 3 mightiest human warriors Meng Yin, Wu Hin, and Xiao Yao flashed through Yibai's mind. Their exploits had long been inscribed in textbooks, and even the Abyssal Plane knew them well. Meng Yin guarded Blue Star, Wu Hin fought in the Abyss, and Xiao Yao was responsible for watching over the Eternal Tower and attempting to clear it. Their presence was like a sword hanging over the heads of their enemies, deterring any would-be troublemakers. Among these 3, Xiao Yao was undoubtedly the most enigmatic. Yibai had traversed 90 grids and checked 8 message boards, but he had yet to find a single word from Xiao Yao. With a hint of anticipation, he opened the message board in front of him. Meng Yan's message was as straightforward as ever. 100 exploration, plain and simple. Following that was Wu Hin's taunt. Upstairs, you didn't achieve 100 exploration. Remember my name. The first to do so was me. Beneath these messages from the 2 mighty warriors, someone named Xue Meng left an abrupt comment. I am truly fierce. The contrast was jarring to Yibai, like a slacker posting selfies on social media amidst a group of top students buried in their studies. Yibai took a deep breath and lightly tapped the message board with his fingers. Although leaving a message at this point seemed meaningless, he still felt compelled to leave something for those who would come after him. After a moment of thought, he wrote, Azura, next, witness the moment of miracles. Closing the message board, Yibai glanced at the time. 1 hour and 1 minute. This speed meant he could challenge the 7th level directly after clearing this one. Levels 3 to 6 were connected. Achieving 100 exploration on the 3rd level allowed one to skip the intermediate levels and head straight to the 7th. Guided by the Eye of Insight, Yibai easily avoided deadly traps and negative buffs, progressing smoothly. However, the difficulty of the last 10 grids did not increase exponentially as he expected but remained unusually steady. When Yibai reached the 100th grid, the system indicated an exploration rate of only 98. Frowning, he pondered and suddenly realized. The total number of grids was 100, with each grid increasing the exploration rate by 1. This meant reaching the end would only yield a 99 exploration rate. Like a bolt of lightning in the dark, Yibai finally understood the Eye of Insight's earlier hinto, achieve 100 exploration. He had to complete 99 first, and then find the extra one. Taking a deep breath, Yibai looked towards the dark entrance ahead. The final step, he stepped into the 100th grid, and as expected, the exploration rate reached 99. In front of him was a vast, empty mine. Surprisingly, it was devoid of anything. Yibai cautiously surveyed his surroundings, searching for traces left by Medusa's husband, but found nothing. No strange notes popped up, which only heightened his vigilance. Piecing together everything he had seen and heard along the way, a story began to take shape in Yibai's mind. A powerful creature capable of petrifying people had suddenly appeared, wreaking havoc. To survive, the miners had to flee into an abandoned mine shaft, hoping to escape through another exit. This creature was likely related to Medusa. Medusa's husband, to atone for his wife's destruction, ventured ahead alone, leaving marks for those who followed. The miners relied on these marks to navigate the perilous mine, paying a heavy price along the way. All clues pointed to a single source: Medusa. The name conjured images of the mythical serpent-haired Gorgon. Unable to find any other clues, Yibai recalled the advice of the mighty Ming Yin: blasting the walls might yield unexpected rewards. His gaze swept over the surrounding rock walls, finally resting on a familiar message board. The name Ming Yin was boldly written on it. The message from the nightmare made Yibai realize something crucial. This wasn't a tragic love story about Medusa's husband. It was a dangerous trap. Yibai understood that Medusa was likely the creature that turned people to stone, the source of all the chaos in the tunnels. Yibai recalled the nightmare's instruction to break down the wall immediately after entering, and he became wary. Is this guy trying to get me to erase his dark past? He pondered. If he followed the nightmare's orders, the message board might get destroyed, erasing any evidence of the nightmare's misdeeds. Cautious, Yibai didn't act impulsively. He quickly took out his phone and snapped hundreds of photos. Not stopping there, he pulled out a DSLR camera and pressed the shutter button hundreds more times. To ensure he had backups, he stored the photos on various devices, including film rolls, USB drives, and hard drives. Bringing a DSLR on an adventure to the Eternal Tower seems pretty reasonable, he thought to himself with a touch of humor as he carefully stored the evidence. Though blackmailing a supreme being wasn't the wisest idea, Yibai believed it was always good to have some leverage. He continued reading and found messages from two other supreme beings, Wuhan and Xiaoyao. He took out his phone again and captured these masterpieces as well. Faced with this dilemma, Yibai fell into deep thought. The previous three supreme beings had only achieved a 99 exploration rate. Could he break through this bottleneck? Just then, the Eye of Insight offered two choices. Either break the wall to rescue the miners, or go back and slay the snake woman. After careful consideration, Yibai chose to go back. Today, I'll see for myself if this snake woman is as beautiful as they say, he resolved. The Eye of Insight immediately activated its navigation, and Yibai began his arduous journey back. 300 mining tunnels meant 300 fierce battles, and he had less than 5 hours. The pressure was immense, but Yibai didn't flinch. He charged into the first tunnel like a gust of wind, staff swinging and unleashing his full power. Wind fury, thunder blessing, heavenly thunder, ignite. A barrage of skills roared forth, filling the tunnel with the sounds of intense combat. Meanwhile, the people on Blue Star held their breath. There had been no news from Shura for 19 minutes, and everyone was hoping for a miracle. The world was focused on Shura, awaiting an announcement from the Eternal Tower, hoping for a history-changing event. Tonight, the world was sleepless, everyone waiting for that answer. The Eternal Tower, 3rd floor. The guiding voice of the Eye of Insight echoed in Yibai's ears, prompting, forward wind slash. Gripping his dual blades tightly, he charged into the horde of monsters like a whirlwind. Blades flashed, blood splattered, and Yibai seemed like a god of slaughter, his eyes devoid of any mercy. Kill without batting an eye. You ask if my eyes are dry? Dry as a bone. Yibai roared, continuing to swing his weapon, which resembled a massive cleaver, carving a bloody path through the throng of monsters. After the battle, Yibai took a deep breath and collapsed onto a rock. Sweat dripped from his forehead, clearly showing the toll the fight had taken on him. These enraged monsters had significantly higher levels and attributes. Fighting Unknown was manageable, but dealing with dozens of them simultaneously in a mine was a different story altogether. To complete the task within the time limit, Yibai had to kill with extreme efficiency. In such a high-pressure environment, some might become flustered, but Yibai seemed to enter a different realm. The greater the external pressure, the more focused he became, his combat skills improving at a terrifying pace. Yibai utilized every bit of his MP to the fullest, seamlessly integrating wind, fire, and lightning skills. The perfect combination of wind slash and basic attacks not only maximized damage but also allowed for rapid movement. Each of his actions was incredibly precise, his combat techniques continuously refining and evolving, becoming an art form. As his proficiency increased, the time it took Yibai to clear a mine decreased from nearly 2 minutes to under 40 seconds. After slaying a monster, the system prompt sounded. Killed Lan Bafu, MP restored by 15. Experienced 2,596. With the relentless slaughter, Yibai's level skyrocketed from 28 to 42. However, the monsters in the mines also grew stronger with the intruder's level, keeping the difficulty unchanged. Just the way I like it, Yibai thought. Grinding weaklings is fun, but it's a waste of time without experience. He tore open a healing scroll, restoring his health to a safe level, and his mana to 80. The system showed 135 unclean pits remaining, with 1 hour and 49 minutes left. Yibai took a deep breath, gripped the weighty nature's force, and forced his tired eyes open as he headed to the next mine. This high-intensity battle had been going on for 3 hours. A normal person would have been exhausted long ago, but Yibai's endurance was remarkable. Meanwhile, people on Blue Star were on an emotional roller coaster. In the early hours, media platforms were abuzz with excitement as Shura broke record after record. But starting at 1 a.m., news about Shura suddenly ceased, making people anxious. Good news, Shura hasn't cleared it yet. Bad news, Shura hasn't cleared it yet. This phrase circulated online. People clung to a sliver of hope, but as time passed, more began to waver. 3 supreme experts couldn't do it. Can Shura really succeed? Doubts began to surface. Some reminisced when Wuhan, the supreme expert, rose to prominence. We waited all night, only to be disappointed in the end. Sigh. Despite this, many continued to cheer for Shura. Let's lend our energy to Shura. Everyone below the rank of war soldier, please lend your energy to the 3rd floor of the Eternal Tower. Thank you. At 5:50 a.m., Yibai finally returned to the starting point grid 1 of the 3rd floor of the Eternal Tower. After nearly 5 hours, he had fought his way back from grid 100, mowing down monsters like weeds. Honestly, my eyes are a bit dry now, Yibai quipped to himself. Only the final boss remained. Yibai looked at the pile of stones ahead. With 10 minutes left, he decided to make some preparations. Time to stack some buffs, Yibai muttered, adjusting his status. With 30 layers of momentum gathered and the BGM ready, the prelude to Little Knife Society began. Yibai lightly tapped forward, and the stone pile started to crumble. Why does this sound like Sun Wukong's birth? Am I the villain here? Yibai thought to himself. As the stones collapsed, a woman's voice emerged. Kind soul, have you brought back my husband? Yibai paused for a moment and replied. Sorry, I bring news of his death. The woman began to sob again. Her voice choked with emotion as she asked, Are you saying that he's dead? Yibai shook his head, signaling that she was mistaken and could guess again. At that moment, a massive figure began to emerge from the thick smog. It was a monstrous serpent with 9 heads, each one menacingly baring its fangs and exuding a terrifying aura. Yibai didn't act rashly because his eye of insight indicated that the creature was currently invincible, much like a boss in an RPG game still in its cutscene. As the smog cleared, Medusa's hideous face was fully revealed to Yibai. The level of ugliness was indescribable, and Yibai didn't even want to provide examples. The 9 snake heads glinted with dangerous light, glaring at Yibai from all angles, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed. Get ready to attack. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Almost simultaneously, 2 attacks launched, Heavenly Thunder and Petrifying Gaze. These 2 cunning adversaries seemed to have coordinated their most powerful skills for a sneak attack, determined to kill in one strike. Medusa's 9 snake heads lunged forward, sacrificing 3 of them to wither permanently for this one attack. However, to Medusa's shock, Yibai stood there unharmed. She screamed in a frenzy. Why? Why haven't you turned to stone? Medusa thrashed around, her body slamming into the surrounding stone walls, sending debris flying. Yibai merely sneered, not in the habit of enlightening his enemies. He thought to himself, shocked? I have the anti-magic amulet. Yibai was always cautious when it came to survival. Even if the amulet failed, he had the everlasting flame to sustain him, and he wore the guardian angel's cloak. With 3 lives, Medusa was no match. Under the influence of the petrifying gaze, Yibai did feel his movements slow down, but this didn't affect his spellcasting. A terrifying red lightning bolt slowly formed in his hand, its sheer power evident at a glance. Medusa seemed to foresee her tragic end. Her most powerful attack had no effect, while the skill Yibai was about to unleash could instantly kill her. In the last 0.1 seconds of her life, her eyes reddened, and she began to cry, Please, spare me, I was also fall. With a thunderous crash, the heavenly thunder descended, completely engulfing the serpent and silencing Medusa's unfinished plea. Yibai watched coldly as Medusa turned to ashes, showing no mercy. He muttered to himself, Can't stand this aesthetic. Goodbye. One more look, and I'd end up in a urology clinic as a VIP, enjoying night times, 12 off medication, and 24-hour service. As Yibai defeated Medusa, the entire mind tunnel shook violently, and countless petrified creatures suddenly came back to life. At the same time, a familiar notification sounded in Yibai's ear. Calculating clearance rating. On Blue Star, it was 5:57 a.m. As people groggily prepared for a brief rest before the new day's work, they believed Shura wouldn't let them down. Next, it's time to witness a miracle, someone shouted. You said it, Shura. Another voice chimed in. If Shura creates a miracle, I won't direct for a year. If Shura creates a miracle, I'll fight in the abyssal plane for 3 years. However, only 3 minutes remained. Even the most fervent believers in Shura were starting to waver. Maybe, just maybe, there wouldn't be a miracle this time. After all, not every call receives an answer. But this time, things were different. On Blue Star, in the imperial capital, at 5:57 and 48 seconds a.m., a message dropped like a depth charge into the sleepy world, spreading rapidly and creating massive waves. Congratulations to player Shura for clearing the 3rd level of the Eternal Tower with an SSS rating. Congratulations to player Shura for clearing the 4th level of the Eternal Tower with an SSS rating. 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 levels, 4 SSS ratings. Shura had dominated the screens at the last moment. This news bombarded all social media platforms, instantly becoming the sole topic of discussion on Blue Star. In the Wolf's Den, countless people raised their glasses in celebration, surrounded by piles of alcohol. Tonight's expenses are on Shura, courtesy of young Master Zhao. Cheers erupted. Everyone raised their glasses, shouting, to Shura, to the era of the strongest, to the future of the human race. Meanwhile, at a scenic spot in the imperial capital, a black coffin was bouncing up and down as if dancing. While others had tombstone parties, the old man in the black coffin was doing a coffin drift. Finally, the old man left a message. Wake me up when Shura breaks the sky. I have enough lifespan to let him wreak havoc. With that, the black coffin sank to the deepest part, sealing itself tightly. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the land, the sun was surprised to find that these people were having a wild celebration even earlier than it started work. The sun couldn't help but ask, "Don't you have work today?" At that moment, all media platforms displayed the same headline. The moment to witness a miracle. Because, indeed, a miracle had occurred. The Eternal Tower, 3rd floor. The shrill sound of server-wide notifications echoed incessantly as a series of reward prompts popped up in front of Yibai. His eyes quickly scanned through them. SSS level clearance for the 3rd to 6th floors, with rewards including 2 mysterious mines, a superpowered furnace, and a non-Ha miner group. As the rewards were distributed, the environment around Yibai began to undergo a remarkable transformation. The bloody battlefield gradually faded away, replaced by a space exclusively his own. This newly formed area resembled a miniature trading sanctuary, accessible only to Yibai and the NPCs he allowed, available around the clock. Yibai carefully examined the attributes of the mysterious mines. The 2 mines had reserves of 30 million and 45 million tons, respectively, and astonishingly contained 75 tons of SS-grade raw, or based on quality probability. Although these rare ores were mostly hidden deep within the mines, making extraction exceedingly difficult, they undoubtedly represented a massive fortune. Yibai couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He could finally claim, without exaggeration, that he had a mine at home. Just as Yibai was basking in his happiness, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the depths of the mines. A group of ragged, dust-covered miners approached him, their numbers now swelling to 200 or 300. The lead miner bowed deeply to Yibai, his gratitude evident. Thank you for defeating that terrifying monster and for everything you've done for us. The non-Ha miner group pledges eternal service to you, sir. No sooner had he finished speaking than nearly 300 miners removed their helmets, placed them over their hearts, and in unison declared, the non-Ha miner group pledges eternal service to you, sir. Yibai modestly replied, no need for thanks. I only made a small contribution. Inwardly, he calculated that with this workforce, the development of the 2 giant mines could be significantly accelerated. To reassure these miners who had just escaped Medusa's clutches, Yibai generously announced, from now on, as long as you follow me, your wages will be paid, and your benefits will remain the same. 3 meals a day, plenty to eat, and after work, there will be enough wine and meat. However, his words left the miners puzzled. The lead miner cautiously explained, sir, we usually only eat 2 meals a day. Yibai immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and resolutely said, from now on, it's 3 meals. This simple statement brought tears to the eyes of many miners, and their goodwill towards Yibai soared. To quickly improve the miners' conditions, Yibai asked the lead miner to compile a list of urgently needed supplies. 15 minutes later, the list was delivered to Yi Bai. In addition to basic food and fresh water, there was a significant demand for medicinal supplies. Without hesitation, Yi Bai used his trading sanctuary pass to contact his goblin subordinates, instructing them to prepare party food, clean water, and drinks for 1,500 people. He speculated that the outside world was likely celebrating, and such a request wouldn't raise any suspicions. The efficiency of the goblin minions was impressive. As soon as Yi Bai transferred 150 gold coins, food and fresh water were delivered by mail. He handed the supplies to the miners' leader and instructed, "Distribute these to everyone. Make sure everyone gets their share. Hold off on the alcohol for now." The miners' leader nodded and immediately organized the distribution. The food, sufficient for 1,500 servings, could last 300 people for a week if used sparingly. However, following Yi Bai's 3 meals a day standard, it would only last a day and a half. Moments later, Yi Bai contacted the goblin minions again. "We have a situation here. I need 400 low-tier healing scrolls, purchased anonymously. 200 gold coins." Shortly after, a new mail arrived, and the healing scrolls were distributed. The miners' leader expressed his gratitude to Yi Bai once more. "Boss," the miners' leader pointed to the super furnace by the mine. "We're only good at mining. We're not skilled in smelting and forging. If you want to process these raw ores, you might need to hire some professionals." Yi Bai nodded in understanding. "Got it. Once the professionals are here, you can send a few people to learn from them. Before long, we'll be able to handle it ourselves." He then turned to the other miners. "You guys can rest for now. There's no rush to mine. We have plenty of time. You've worked hard. Eat well and rest up." After settling the miners, Yi Bai finally had the chance to check his own status. The mine, the miners, and the furnace were like a steady stream of wealth for him. With these resources and some hired smelting and forging NPCs, he could be self-sufficient and even sell equipment and items externally. After battling through 300 mines and the ultimate showdown with the boss Medusa, Yi Bai's strength had increased significantly. He had skyrocketed from level 26 to level 54. Summoning his attribute panel, Yi Bai carefully reviewed. Eternal ID, Shura. Talent, Eye of Insight SS grade. Level, 54. Class, Storm Mage Wind, Fire, Thunder. HP, 164-001-6400. MP, 215-002-1500. Strength, 672,100. Intelligence, 146,980. Spirit, 135,770. Agility, 63,445. Constitution, 543,100. Luck, 12. Equipment, Force of Nature 2. Skills, Lightning Bolt, Thunder Blessing, Charging Up, Heavenly Thunder, Wind Slash, Wind Fury, Ignite, etc. Status, Thunder Affinity, Thunder Specialization, Fire Specialization, Wind Specialization. All 5 basic attributes had surpassed 500, with the most important ones for a mage intelligence and spirit nearing 1500. Yi Bai was finally taking on the form of a true mage. Having a single attribute surpass 1000 was one of the rigid standards for wargrade evaluation. Of course, this was just one of the indicators for a first-tier wargrade. The evaluation for wargrade focused more on actual combat strength and achievements. Recently promoted to a 9th-tier soldier, Yi Bai had no immediate plans to push for the wargrade evaluation. Besides attribute growth, he had 2 other significant gains. In the nearly 5-hour-long battle, he had cast Heavenly Thunder over 10,000 times. Now, its base damage had soared to 58,655. Even without stacking Charging Up, it could kill a low-tier wargrade enemy in one hit and severely injure a high-tier one. The high growth potential of Heavenly Thunder was within Yi Bai's expectations, but such continuous 5-hour battles were rare opportunities. Additionally, the advancement of Force of Nature was one of the greatest gains of this trip. Equipment, Force of Nature LV.25. Grade, S-level. Attributes, Intelligence 80, Spirit 70. Traits, Divine Retribution Staff. Increases thunder damage by 20, increases thunder damage received by 1. Wood skills provide 25 shield healing. Twin spell, 5 chance to cast a wood skill when casting a thunder skill, and vice versa. Thunderstorm, 0.1 chance to deal double damage when casting a thunder skill. Defiance, deals 10 extra thunder damage to enemies higher level than the wielder. Advancement trait, Clash of Thunder and Lightning. Kill a thunder-based boss between levels 25 to 60. After the kill, Force of Nature will advance to the boss's level and randomly acquire one of its skills. Advancement times, 10. Times advanced, 2. The promotion of Force of Nature to S-level exceeded Yi Bai's expectations. The original traits were enhanced, and the newly added Defiance trait would be highly effective in actual combat. Considering Yi Bai's special status, where he often faced higher-tier enemies, this trait was a significant boon. You never know whether a surprise or a shock will come first. For Yi Bai, the words Lian Kin is still alive hit like a hammer. With a grave expression, he conveyed the news to Ing Jiao, whose reaction was unexpected. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ing Jiao denied categorically, his brows furrowed. As a master of soul arts, he was confident he had completely purified the soul of the demon sect leader, leaving nothing behind. Yi Bai pondered for a moment before speaking cautiously. Is there a possibility that he had separated a part of his soul beforehand, and, upon the destruction of his main body, used a prepared array to sacrifice 3 of his warlord-level subordinates to restore his soul and extend his life? Ingju squinted, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Your guess is quite detailed, isn't it? His expression seemed to say, were you watching this happen? After a long silence, Ingju had to admit the possibility. He added, if the demon god is willing to help him, the success rate is very high. As a war god-level soul expert, Ingju had not considered this before because the opponent's soul fluctuations appeared entirely normal, with no signs of damage. However, Ingju continued, there's a significant drawback to this method. Once his soul is restored, Lian Kin is no longer the same person he once was. It's like a ship whose parts have all been replaced. It becomes unrecognizable. Just as Yi Bai was about to speak, Ingju abruptly changed the subject. I am going to take Xueming's head right now. Yi Bai was momentarily confused. Wait, what does failing to kill Lian Kin have to do with Xueming? Ingju insisted, as a war god, I always keep my promises. Since I guaranteed Xueming's life, I must follow through. Yi Bai responded calmly. Oh, remember to take out the trash on your way out. The sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back. Ingju pressed on. Aren't you going to try to stop me? Yi Bai retorted bluntly. Isn't it inappropriate? If you manage to kill Xueming today, I'll change my surname. Surprisingly, Ingju's thick skin exceeded Yi Bai's expectations. He agreed. Since you say it's inappropriate, I'll give you this favor. Otherwise, Xueming wouldn't see the sunrise tomorrow. Yi Bai shook his head helplessly. When it comes to shamelessness, Ingju reigns supreme. I concede defeat. You deserve the SS-level talent. Ingju dropped his playful demeanor and spoke seriously. We'll continue tracking Lian Kansas. You don't need to worry too much. Fragmenting and then restoring a soul significantly reduces one's strength. At most, he has warlord-level power. Besides, your neighbor is a peak warlord bodyguard, though a bit dim-witted. Yi Bai's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Lu Qingyan's dullness was due to some hidden ailment? Ingju continued. Now that Lian Kin has been reborn, he might choose to sever his past and live under a new identity. Even if he has any plans, he won't come after a minor like you. Rest assured. Yi Bai rolled his eyes. Please stop jinxing me. The more you say that, the more likely he is to come after me. After finishing his conversation with Ingju, Yi Bai got ready for school. On the way, he ran into Zhao Lin, who was visibly excited. Bai. I successfully changed my class last night. I'm now a Gale warrior. Zhao Lin exclaimed, brimming with excitement and unable to stop talking. Yi Bai responded perfunctorily, great, that's wonderful. Zhao Lin continued enthusiastically. I was worried about the difficulty of the 3rd level, but I heard that due to the Azura, levels 3 to 6 will be reset, kind of like purification. The difficulty will decrease, and the base rewards will increase. From Zhao Lin's words, Yi Bai understood the significance of the reset. Similar things had happened in the previous 3 Supreme eras. In exceptionally difficult special stages, once a Supreme being achieved 100 exploration and an SSS rating, the stage would undergo drastic changes. The difficulty would decrease, base rewards would increase, and the entry threshold would be lower. Although the reward cap would slightly decrease, it was negligible compared to the overall benefits for humanity. Zhao Lin excitedly said, with the intervention of a war god-level prophecy expert, it's predicted that after this reset, the success rate of the new generation will be higher, and the number of first-tier warriors will surge. Bai, do you know what this means? We have a great chance of becoming warriors. Yi Bai's reaction was much calmer than Zhao Lin's. Makes sense? Thanks, Azura. Warrior? He was already a 9th-tier warrior, and his next step was to aim for the warlord level. Zhao Lin's reaction was even more outrageous. He excitedly shouted, if Azura appeared in front of me right now, I'd bow to him twice. Yi Bai raised an eyebrow and asked, really? You said Dragon Country people don't lie to Dragon Country people. Zhao Lin scoffed. Forget bowing to Azura, bow to your father first. Yi Bai glared at him. Get lost? In an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Nanjing City, a god-level battle quietly took place last night. Thanks to special formations and techniques, this earth-shattering fight did not spill over into the real world, keeping the damage to a minimum. Xueming reappeared on the battlefield, frowning and secretly astonished. Is this guy a cockroach? How is he still alive? The scene was bustling with activity. Many people were tinkering with various instruments and setting up complex formations, trying to find any clues about the opponent's true identity. Ming looked around and sighed. Difficult? This guy is like a stone sinking into the sea. Even though his strength has declined, he's become even more dangerous. 80 kilometers away, in a mid-range apartment in downtown Nanjing City, a young man with black hair lounged on a sofa, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. He gazed out through the floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the celebratory world outside. His eyes were cold, a stark contrast to the joyous atmosphere around him, and a faint smile played on his lips. Safe houses, you can never have too many, he muttered to himself. 3 battle kings, 2 uses of the demon god's gift, and finally, I get this rebirth. That idiot Ming probably thinks I'm really dead. As for that old shadow, he might be fooled for a while, but he'll figure it out eventually. The best plan is to head to the abyss plane as soon as possible. The black-haired young man looked around warily, reminding himself that his current safety was only temporary and that he would eventually be tracked down. Suddenly, a ghostly voice whispered in his ear, "Don't forget our deal." His face darkened, and he responded irritably, "I'll keep my promise. I'll hunt down that lone wolf who killed my son." As he finished speaking, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Why did the 4th demon god specifically want to kill a Battle King-level lone wolf? Was this a matter of moral decay or demonic distortion? Regardless, for this rebirth, he had struck a deal with the 4th demon god. He must kill the lone wolf before he could escape to the abyss plane. In return, once he reached the abyss plane, the 4th demon god would help him regain his god-level powers. Enough, the black-haired young man said, standing up and walking to the window. The sunlight fell on his face, casting shadows. These old grudges should vanish with the death of the 4th demon cult's leader. Talking to himself, he continued, "Now, I'm a young teacher at Nanjing No. 2 High School, promising and full of potential. This is the backup identity I prepared long ago. Let's see the latest work schedule. Assigned to Nanjing City's summer camp as an assistant instructor. Perfect. With these young kids, no one can threaten me, and I'll have the chance to escape to the abyss plane." He downed his glass of red wine in one gulp, a broad, exaggerated grin spreading across his face. Lady Luck is finally on my side. The activity hall at Nanjing No. 3 High School is typically the venue for all school meetings, New Year's Eve parties, entrance ceremonies, and graduation ceremonies. At this moment, the vast space that can hold thousands of people felt particularly empty, with only 20 students scattered around. They sat in small groups, quietly chatting while waiting for the meeting to begin. In the last row of the stands, Yibai and Zhao Lin sat side by side. Zhao Lin leaned in closer to Yibai and whispered, "Debai, have you heard? This time the list of 20 students isn't sorted by grades like usual, but by the first letter of their last names." Feigning curiosity, Yibai asked, "Oh, what's the difference?" Zhao Lin hesitated for a moment before deciding to speak up. "There are some nasty rumors going around. They say Vice Principal Zhang helped you cheat to beat Jiang Yun in that fight, and so the results are still under dispute, which is why they haven't published the rankings yet." He quickly patted Yibai on the shoulder. "But don't worry, I believe in you 100. With your abilities, you wouldn't need anyone's help to cheat anyway." Yibai couldn't help but think privately, that doesn't sound quite right. Cheating on my own is still cheating, isn't it? To Yibai, this little stir was just a ripple. With the summer camp training yet to begin, he didn't want to reveal too much of his strength. Zhao Lin had taken the fall for him before, but given Zhao Lin's small frame, he clearly couldn't bear too much. Yibai thought that once the summer camp started, he could attribute his increased strength to the training. Just then, the school leaders arrived, and the teachers began to organize the students. "Everyone, move to the front," a teacher called out loudly. "There are so many empty seats up front, let's not waste them. Students in the last row, come to the first row." Under the teacher's arrangement, Yibai, Zhao Lin, and the other 18 students were relocated to the first 2 rows, waiting quietly for the leaders to speak. Vice Principal Zhang hurried over to the principal, panting. "Principal, Jiang Yun isn't coming. No matter how hard we tried to persuade him, he refused." The principal replied sternly, "Time's up. We can't let one person delay the entire summer camp training. This is Jiang Yun's choice. He's an adult and can take responsibility for himself." With that, the principal stepped onto the podium and began his speech. Though the content was meant to encourage and motivate, his monotonous tone made many students drowsy. "That's all I have to say. Students in the first row, you can wake up now," the principal suddenly joked, causing many students to laugh and easing the previously tense atmosphere. Next, Vice Principal Zhang, who was also the dean of students, stepped forward and picked up the microphone. "As the principal mentioned earlier, you won't be attending regular classes for now. Go home and pack your essentials, and be back here by 1:30 p.m. to depart for the summer camp." He paused for a moment, then continued, "The summer camp will have a semi-closed management system, and the special training will be unknown with an elimination system." He emphasized the words elimination system, his gaze unintentionally sweeping over Yibai, Zhao Lin, and Lu Sueki. Among these three, there were two with clever talents and one with inflevel talent, making them the weakest group in the summer camp list. It seemed likely they were the first ones to be eliminated. When the other students heard about the elimination system, they all glanced at the trio, feeling relieved that there were others who might be at the bottom. Vice Principal Zhang continued to emphasize, "You all better listen up. You can't afford to be careless in the summer camp. Each week, the students at the bottom of the test will have to fight the new arrivals, and the losers will be eliminated. The camp will constantly bring in new students and eliminate the old ones. Keep your minds sharp." He added, "The resources invested in this summer camp are beyond your imagination. If you perform well, you could get into top universities and even have the chance to be classmates with Shilua." When the name Shilua was mentioned, everyone held their breath. Their young faces were filled with hopeful light. Becoming classmates with the future strongest warrior Shilua? This meant they would enjoy the greatest benefits of the new era and have a chance to advance from an already high starting point. Yibai awkwardly rubbed his nose, thinking to himself, "Am I really that popular?" But he quickly realized an awkward truth. They were already classmates with Shilua. After painting a promising picture, Vice Principal Zhang didn't forget to give one last motivation. This time, teachers and students from Nanjiang No. 2 High School will also be participating. Last year's top scorer in the college entrance exam came from No. 2 High School. This year, let's work hard to redeem ourselves. Dismissed. With scattered applause, the send-off ceremony for Nanjiang No. 3 High School's 2146 summer camp came to a successful end. On the way home to pack his things, Zhao Lin leaned in close to Yibai and whispered mysteriously, "Yibai, I just found out that there are actually 21 spots on the list this time. There's an extra spot." Yibai raised an eyebrow, immediately catching on. "You mean Jiang Yun?" Images from the combat test flashed through his mind. Jiang Yun had conceded defeat in the first two matches and was defeated again when he challenged Yibai. With 3 losses, Jiang Yun technically shouldn't have qualified for the summer camp. Zhao Lin nodded in confirmation. Yes, according to the summer camp rules, those with an A-level talent can get in without a test. He sighed. But Jiang Yun gave up this spot voluntarily. He said he wouldn't go. He'll probably wait for the second round, win the combat test, and then join the summer camp, which means a week's delay. Oh, interesting, Yibai mused. Jiang Yun giving up his chance to go to the summer camp was unexpected. He thought to himself, this kid's got some resilience. But is losing to me really that embarrassing? If I told Jiang Yun the truth, that he lost to Shura, he might even feel proud. Zhao Lin added, that kid seems to have switched classes. He wasn't in class this morning. I checked and his desk was gone. Got it, Yibai responded, putting the topic of Jiang Yun aside. At home, Yibai quickly packed some clothes. Just as he was about to leave, he ran into Mr. Liu from next door. Well, what a coincidence, Lu Qingyan said with a smile. Over the past few days, he had grown quite fond of this young fox. Noticing the backpack Yibai was carrying, he asked, heading somewhere far? Yibai nodded. Yes, school training camp. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. What a pity. The last part was sincere. Having a top-tier battle king living next door made him feel secure, even if this battle king wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. But in a fight, the less sharp someone was, the fiercer they'd be. Yibai believed that at the battle king level, this should hold true. Lu Qingyan laughed. We didn't have it this good back in the day. No worries, we'll meet again if it's meant to be. Go ahead, young man. I have high hopes for you. Watching Yibai go downstairs, Lu Qingyan turned back to his room and muttered to himself, summer camp training? Interesting. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. It's me, Lu Qingyan. The person on the other end seemed nervous. A call from a top-tier battle king was not something even the head of Nanjing City could take lightly. Lu Qingyan gave a direct order. I'm signing up for this Nanjing City summer camp training. Arrange a low-profile role for me. Who said I have to stick by Lu Sueki's side? Put me near Yibai from Class 2, Senior Year 3, at Nanjing No. 3 High School. Remember that name, Yibai? After hanging up, Lu Qingyan rubbed his temples, frowning. His head had been hurting inexplicably lately. He thought to himself, strange. Is this a sign that I'm about to break through to the God of War level? Never heard of that before. Should I see a God of War for a checkup? The consultation fee is steep. Maybe I should go to the battlefield, come back claiming injury, and save some money. Forget it. I'll deal with it after the summer camp training. Shaking his head, Lu Qingyan felt the pain subside. He decided it wasn't a big deal. Outside the activity center of Nanjing No. 3 High School, 4 or 5 camouflage-painted buses stood out conspicuously in the parking lot. These buses were heavily armored, clearly made with reinforced steel plates, and adorned with intricate magical symbols. Hey, Dubai, quick, take a picture of me with these buses. Zhao Lin exclaimed excitedly. It was his first time seeing such imposing and majestic buses, revealing his mischievous nature. To outsiders, both Yibai and Zhao Lin seemed like typical troublemakers, and their trip to the summer camp was probably just an excuse for some fun, much like crabs taking a dip in Chengyang Lake in autumn. Just as Zhao Lin was about to strike a pose, a man in a black cloak kindly reminded him, "Hey, these buses belong to the city defense department and are classified. No photos allowed." "Oh, sorry." Zhao Lin quickly put away his phone but couldn't resist taking another glance at the robust buses that made him feel so secure. "Defy, do you think all this is really necessary?" Zhao Lin asked, puzzled. After a moment of thought, Yibai replied, "They're probably worried about an ambush from the demon cult. That seems a bit much, considering we're only level talents," Zhao Lin said with a bitter smile. "If they send warriors to kill us, it feels like we'd be getting the better end of the deal." The escort force for this summer camp was indeed formidable. Not only were there powerful figures from Nanjing No. 3 High School, but also a significant number of personnel from the city defense department. Even 2 war kings had been dispatched to protect the younger generation. These war kings would remain on guard at the camp to prevent any attacks. The exact number of covert guards was unknown. Such tight security meant that any demon cult followers who dared to strike would face certain death. Only those with a death wish would attempt to ambush the convoy. Following their teacher's instructions, Yibai and Zhao Lin boarded one of the buses. 20 students were distributed among 5 buses to avoid being taken out in one fell swoop. Once on board, the doors closed and locked immediately, and the sound of welding could even be heard. "The doors are welded shut. No one's getting off," Zhao Lin muttered, gradually realizing the gravity of the situation. Welding the doors, the weakest part of the bus, would indeed increase its defense. This tactic was common in many zombie movies. But was their situation truly that dangerous? A middle-aged man holding a list glanced at Yibai, Zhao Lin, and Lu Sueki, saying, "Yibai, Zhao Lin, Lu Sueki, everyone's here. We've received intel that the 3rd and 6th factions of the demon cult are planning a joint ambush on the convoy, and they might have War King level experts. Buckle up, we're leaving soon." With that, he moved to the front of the bus. Zhao Lin whispered, "Having just a few people on each bus seems like a waste. If it's just us 3, why not use a smaller car?" "This isn't an ordinary bus," a pleasant but unfamiliar female voice said. "You could call it the latest model of the city defense battle vehicle, an experimental version not yet in mass production." Zhao Lin then noticed a new girl sitting next to Lu Sueki. She wore a mechanical suit, had a delicate appearance, and a warm smile with charming dimples. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Lingxia. You can call me Lingxia. I'm a sophomore in the mechanical engineering department at Imperial University," she said, nodding to both of them. "Yibai, Zhao Lin, nice to meet you, senior." After the introductions, Lingxia continued, "This battle vehicle was designed by my professor. I'm responsible for its adjustments during this transport mission. The outer shell can withstand attacks from 9th level warriors, and with the protective array activated, it can endure a full force strike from a war king. If the vehicle detects catastrophic damage, the emergency teleportation array under the seats will activate, transporting passengers to a safe location." Hearing this, Yibai asked, "If we're using such high-spec vehicles, it means the enemy is quite strong. Why not just use the teleportation array to get us there? It's obviously safer and more reliable than the buses." Lingxia patiently explained, "Teleportation arrays leave spatial traces that can be easily tracked, revealing the camp's location. This summer camp is a joint effort involving 12 cities in the southeast region, with 31 high schools participating. There are at least 10 students with S-level talents. Therefore, the camp location must remain highly confidential. The battle vehicles are just one part of the transport process." "Thank you." Yibai looked out the window again, noticing that iron plates had covered the windows, blocking the view. Activating transparency function. Youth mode engaged. "No inappropriate content allowed," the system voice announced. Yibai wanted to ask if there was an adult mode, thinking it might suit him better. The outside scenery reappeared in his view. Lingxia added, "Besides its strong defense, the vehicle also has formidable offensive capabilities. With the right operator, it can easily fend off small demon cult squads. The greatest historical record. 1 combat vehicle, 2 operators, taking down 12 generals and over 1,000 soldiers." As Yibai and the others listened to the introduction by their beautiful senior, the bus they were on slowly began to move. Senior's Lingxia swiped on her tablet and continued, "When the combat vehicle is on land, it can reach a top speed of 380 kilometers per hour. In flight mode, it can even perform short-range spatial jumps." Her words were filled with pride, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhao Lin was captivated and couldn't help but ask, "Senior Lingxia, if the combat vehicle is so powerful, why don't we use it in the abyssal plane?" Lingxia smiled and explained, "Xiao Zhao, you probably haven't been to the front line. In reality, we have many engineers helping to fortify our defenses there, and there are even more powerful weapons and equipment. But," she paused, her expression turning serious, "the cost is a major issue. The machines built by engineers not only consume their own MP, but also require special minerals to operate. The more powerful the machine, the more precious the minerals it consumes." She continued, The highest quality minerals can currently only be mined in the abyssal plane. It's rumored that the Eternal Tower has a mysterious mine. Without high-quality minerals, mechanical equipment can only exert a fraction of its power. High-quality minerals are extremely rare, so we must use them sparingly and only for critical components. When she mentioned the mysterious mine, Zwelingshia's eyes lit up noticeably. My greatest wish is to find that mysterious mine. If I could, my senior brothers. Yibai couldn't help but glance at Zwelingshia. He thought to himself, a mysterious mine? I have too. Did you see me bragging? From what Zwelingshia is saying, the value of the mysterious mine is even greater than I imagined. Pretending to be very interested in the topic, Yibai asked, what kind of minerals are considered high quality? Zwelingshia patiently answered, in the grading system of the Eternal Tower, minerals above grade B are considered high quality. Her attitude was excellent, and she answered every question carefully, without showing any bias due to their lower talent. Yibai nodded. Thank you, senior. He resisted the urge to ask more questions, keeping these matters in mind, planning to ask Xueming at Wolf's Nest when he had the chance. As they chatted, the bus continued to accelerate, heading onto a road that wouldn't appear on any map. Suddenly, the bus shook violently. Zwelingshia quickly pulled out her tablet, her fingers flying over the screen, displaying various data about the combat vehicle. Zhaolin asked nervously, Senior, what happened? Zwelingshia calmly replied, nothing much, we were just hit by a rocket. The outer shell sustained minor damage. I've dispatched a team of nanobots to repair it. She continued to operate the tablet, locking onto the enemy's position, deploying stipe drones, bombarding the target. Done. She put away the tablet and said nonchalantly, now, where were we? Leaving Zhao Lin utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the summer camp convoy of Nanjiang No. 2 High School was also setting off in a state of high alert. A young teacher with black hair, Teacher Xiao Xiaola, walked unhurriedly towards the bus. After boarding, someone briefed him on the situation. 3rd and 6th Demon Cult ambush? Teacher Xiao gritted his teeth and said hatefully, those demon cult followers deserve to die. They should have their souls shattered and purified, their bodies ground to dust, leaving nothing behind. It would be best if their sons who also joined the cult were struck by lightning right in front of them. He paused, then added, anyone who sides with the demon god is no good. A colleague lowered their voice and reminded, Old Xiao, that's a bit extreme. There are students here. Then, changing the tone, but I do agree with you. Those demon cult followers deserve to die. Teacher Xiao nodded, his voice filled with determination. After this summer camp training, I plan to resign and apply to fight in the abyssal plane. His colleague was surprised. Old Xiao, didn't you look at the training content? Starting from the 2nd week, there are already plans for battles in the abyssal plane. If you want to lead a team, I can sign you up. Really? Sign me up. Teacher Zhao's voice was filled with barely contained excitement. I can't wait to fight in the abyssal plane. In an unnoticed corner, Teacher Xiao Xiaola's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Lady Luck had not let him down. The summer camp convoy from Nanjiang No. 3 High School slowly navigated the rugged roads, the armor of the city defense vehicles gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Inside the vehicle, Zwelingshia took out 4 wartime instant meal rations and distributed them to his companions. Everyone, have some food. We'll be there in an hour. As the sealed packages were torn open, a tantalizing aroma quickly filled the cramped space of the vehicle. Zhao Lin's eyes lit up. Having chosen cooking as his secondary profession, he was particularly sensitive to such fragrances. He thought to himself that even if he couldn't become a warrior, his culinary skills could still provide a livelihood. Zwelingshia raised the special ration in his hand and introduced it to his companions. What you have are the regular rations, not much different from ordinary food. But the special rations for warriors are impressive. They can keep you full for 3 days and speed up wound healing. The others gasped in amazement and began discussing this miraculous food. Meanwhile, Yibai silently turned his head to look out the window. Although his view was blocked by thick iron plates, in his youth mode, he was fully aware of the outside situation. The convoy had been attacked several times along the way, but fortunately, the defense vehicles were strong enough to handle it. Yibai pondered, strange. Weren't we warned about a king warrior ambush? Where will they appear? Just then, a message popped up in Yibai's vision. 217 kilometers southeast, 2 king warriors were waiting. The system prompted him to choose a clearing plan, listing options like Sky Thunder, Shadow 9, and Lu Qingyan. Yibai was startled to learn there were 2 king warriors. Weighing his options quickly, he decided to strike first. Given his limited strength, he opted to seek help from Shadow 9. Taking out his phone, Yibai quickly typed, King Warrior Ambush. However, Shadow 9's response was disappointing. I can't intervene. Desperate, Yibai played his trump card. I have 100 square units of message board information, including someone's dark history. This finally persuaded Shadow 9. The old man declared righteously, this person is too evil, possibly disguising as a king warrior. To ensure absolute safety, I must investigate personally. With that, he borrowed Yi Bai's forbidden spell scroll. Yi Bai breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Lu Sueki's shadow. In his special vision, a lowly with dark circles was hiding there. Yawning, this was Shadow 99, a guardian with strength comparable to a war god. The convoy continued on its way, but Yi Bai's thoughts had already flown ahead to the impending battle. He knew that behind this seemingly peaceful journey, turbulent undercurrents were at play. Shadow 99, though often considered the weakest among the shadows, still remains a formidable warrior not to be underestimated. Yi Bai, well-versed in survival tactics, knows that even if Shadow 9 temporarily leaves, this war god-level guardian will still be by his side. On the highway, the convoy roared past, the sound of tires grinding against the pavement shattering the night's silence. Two demon sect warlords lay hidden underground like dormant hunters, their presence concealed to the utmost. This was their foolproof method to avoid detection, waiting to strike once the convoy drew near. The ground trembled slightly. One of the warlord's eyelids twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes, filled with murderous intent. He knew the time to act had come. The killing intent underground was so thick it was almost tangible, and the temperature dropped sharply in the darkness. This warlord from the third demon sect was very satisfied with his partner's reaction, convinced that this ambush would yield significant results. However, when he turned to check on his partner, he found him missing. An old hunchbacked man suddenly appeared, holding a bloodied head, surrounded by swirling black mist. The old man's raspy voice broke the silence. Looking for this? I checked. He's not the one you call Lianlian, Kansas. Are you? The demon sect warlord, just waking from his slumber, was momentarily stunned by the gruesome sight. Panicking, he stammered. What Lianlian can? I don't understand what you're saying. Who are you? Stay back. With that, he turned to flee, knowing this place was too dangerous to linger. The old man spoke in a low tone. Be good, listen. The black mist surged forward, engulfing the warlord and silencing his screams. Seconds later, the mist receded, leaving only two corpses behind. Shadow 9 looked at the bodies and muttered, this one isn't Lianlian can either. I need to find someone to take the fall. He pulled out a scroll of forbidden spells and activated it. Inferno of the Four Seas. Terrifying flames consumed the bodies, unleashing a powerful force that spread outward. Shadow 9 stood waiting, thinking, I wonder who the lucky one will be this time. Heh, sealing someone's memory once and gifting them the credit for two warlords is a fair trade. He anticipated that warlords would soon come to investigate. Meanwhile, alarms blared within the summer camp convoy. The appearance of the Inferno of the Four Seas triggered warnings in all the vehicles. A hostile warlord-level presence was detected. Zwelingsi's face turned pale as she quickly input commands on her tablet. She shouted, hold on tight. We're accelerating. The outer steel plates of the vehicles detached, shedding unnecessary weight. Engines roared to life, even pushing beyond their limits. With a thunderous noise, the convoy surged forward, doubling its speed and even incorporating space warps. Reactions inside the vehicles varied. Zhao Lin turned pale, pinned to his seat by the powerful thrust. Lu Sueki, though slightly better, still felt a lingering fear at the approach of a warlord-level enemy. Only Yi Bai remained calm, even glancing out the window with idle curiosity, thinking, Shadow 9 succeeded. Why is old Lu rushing over? In Yi Bai's view, a blazing streak of light sped towards Shadow 9. Night was Lu Qingyan. As the alarm sounded, all the convoy drivers heard an old man's urgent command in their earpieces, follow the plan. All convoys full speed ahead. Lier, come with me to face the enemy. The presence of this old man reassured all the guards. Peak warlord Lu Qingyan, the top warlord of Nanjiang City, was a formidable force in the southeastern region. With him around, nothing could go wrong. Lu Qingyan, closer to the target, rushed ahead first. His body flickered with green flames as he cautiously surveyed the scene. Is this Inferno of the Four Seas? He thought, the power of the one who cast this is only slightly lesser than mine. It must be a warlord skilled in fire techniques. Lu Qingyan's fighting spirit intensified as he searched for the enemy. However, he found only two charred corpses and a cloud of black mist. Lu Qingyan exclaimed with joy, Lord Shadow 9, it's been 30 years, yet your presence feels so familiar, like I've seen you in my dreams. His mind was filled with questions, wondering why Shadow 9 was here and whom he was protecting. A sigh emerged from the black mist. Little Lu, let's just go through the motions. Before Lu Qingyan could react, the black mist enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. 30 seconds later, Lier arrived at the scene, seeing the devastation and traces of the Inferno of the Four Seas. He shouted, Old Lu, say something. Lu Qingyan gasped, opening his eyes. Familiar memories flooded back, and he briefly explained. I burned two thieves to death. They didn't expect me to close in so quickly, Lier exclaimed. Old Lu, you're fierce, killing too. Lu Qingyan suddenly interrupted. How did you know my granddaughter's talent awakened for the second time? Lier sighed. Enough already. This old bastard. We've heard about your granddaughter's talent awakening 100 times. After confirming there were no abnormalities at the battle site, Lier casually asked, Old Lu, you didn't get hurt, did you? Lu Qingyan scoffed. I'm at full health, how could I get hurt? Suddenly, his expression froze as if remembering something. He quickly raised his hand to his forehead. Oh no, my head hurts a bit. The enemy might have been a soul type, too cunning. Lier, you have to vouch for me. This counts as an occupational injury. Lier was speechless, silently watching his old comrade. The summer camp convoy from Nanjiang No. 3 High School was speeding down the highway. Suddenly, a siren blared, indicating the possible appearance of a War King-level enemy. Zhuo Lingxie immediately pushed the vehicle to its maximum speed, maneuvering it smoothly with her skilled driving. However, a few minutes later, thick black smoke started to billow from the front of the vehicle. Zhao Lin gripped the overhead handle tightly and shouted in panic, Senior, it's smoking. Zhuo Lingxie remained calm, her voice exceptionally steady. Don't panic. It's not a big deal. As she spoke, she quickly dispatched a team of nanobots to check the engine. The smoke grew denser, soon filling the entire cabin with a choking odor. Seeing this, Yibai raised his hand and conjured an invisible windshield, protecting the group from the acrid smoke. Zhuo Lingxie glanced at Yibai in surprise and remarked, No incantation, no staff, you must have a high affinity for wind magic. She then refocused on the repair work. Good news, the engine is only half broken, Zhuo Lingxie reported. Zhao Lin exclaimed in disbelief. How is that good news? Just as Zhuo Lingxie was about to explain, a series of explosions erupted from the front. She calmly said, Well, the engine is completely shot now, but it's not a big deal. With that, she pulled out a toolbox from somewhere and quickly assembled a strange device. In no time, Zhuo Lingxie handed 3 assembled spheres to Yi Bai and the others, instructing, the engine is done for. According to the plan, the random teleportation array beneath your seats will activate. These spheres can block immense damage. Keep them for self-defense. Time is short, this is all I could do. Before she finished speaking, the teleportation arrays beneath their seats lit up with white light, and the 3 figures vanished instantly. Left alone, Zhuo Lingxie remained unperturbed. She walked through the smoke to the front of the cabin. A middle-aged man stood there holding a list and asked, How did the 3 of them perform? It turned out that this was all a meticulously planned drill. The engine was perfectly fine, the vehicle continued at high speed, the black smoke was from special smoke bombs, and the jolts and explosions were simulated. Even the final teleportation was part of the plan. The purpose of the exercise was to observe the students' most genuine reactions in a dangerous situation. Zhuo Lingxie began to give a detailed evaluation of the 3 students' performances. She noted that Zhao Lin was somewhat impulsive, possibly due to his eagerness to improve his relatively poor talent. Lu Sueki, on the other hand, remained exceptionally composed, quickly adapting even in the face of danger. When discussing Lu Sueki, Zhuo Lingxie mentioned the seemingly ordinary canary on her shoulder, speculating that it might be the juvenile form of a War King-level pet. The middle-aged man explained that it was Lu Sueki's own summoned beast, as her talent had undergone a second awakening, reaching S-level. This revelation surprised Zhuo Lingxie greatly, as she had been unaware of it. The middle-aged man explained that Lu Sueki's Real file was encrypted, and Zhuo Lingxie didn't have access to it. He also jokingly complained that Lu Sueki's grandfather, Lu Qingyan, boasted about his granddaughter's achievements everywhere, while his own grandson, Wang Zhang, had awakened at S-level on his first try, yet he had never been so showy. Finally, the middle-aged man asked Zhuo Lingxie for her opinion on Yibai. He revealed that Lu Qingyan had high hopes for Yibai, even believing that Yibai's future achievements might surpass Lu Sueki's. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuo Lingxie admitted, I can't figure Yibai out. He seems indifferent to everything, even in the face of danger. The time was too short for me to see more. He feels like an enigma. The middle-aged man, deep in thought, brought up 3 holographic displays showing the CCF Talent Trio's images. He said, No worries, this drill has just begun. We have plenty of time to observe. Zhuo Lingxie looked at the projections and asked with a hint of sympathy, Isn't this a bit too much? 3 individuals were transported to a desolate wilderness, separated by dozens of kilometers. The surrounding area was rugged and treacherous, teeming with unknown dangers. This was far more challenging than any previous summer camp drills, clearly designed to eliminate those students who couldn't overcome adversity. A middle-aged man watched the 3 with a stony expression, coldly revealing the truth. This transport operation consists of 2 parts. The first half is a trap, aimed at luring out more cult members and cleansing the ranks. The second half is a test for you. His voice softened slightly. The special training began the moment you boarded the bus. He turned to Zhuo Lingxie with a tone of expectation. Lingxia, you've participated in summer camp training and experienced similar drills. Your future is at least at the level of a battle king. No matter what heights you reach, remember what this first lesson has taught you. Zhuo Lingxia straightened his back, responding solemnly, Lingxia will never forget. This is the first lesson everyone must go through, and it is the most unforgettable one. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared on a distant hillside, and Yi Bai materialized out of thin air. The system indicated that he was in a battlefield relic, reputed to be the safest place on the entire planet. Yi Bai couldn't help but feel puzzled. A battlefield relic? Safe? He activated the device given by Zhuo Lingxia, deploying a protective shield. Recalling the earlier scenes, Yi Bai realized he was merely participating in an exercise. Shadow 9 had already dealt with 2 battle kings and swiftly returned to his side, greatly enhancing his sense of security. Yi Bai had an epiphany. If this is an exercise, then the earlier transport process was a fishing operation? He understood that this was a coordinated effort to eradicate the cult members causing trouble in the rear, alleviating the pressure on the human front lines. Surveying his surroundings, Yi Bai detected no immediate danger. The hillside was surrounded by lush forests, the environment pristine and unpolluted. He pondered his next move. Lightness technique. Yi Bai playfully buffed himself and effortlessly climbed a tall tree. Standing at the treetop, his view expanded dramatically. In the distance, a slender structure pierced the sky, catching his attention. Yi Bai recognized it with surprise as the Eternal Tower. At that moment, the sphere in his pocket floated up and emitted a mechanical voice. Attention all summer camp trainees. You must report to the designated location by 2100 hours tonight. Late arrivals will be considered as forfeiting. Forfeiters cannot re-enter the training list for 3 weeks. Be aware, you may encounter test robots along the way. If defeated, you must stay in place for 15 minutes. The broadcast repeated several times before stopping. The sphere displayed new information. Direction, 6 o'clock. Distance, 180.65 kilometers. Time, 1724. Countdown, 3 hours 35 minutes 46 seconds. Yi Bai put away the sphere and jumped down from the tree. He headed in the indicated direction, staying alert to his surroundings. Gradually, he began to understand the true purpose of this exercise. Along the way, tombstones and memorials told various stories. Here lies a young soldier like you. The girl he loved couldn't wait for his return. This battle king wasn't extraordinary. He just took 3 demons with him in a final explosion. He couldn't read or write his name, but he wanted to protect a home, and he did. Yi Bai's steps grew heavier, his expression more solemn. He realized he was walking near the Eternal Tower, the starting point of the Abyss invasion, and the front line of the Blue Star battlefield. During the 30-year calamity, countless predecessors fought fiercely here, with human casualties in the billions on this land alone. After 30 years of arduous battles, humanity, led by their strongest, finally repelled the demons, driving them back to the abyss. 60 years later, this battlefield remained preserved, becoming the resting place for countless heroic souls. Yi Bai recalled an unwritten iron rule. Those who die in battle are buried where they fall. Every inch of land underfoot was home, capable of housing heroic spirits. I protect my homeland with flesh and blood, even if I become a restless soul. This phrase echoed in his mind. Standing by the roadside filled with graves, Yi Bai bowed slightly and softly said, Junior Yi Bai, sorry for disturbing you, seniors. Outside the Eternal Tower, 100 kilometers away, Yi Bai moved gracefully along a forest path, his footsteps barely making a sound. When he reached a fork in the road, his shadow suddenly twisted. Ingjiu, rarely showing himself, spoke with a serious tone. Kid, there's something I need to warn you about. Yi Bai stopped and listened intently. Ingjiu continued, you're about to enter a special area. It's the most brutal battlefield of the Eternal Forest's Blue Star War. Countless heroic spirits rest here. The mighty Nightmare paid a great price to alter the rules of this place. The obsessions of the fallen human spirits cling to the relics here, and when someone with fate comes, these obsessions are awakened. Ingjiu explained carefully, defeat the relics and gain their recognition, and you can take them with you. But remember, everyone can only take one. These relics are ordinary on their own, but after being altered by Nightmare, they become exceptional pieces of equipment. Many obsessions carry a hatred for monsters, and prefer those with high talent and potential. Yi Bai nodded thoughtfully, so, highly talented individuals will face multiple powerful choices, while those with poor talents might end up with nothing. Ingjiu sighed. Exactly. This exercise is usually the final drill after the summer camp's special training. It looks like the Dawn Plan is about to start. Dawn Plan? Yi Bai asked curiously. Also known as the Darkest Plan. The details will be explained at the summer camp, Ingjiu replied, shifting the topic. What's important is that due to your special condition you know what I mean all the equipment will accept you. The choice is yours. Yi Bai pressed on. What about the 2 previous mighty ones? Wu Hen took a sword, and Xiaoyao took a set of bells and drums, Ingzhou answered, then dissolved into black mist and sank into Yi Bai's shadow. I'll help mask the presence of the equipment. You don't need to worry. Thank you, senior, Yi Bai said sincerely. Ingzhou's final reminder was, after this is over, don't forget to send me the photos. Yi Bai chuckled inwardly, knowing the old guy still had an eye on the black history of the mighty nightmare. After adjusting his attire, Yi Bai took a deep breath and stepped forward. As he crossed an invisible line, the eternal forest, dormant for nearly 30 years, suddenly awakened. Countless birds took flight, circling above the forest, and a white cloud descended slowly, as if to conceal something. In the four directions east, south, west, and north shadows lingered. With the forest disturbance, these shadows also reacted. Amidst purple smoke, a young man in black and purple combat attire appeared, a number 7 printed on his right glove. He's here, Ing Chi said coldly, his gaze fixed in Yi Bai's direction. Ripples spread across the blue shadow on the water, and a water spirit's voice echoed, this time, isn't it a bit too early? The bamboo forest swayed, and a youthful voice chimed in, it's definitely him. Only a supreme seed entering the eternal forest would cause such a disturbance. In the shade of the trees, a green shadow flickered, tinged with sorrow. History keeps repeating itself. Ing Si, Ing Wu, Ing Lu, and Ing Chi, the 4 shadow-level powerhouses, appeared simultaneously. They bore the responsibility of guarding the eternal forest, a former frontline battlefield, and a potential breach point for the abyssal plane's counterattack. Their combined strength formed a formidable defense, highlighting their terrifying prowess. Ing Lu asked, who's guarding Shura? Is it Lao Ba or Jiugu? All eyes turned to Ing Si for an answer. Jiugu, Ing Si replied. Lao Ba had to go to the abyssal plane for something, Ing Chi said coldly. Shall we take a look? You'll die. Ing Wu laughed like a bell. Little 7, you're still too young. Jiugu is Jiugu because he only wants to be Jiugu, not the big brother. Understand? Ing Chi drew half of a short blade, its cold gleam flashing. It's been a while since I've seen fifth brother. I wonder if I can move up in the ranks, he sneered. After all, becoming Ing Chi in less than 10 years is a speed I'm not quite satisfied with myself. Ing Wu let out a strange laugh, as if he'd just heard a hilarious joke. Mockingly, he said, Shao Qi, if you were really that capable, you wouldn't have ended up as a shadow. These words seemed to hit a sore spot for Ing Chi. His hand tightened around the short blade, drawing it slightly from its sheath. In an instant, the surrounding bamboo forest swayed violently, and green shadows flickered unpredictably among the trees. Enough, Ing Si growled. As the highest ranked, most powerful, and most experienced among them, he had to step in to prevent the situation from escalating further. The supreme seed is here. You don't think we're the only ones who noticed, do you? All 4 looked up at the sky simultaneously, seeing a lone white cloud drifting by. In the cloudless blue sky, it stood out strikingly. Instantly, they all understood this was the manifestation of Xiaoyao's will. As one of the 3 supreme beings, Xiaoyao was tasked with guarding the eternal tower. The eternal forest lay beneath this tower, and Xiaoyao could oversee everything below with just a glance. Shura's arrival certainly hadn't escaped his all-seeing eyes. This white cloud was Xiaoyao's silent warning to them. Disperse, Ing Si commanded, then vanished into a wisp of green smoke. Ing Chi snorted, sheathed his short blade, and dissolved into purple mist. Ing Lu moved lightly, his blue shadow merging silently with the ripples of water. Ing Wu, however, remained where he was. Once the other 3 had left, the bamboo forest began to shake violently. Bamboo leaves fell like rain, leaving the bare stalk standing. A whisper emerged from the green shadows among the trees. Shao Qi has grown stronger. No wonder he was called the closest to a supreme being a decade ago. I can't wait to see the meeting between Shao Qi and Shura. Will they fight? As the voice faded, the forest fell silent again. Meanwhile, in the eternal forest, Yi Bai had just stepped into the grove when he heard a familiar call. Dabai, over here. I'm over here. Zhao Lin stood by a tree, waving him over. As Yi Bai approached, he saw Zhao Lin munching on a green fruit. Where'd you get that fruit? And what are you doing standing there? Yi Bai asked. Zhao Lin explained. I got beaten by the test machine and have to stay here for 15 minutes. He pulled another fruit from his pocket and tossed it to Yi Bai, pointing to the tree beside him. This fruit is from the tree. It boosts your energy. Yi Bai casually remarked, oh, there's a war king's remains from the abyssal demon clan buried beneath this tree. That's why the fruit boosts energy. What? Zhao Lin stopped chewing immediately and spat out the remnants. How do you know that, Dabai? It's written right there, Yi Bai replied. Zhao Lin scrutinized the tree but found no inscription. Yi Bai subtly signaled to the shadow, but Ing Jio remained unresponsive. Finally, lines of text appeared on one side of the tree, detailing its history. It's true. Zhao Lin read the text and was instantly furious. He smashed the fruit in his hand to the ground, along with the one he'd taken from Yi Bai, crushing them to pulp. Ugh, even dogs wouldn't eat this. He took out a water bottle to rinse his mouth, his expression filled with anger. It turned out that this abyssal demon clan war king had invaded Blue Star, first killing 2 human clan war kings before being besieged and ultimately dying here, causing great losses to the human clan. Now, his remains had nourished this tree. Zhao Lin couldn't express his disdain for such an existence with words alone. Even after all this, Zhao Lin still felt unsatisfied. He coughed twice and said to Yi Bai, "Bai, keep watch for me." With that, he began to unbuckle his pants. Yi Bai was puzzled but turned away. The sound of flowing water behind him brought back memories of high school bathrooms. "I'm done," Zhao Lin announced after relieving himself, and then invited Yi Bai. "Do you want to give it a try? It's really satisfying." "No, thank you," Yi Bai replied solemnly. "I'll save mine for the demon god." Just then, Ingju spoke up. "You guys can chat all you want, but could you move a bit? There's water heading this way, and it's not exactly a friendly gesture." On the outskirts of the eternal forest, Zhao Lin remained rooted in place, the countdown on the sphere in his hand flashing continuously. 2 hours, 58 minutes, 36 seconds, 174.61 kilometers. The numbers were nerve-wracking. "Bai, maybe you should go ahead," Zhao Lin suggested, a hint of anxiety flickering in his eyes. He needed to wait another 10 minutes before he could proceed. Covering nearly 180 kilometers in 3 hours was already pushing the limits, and any delay caused by the testing machines could render this special training futile. Yi Bai hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right." He stepped forward, his figure quickly disappearing into the dense forest. Zhao Lin called after him, "Watch out for the testing machines." "Got it." Yi Bai's voice echoed from the distance. What Zhao Lin didn't know was that the eternal forest had special rules. If one could gain the recognition of a lingering spirit and successfully obtain a relic, they could traverse the entire forest directly. The 180 kilometers of cross-country distance was not the final test. The real challenge lay in the awakened spirits and the relics that needed to be conquered. As Yi Bai advanced, he recalled the rules. To complete the exercise, one must cross the eternal forest. If a spirit was awakened, testing machines would appear, forcing students to stay put and face the challenge. The deeper into the forest, the stronger the spirits, the higher the grade of the relics, and the harder it was to gain recognition. The relationship between the spirits and the talented seeds was one of mutual selection. The spirits sought to choose the most promising talents, while the talents yearned for the most powerful relics. The more talented a person was, the farther they could advance within the eternal forest. Yi Bai glanced back and saw Zhao Lin engaging in a fight with a long blade. Not bad, he thought. If he gains recognition, that would indeed be a handy weapon. As Yi Bai continued, a dozen pieces of equipment floated quietly behind him, following at a fixed distance. Each time he acquired a new piece, he would bow slightly, both in gratitude and apology. "Thank you for your recognition. Sorry, but I need to go further." These pieces were shrouded in a shadow, making it difficult for others to see clearly. Not far away, Lu Sweki looked ahead with a serious expression. A canary perched on her shoulder preening its feathers. "Xiao Jian," she said, "my grandfather said the eternal forest is a very special place. Once we're inside, if you dare misbehave. He mentioned that while our family might lack other things, we certainly have enough of the 500 poisons powder to go around." The canary instantly froze, trembling all over, every feather radiating fear. "All right, I was just scaring you," Lu Sweki reassured. "Stay calm. Nothing will happen. This is the safest place for all humankind. I didn't expect the exercise to bring us here. I wonder how Yi Bai and the others are doing." With that, she began taking items out of her storage space, arranging them neatly on the ground. A fruit platter, some food, 2 bottles of liquor, and a pack of old brand cigarettes. After setting everything up, Lu Sweki stepped back a few paces and bowed solemnly before standing up again. Lu Sweki, descendant of the Lu family of Nanjiang, pays respects to the ancestors. The forest under her feet was the resting place of 46 members of the Lu family, 2 warlords, 7 generals, and 37 soldiers. Their names were etched on the memorial tablet in the Lu family shrine. For the Lu family, the eternal forest held a special significance. Lu Sweki's primary mission was not to obtain relics, but to honor her ancestors. "Grandpa Qingyao," she whispered, "my grandfather asked me to bring you a message. He said he's close to becoming a war god and feels the signs of a breakthrough growing stronger. He asked you to smoke less. It's bad for your health." As Lu Sweki spoke, several items buried deep in the soil of the eternal forest began to awaken, emitting different glows. Feeling a connection, Lu Sweki looked ahead. Is this an invitation to proceed? She didn't move immediately. Instead, she finished her ceremony, paying respects to the 46 Lu family ancestors before finally leaving, her steps heavy, heading deeper into the eternal forest to seek the relics calling to her. The canary on her shoulder continued to tremble, not because of Lu Sueki's earlier threat, but it could sense Ida's terrifying presence lurking nearby in this forest, an existence so fearsome that its very soul began to tremble. Deep within the eternal forest, Yibai was followed by a dense swarm of equipment, blotting out the sky. Among the thousands of floating items, many were relics of warlords, and even some of war gods. One half-broken arrow, though rusted and worn, exuded a sharpness that made even warlords' eyes ache and water if they stared too long. These relics carried the obsessions of their original owners, their power amplified by the rules of the nightmare realm. In the eternal forest, their potency was even greater. Ingjiu found it incredibly taxing to conceal Yibai's presence, as if he were hiding the aura of 9 war gods simultaneously. Kid, you're making quite a ruckus, Ingjiu panted. The last 2 weren't as troublesome as you. Yibai quickly caught Oni Ingjiu had been present when the last 2 supreme beings entered the eternal forest. He was about to ask for more details but was abruptly cut off by Ingjiu's stern voice. Is this really the time for gossip? Get a grip, you idiot. Ingjiu anxiously explained that Yibai had only covered less than a tenth of the journey and had already caused such a commotion. If he ventured further, the entire forest's obsessions might awaken. Ingjiu's power alone couldn't conceal them for long. This forest was the resting place of hundreds of war gods, and if their obsessions were awakened, Yibai's identity might be exposed. Even more concerning was that the abyssal demons, even in their slumber, constantly monitored the eternal forest. Ingjiu couldn't possibly seal the memories of all the forest's beings. As for seeking help, although 4 war gods guarded the eternal forest, no one but the supreme beings and the 4 of them could know Yibai's true identity until he attained the power of a war god. Ingjiu recalled the previous 2 supreme beings who had been equally cautious during their growth. When Wu Hin first appeared on the front lines, an abyssal demon personally descended to eliminate this potential threat. Kid, if you want to go deeper, you'd better move at full speed, Ingjiu said gravely. Even if all the war gods' obsessions awaken, I can cover for you for 3 minutes at most. 3 minutes, enough time for you to choose one item. Yibai fell silent for a moment, realizing this was his only option. Any further delay would only drain Ingjiu's energy more. It was better to make a decisive push while Ingjiu still had some strength left. Taking a deep breath, Yibai donned his lone wolf mask and clasped his hands in salute. Sorry for the trouble. Before his words had even faded, he left an afterimage and sped towards the depths of the eternal forest. In an instant, startled birds scattered, and countless obsessions awakened, joining the procession behind Yibai, forming a massive torrent of steel. Above, the blue sky and drifting white clouds bore silent witness. It was still watching. In the eternal forest, a swift wind swept through, causing the grass to tremble without leaving a trace. Yibai, a tempest mage skilled in wind, fire, and lightning magic, was currently casting a wind spell. His wind magic was doubly effective, combining wind fury with lightfoot, and paired with wind slash, allowing him to move through the forest like a streak of lightning. Yibai pushed his speed to the limit, the scenery around him blurring into a whirlwind of colors. Yet, despite his pace, the steel torrent behind him only grew larger. As he delved deeper into the forest, war god-era equipment began to appear one after another, following closely behind. From the initial 9 pieces, their number had surged to 36. Yibai glanced back briefly, seeing 36 pieces of equipment radiating various glows, vying for the lead. Each piece was unique and eye-catching, colliding with one another and producing a clear, crisp sound, as if competing for Yibai's favor. The sight was so surreal that Yibai felt as though the equipment were eager to be chosen by him, their rivalry intense and palpable. Suddenly, a resounding clang echoed through the eternal forest. All the equipment behind Yibai slowed down abruptly, halting momentarily like a network lag. In the next instant, a cold gleam sliced through the sky as a bronze sword shot forward like an arrow, closing in on Yibai's back within half a meter. The Heavenly King's sword? Ingjiu's exclamation was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? As he continued to sprint, Yibai responded, I find it odd too. After all, I'm a mage. Have you ever seen a mage wielding a sword in battle? A mage with a sword hardly counts as a mage. Ingjiu snorted and asked through gritted teeth, Kid, which supreme warrior did you encounter during the war soldier test? What does that have to do with the sword? Yibai asked, puzzled. But he answered truthfully, Wu Hin. That explains it. Ingjiu sighed and explained. When Wu Hin entered the eternal forest, all sword-related equipment awakened and floated around him. This Heavenly King's sword belonged to a supreme war god who died in battle and left it in the forest, where it had never awakened until that day. If the Heavenly King's sword awakened, why is it still here? Yibai seemed to have realized something. Wu Hin didn't choose the Heavenly King's sword? Correct, Ingjiu recalled. Faced with a myriad of flying swords, Wu Hin casually picked one and said, One sword is enough to kill my enemies. He then went to the front lines and slew gods and demons with a single sword. Hearing Wu Hin's story, Yi couldn't help but marvel. Second brother really nailed the style. Ingju rolled his eyes and continued. The Heavenly King's sword wasn't chosen, so it must be feeling resentful. Since you fought Wu Hin's projection, its appearance makes sense. Supreme War God weapons are no ordinary items. To put it bluntly, the Heavenly King's sword is one of the most powerful pieces of equipment in the Eternal Forest. Before Ingjia's words had fully landed, another loud noise erupted. A dark shadow shot out like a cannonball, following closely behind the Heavenly King's sword. It was a pitch-black stone slab, emanating boundless malevolence, matching the Heavenly King's sword in power. Yi glanced back again and muttered, "This supreme war god isn't really dead." "Hush, keep it down. All the demon gods know this secret." Well, Yi exclaimed, "A human warrior faking death? Is this some grand emperor script, faking death to kill enemies?" Since the predecessor wasn't actually dead, Yi decided not to consider the black stone slab. He thought, if the predecessor jumped out of the coffin and found his equipment following someone else, it would be a massive NTR scene. Not appropriate at all. "Kid, hurry up." Ingjio heard a third loud noise, signaling the appearance of another Supreme War God's relic. Even concealing the presence of regular War God equipment was taxing for him, let alone that of a Supreme War God. "Got it." Yi refocused and dashed forward. He had a feeling that something in the deepest part of the Eternal Forest was calling to him. Through dense grasslands, over clear streams, and past low shrubs, he sped towards the forest's heart, guided by that faint call. Meanwhile, in the eastern part of the Eternal Forest, ethereal purple mist floated. Ingqi stood alone on a giant rock, his gaze piercing through the fog, fixed on the forest's depths. "Shura, Shura," he muttered repeatedly, his eyes reflecting complex memories. 10 years ago, Ingqi awakened an S-grade talent, rising like a dazzling meteor and fading just as quickly. No one expected that the young genius once hailed as the closest to a supreme warrior would now be part of the shadows, ranked 7th. In just 10 years, even Xuemeng couldn't match such achievements. "Who hasn't been a young genius?" Ingqi snorted, his eyes filled with resentment. "When I entered the Eternal Forest, 6 Supreme War God relics awakened." Boma loud noise echoed from the forest again. "The 7th sound," Ingqi murmured. "The 7th item must be Shura." He looked down at his short blade, a relic he had taken from the Eternal Forest. Memories intertwined with reality as Ingqi's gaze returned to the forest's depths, as if trying to see through time and space to the young man experiencing a similar fate. The previous owner, a legendary war god, used this short blade to slay over 10 demon war gods, earning great renown. However, during an expedition in the Eternal Tower, he was gravely injured and on the brink of death. When offered a chance to extend his life by a supreme being, he resolutely declined and, dragging his wounded body, ventured alone into the abyssal plane. When Wuhan arrived, all that remained was this solitary short blade. The entire mid-tier abyssal plane had been slaughtered, eerily silent. The severely injured war god's fate was unknown, and he had vanished without a trace. Ultimately, the legendary short blade was brought back to the Eternal Forest and fell into the hands of Ingqi. Ingqi's slender fingers gently caressed the blade's edge as she whispered, "It's all right. My blade and I are the strongest. I may have failed once, but never again." Determination gleamed in her eyes. "Shilua, I look forward to the day you become a war god." In the deepest part of the Eternal Forest, Yibai finally halted his steps. Before him stood a towering monument, 1,000 meters high, shrouded tightly in thick black cloth, its true form obscured. Yibai was certain that this mysterious stone monument was calling out to him. Behind him, a vast array of equipment came to a halt, with 9 of the most powerful relics floating silently at the forefront. These were the war god's relics, the highest grade and most precious items in the Eternal Forest. "Everything's ready," urged Ingio. 3 minutes, make it count." However, Yibai seemed oblivious, murmuring to himself, "I want to see this monument." His gaze was fixed on the shrouded stone, ignoring the millions of divine weapons and the 9 war god relics behind him. He didn't use his inside eye. He wanted to witness the monument's true form with his own eyes and understand why it was calling him. Ingju sighed, emerging from the black mist. He hunched over, slowly walking to Yibai's side and said, "If you want to see it, then see it." With that, he reached out his withered hand, gently pinched the corner of the black cloth, and gave it a light tug. The heavy cloth fell away. The true appearance of the monument was finally revealed to Yibai. The massive stone was covered in countless inscriptions and names, written in blood-red paint. Yibai's eyes scanned the lines, as if seeing the vivid faces of those who had written them. Zhou Jiantang sought death alone, for the lives of 10,000 families. His only goal before dying was to kill the enemy. "Qing Yin, this battle is perilous. Take care of everything at home. Your brother can rest easy, do not worry." "Lu Qingyao, I'm tired, I want to rest. Take care." Yi Bai muttered in shock. This is the monument of last words, or a monument of wills. Ingju sighed again and explained, in every great war, there are always warriors who face death without fear, charging ahead of the army. They hold the line and sacrifice themselves for the nation. Gazing at the solemn monument of last words, Yi Bai seemed to hear the thunderous sounds of battle. He envisioned scenes of warriors in golden armor, wave after wave charging forward, unafraid of death. He suddenly realized that the peaceful land beneath his feet was reclaimed inch by inch with the blood and sweat of their ancestors. Now, peace still required blood to be defended. An arrogant demon once proclaimed, "Kill. If we slaughter enough humans, they will naturally submit." And this solemn monument was humanity's silent reply. Humans do not fear death, so how could they be intimidated by it? The monument of resolve stood tall in the desolate wilderness, its inscription exuding a solemn aura. Yi Bai stood before it, his eyes scanning the stone with curiosity and doubt. He had been searching for the motivation to propel him forward, and this monument seemed to offer an answer, yet it also felt as if something was missing. Suddenly, Yi Bai's gaze was drawn to a poem in the upper left corner of the stone. Surrounded by various messages, the poem still stood out. Upon closer inspection, it was a quatrain, but only the first 3 lines were present. With flesh and blood, I guard the land. Though my bones may rest, my soul cannot. With one sword, I vanquish demons. The poem left some space, clearly lacking the final line. Yi Bai furrowed his brows and examined it carefully, noticing the unique writing style. The first 2 lines were in regular script, powerful and concealed, while the third line abruptly shifted to cursive script, free-spirited and bold. This stark contrast puzzled Yi Bai. If I'm not mistaken, these lines were left by 3 mighty warriors? Yi Bai muttered to himself, but something still felt off. Shadow 9, standing nearby, clarified Yi Bai's confusion. Indeed, they were left by mighty warriors, but not 3, only 2. The first 2 lines were left by Nightmare, and the third by Wuhan. As he spoke, Shadow 9 glanced at a stationary white cloud in the blue sky. Yi Bai, intrigued by the explanation, remarked, I have OCD. Seeing a poem with a missing line is really irritating. Shadow 9 was taken aback by Yi Bai's thought. You want to complete the poem? He quickly reminded. When Nightmare left the first 2 lines, he had just slain a demon god. When Wuhan left his line, he was heading to the front lines to break the enemy. Both warriors left their inscriptions on the monument of resolve in life-threatening situations, declaring their resolve with their lives. But Yi Bai was even more excited. That makes it even more necessary to complete it. Who knows? Maybe after I finish it, the missing pieces will fall into place. Shadow 9, helpless, relented. You have a minute and a half. If you can complete the last line in such a short time, I'll write it for you. He explained that the monument's material was so special that even a battle king's strike could only leave a white mark. To leave an inscription required at least a war god's strength. Yi Bai took a deep breath and solemnly declared, I've got the final line. I vow not to return until the abyss is vanquished. Shadow 9 exclaimed in surprise, You must be cheating. Given Yi Bai's literacy level, it was improbable for him to come up with such a fitting line so quickly. Yi Bai admitted frankly, I took a shortcut. You're tired. Let's finish this and get out of here. Though skeptical, Shadow 9 was moved by the final line. With a surge of black mist, his thin fingers pressed against the monument of resolve, carefully inscribing in running script, I vow not to return until the abyss is vanquished. Yi Bai looked at the completed poem with satisfaction. With flesh and blood, I guard the land. Though my bones may rest, my soul cannot. With one sword, I vanquish demons. I vow not to return until the abyss is vanquished. However, Shadow 9 didn't stop there. Yi Bai, anxious, urged, Master 9, we're running out of time. We need to leave. Shadow 9 leisurely replied, What's the rush? We still need to sign. He added several names at the end of the poem. Nightmare, Wuhan, Shura, Shadow 9, Lu. Seeing this, Yi Bai couldn't help but admire Shadow 9's shamelessness, realizing he had much to learn. As Shadow 9 finished the last character, the black cloth on the ground suddenly rose, shrinking into a tattered black cloak that draped itself over Yi Bai's shoulders and fluttered in the wind. The cloak, having chosen Yi Bai, caused the other 9 relics of the war gods to dim, and even all equipment imbued with residual will retreated, unwilling to compete. Yi Bai examined the tattered cloak on his shoulder and joked, Not bad, the uglier the gear, the stronger the power. He reminded himself to maintain the demeanor of a mage and not resort to smashing people with his staff. Suddenly, a note appeared. Nightmare's cloak, battle-damaged version. Yi Bai realized why the war gods' relics retreated upon seeing the cloak. They held absolute respect for the supreme warriors. Retreat. Shadow 9 commanded, merging into Yi Bai's shadow. The 2 swiftly left the monument of resolve, leaving behind the newly completed poem, silently narrating the boundless valor and determination in the wilderness. The cloak lifted Yi Bai's body, carrying him away from the monument of death's will, crossing the eternal forest. Yi Bai and Ing Jia's figures gradually faded into the distance, leaving only the white clouds hovering over the monument, as if waiting for something. Once the two had completely left, the clouds slowly descended. A plainly dressed Taoist appeared in front of the monument of death's will, gazing up just as Yi Bai had earlier. Behind him, four figures silently emerged: green, cyan, blue, and purple, representing Ing Si, Ing Wu, Ing Lu, and Ing Qi respectively. Ing Qi rested his hand on a short blade, whispering, "Shura just left." Ing Si quickly stepped in front of Ing Qi, bowing slightly to the Taoist. "Young Qi doesn't know the rules. Please forgive him, sir." The Taoist didn't turn around, responding calmly, "It's fine. The Supreme Ones manage their own affairs. You don't need to be so formal." Ing Si respectfully replied, "Since you are one of the Supreme Ones, we must show our respect." "As you wish." The Taoist continued to stare at the four-line poem inscribed on the monument. After a long pause, he spoke again, "Pass a message to our teacher for me. I have agreed to what he wants to do." "Thank you, sir." Ing Si and the others responded in unison. The white clouds descended, enveloping the Taoist. In a moment, the clouds flew towards the eternal tower, vanishing from sight. Ing Si exhaled deeply, spreading his sweat-soaked palms, and gave Ing Qi a meaningful look. "Disperse. I'll inform Brother Jiu. A fierce battle is imminent. The next time we meet, some names might be etched on this monument." With that, he patted Ing Qi's shoulder and left first. Ing Wu, a chubby man juggling two iron balls in his left hand, strolled over to Ing Qi. "Young Qi, if you want to live long, it's best not to provoke certain people, like Brother Jiu, or the one living in the Eternal Tower." He chuckled, a sound like clanging bells, his ears pressed back against his head, his nose slightly upturned, laughter vibrating from his belly. Ing Qi's mouth twitched, refusing to back down. "One day, I'll become the leader. I look forward to it." Ing Wu snorted coldly. They glared at each other, both snorting before parting ways. The white clouds returned to the Eternal Tower. The Taoist appeared at the top, sitting cross-legged on the clouds, overlooking the entire eternal forest. He murmured, "I won't return until the abyss is broken." "Shura, interesting. This era of supreme beings is different. I don't have much time left." The Taoist lightly tapped a small bell. Dong, the vast bell sound echoed through the heavens and earth, lingering for a long time. Outside the eternal forest, Yi Bai had just landed when the bell sound reached him. "What's going on?" he asked warily. "An invasion from the abyssal plane?" "No, it's him," Ing Jiu explained. "Him? The Supreme One, Xiaoyao?" Yi Bai looked up at the eternal tower. "What's he planning?" The bell sound resonated through the forest, awakening all the relics within. Yi Bai quickly understood Xiaoyao's intention. Above the eternal forest, countless pieces of equipment floated into the air, previously awakened by the supreme seeds. They hovered for a moment before scattering as streaks of light. Most rebared themselves, waiting for the next destined person, while a select few flew towards the students undergoing trials. Zhao Lin, who had just subdued a long knife, found another blade falling into his palm. He was stunned, looking at the two long knives in his hands. "But I use a single blade. Could two blades bring double the joy?" Overwhelmed with happiness, Zhao Lin was momentarily at a loss. Lu Sueki, who had already chosen a ring, saw a golden feather pin land before her. She exclaimed, "This? Can we take two relics?" She had never heard of such an occurrence in the eternal forest. A name flashed in her mind, Shura. It must be related to Shura. All students participating in the trial were given the chance to choose a second relic, and Yi Bai was no exception. Having already left the eternal forest, he watched as a golden light streaked across the sky and landed in his arms. Looking down, he recognized the familiar bronze sword. "Heavenly King's Sword," Yi Bai exclaimed. Outside the eternal forest, Yi Bai stood with a black cloak draped over his shoulders, tightly gripping the Heavenly King's sword, his expression complex. The sudden stroke of luck left him momentarily speechless. The Heavenly King's sword, once wielded by the god of war, was undoubtedly a weapon of the highest caliber. Yi Bai knew that in its complete state, the sword was beyond his current ability to control. Nightmare had planned for such eventualities when designing the Eternal Forest. All equipment came with seals that automatically matched the user's level. Yi Bai focused intently, the sword's details clearly displayed before him. Equipment: Heavenly King's Sword LV.54. Grade: SS. Attributes: Strength 540, Constitution 300. Physical Attack 1260. Special Abilities: 1. Armor Break. Ignores defense on the first physical attack against an enemy, only effective once per target every 12 hours. 2. Indestructible. Durability always at 100, never breaks. 3. Obsession. Killing a War King level monster with this sword completes an obsession. 90. No wonder this was the god of war's weapon. It's incredibly powerful even when sealed. Yibai couldn't help but marvel. Though his own nature-based powers were formidable, they paled in comparison to the Heavenly King's sword. The attribute boost from the sword pushed Yibai's strength and constitution past the 1,000-point mark. Its abilities were equally impressive. Indestructible eliminated repair worries, while armor break could unleash devastating damage on the first strike. Yibai imagined a mage suddenly drawing a sword, ignoring defenses to deal astronomical damage was almost inconceivable. Reflecting on his brief stint as a mage, he realized a mage's power has its limits. I must surpass that. He then coughed to mask his momentary lapse. Carefully, Yibai stored the Heavenly King's sword in his backpack. As a divine weapon of the god of war, it was highly recognizable and would attract attention if revealed. Given the current circumstances, he decided to keep it as a hidden trump card, to be used only against bosses. With the sword safely stowed, Yibai turned his attention to the cloak on his shoulders. The Nightmare's cloak, battle-damaged version, severely damaged, had been discarded on the Monument of Determination. Reading the cloak's description, Yibai's expression changed. Nightmare never expected anyone to retrieve this from the Eternal Forest, did you, smart one? Feeling a sense of foreboding, Yibai examined the cloak's details. Equipment: Nightmare's Wind LV.1. Grade: SSS. Durability: 0.001. Attributes: Agility 1. Physical Magical Defense 1. Special Ability: Unbroken, please fix me. I really miss my pristine state. Yibai muttered in frustration. How am I supposed to fix this? Both Insight and Shadow 9 suggested the same solution. Feed the cloak SS-grade materials to restore its durability. SS-grade materials were incredibly rare and expensive, but Yibai happened to have won the skull of a hellhound. He tentatively asked, 9. Is the area safe? Shadow 9, seemingly aware of Yibai's intentions, cautioned, it's not safe. What are you planning? Save it for the Eternal Tower. After a pause, he added, when you cleared the SS level novice dungeon, you obtained part of the hellhound skeleton, right? Yes, the skull. Yibai confirmed. Shadow 9 fell silent, saying no more. In the Eternal Forest, Shadow 9 had spoken more than usual that day. Typically, he remained quiet, silently following Yibai. His return to silence did not surprise Yibai, who continued toward his objective as indicated by the sphere, preparing to complete this exercise. Meanwhile, deep within the Eternal Forest, one of the four guardians, Shadow 7, faced an unexpected visitor. Shadow 4. Without a hint of emotion, Shadow 4 said, Brother 9 has a task for you. They had already met 3 times that day, more than in the past year. Shadow 7 raised an eyebrow and asked, what task? Shadow 4 replied calmly, Brother 9 wants you to go to the Hell Abyss dimension and find a Hellhound Emperor. Except for the skull, bring back the rest of the bones intact, Ing Qi ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, Ing Qi's voice began to tremble slightly. An adult Hellhound Emperor is a war god level entity. With all 3 heads intact, it's equivalent to facing 3 war gods. If they act in unison, they are even more formidable than 3 war gods. Fear flickered in Ing Qi's eyes. The danger of this mission was evident. Even other war gods would likely hesitate. Noticing Ing Qi's hesitation, Ing Qi said calmly, if you're afraid, I can take over. Afraid? Ing Qi's voice raised to a shrill pitch, his whole demeanor suddenly becoming extremely agitated. I've been stuck here for 3 years. I'm going mad. If I had known being Ing Qi meant guarding the Eternal Forest, I would have stayed as Ing Shi, looking after kids. His emotions were nearly out of control, clearly harboring long-standing resentment. After taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, Ing Qi asked, what about my guarding duties? I can't leave without special circumstances. Even with Ing Jie's orders, Ing Qi had to ensure someone took over his responsibilities. Third brother is returning from the battlefield. He will be here to heal and help guard the Eternal Forest, Ing Qi explained, then added seriously, you have 3 days? Understood. When do we leave? Now. Before Ing Qi finished speaking, Ing Qi transformed into a purple mist and shot away. His entire being exuded a murderous aura, like a gluttonous beast starved for 100 years, thirsting for blood. Abyssal Plane, I, Ing Qi, am back. His roar echoed through the air. Watching Ing Qi's receding figure, Ing Qi sighed helplessly, this kid, almost 30 and still so immature. Maybe I should advise his parents to have another child. This one is a lost cause. Meanwhile, in a sizable town at the foot of the Eternal Tower, Yibai followed the instructions from the orb to the meeting point, a large square. In the center stood a 100-meter-high stone monument that seemed familiar. Yibai, over here. Before reaching the square, Yibai heard Zhao Lin's shout. Lu Sueki and Zhuo Lingxia were already there, with Yi Bai being the last to arrive. As Yi Bai approached, Zhao Lin quickly reminded him, "Don't mention your findings in the Eternal Forest. It's top secret." Yi Bai looked puzzled. "I wasn't planning to. Even if I did, who's going to believe I found a celestial sword and a battle-damaged cloak?" The moment he finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Zhao Lin. Clearly, the weak link had been identified. Lu Sueki sighed and added, "Now everyone knows Zhao Lin found 2 blades in the Eternal Forest." Yi Bai shook his head with a smile. "It doesn't matter. The summer camp training is an elimination process. To avoid getting eliminated, we have to give our all in the tests. In other words, our trump cards can't stay hidden. Whether others know or not makes no difference." Hearing this, Lu Sueki blinked and smiled silently. She thought she could still keep some cards hidden. Little did she know, Yi Bai had far more cards up his sleeve. After chatting for a while, the countdown on the orb ended. Zhuo Lingxie suddenly stood up straight, his expression becoming extremely serious as he looked towards the other end of the square. "It's time." "Time for what?" Zhao Lin asked, puzzled. "Shu." Lu Sueki gestured for silence and whispered, "A legion is returning from the abyssal plane." As soon as she finished speaking, a massive portal opened at the far end of the square. A shadow rushed out first, shouting, "Safe," before flying east towards the Eternal Forest without stopping. Then the ground began to shake. Rows of soldiers marched out of the portal, stepping in unison into the square. Each step felt like it was pounding on the hearts of the onlookers, making their pulses race. These soldiers, expressionless and exuding a thick aura of blood and killing intent, moved in perfect synchrony, obeying orders without question. Many boys watched in awe, Zhao Lin among them, utterly captivated by the unprecedented scene. Yi Bai gazed at the rows of soldiers passing by, his eyes gleaming. He silently admired, "Magnificent, a legion of 100 battles." The assembly square was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Rows of soldiers marched out from the portal in perfect formation, their movements synchronized and swift. Within minutes, the entire army had assembled. Following them were the commanders, dressed in officer uniforms, with numbers on their shoulders indicating their rank, and medals on their chests showcasing their divisions and achievements. They quickly found their respective units, dividing the large formation into dozens of smaller squads with seamless precision. 30 seconds later, all the commanders were in position. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as a giant over 2 meters tall stepped out from the portal, carrying 2 blood-stained, grotesque heads of abyssal beasts on his shoulders. Each step he took made the ground tremble. The giant reached the central stone monument and slammed the heads onto the ground, roaring, "2 deputy commanders of the 4th Demon God's Berserker Legion slain, 2 demon heads as offerings to our ancestors." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of cheers erupted. "Fong! Fong! Fong!" The soldiers chanted in unison. Next, a valiant female warlord appeared, holding a lantern. She placed the lantern beside the demon heads and said coldly, "3 deputy commanders of the 4th Demon God's Wrath Legion slain, 3 demon souls as offerings to our ancestors." Inside the lantern, 3 faint flames flickered, as if they could extinguish at any moment. After the 2 warlords stepped back, a towering figure emerged from the portal. His armor was shattered, resembling a broken fishing net adorned with metal fragments. His helmet concealed his face, and he held a broken blade, with severe injuries on his back still emitting demonic energy. He walked slowly towards the stone monument, each step seemingly exhausting all his strength. Battled the commander of the 4th Demon God's Wrath Legion, severed 1 rotten hand as an offering to our ancestors, he declared, bending down with difficulty to place a severed arm. His words left everyone present in awe, stunned by the human warrior's formidable power. The man turned to face the formation, his voice deep and slightly scholarly. "In this battle, the Fenglan Legion first defeated the Berserker Legion, then crushed the Wrath Legion, slaying 12,000 enemies and wounding countless others. This battle, we have achieved a great victory. Great victory! Great victory! Feng! Feng! Feng!" The soldiers chanted in unison. The man raised his hand to signal for silence, then issued orders. "Left Deputy Commander, tally the spoils of this battle and record the achievements. Right Deputy Commander, assess the casualties and arrange care for the wounded. For the fallen, inscribe their names on the Death Will Monument." Dismissed. With that, he soared into the depths of the Eternal Forest. The 2 deputy commanders responded and went about their tasks, while the rest of the soldiers, led by their respective commanders, moved towards the nearby town. The square was left with only the students participating in the summer camp special training, still immersed in shock. Suddenly, a man with a microphone appeared in front of the stone monument, breaking the silence. "Ahem, can you hear me? Students, come a little closer." Hundreds of people gathered in front of the stone tablet, looking at each other in confusion. A middle-aged man in military uniform stood at the front, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd. "My name is Lin, and I am the chief instructor of this summer camp. You can call me Instructor Lin, he announced, his voice powerful and commanding, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Instructor Lin smiled faintly and continued, "First, congratulations on passing the first stage of the summer camp's special training. Out of 672 participants, 466 have successfully made it through, which gives us a pass rate of nearly 70, exceeding our expectations." Hearing this number, Zhao Lin, standing amidst the crowd, turned slightly pale and instinctively glanced at his companions, Yibai and Lu Sueki. 30 of the participants were eliminated, he thought, astonished. Then he remembered that his CCF group was considered the least talented among the genius seeds, yet they all passed. Must be luck, he mused, shaking off his thoughts to focus on Instructor Lin's speech. Instructor Lin pointed to a nearby portal, his tone filled with pride. "What you saw earlier was the triumphant return of our Windstorm Legion from the abyssal plane. You must have noticed that when the portal opened, the soldiers came out first, followed by the generals, then the war kings, and finally, the war gods." Seeing the crowd nod, he elaborated, "That is the order of retreat. But in an assault, the war gods lead, followed by the war kings, generals, and then soldiers." This revelation left many students wide-eyed, their surprise evident. Instructor Lin's voice grew more resolute. "This is the iron rule of our race's century-long warfare. Strength leads the charge. In great battles, the strongest always join the death camp, with war gods at the forefront. Those who show cowardice in the face of battle are immediately dismissed and never reinstated." He turned and pointed to the forest behind him, his tone solemn. "Students, the forest you walked through earlier is the resting place of countless heroic spirits of our race." This brief introduction brought tears to the eyes of many female students, while the male students clenched their fists, their knuckles white, and their jaws tight, as if ready to rush into the abyssal plane to fight the monsters. Instructor Lin's gaze swept over each face, as if to etch their expressions into his memory. "The equipment you hold is the legacy of those heroic spirits. The determination you carry is theirs as well. The homeland you will protect in the future is their homeland, and it is also our homeland." His voice grew almost to a roar. "Remember, 90 years ago, when the abyssal plane invaded Blue Star, our race entered a state of war. To this day, that state has not been lifted, not once." Instructor Lin's eyes seemed to hold the weight of the stars, each word striking the hearts of the crowd like a heavy hammer. "You live in an era of war, merely enjoying the brief peace guarded by your ancestors. Do not mistake this false peace for lasting tranquility, nor take the cradle of infants as your lifelong home. This world is harsh and cold, and the monsters in the darkness will never give up any chance to invade Blue Star." His words resonated deeply, making everyone acutely aware of their current situation. Instructor Lin continued, "As the ancients said, in times of peace, prepare for war. But since 90 years ago, our race has not known peace. Every moment, we have been teetering on the brink of life and death." Finally, Instructor Lin's voice thundered, echoing in everyone's ears, "The war between our race and the abyssal plane has never ended. It will only cease when one side is completely subdued or annihilated, and not a moment before." In the assembly square, Instructor Lin's voice echoed all around, "Today's drill is now over. Each student will be paired with a senior mentor for unknown guidance, and every 4 students will be assigned a teaching assistant. The detailed arrangements will be explained shortly by your respective mentors." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Lin eagerly looked around, trying to find his target. Meanwhile, Zuolingxia turned to Lu Sueki with a smile on her face. "I'll be responsible for your tutoring during this special training period." Lu Sueki replied politely, "Thank you, senior." Zuolingxia waved her hand dismissively, "It's no trouble. By the way, after the summer camp ends, you might consider applying to Imperial Capital University. Professor Hu from our summoning department is not only kind, but also one of the top summoners in Longhua, especially skilled in training avian summoning beasts." She introduced earnestly, already beginning to recruit talent for her alma mater. Ever since she learned that Lu Sueki possessed S-level talent, Zuolingxia was convinced that this young girl's future achievements would be no less than her own. Lu Sueki nodded thoughtfully. "I'll think about it." As she spoke, she glanced inadvertently at Yibai, clearly indicating that Yibai's decision would influence hers. Zuolingxia keenly noticed this and wisely refrained from further persuasion. Instead, she said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the dormitory area first. Your mentors are waiting there." As they walked, Zuolingxia explained, "Nanjiang 3rd High School is assigned to Zone C, while Nanjiang 2nd High School from the same city is in Zone A. You can't move freely between zones, as the summer camp has strict internal controls. Violating the rules can have serious consequences, from disqualification to being sent to the enforcement team." She spoke sternly, then added, "But don't worry too much. Normal classes and life won't be a problem, and your mentors will help keep an eye on things. Also, you'll have a regular exchange meeting with Second High every week, and the bottom 10 in the rankings will be eliminated." Led by Zuolingxia, The three arrived at Zone C. Yibai met his assigned mentor Feng Dong, a lean man with bright, piercing eyes. Feng Dong greeted Yibai enthusiastically, shaking his hand warmly. Yibai, I've been looking forward to meeting you. Yibai looked puzzled. Senior Feng, do we know each other? Feng Dong shook his head repeatedly. No, but I know meeting you is the luckiest thing that's ever happened to me. Yibai was even more confused, thinking to himself, Ninth Master, wake up, there's a prophet here, take him down. Zuolingxia couldn't stand it anymore and scolded coldly. Feng Dong, don't go overboard. Is this how you treat a junior? Feng Dong quickly apologized. Sorry, I was just too excited. Yibai, I meant no offense. Zuolingxia briefly explained the reason for Feng Dong's excitement. Yibai tried to understand the logic. You're saying, Senior Feng's credits are tied to my final ranking in the summer camp? Yes. The worse I perform, the lower his credits? Exactly. Yibai was even more puzzled. So why is he happy? Feng Dong came from Modu University, one of the top 2 in Longhua. By all accounts, he should be a top student. Why was he so happy about low credits? Yibai couldn't help but wonder if this was some advanced strategy of top students turning into slackers. Feng Dong cleared his throat and explained. You don't know this, but I'm just a freshman and I want to stay in university longer. I've already failed 4 courses this semester. If I fail this summer camp internship too, I can repeat a year. Zhao Lin and Yibai exchanged bewildered glances, speechless. Suddenly, Yibai realized something. Wait, you want to repeat a year too? Zuolingxia mercilessly revealed the truth. He wants to be in the same year as Su Luo to catch the biggest wave of benefits from the strongest era. Feng Dong sighed. You guys have no idea. Since Su Luo's appearance, Modu University and Imperial Capital University have been in chaos. Freshmen and sophomores are taking leave, suspending their studies, and some even want to drop out and retake the entrance exam. Their goal is clear to do whatever it takes to be in the same year as Su Luo. Those top students have turned into slackers overnight. Even slacking off has become competitive. Assignments are as perfunctory as possible. They're late to class or skip it entirely if they can. Some are even lining up to bribe teachers to get worse grades, so they can repeat a year and be classmates with Su Luo. An elderly professor was so infuriated by this that he ended up being hospitalized. The atmosphere at the summer camp was tense and bizarre. Instead of striving to improve their grades, the students were racking their brains to lower their credits and repeat the year. Among this group of peculiar students, Feng Dong stood out the most. Before coming to the camp, Feng Dong had already failed 4 courses. Failing one more would allow him to repeat the year as he wished. When he drew Yibai, a student with a mere clever talent, as his junior, Feng Dong was ecstatic, as if he had received an invitation to study alongside the gods of hell. Looking around, Feng Dong felt a sense of smug satisfaction. Who in this entire camp could have a talent worse than Clevel? Oh, there was indeed one Flevel perfect. However, Zuolingxia's words were like a cold splash of water, shattering Feng Dong's daydream. She sternly reminded him, Yibai must persist until the end of the summer camp's special training for you to earn the credits. If he gets eliminated early, you'll be assigned a new junior. Wanna fail? Ha. Feng Dong's heart tightened, and he nodded repeatedly. He turned to Yibai, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Junior, for the sake of letting your senior become a classmate of the gods, you must strive hard and stick it out until the end of the camp. Yibai hesitantly replied, I'll do my best. Don't worry, as your senior. I'll spare no effort to support you for my future. Feng Dong patted his chest confidently. He was calculating in his mind if Yibai got eliminated. Where would he find another junior with a clever talent? If luck turned against him and he got assigned in level talent, his plan would be ruined. As they were talking, a burly Western man approached. He fixed his gaze on Zhao Lin and said in a deep voice, Fight. Second year at Modu University, heavy armor warrior. Trembling, Zhao Lin responded, Hello, senior Fight. I'm Zhao Lin. Fight frowned as he scrutinized the frail Zhao Lin, expressing his discontent. You're too skinny. I feel like I could knock you over with a single stomp. How can there be such a weak warrior? With that, he pulled out a half-percent high meat slab from his storage space and handed it to Zhao Lin. Your task today is to eat this. If you don't finish it, you can't enter the Eternal Tower. Zhao Lin gasped, questioning his life choices. How many jaw muscles would it take to finish such a huge meat slab? He weakly asked, Do I have to eat this much every meal? Meal? Who said this was a meal? It's a midnight snack. Fight's response left Zhao Lin in utter despair. Despite arriving last, Fight was the first to get into the swing of things. He demonstrated with his actions how a good warrior is forged, starting with learning how to eat. Zuolingxia pulled Lu Sueki away, and Feng Dong took Yibai aside. Junior, this week's task is tough, so be mentally prepared, Feng Dong explained. Each week, there's a designated task. The better you perform, the higher your score. This score determines the ranking for the final combat test. High scorers get to choose their opponents, while low scorers cannot refuse. The final elimination list is based on a combination of combat performance and weekly task scores. Yi Bai listened attentively and couldn't help but ask, "What's the task?" Feng Dong's expression turned serious. "Clear the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors of the Eternal Tower. At the same time, you must obtain a piece of raw ore with a minimum grade of D and weighing at least 10 kilograms. Yi Bai thought to himself that he had already cleared the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and even 6th floors last night. The real challenge was the raw ore. The mysterious mine's lowest grade was level, so where could he find a level raw ore? After a moment of silence, Yi Bai pretended to be troubled and said, "I didn't expect this week's task to be so difficult." "Don't worry, Junior." Feng Dong patted Yi Bai's shoulder reassuringly. "I'll take care of everything. You focus on clearing the floors. If you run into any trouble, come to me." "Thank you, Senior." "No problem. We're in this together. If I become a classmate of the gods, I won't forget your contribution. Come on. I'll treat you to a midnight snack." As the night deepened at Summer Camp Zone C, Yi Bai returned to his single dormitory after having a late-night snack. As soon as he entered, he saw Feng Dong waiting with a thick stack of documents in hand. "Junior, hey, race the complete strategy guide for levels 3, 4, 5, and 6. Feng Dong handed over the documents, his tone carrying a hint of apology. "But it's a bit outdated. Due to the Azure reset, these levels have been adjusted, making them much easier. I'll bring you the updated version tomorrow. For now, try tackling the 3rd level." Yi Bai accepted the guide and said sincerely, "Senior Feng, it feels awkward calling each other Junior and Senior like this. Just call me Brother Bai." Feng Dong was momentarily stunned, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before he broke into a cheerful smile. "All right, Brother Bai. My future as a classmate with Azura depends on you. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out." After Feng Dong left, Yi Bai sat alone in his dormitory, taking stock of the day's gains. Besides inscribing a poem on the Monument of Will, he had acquired a heavenly king's sword. Glancing at the tattered cloak, he couldn't help but sigh and rub his forehead. It wasn't just a piece of equipment, it was a money pit. With only a skull in hand, Yi Bai lacked the other SS-grade materials needed. He figured he'd have to find a way to purchase them from Wolf's Den, as they were impossible to acquire through ordinary means. Suddenly, Yi Bai remembered that Xue Ming still owed him a significant bounty. Reporting the names of the 4th Demon Cult's Mito high-level members, along with several other reports, had earned him a fortune. He had risked his life for this intelligence, and he wasn't about to let a single coin slip away. Counting on his fingers, he continued to tally his dues. Wu Hin still owed him 2 skill books and an equipment forging opportunity. Speaking of equipment forging, Yi Bai had a new idea. Since he already had the Heavenly King's Sword and the power of nature, what he lacked most was armor. Compared to weapons, armor required more materials. Given his cautious nature, he wished he could craft a full set of SS-grade armor. After finishing his inventory, Yi Bai reviewed his resources. The most crucial assets were the 2 mysterious mines. He looked down at his shadow and asked, "Jiuyi, is it safe to enter the Eternal Tower now?" Ing Jia's eyes lit up, his voice trembling slightly. "Are you planning to trade in the secret realm?" "No, wait, do you have a private space now? Could it be the legendary mysterious mine?" Yi Bai nodded in acknowledgement and countered, "Is it really that rare?" "It's not about rarity," Ing Jiu sighed. "Before you, no one had ever discovered a mysterious mine. What do you need? The best mining equipment, or professional help with exploration?" Yi Bai hesitated. "Isn't that too much to ask?" Ing Jiu immediately assured, "All free of charge." Just as Yi Bai was about to decline, Ing Jiu continued, "What I'm about to say next is an official negotiation on behalf of both Ing and Wolf's Denver. You can choose to cooperate or refuse. It's entirely up to you. We're willing to provide mining equipment for free, cover the miners' wages, hire specific NPCs for mining, and even take care of the subsequent smelting. In return, we ask for the right to purchase your mine or first, ensuring the price won't be lower than the recent market average. You can keep the high-grade ores for yourself, as long as you guarantee a minimum daily output of 3,000 tons of raw ore. The contract will be signed in the secret realm, witnessed by the realm's spirit. We accept a short-term contract of 7 days, which can be automatically renewed for another 7 days if there are no objections." Yi Bai didn't take long to consider before nodding in agreement. "I can accept these terms." From any angle, Ing Jiu's proposal was beneficial to Yi Bai. Even if he changed his mind, he could end the cooperation after 7 days. For Ing Jiu, his perspective was entirely different from Yi Bai's. Before the appearance of the mysterious mine, humans had to mine in the Abyss Plane to obtain high-quality ores. This proposal offered immense benefits to both parties. The hardships and dangers of mining flashed through Ing Jiu's mind. He imagined the scene of at least 2 legions stationed for guard duty, facing immense defensive pressure. It wasn't just the consumption of manpower and resources, but also the cost of countless lives. In comparison, procuring from Yi Bai seemed like a wiser choice. Years of defense work have left us with everything but a shortage of funds. Ingju thought. If it comes to it, we can print more money on the spot for Yibai, as much as he needs. He recalled that the human race had already mastered the art of minting eternal tower gold coins. Printing money was a trivial matter. As long as they didn't overdo it, they could print as much as they wanted. Ingju envisioned a cooperative model. Yibai would exchange raw ores for money, which he could then convert into the resources he needed. It would be mutually beneficial. He pushed a document towards Yibai. These are the specifications for the most advanced mining equipment the human race has. You can take a look. Yibai took the document and glanced at it briefly. All right, I'll take it to the mysterious mine pit. A mature man always brings good things to read while waiting. Only then did Ingju realize he had forgotten to ask the most crucial question. By the way, how large is the mysterious mine pit you acquired? Not too big, just 75 million tons. Before Yibai finished speaking, he had already vanished, leaving Ingju standing alone. True to his habit of making a grand exit, Ingju muttered. 75 million tons. If it's all crade ore, it's equivalent to the total output of 10 medium-sized abyss realms. He suddenly remembered, darn. I forgot to ask him for photos. The scene shifted to the mysterious mine pit. Yibai appeared in his private space, and the head miner immediately approached him. Boss, we're ready to start anytime. No rush. First, take a look at this equipment and estimate the production capacity. Yibai handed over the specifications to the head miner, and a few other miners gathered around to analyze them. A few minutes later, the head miner came back with the discussion results. Boss, if what's written here is true, we estimate an initial daily output of 10,000 tons. Once stable, it could maintain between 30,000 and 50,000 tons per day. Yibai quickly calculated. With a daily output of 50,000 tons, it would take about 1,500 days to deplete 2 mysterious mine pits, which is over 4 years. Great, the equipment will arrive soon. Sharpening the axe will not delay the work of chopping firewood. We'll start when everything is ready. He then inquired about their living conditions. Do we have enough food and water? The head miner looked embarrassed. We have enough water, but the food is only enough for one more meal. If we stretch it, we might last a few more days. Yibai frowned. I remember purchasing food for 1,500 people. Boss, it's mostly because of that big eater that escaped from the mine pit. We didn't want to chase it away. The head miner led Yibai to reveal the culprit. A giant lizard was lounging lazily by the mine entrance, basking in the moonlight. Seeing Yibai, it excitedly called out, Why by Babu? Why by Babu? Yibai felt good, recalling how the lizard had brought him 50 liters of water back in the mine pit, a significant gesture. All right, you can stay here from now on. Although the lizard had a big appetite, it was friendly and could communicate with Yibai. After being freed from its petrification, its strength was comparable to a general. If any mining accidents occurred, the giant lizard could rescue people immediately. As an earth element creature, it thrived underground. With the help of his insightful eye, Yibai communicated with the giant lizard. Buddy, keep an eye on this place. It's our turf now. The giant lizard responded. AB. Having dealt with the giant lizard, Yibai reminded them before leaving. I'll solve the food problem as soon as possible. Make sure to eat 3 meals a day, and if you do a good job, we might even add a midnight snack. At midnight, the Eternal Tower opened. Welcome to the Eternal Core City. Yibai headed straight to the Wolf's Denver. As expected, Xuemeng was there, along with the young lady called Dai Meng from before. You're here? Xuemeng immediately recognized Yibai by his mask. Wait, Yibai interrupted Xuemeng's spellcasting. I heard that all expenses at the Wolf's Den were waived last night? Yes, we were celebrating Shura's success in passing 4 trials. All expenses were waived, Xuemeng said, puzzled. Why do you ask? Yibai felt indignant. As Shura himself, he hadn't enjoyed the benefits of the celebration. This reminded him of his second-place finish in the Shura impersonation contest. Determined not to miss out, Yibai asked confidently, Did you place the order for the 5,000 single meals I asked for last night? Xuemeng took a deep breath. Did you ask me to order them? Didn't I? Think again. Xuemeng turned to Daimeng. Prepare 5,000 single meals for him. Daimeng was practical. And the money? We can prepare 5,000 single meals, but who's paying? We can't use yesterday's free pass to buy today's food. Xuemeng lowered his voice so Yibai couldn't hear. Put it on my dad's tab. In the depths of the Wolf's Den within the Eternal Core City, Yibai didn't even sit down before getting straight to the point. Let's get this over with quickly. I still need to challenge the Eternal Tower. Today's mission, SSS level rating 01. One thing at a time. Xuemeng cautiously closed the door and handed over a list, detailing names and corresponding bounty amounts. The list you provided earlier has been fully verified, and the values have been calculated, he explained. You reported a total of 64 people. Of those, 25 have been captured or eliminated, 6 were our undercover agents, and 9 are under our surveillance. That leaves 24 valid reports, resulting in a total bounty of 19 million gold coins. Hearing this number, Yi Bai's eyelid twitched involuntarily. Xueming continued. This achievement also upgraded your lone wolf rank from gold to star. As he spoke, he cast a spell on the lone wolf medal, enveloping it in a white light that gave it a silver sheen. The wolf's head emblem transformed, appearing less fierce and more composed, with a glint of wisdom in its eyes. Congratulations, by the way, on becoming the number 1 on the Star Soldier leaderboard, Xueming added. Yi Bai curiously asked, how many are on the Star Soldier leaderboard? 1. Xueming replied succinctly. Yi Bai thought to himself that being both the first and last on the leaderboard was a unique situation. Indeed, very few could accumulate enough merit to reach the star rank at the soldier stage. Most would advance to general rank directly. Yi Bai was an exception among exceptions. Without waiting for Xueming to elaborate, Yi Bai moved to the next topic. What about the bounty for the 4th demon cult leader? While 19 million gold coins was an astronomical sum, it still fell short of Yi Bai's current needs. Repairing the Nightmare Wind required SS-level materials, and crafting top-tier armor demanded high-quality materials, preferably S-level or above. The costs for these were unpredictable. Xueming replied gravely, you know the demon cult leader isn't dead yet. The full reward should have been given to you, but now it has to be discounted. Yi Bai was taken aback, realizing the predicament. If he had known earlier, he would have claimed the rewards before reporting consecutively. This would have maximized the value of his reports, allowing him to profit multiple times. One cannot step into the same river twice, but Yi Bai could have reported consecutively twice. Fine, I'll remember this, Yi Bai said, sounding as if he had lost money. Had I known, I wouldn't have stopped old Master Jiu from fulfilling his promise. Sitting across from him, Xueming suddenly felt a chill down his spine, as if something ominous was descending. Yi Bai quickly changed the subject. Let's not dwell on these happy topics. Let's get straight to Itho much? He understood clearly that their relationship was purely transactional. Xueming replied, we'll convert it to 12 war god merit points, but I think you might need this more. Saying this, he pulled out a 3-meter-long bone staff from his coat. Yi Bai stared in astonishment at the bone staff, still covered in fresh meat strands and emitting steam, with the bone marrow still warm, indicating 100 freshness. Clearly, the bone had been delivered to Xueming immediately after being extracted. The right leg bone of the Hellhound Emperor? Yi Bai exclaimed. Xueming nodded, confirming, yes, SS-level material. You could use it, right? Yi Bai looked at the steaming bone, momentarily speechless. The Hellhound Emperor, once matured, was a war god-level entity. Despite its 3 heads often disagreeing and even fighting each other, it was still a war god. Yet here it was, reduced to a state akin to a fish in a grill house, killed without hesitation. But Yi Bai quickly made up his mind. I'll take it. To hell with the killing. I'm here to do business. Xueming pulled out a detailed anatomical chart, explaining seriously, apart from the cartilage, a mature hellhound offers 72 usable bones. If you order the full set excluding the skull now, you get a 12 discount. A deposit of 12 war god merit points can offset 20 merit points. Yi Bai laid out all his assets, 19 million gold coins, 12 war god merit points. How much can I get? Xueming calculated for a moment. Normally, 1 war god merit point equals 1 million gold coins. So, combined, you have 31 merit points. This can buy the limb bones, but you're still 60 merit points short of the full set. Yi Bai considered reporting a few more demon cult followers, but he gritted his teeth and said, I'll take the set. I'll pay the deposit now and figure out the balance later. Xueming looked at Yi Bai with a serious expression. Don't you dare pin this on me. Yi Bai retorted with a smile. What are you talking about? Do I look like that kind of person? Xueming's eyes silently conveyed the message. Yes, you do. He handed a right leg bone to Yi Bai and added, the rest of the bones will be delivered over the next 3 days. Yi Bai eagerly stood up, ready to collect the 5,000 single meals. All right, anything else? If not, I'm off. Let's catch up over tea some other time. Wait a minute. Xueming stopped him and pulled out a few books from his coat. Someone asked me to give these to you. Second uncle said to send you 2 skill books. Yi Bai's eyes lit up. Xueming's second uncle was actually his second brother. Finally, the skill books from Wuhan had arrived, and he even had options to choose from. As expected from the most reliable powerhouse, everything was always in order. Xueming pushed 5 skill books towards Yi Bai and explained, these are all close combat skills. It's a bit odd for a mage like you to learn them. There are 5 in total. Take them back and study them. Once you use 2, the remaining 3 will disappear automatically. Yi Bai's first instinct was to find a way to keep the other 3 books. Exploiting glitches had become second nature to him, and he couldn't let such an opportunity from a powerhouse slip by. Xueming seemed to read Yi Bai's mind and suddenly spoke animatedly. It is possible, using a god-ear sword of the war god rank, to temporarily seal the 3 skill books until you're strong enough to learn them. But do you have a god ear, S-rank sword? Do you? I don't even have one. All I have is a hammer. He almost roared the last few words. Do you understand how I feel? I'm a swordsman, and yet, after becoming a war god, all I can use is a hammer. A hammer. Yi Bai initially wanted to say he had the Tianwang sword, but seeing Xue Meng's agitated state, he swallowed his words. Instead, he said, I understand your feelings. Indeed, such equipment is rare, and not something everyone has the chance to own. Xue Meng let out a long sigh. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned back to remind, oh, and be careful. Careful about what? Recently, the frequency of demonic contamination in the Eternal Tower has increased significantly. If you go to the 7th floor tonight, you'll likely run into some trouble. Xue Meng frowned. I don't know what that crazy old Taoist is up to. Yi Bai pondered. He had encountered the minions of the demon god on both the 1st and 2nd floors, and given that the Eternal Tower was supposed to be guarded by powerhouses, it shouldn't be this poorly defended. After Yi Bai left, Xue Meng suddenly burst into laughter. No, I was overthinking it. Anyone who runs into this shameless kid is the one in real trouble. This kid brings disaster wherever he goes. Leaving the office, Yi Bai applied for a private space at the Wolf's Den reception. Lone Star Wolf, S-level confidentiality. The staff member explained, you can conduct combat tests, practice skills, and forge equipment in there. He overheard faint whispers behind him. A 9th rank warrior, Lone Star Wolf. Did I see that right? He's the junior Xue Meng has high hopes for. Maybe he accomplished something significant. There have been precedents. True, the reputation of a Lone Star Wolf at the warrior rank is greater than their actual strength. Only when he becomes a warlord will his true potential show. Wow, he took so much food. Can he eat it all by himself? Yi Bai thought to himself, first, repair the nightmare wind, then check out the skill books from Wuhan. Xue Meng's final reminder made him more vigilant. If the 7th floor was contaminated by a demon god, achieving 100 exploration would be challenging. Given the chance to clear it with an SSS rating, Yi Bai wouldn't miss it. He needed to be fully prepared before setting out. Let's get started. Yi Bai looked at the eager nightmare wind and tossed in the hellhound skull. In an instant, the nightmare wind devoured the skull and even let out a burp. Burp tastes like chicken, nice and crunchy. After devouring the skull, the nightmare wind let out a satisfied burp. Seeing this, Yi Bai unhesitatingly tossed in the large bone stick he had just bought. This time, the nightmare wind consumed it even faster, accompanied by a chilling grinding sound, and the bone vanished without a trace. After consuming 2 pieces of SS-grade material, the durability of the nightmare wind had noticeably increased. Yi Bai's eyes focused on the information that appeared before him. Equipment, Nightmare Wind LV.21. Grade, SSS. Durability, 0.201. Attributes, Agility 201, Strength 200, Constitution 200. Physical Magical Defense, 201. Special Effects, I'm broken, please fix me. I really miss being in perfect condition. 3 Elements Mastery. Choose any 3 elemental types, all spell effects too. Hellhound Shadow. Summon a LV.20 Hellhound Shadow to fight for you. Once defeated, it needs 24 hours to recover before it can be summoned again. Yi Bai frowned, quickly calculating. 2 bones only increase the durability by 0.2. A Hellhound Emperor could provide 72 bones, which means 7.2 durability. To fully repair the Nightmare Wind, it would require nearly 14 Hellhound Emperors. His face darkened, clearly underestimating the Nightmare Wind's insatiable hunger. However, from the 3 Elements Mastery and Hellhound Shadow effects, it seemed that different materials might trigger chain reactions, enhancing the corresponding special effects. Yi Bai began to strategize. After using all the Hellhound Emperor bones, he would need to find other suitable SS-grade materials. To maximize the combat potential of the Nightmare Wind, the variety of materials used in the repair process was crucial. He set the 3 Elements Mastery to Wind, Fire, and Lightning. Although it only provided a 2 boost, it was still beneficial. Once all the Hellhound Emperor bones were used, this percentage should increase. Thinking about the 60 million gold coins he still owed, Yi Bai felt a headache coming on but quickly put this worry aside. Yi Bai fastened his cloak and with a thought, summoned Hellhound Shadow. In an instant, a ferocious dog, half as tall as a person, leaped out from the shadows, baring its teeth menacingly. Yi Bai joked, hey there, little cutie. Tastes like chicken, crunchy and delicious. Monster, Juvenile Hellhound LV.20. HP, 45,000. MP, 30,000. Physical Defense, 380. Magical Defense, 400. Skills, Ferocious Roar, Guard Dog. In terms of combat power, this shadow could easily sweep through 6th-tier soldiers. Although it wasn't much for Yi Bai now, considering it was nurtured with just 2 bones, its potential was undeniable. Once all the bones were gathered, it might not reach the war god level, but it could at least rival a war king. Yi Bai nodded in satisfaction, feeling more secure. He softly commanded, "Return." The hellhound immediately turned into a shadow and merged back into the nightmare wind. As long as it wasn't killed, it could exist indefinitely, and even if defeated, it could be summoned again after 24 hours. Putting aside the matter of the nightmare wind, Yi Bai began to study the 5 skill books gifted by Wuhan. Seeing that 4 of them required a minimum level of 200 to learn, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was only now that he understood why Wuhan had given him all 5 at once. However, Yi Bai quickly adjusted his mindset. The higher the level requirement, the stronger the skill. Since he planned to exploit the Heavenly King's sword to its fullest, these 5 skill books would eventually be his. Yi Bai carefully read the only skill book he could currently learn, Wuhan Water Severing Slash. The skill book also included a background story. At level 50, I comprehended a sword technique that could slay a war king. Yi Bai silently praised his brother's boldness and decided to remember this phrase for future use. He was already planning that in a few decades, he would also leave behind a skill book with the inscription, Shura Lightning Arrow. At level 1, I comprehended an arrow that could slay gods and demons. Yi Bai placed the skill book on his palm, and a white light flashed as he successfully learned the Water Severing Slash skill. Water Severing Slash. Draw your sword at lightning speed to slash the opponent, dealing 2001.5 physical attack physical damage. Targets hit by Water Severing Slash cannot recover HP for 5 seconds. Cost? None. Cooldown? 5 seconds. The skill description was concise and clear. Water Severing Slash mainly had 2 effects, high damage and healing immunity. Yi Bai marveled at the power of this skill, especially the healing immunity effect, which was practically a godsend. However, one thing puzzled Yi Bai. Apart from the healing immunity, the damage of Water Severing Slash wasn't particularly high. But his brother had claimed this sword could slay a war king. Was he exaggerating? Given Yi Bai's understanding of Wuhan, that seemed unlikely. He speculated that the Water Severing Slash might synergize with his brother's innate talents, unleashing such terrifying power that it could indeed slay a war king. After putting the remaining skill books away, Yi Bai tried releasing the Water Severing stream a few more times and felt quite satisfied. The sword energy was as thin as silk, drawing beautiful arcs in the air, as if it could truly cut through water. He was secretly delighted his second brother probably hadn't taught this move to anyone else. Great, from today onward, I am the master of the Water Severing stream. Yi Bai gripped the Heavenly King's sword tightly, feeling invincible. I, Shura, am not targeting anyone specifically. I'm just saying that all the demon gods present are trash. However, he quickly thought of Xue Ming. If Xue Ming saw the Heavenly King's sword, it might cause the middle-aged man's blood pressure to spike. To safeguard the health of the middle-aged and elderly, Yi Bai decided to keep a low profile and carefully put the sword away. Leaving room SS-002, Yi Bai went to the front desk. Dai Ming recognized him instantly and proactively asked, "Anything else?" To prevent Yi Bai from haggling again, she quickly added, "Xue Ming has instructed that you can't charge anything to his account anymore. Do I look like that kind of person?" Yi Bai felt quite indignant, thinking that they were underestimating him. He said seriously, "I just wanted to ask if there are any special promotions for achieving an SSS rating in Shura." Dai Ming was taken aback for a moment, thinking this guy was still hung up on getting freebies. She quickly did some mental calculations and then said, "Achieving an SSS rating once in a day gets you 20 off all purchases. Twice, 50 off. 3 times, 90 off. 4 times, everything is free." She then wrote these terms on a small blackboard and hung it in a prominent place at the front desk. "Thanks, I got it." Yi Bai calculated in his mind. Given the 6 hours today, he could achieve an SSS rating at most twice, which meant only a 50 discount on food. Not worth it. Why spend money when you can get it for free? He had just extorted 5,000 portions of food from Xue Ming, enough to feed the miners for a few days. He decided to come back for supplies once he was confident he could achieve at least 3 SSS ratings. After bidding farewell to Dai Ming, Yi Bai walked out of the combat assessment hall and onto the street. He summoned the Eternal Core Crystal and placed his palm on it, feeling a slight chill. "Please select a floor." The 7th floor. A white light engulfed Yi Bai, and a familiar chime echoed in his ears, wishing you a swift clearance of the Eternal Tower. The Tower of Eternity, 7th level. The frigid cliff. The piercing cold wind cut through the air like blades, mercilessly attacking every inch of exposed skin. As Yi Bai was about to step into the 7th level, several figures cloaked in black had already gathered at the cliff's edge, standing in a tense standoff. "We shouldn't be meeting like this. It's too dangerous." A processed voice broke the silence, sounding as if dozens of people, men, women, young, and old, were speaking simultaneously, like a bizarre chorus. Even the weakest among them were at the rank of Battle King, who under normal circumstances would never appear on such a low level. Moreover, the Tower of Eternity was guarded by Xiaoyao, and trying to pull any tricks under his watch was akin to courting death. He began his seclusion yesterday. The strongest figure among them revealed a shocking piece of news, instantly making everyone present breathe a sigh of relief. It was well known that once Xiaoyao went into seclusion, he wouldn't show himself easily. It could last as short as 7 days, or as long as several years. Even when the war god faced a life-or-death crisis, Xiaoyao had once ignored it. Such confidential information was supposed to be highly classified, indicating that the one who spoke earlier held a significant position among the humans. Is he attempting to reach the final level again? A trembling voice cautiously asked, filled with fear. Upon receiving a confirmation, the person hastily announced, "The 12th demon god faction is withdrawing from this operation. It's too dangerous. My master, the 8th demon god, is not interested. Farewell." Several figures vanished instantly, as if they had never been there. They were all mid to high-level members of various demonic cults, like rats hiding in the shadows. Since the appearance of Shura, their living space had been shrinking, with the 4th demon cult being completely eradicated and its leader missing. They knew well that on Shura's path to ascension, there was no room for compromise between humans and demons. The conflict would only escalate, potentially causing the fall of war god-level powerhouses. And the first to be eliminated would be these lackeys of the demonic cults. The tide had turned, and many members of the demonic cults fled to the abyssal plane, never to return to Blue Star. Those who remained mostly had other tasks or harbored delusions of evading capture. Only 4 figures remained on the frigid cliff: the convener, 2 war gods, and a battle king. "Since he's in seclusion, we can talk a bit more," one person spoke up. "Make it quick. I only have 3 minutes," another urged. "You're the leader of the first demon cult, right? Do you need any more people?" "I have experience as a cult leader, am optimistic, hardworking, and, most importantly, I've always had good luck," the battle king suddenly interjected, sounding out of place. The convener in the center spoke again. "Who I am is irrelevant to you. All you need to know is that I have a weakness of Shura's that can stop him at the 7th level." The 3 immediately showed interest. "Tell us your plan. If it's feasible, my master is willing to provide some resources. You all know that Shura once killed the cave serpent in 0.01 seconds, which indicates he has extremely high burst power," the convener explained. "That's correct, continue. I need each of your demon gods to contribute some of their essence to create a monster that will replace the 7th level's boss. If the plan succeeds, Shura will have no chance of clearing it." The convener revealed detailed information in his palm and distributed it to the 3. They were all powerful and experienced, needing only a glance to understand the depth of the plan. A 2-phase boss, interesting. The first phase is immune to physical damage and only takes magic damage. After being killed, it enters the second phase, immune to magic damage and only takes physical damage. They nodded, satisfied with the information. Agreed. Even if Shura has thought about training in close combat, there's no way he can solo this boss in such a short time. Plus, the second phase has high health regeneration, so we have a good chance of stopping him. Indeed, even at level 200, I wouldn't confidently say I could defeat this boss. Are you sure the first demon cult isn't hiring a leader? And what about you two? I'm experienced in bankruptcy reorganization and excel at leading demonic cults to rise again. The Battle King interjected again. The originally serious conspiracy discussion became bizarre due to this joker's frequent interruptions. The 3 war gods tacitly chose to ignore him and continued discussing their plan against Shura. "I have one more question," one of them spoke up. A shadowy war god spoke, his voice deep and filled with authority. He acknowledged the boss's strength, but then posed a critical question. "What if we send our strongest to eliminate it directly?" The war god recalled events from a few days ago. A Minotaur warrior had broken into the first layer, significantly weakened by severe injuries. The humans underestimated it, treating it as easy prey for the Shura. Indeed, the Shura effortlessly dispatched it and gained substantial rewards. However, this time was entirely different. The war god's tone grew solemn. "They've created monsters using the essence of demon gods. On paper, they're only level 60, but their true combat power rivals that of a war king." He analyzed that in this scenario, humans would inevitably send their strongest to ruthlessly kill the threat, inadvertently clearing the path for the Shura. The host spoke slowly, revealing the essence of their plan. He explained that by leveraging the eternal rules of the 7th layer, they had created a level 60 boss with a special attribute. All is illusion, any being above level 60 couldn't harm it. This attribute required the combined essences of several demon gods. The crowd was stunned. Even the usually active war king fell silent, thinking, could the eternal rules really be exploited to such an extent? Is this person a subordinate of that one? No one dared voice these questions, merely speculating in their minds. If anyone understood the eternal rules best, it was undoubtedly the human supreme, Xiaoyao. For a demon cult leader to know precisely when Xiaoyao was in seclusion and be so familiar with the eternal rules was truly thought-provoking. Suddenly, Eerie laughter broke the silence. Amid this standard villainous laugh, the four quickly reached an agreement. The first demon god would contribute 3 strands of essence. The third demon god would provide 2 strands, but demanded to share the method of creating the monster. The sixth demon god offered 1 strand of essence and a pair of war god-level demon eyes, under the same condition. When it came to the fourth demon god, the other three's eyes turned to the speaker, surprise flashing in their eyes. Lien isn't dead, they thought. Rumor had it that the oldest and mightiest creature in the shadows attacked, and he still survived? Xiao, indifferent to the other's gazes, calculated to himself. Let's see how much stock I have left, he excitedly announced. The fourth demon god, 12 strands of essence. I'm all in. I've always had good luck. I bet I can stop the Shura this time. The host was inwardly ecstatic. 18 strands of demon god essence, plus a pair of war god-level demon eyes far exceeded expectations. This meant the final boss's power would significantly increase, possibly even gaining a third form. He calculated privately, now having a tenfold confidence in stopping the Shura. Shura, you won't pass tonight. With a gust of wind, the 4 figures vanished instantly. Meanwhile, in a cave beneath the frozen cliff, a terrifying monster was growing rapidly in the shadows, its power continually rising. The scene shifted to outside the frozen village, where a flash of white light revealed Yi by standing in the snow. In front of him was a bustling crowd, as dense as a marketplace. Yi Bai was puzzled. Why is it so lively today? The 7th layer of the Eternal Tower isn't a solo dungeon and isn't very difficult, but it's usually sparsely populated. Those who can pass layers 36 rarely get stuck here. Even if they encounter difficulties, they can pay someone to help them through, sacrificing exploration points for a low score clear to move on. The real challenges are often in solo dungeons, where countless people get stuck. Currently, besides the Shura, hardly any newly awakened students can pass the first 6 layers. The 7th layer should be a time of transition, with few people around. As Yi Bai pondered, he heard a shout nearby. Latest prophecy, latest prophecy. The demon god's boss is hidden beneath the frozen cliff. Demon god, boss? Yi Bai seemed to understand, a smile curling at his lips. These guys still haven't given up? He muttered to himself. Why can't they just wait at home to die, instead of coming out to get themselves killed? Yi Bai grinned widely, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Let's see what goodies they're planning to send my way this time. The Eternal Tower, 7th floor. In the frigid village, Yi Bai stood amidst the bustling crowd, his eyes scanning the annotations floating above everyone's heads. Scarlet Blade, Ironblood Warrior, level 60 cap, Starry Light, Holy Word, level 60 cap. Everyone had one thing in common, level 60. Yi Bai furrowed his brows, puzzled. Why limit the level to 60? He carefully weaved through the crowd, eyes and ears alert, gathering as much information as he could. Before long, the truth surfaced. It turned out that the demons had created a special boss, protected by eternal rules, rendering anyone above level 60 powerless against it. Yi Bai almost laughed out loud. Was this to prevent anyone from stealing his boss? How considerate. He quickly realized the complexity of the situation. If the boss was too powerful, the top human warriors could have easily taken it down. But with this rule in place, things got tricky. Sealing the boss would prevent the Azura from achieving an SSS level clear, or even an SS level 1. However, defeating the boss with just the Azura's strength seemed nearly impossible to outsiders. Yi Bai looked around, observing the large number of level 60 players, and guessed the human response strategy. Players below level 200 could use a level restrictor to temporarily cap their level at 60, meeting the requirements to kill the boss. These people were elite students from top universities, gathered to take down the boss. Among the crowd, Yi Bai spotted a few familiar faces. Zuolingxia, Fengdong, and Feat were heading out of the village together. Familiar faces, better keep my distance, Yi Bai thought, deciding to find another way to gather information. In teen mode, the conversation between Zuolingxia and the others automatically generated subtitles, displayed in front of Yi Bai. Zuolingxia, it's a pity Xiaoping went to the Abyss Plane. If she were here, she could be our main damage dealer. Feng Dong casually replied. What's there to be afraid of? I'll carry you all. Feat teased. Aren't you worried about failing your courses? You're here to earn extra credits. Feng Dong retorted. Look at you. No sense of duty. When it's time to fight, do I need someone to hold a knife to my neck? He paused, his tone suddenly serious. Big guy. You probably don't know the mortality rate of the strongest generation. Back then, only one person from Nightmare's class survived. Yi Bai was startled and quickly turned off the eavesdropping function, scolding himself. How could I eavesdrop on others' conversations? But deep down, he was very curious about what Feng Dong had mentioned. The mortality rate of Nightmare's classmates? This was the first time Yi Bai had heard of it. He wrote this down in his palm and focused on it, revealing 4 options. Elementary school, middle school, high school, university. Yi Bai chose each option, and the results shocked him. For every stage, the answer was 100. He fell into deep thought, quickly realizing something was wrong. Wasn't Shadow 9 the childhood friend of Nightmare, always by his side? If the mortality rate of Nightmare's classmates was 100, then what about Shadow 9? Yi Bai hastily wrote another line. What about Ju Yi? The answer made his heart sink. He, barely alive. This topic was too heavy. Yi Bai shook his head, deciding not to delve further. Everyone had their secrets. Azura contributed to humanity, and Shadow 9 protected Azura. This was a mutually acknowledged fact, with no debts owed. The secrets carried by Jiu Yi were not something the current Yi Bai could touch. Soon, Yi Bai learned two more shocking statistics from the inside eye. During the strongest time at Wuhan University, the mortality rate of classmates was 64. For Xiaoyao, it was 43. These staggering numbers made Yi Bai think about his own situation. What about Azura? Based on past experiences, getting close to the strongest seeds meant losing half your life. Shadow 9 had once said that the strongest always appeared in the most dangerous places. And those who chose to follow the strongest also put their lives at risk. Clearly, the mortality rate was no secret in top universities. Even Feng Dong could casually mention it, meaning it was common knowledge. Yi Bai's heart grew heavier. Despite this, Feng Dong and others still tried to lower their credits, risking failure, just to be classmates with future strongest warriors. No matter how great the risk, even if they knew exactly how high it was. Don't get close to the strongest, or you'll become unfortunate? Yi Bai muttered to himself, grabbing a handful of snow to wash his face, trying to perk up. Feeling the pressure. Time to kill a boss to blow off some steam. In the snowstorm, a figure swiftly moved past, unnoticed by anyone. After all, there were too many lone wolves like him. Once the war god of prophecy obtained the boss information, the Defense Bureau quickly formulated a strategy. Top universities were notified. All students below level 200, prepare for battle. Free level 60 limiters are being distributed. Players are invited to participate in a boss raid on the 7th floor of the Eternal Tower, with corresponding credits awarded based on performance. The announcement caused an immediate uproar among players. Most of them eagerly abandoned their previous plans, rushed to grab the level limiters, and headed straight for the Frost Village. Yi Bai stood at the village entrance, observing the bustling scene. The once desolate Frost Village was now teeming with life, with players coming and going, preparing for the upcoming boss battle. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, as if they could already see the hope of achieving an SSS rating. Yi Bai's actions seemed ordinary among the throngs of enthusiastic players. He was just one of many participants. On the frost cliff, the wind howled. Feng Dong, holding his staff, finished a long incantation. In an instant, thousands of wind elemental spirits materialized before him and dispersed, searching the vast frost cliff for any trace of the boss. Here, the latest mana potion, Zuolingxia handed over a bottle. Feng Dong took a swig, his face immediately contorting in disgust. Bitter. So bitter. Bitter? The monkeys we tested it on didn't mention that, Zuolingxia said, puzzled. Nearby, Feet pressed his ear against the stone wall, eyes closed, forehead beaded with sweat. I can hear. A terrifying heartbeat, he said, his face pale and voice trembling. Just the sound of it is almost unbearable. At that moment, Feng Dong suddenly shouted excitedly, found it. He raised his staff, flight spell, fly. The three of them sped towards the cave where the boss was located, propelled by the spell. Inside the cave, a fierce battle was underway. Hundreds of players were attacking a grotesque, gigantic monster. Each of the boss's attacks severely injured many, but the human players worked seamlessly together. Warriors held the front line, priests continuously healed, mages cast buffs, and ranged classes dealt damage. Even as a makeshift team, they demonstrated impressive combat skills. Yi Bai appeared at the cave entrance. Activating his inside eye, he easily pinpointed the boss's location. A decoy. He murmured to himself, it's a good one. Spawned from the final boss, even if killed, it will quickly revive. The hidden final boss must be slain for it to die permanently. His gaze shifted to a corner of the cave where a secret passage lay hidden. The real boss is in there, he thought. This decoy is just a distraction to draw fire. Seizing the moment while everyone was focused on the decoy boss, Yi Bai moved stealthily towards the corner. He occasionally cast wind blades and other spells to attack the boss, avoiding suspicion. As he neared the hidden passage, he vanished from sight. A sudden flare of light illuminated the dark passage, then quickly extinguished. Why light a fire? Can't see? Night vision mode. Activate, Yi Bai whispered. He advanced through the pitch-black tunnel, the sound of a strong, rhythmic heartbeat growing louder. Thump thump. The powerful heartbeat echoed through the narrow passage, and Yi Bai knew he was getting closer to the real boss. In the cave, Yi Bai advanced slowly. The massive sound of a heartbeat echoed through the narrow passage, creating an enormous sense of pressure, as if submerged thousands of meters underwater, suffocating. Each step he took was accompanied by a heavy thump, and as he moved forward, he vigilantly checked his own condition. He was fully prepared, with the anti-magic disc and the scroll of forbidden spells ready. The Heavenly King's sword hung diagonally at his waist, cleverly concealed by his cloak, while the power of nature was gripped in his left hand. Although casting spells with either hand made no difference, Yibai preferred to draw his sword with his right hand. He mused to himself, men always have their little preferences. It's hard to be completely impartial. With everything set, Yibai glanced at the distance indicator in the lower right corner. Only 1142 meters to the final boss. To be cautious, he immediately activated the forbidden spell Eternal Flame, stored in the scroll of forbidden spells. 16 heart lamps instantly merged into his body, forming a barrier that could withstand lethal damage. As long as the heart lamps remained lit, Yibai would remain standing. Time was of the essence, and Yibai decided to pick up the pace. The boss must have sensed his approach, but was likely preoccupied during its growth phase. Yibai swiftly cast a fireball spell. A scorching fireball shot out from the tip of the power of nature. Simultaneously, the flame rule beneath his feet glowed red, activating the dance with fire skill. Yibai leaped into the flames, his movements unceasing, and immediately followed up with wind slash. The last short distance vanished in an instant, and Yibai burst through an earthen wall, charging into the boss's lair. As soon as he entered, a deafening roar reverberated, making his eardrums ache. The true form of the boss finally appeared before Yibai. A massive ice dragon skeleton, completely encased in ice, with large ice blocks embedded in the stone walls. The entire frozen cliff was built upon these ice blocks. This ice dragon should have been the original boss of this level, but it was now dead. Outside the ice block, a massive, chaotic, and evil aura was frantically absorbing power, trying to grow stronger. The system prompt displayed, Ice Dragon Soul, LV60, immune to physical damage. Yibai raised an eyebrow, thinking, could there be a trap in such a good deal? The enemy couldn't be that foolish. After defeating the Ice Dragon Soul, there was likely a second form. Better to finish it quickly and stack buffs, Yibai muttered to himself. With a light tap of his staff, familiar heavenly lightning struck down. With a thunderous crash, red lightning struck the Ice Dragon Soul, scorching it inside and out, and it disintegrated into nothingness. Yibai remained fully alert, closely monitoring everything around him, not missing a single detail. He had never encountered a boss with multiple forms before and dared not be careless. Sure enough, just as the Ice Dragon Soul completely dissipated, the Ice Dragon corpse within the ice block suddenly opened its eyes wide. What the heck? It's turned into a zombie? Yibai exclaimed, wondering if he had picked up the wrong script and ended up in a tomb raiding story. Could a dragon become a zombie? Inside the transparent ice block, the ice dragon's eyes were wide open, its vertical pupils staring intently at Yibai, motionless. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme as man and dead dragon faced off through the ice. Meanwhile, the scene in the boss's lair was being projected to several individuals. These were members of the demonic cult who had conspired to create the boss, now closely watching the unfolding battle. The moment Yibai appeared, all four held their breath, recognizing a certain possibility. Azura is here. One voice said with a hint of admiration, I didn't expect Azura to be the first to find the boss. Don't underestimate our strongest seed. Another person agreed. Our clan? With all the crimes we've committed, do we even deserve to be called people? It was clear that there was no harmony among them. However, one person's attitude remained unchanged. Don't you guys ever recruit? If the leader's position is unavailable, how about considering me for the deputy leader? This person, as persistent as a sticky candy, paid no attention to the battle and instead kept promoting himself. If any of your leaders die, remember to contact me. Shut up. The host finally snapped. If you keep babbling, I'll shut down this projection right now. He recalled how Lian can used to be steady, cunning, and sinister, but now seemed completely different, reckless and unreliable. It seemed Lian can had paid a heavy price to escape pursuit. After being reprimanded, Lian can fell silent. Look, Azura is making a move. On the projection, Azura's heavenly lightning instantly obliterated the Ice Dragon Soul, leaving nothing behind. 3 war gods and 1 war king fell into a deathly silence. Hiss, someone took a sharp intake of breath. This guy is terrifying. He must not be left alive. If you've got the guts, I'll sponsor you with 100 war god merits. Go kill Azura, and I'll burn incense for you every year. Setting aside whether we even know Azura's true identity. With that old monster from the shadow side by his side, unless a demon god intervenes, who can kill him? The atmosphere became tense. Xiao Xiaola, the weakest among them but with the best mindset, said, if I knew Azura's true identity, the first thing I'd do is stay as far away as possible. Why provoke such an existence? Are you tired of living? Or have you forgotten the saying, those close to the strongest always face calamity? The host stepped forward, a confident smile on his face. He scanned the room and spoke steadily. Everyone, stay calm and watch closely. We've long considered the massive burst damage from Shura. Do you think we wouldn't have a countermeasure? Look at the ice walls. All eyes turned to the surrounding ice walls, filled with curiosity. Someone couldn't help but ask, what's special about them? The host's lips curled in a slight smile, tinged with pride as he explained. These ice walls were created using the eternal rule and are linked to the ice dragon's soul. To prevent any inside leaks, I didn't mention one thing earlier. He paused before continuing. These ice walls have a health of only 100 and are immune to magical damage. As for physical defense, it's 20 of the damage absorbed by the ice dragon's soul. In other words, the higher the damage Shura deals to the ice dragon's soul, the stronger the defense of the ice walls. Shura's own damage becomes his obstacle to progress. The host's eyes gleamed with a sense of triumph, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. He confidently declared, defeating the second form of the boss? No way. Surrounded by these highly defensive ice walls, Shura could be trapped on the 7th floor indefinitely. Unless the supreme expert Xiaoyao intervenes, no one can break these ice walls. Given Shura's previous damage, the physical defense of these walls is undoubtedly in the billions, maybe even tens of billions. Brilliant. Several people clapped their hands in admiration for the clever design. One praised, well hidden. Even we were fooled, let alone Shura. Another agreed, even I would find it tricky to deal with these ice walls. Well done. Just as everyone was reveling in the joy of victory, Xiao Shaola suddenly spoke. A hint of disdain in his voice. Heh, I just remembered something, the legendary Tianwang sword, said to have an attack that ignores all defenses. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Someone shouted. The Tianwang sword was taken by the supreme expert Wu Hin. That's a fact. The host also chuckled. Even if the Tianwang sword is in the eternal forest, Xue Ming couldn't take it when he entered. Why would Shura, a mage, taking the Tianwang sword? What a joke. However, before the laughter died down, the projection's image left everyone dumbfounded. Shura pulled out a bronze sword from his robe and casually struck the ice wall. The wall, with its incredibly high physical defense, shattered like ordinary ice with a single crack. The worldview of everyone present seemed to collapse at that moment. The Tianwang sword. Someone exclaimed in shock. How does Shura have the Tianwang sword? A mage. How could he gain its recognition? The entire room felt like it was spinning out of control, as if the world had gone mad. Suddenly, two of the war gods turned their fury towards the host, almost shouting in unison. You said you designed the ice walls to prevent any insiders from knowing. You're the traitor, aren't you? In the ice dragon's cave, the projection suddenly changed, causing the audience to gasp. When Xiao Luo drew the Tianwang sword, a spectator abruptly stood up, exclaimed, "It's all in vain. Don't bother watching," and hurriedly left, leaving his stunned companions behind. The remaining audience members exchanged glances, their eyes filled with frustration. One muttered to himself, "We should have known. The existence of a supreme seed is beyond our comprehension." His voice was laden with regret and helplessness. The host, unwilling to give up, stubbornly argued, even if Xiao Luo has the Tianwang sword, it doesn't mean he can solo the Icebone Dragon. Wake up. His words carried a faint trace of unrealistic hope. Xiao Xiaolu, however, was the most excited person in the room. He sneered and said, if he has the Tianwang sword, he must have learned some physical skills. Xiao Luo is meticulous. There's no way he'd just use normal attacks with a divine weapon. Maybe even the one from the Abyss Realm is willing to teach him. Mentioning the one from the Abyss Realm, the supreme warrior Wu Hin instantly made the atmosphere in the room tense. Members of the demonic cult rarely mention the names of the supreme warriors, not even their eternal IDs. The three supreme warriors were like mountains pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. Xiao Shaola continued disdainfully, what a trash Icebone Dragon. If you ask me, you just created an experienced baby. He turned to the host, angrily demanding, refund? Is this what we deserve? The host finally lost his temper and shouted, shut up. The room fell into dead silence as the three of them turned their attention back to the projection, each with their own thoughts, waiting for Xiao Luo's next move. The scene shifted, showing Yi Bai effortlessly breaking the ice and facing the Icebone Dragon's second form. The system prompt sounded, current form only takes physical damage, ignores magical damage. HP, 50 million. Yi Bai chuckled, playing polar opposites, huh? He waved his cloak, summoning the shadow of the Hellhound. Go, test the enemy's strength, Yi Bai commanded, deciding to probe the situation first. Though the Hellhound was only level 20, it showed no fear facing the level 60 Icebone Dragon. Before charging, it glanced back at Yi Bai, its eyes seemingly saying, when it comes to being a dog, you excel. However, the Hellhound was instantly killed upon contact with the Icebone Dragon, turning into shadows that flew back into Yi Bai's cloak. Despite losing a valuable ally, Yi Bai remained unfazed. Enraged, the Icebone Dragon roared and swiped its massive ice claw at Yi Bai. Its lower half was embedded in the stone wall, merging with the cliff, leaving only its upper body free to fight. Yi Bai dodged nimbly and shouted, "Wind Fury! Water-severing slash!" The Tian Wong sword flashed, and 2 red numbers appeared above the Icebone Dragon, along with a healing prohibited prompt. The Icebone Dragon's HP slightly decreased, but more importantly, it lost its ability to recover. Without giving the Icebone Dragon a chance to react, Yi Bai followed up with Windstep Slash. He dashed to its side and struck fiercely. In just a second, Yi Bai dealt over 10,000 damage. The Icebone Dragon swung its bone claws wildly, trying to catch Yi Bai, but always missed by a hair. As a bone dragon, it gained formidable abilities but lost its dragon magic, making its attacks limited and clumsy, unable to even breathe fire. It could only awkwardly chase Yi Bai's agile figure. Originally, the Icebone Dragon was meant to face melee warriors who needed to sustain close-range attacks to kill it. If their output paused, the Icebone Dragon could instantly heal with its high regeneration. But it encountered Yi Bai, Master of Water Severing Slash, a move that completely halted its healing. The battle was fierce. Yi Bai outsmarted the Icebone Dragon, while it seemed to be fighting thin air. Yi Bai used Water Severing Slash to stop its healing and evaded attacks with Windstep Slash and other mobility skills. Even if hit occasionally, Yi Bai's high HP and undying resilience allowed him to recover quickly. Wind Fury, Water Severing Slash, Windstep Slash. Yi Bai transformed into a Wind Warrior, showcasing his skills. With Wind Fury stacking Water Severing Slash and Windstep Slash, along with basic attacks, Yi Bai's DPS reached hundreds of thousands per minute, racking up tens of millions in an hour. The Icebone Dragon only had 50 million HP, and each lost HP could not be restored. One side remained almost unscathed, while the other's life was steadily drained. The outcome was clear. It was only a matter of time. The scales of victory were slowly tipping in Yi Bai's favor. It was only a matter of time before he secured the final victory. Outside the cave, the top students from various schools were still fiercely battling the boss, the scene chaotic and intense. "This boss is damn tough. Kill it once and it revives again," one student shouted, sweat dripping down his forehead. "Come on, guys. Push harder, and drinks are on me at Wolf's Den tonight," another encouraged, swinging his weapon and charging at the boss once more. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the battlefield. "Who the hell cast a sleep spell? All the healers are knocked out," someone exclaimed, watching as their support strength dwindled instantly. Zuolingxia fought on the side, setting up a massive cannon and relentlessly bombarding the boss. Under the group's combined assault, the boss fell once again, but everyone knew it was only temporary. The battle had raged for over 4 hours, leaving everyone exhausted. Feng Dong and Feat withdrew from the fight to rest at the rear. Rubbing his sore shoulders, Feng Dong frowned and said, "Something's not right. I've never seen a boss like this, it just won't die. Indeed, there might be some condition we need to meet to kill it. We've already sent people to investigate," Feat responded quietly. The group began searching around the frozen cliff, hoping to find any overlooked clues. Suddenly, the usually silent Feat spoke up. "The sound. Something's off." "What sound is off?" Zuolingxia asked, her brow furrowed. "The heartbeat," Feat replied succinctly. He recalled the eerie heartbeat he had heard earlier against the rock wall. As a heavy-armored warrior who was attuned to the earth, this anomaly made him particularly wary. "Are you saying we're fighting the wrong boss?" Zuolingxia's eyes filled with concern. Feng Dong nodded in agreement. "That's a possibility. Big guy, listen for the sound again." Feat pressed his ear to the stone wall once more but quickly recoiled. "Cold," he exclaimed. "The wall is unusually cold. There might be some terrifying ice creature beneath." Zuolingxia made a swift decision. "I'll notify the others. Feat, you and Feng Dong keep searching. Find the source of that heartbeat." The three split up. Feat and Feng Dong cautiously explored and eventually stopped in front of an unremarkable rock wall. As Feat reached out, before he could even touch it, a powerful suction pulled both of them in. Shortly after, Zuolingxia arrived with reinforcements. "Feng Dong? Feat," she called out, but there was no trace of them in the cave. "Send a message," Zuolingxia ordered, but the response came back as a failure. "Search," she commanded resolutely. "Leave a small group to hold off that boss, and the rest of you find Feng Dong and Feat. They might have stumbled into the real boss's lair." Inside the Ice Dragon's lair, after more than 4 hours of intense battle, the boss's health was finally running low. Yi Bai seized the moment, unleashing 2 powerful slashes, Wind Fury and Water Sever, striking the Ice Dragon's last sliver of health precisely. With a thunderous roar, the Icebone Dragon let out a dying howl, causing the surrounding stone walls to crack. The entire cave shook violently as debris flew everywhere. Yi Bai, agile and nimble, leaped gracefully like a dragonfly skimming the water, deftly avoiding the falling rocks and quickly distancing himself from the icebone dragon. However, the battle was far from over. Yi Bai cautiously eyed the icebone dragon, thinking to himself, if it has a second form, who knows if it has a third? Sure enough, the icebone dragon's body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. The two dim soul fires flickering in its skull's eye sockets suddenly turned a sinister green, slowly drifting out of the skull and emitting a chilling, malevolent aura. This aura was filled with intense anger and a desire for destruction, striking fear into the heart. Yi Bai's eyebrows furrowed as a realization dawned on him. The fourth demon god, the god of extinction's wrath. The fourth demonic sex totem is a green torch, isn't it? He chuckled coldly. These guys are really going all out to stop me. Despite the dire situation, Yi Bai remained calm. He quickly assessed his own status. His 10 heart lamps were still burning brightly, and the guardian angel buff was still active, keeping him safe for the time being. As for the boss's third form, Yi Bai decided to see it for himself before making any decisions. Meanwhile, in the projection space of the ice dragon's lair, the remaining 3 members of the demonic sect were anxiously observing the battle. Seeing the boss suddenly manifest a third form, one of them heaved a slight sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Good thing we invested more of the demon god's essence, or we would have lost terribly this time." However, the leader remained unusually silent. Xiao Xiaola, maintaining his usual optimism, even had the mood to joke, "Still stressed out, brother? It's not a big deal. Anyway, you don't have much time left." At that moment, the leader suddenly spoke, his voice trembling slightly, "I didn't set up a third form for the boss." "What?" The other two were stunned. "Say that again." The leader repeated mechanically, "I said, I didn't set up a third form for the boss." All 3 felt a sinking feeling in their hearts, simultaneously thinking of a terrifying possibility. Someone had tampered with the boss. To tamper with the boss under the war god's nose without being noticed until the last moment, only one person could do it. Yichangzhe Xiaoyao. "Didn't you say he was in seclusion?" The old man exclaimed, genuine fear in his voice. Xiao Xiaola sneered. "So it's you. You know the old man?" "I don't know you, but I know you're already a dead man." "Rip." Xiao Xiaola was the only one who could barely maintain his composure. "This was a fishing expedition, and you, my foolish friend, took the bait." The old man retorted defiantly, "Laugh at me all you want, Lian. But you're no better off, neither man nor ghost, just a useless wretch. If I was foolish enough to fall for it, weren't you also caught?" Xiao Xiaola snorted disdainfully, "You're too stupid to realize it. Let me spell it out for you. When we created the boss, you used the demon god's essence, right? So what? You did too, and you used the most," the old man countered. "Idiot. Things have changed. That essence isn't a protective charm anymore. It's a death warrant." Xiao Xiaola revealed the truth. The old man suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. If the demon god's essence fell into the hands of Qiangzhe, he could use it to track down the traitors. Xiao Xiaola triumphantly opened a bottle of champagne. "I've always said, luck is on my side." "Sometimes, losing everything you have is a form of luck," the old man, still unwilling to concede, said. "Even if that's true, as long as no Qiangzhe intervenes, I can still escape to the abyssal plane." Xiao Xiaola mixed his champagne with a bottle of Sprite and downed it in one gulp, then asked, "Really? Have you ever faced the Shadow's blade?" Recalling that terrifying moment, his face paled slightly. "One strike, and not only were you nearly killed, but even Xue Ming almost died. The power was so immense, it erased your soul from existence." Xiao Xiaola continued, "If you don't believe me, try contacting the war god who left before, the leader of the third demonic sect, right? He should already be dead, his body not even cold." "Oh, I forgot. The creature in the shadow doesn't leave bodies." Finally, Xiao Xiaola concluded, "When creating the boss, 4 people contributed. The leaders of the first, third, sixth, and fourth sects. The leader of the third demon sect was the first to collapse, stepping into the end of his life." Xiao Xiaola watched coldly, thinking to himself how quickly this one had gone. He was probably already at the bridge of helplessness, waiting in line for Ming Po's soup. At that moment, the leader of the sixth demon sect tried to contact his fallen comrade, but was met with only silence. His face darkened instantly, realizing something was terribly wrong. "It's over. It's really over this time," the sixth demon sect leader said heavily. "To be honest, the Supreme One's plan wasn't that sophisticated. It's mainly because some people were too arrogant and dragged us all down." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at the leader of the first demon sect who was presiding over the meeting. Xiao Xiaola took over the conversation, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "I bet you think you're the Supreme One's favorite, hiding so well all these years, right? These words left the first demon sect leader stunned and speechless. Xiao Shaola sneered and continued to expose the truth. Fool. The Supreme One was known as a soul sorcerer before his rise. Later, he even apprenticed under a monster in the shadows. Their mastery in soul arts is extraordinary, deceiving countless people. There was a time when the demon sect was almost eradicated. You newcomers didn't even do your homework before getting involved? With just a few words, Xiao Shaola outlined the entire situation clearly. The true identity of the first demon sect leader was revealed. He had been manipulated by the Supreme One all along, living in a meticulously crafted illusion. Everything he thought he had achieved was part of a grand scheme. Under the Supreme One's control, he gathered the members of the demon sect, gained their trust with intel, collected the essence of the demon god, and created monsters to obstruct the Shura. On the surface, everything seemed to be going smoothly, but it was all a trap. Once the demon god's essence was obtained, they could trace back and root out all the traitors. In the end, Ingjia would strike, capturing everyone in one fell swoop. The sixth demon sect leader gritted his teeth and said bitterly, Lian Can, don't be so smug. Even if we die, you won't survive either. Before he could finish, a strange drumming sound suddenly echoed in his ears. The sound seemed to strike directly at his soul, shattering it instantly. The sixth demon sect leader's eyes glazed over, his entire being shrouded in the shadow of death. Starting from his legs, his body gradually turned to ash and scattered. The first demon sect leader met the same fate. Morning bell and evening drum. Xiao Shaola somehow produced a box of fireworks, scooped up a handful of ashes, and stuffed them inside before lighting them. Let me enlighten you. The Supreme One took the morning bell and evening drum from the eternal forest. Consider yourself lucky to hear the evening drum in this lifetime. You won't be so fortunate in the next. As the fireworks exploded overhead, the ashes of the two demon sect leaders scattered. Xiao Shaola watched the grand performance, bowed slightly and said, Thanks to the Supreme One for sparing me. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I won't be coming back to this eternal tower again. With that, he vanished from the spot. Back at the teacher's dormitory in training camp A of the Blue Star Summer Camp, Xiao Shaola poured himself a cup of cappuccino and walked to the window. With a faint smile still playing on his lips, he began to reflect on the recent, perilous events. The Supreme One had an agreement with the Abyss. Beings of the War God tier and above were not to intervene lightly. The earlier actions of those individuals had already offended him, and being killed by the evening drum was their just punishment. As for those below the War King tier, neither side's top powers could act. This agreement was meant to protect the growth of each race's geniuses, especially as the human race awaited the emergence of new supreme seeds. Now, this agreement had become Xiao Shaola's lifeline, the source of his audacity. No matter how recklessly I act, I won't die. Frustrating, isn't it? Xiao Shaola murmured as he gazed at the eternal forest shrouded in darkness, savoring his coffee. I told you. Lady Luck is very fond of me. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Shaola finally couldn't suppress his inner fear any longer. His entire body began to tremble violently. The coffee cup slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. The gaze of the Supreme One had once lingered on his shoulder, bringing him closer to death than ever before. He didn't know why he hadn't been killed, but that single glance had plunged him into endless terror, almost tearing his soul apart. It took him more than 10 minutes to barely calm down. Then, he quietly changed into a new pair of pants. In the Ice Dragon Cave, Yibai had just slain the Icebone Dragon when the boss suddenly entered its third phase. From the green soul fire, an eye revealed itself, and a beam of black light shot towards Yibai. In the blink of an eye, Yibai found himself unable to dodge, knowing this strike was certain death. Neither the undying flame nor the guardian angel could save him. At the moment Yibai resigned himself to his fate, a melodious chime echoed through the narrow cave. Yibai instantly remembered that this was the same bell he had heard in the eternal forest yesterday, which had delivered the heavenly king's sword into his hands. As the bell rang, a dark yellow shield appeared in front of Yibai, colliding with the black light. With a loud bang, the shield shook violently, cracks spreading across its surface, barely holding together. Yibai silently rejoiced. The vibration of the bell had been stored within the object and had saved him at the critical moment. Seeing its attack fail, the eye within the green flames did not pursue further but stared intently at Yibai through the shield. Though the eye did not speak, a voice echoed in Yibai's ears. I see you. Suddenly, a drumbeat sounded, the green flames rapidly shrinking, and the eye vanished within them. Yibai let out a long sigh of relief, sweat beading on his forehead, his body collapsing in exhaustion. Even under the protection of the supreme expert Xiaoyao, the pressure of facing the demon god nearly broke him. Need a change of pants? A teasing voice called out. Yibai smiled wryly and replied, Not quite there yet. He thought to himself, the demon god's oppressive presence far exceeded his expectations. Even within the eternal tower, with its double weakening effect. Just one glance nearly took his life. With the crisis averted, the boss's third form became unusually weak. Yi Bai easily defeated it with a single heavenly thunderstrike. After the kill, he glanced at the exploration percentage, surprised to see it had reached 100. Yi Bai knew someone must have assisted him behind the scenes. Normally, he would have had to complete numerous tedious tasks to achieve such a high exploration rate, but now, simply defeating the boss had completed everything. He was secretly pleased with this glitch exploit and thought, well done. Let's do this again next time. After nearly 5 hours of intense battle and a brief confrontation with the demon god, Yi Bai was both mentally and physically exhausted. He vaguely suspected he was caught up in some kind of scheme, likely involving Xiaoyao, and possibly even Juyi. But for now, completing today's task was his top priority. Yi Bai summoned the Eternal Core and pressed his palm against it. In the next second, all the humans venturing within the Eternal Tower heard the familiar announcement. Congratulations to player Azura for achieving an SSS rating on the 7th floor. 7 consecutive victories. Cheers erupted instantly. Despite having seen it many times before, an SSS rating still excited everyone. Amidst the jubilation, the Eternal Tower began to announce the rewards for this SSS rating. Player Azura cleared the 7th level with an SSS rank, instantly receiving 4 powerful buffs, each more impressive than the last. The Eternal Tower's human race buff, Will of 7, provided an all-around enhancement, a 43.96 increase in all attributes, far surpassing previous levels. Star of Tomorrow allowed humans to equip gear 7 levels higher than their current level, significantly boosting their strength. Triumphant Legion increased all gains by 7, seemingly small but encompassing everything. The most potent, Will of 7, enhanced the effect of the 7th spell or attack by 77.77, effectively granting a free attack. With these buffs, job advancement dungeons and solo instances were no longer a challenge. Yi Bai put away the buff descriptions and modestly remarked, "Not bad, let's keep it up." Before the personal rewards from the Eternal Tower were distributed, he quickly checked his loot. After defeating the 3rd phase boss, Yi Bai leveled up to 60, reaching the required level for his second job change. His attribute panel showed all 4 basic attributes exceeding 1,000, with intelligence nearing 2,000, a rarity among warriors. His nature's force equipment also advanced to the 3rd tier, not only enhancing various attributes, but also gaining a new trait, interchange of reality and illusion. This life-saving skill delighted Yi Bai, especially since he had just narrowly escaped death from the demon god's eye, making him more appreciative of survival skills. While waiting for the Eternal Tower rewards, Yi Bai returned to the Eternal Core City. At Wolf's Den, he noticed someone celebrating a fruitful day by treating others to drinks. Yi Bai grabbed 2 bottles and headed towards the office. Dai Ming caught up to remind him that only 1 bottle was free, but Yi Bai replied that the other bottle was for Xue Ming. By the time he reached the office door, Yi Bai had already finished both bottles. He turned around, handed the empty bottles to Dai Ming, who was still behind him, and confidently said, "Take care of these bottles, please." With that, he pushed the door open and walked in, leaving Dai Ming standing there with the 2 empty bottles, questioning her life choices. Yi Bai's words, "I'm getting one for Xue Ming," still echoed in her ears, leaving her both amused and exasperated. Wolf's Den, Xue Ming's office. Yi Bai pushed the door open and entered. Xue Ming looked up from his desk, his gaze passing over Yi Bai and towards the door, puzzled. Is someone treating people to drinks again outside? Yi Bai gently closed the door, his expression serious. "We need to talk business. Stop thinking about drinking all the time." He sat down across from Xue Ming and suddenly burped, yet remained composed. "I had a little chat with the 4th demon god before coming here. Just a quick introduction." Xue Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. "You managed to walk away alive from the 4th demon god? Sure has got some skills." He marveled. Impressive. Although the 4th demon god is known as the demon god of extinction and wrath, few know that its true form is a demonic eye. Even the god of war would die from just a glance. A demonic eye? Yi Bai's heart skipped a beat as he involuntarily thought of his awakened SS-level talent, the Eye of Insight. He quickly pieced things together. The night Shura appeared, human warriors destroyed the 4th demon sect's main altar, suffering heavy casualties. Based on his information, the humans shouldn't have had such power. Letting the 4th demon sect survive might have been a ploy to draw out the 4th demon god. Yi Bai realized that this appearance of the 4th demon god's projection was also part of a plan. Whatever the strongest individuals were plotting, their ultimate target was the 4th demon god, the demonic eye. Are they removing threats for me? Yi Bai wondered but felt that he had too few clues, and even the Eye of Insight couldn't provide more information. A new storm is brewing. Yi Bai sensed that he might face the 4th demon god's threat directly in the near future. He made up his mind. I need to get stronger, fast. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Xue Ming changed the topic. Did you know that the storylines for levels 3, 4, 5, and 6 of the Eternal Tower have been reset. The previous background stories are gone. Now, players even get help from miners before setting off, making it much easier with markers along the way. That's good, Yi Bai nodded. By the way, Zhao Lin and Lu Sueki should both be on the 3rd level today. The reduced difficulty is definitely a good thing for Zhao Lin. Xueming continued. Oh, and about that thing you said about water being the source of life. A player accidentally discovered that the pure water brought from the 3rd level has turned into the source of life. It has incredibly powerful healing effects, and the news has spread like wildfire. What did you say? Yi Bai snapped back to attention. The pure water turned into the source of life? So that's what that phrase meant. Xueming repeated himself and added, unfortunately, it has to be water taken out before yesterday. Today's mines don't have such luck. After the news spread, there's about 5 liters of source of life on the market, and the entire human race probably doesn't have more than 10 liters. No one would have kept such a thing otherwise. He counted on his fingers. 1 milliliter is 20 drops. 1 liter is 20,000 drops. So 200,000 drops of source of life. It's a great resource, but too scarce. Xueming sighed. Compared to the entire human race, 200,000 is a tiny number. This miraculous healing substance is, of course, the more, the better. After nearly a century of bloodshed, countless humans have been disabled or forced to retire due to injuries. There's even a dedicated department for re-employment services for these people. Some injuries are so severe that even a god of war level priest struggles to handle them. Although they can save lives and ensure a comfortable living, the combat effectiveness is greatly reduced, leaving no chance to return to the battlefield. The source of life, however, perfectly solves this problem. It can heal hidden injuries, remove abyssal corruption, and regenerate flesh. It's the ultimate medicine for adventurers and warriors. Yi Bai casually remarked, oh, the source of life? I think I have about 15 liters of it. Not much really. What? Xueming stood up abruptly, his eyes turning red with excitement, like a hungry wolf spotting prey. Kid, name your price. We'll take it all at Wolf's Denver. Xueming passionately explained, the source of life, 1 drop, can completely heal injuries for anyone below level 200. 5 drops can cure a general's chronic illness. 100 drops can create a new human warlord. Besides healing the older generation's ailments, the source of life is a crucial asset in battle. Imagine a human warlord fighting a demonic warlord, both exhausted. The human warlord pulls out a bottle of source of life, fully heals and counterattacks. This stuff's value far surpasses ordinary healing items. Yi Bai thought for a moment. The source of life was indeed powerful, and he couldn't possibly consume that much on his own. How about selling it for 60 million gold coins first? I need to pay off my debts. The latest price for the source of life is 200,000 gold coins per drop. Xueming placed the transaction records of the secret market in front of Yi Bai, pointing to the figures, and said, that's equivalent to 200 million dragon coins, which is already a pretty high price. Yi Bai examined the records carefully. Xueming continued to explain, generally, for anyone below level 200, even if you hire a battle king for treatment, it won't cost this much. But to heal a battle king, at least 100 drops are needed, which means 20 million gold coins or 2 billion dragon coins. For more severe injuries, using 300 to 500 drops is not uncommon. Xueming's words made Yi Bai realize the rarity of the source of life. Even a peak battle king might not have enough cash on hand. Ordinary battle kings wanting to use the source of life for treatment might have to bankrupt themselves. But even so, they would be willing because before the source of life appeared, they didn't even have this slim hope. Xueming decisively proposed, we'll buy it at 250,000 gold coins per drop. Sell us as much as you're willing to. Yi Bai quickly did the math and realized that selling just 240 drops would clear his debt to the Hellhound. He immediately decided, 240 drops, 12 milliliters, deal? Yi Bai carefully handed the small vial containing the source of life to Xueming. The latter took it and immediately opened a screen displaying information about several abyssal creatures that could produce SS-grade materials. Tianyun Tiger, God of War level, Xueming introduced, his voice slightly hoarse with excitement. Take a look and tell me what you need, and I'll arrange for someone to hunt them down immediately. Yi Bai understood that this was a win-win deal. The Azura needed SS-grade materials, and the humans needed the source of life, with no harm to either side. He decisively said, I'll take them all. He then ordered 15 different types of abyssal creature materials in one go. If these aren't enough to repair the nightmare shadow, we'll add more later. Yi Bai added. Xueming quickly calculated, 15 abyssal creatures, each costing 100 million gold coins, equivalent to 400 drops of the source of life, totaling 6,000 drops, approximately 300 milliliters. Yi Bai paid the full amount without hesitation. Xueming patted his chest and promised, after today, even if I have to go myself, I'll make sure to get you these materials. Yi Bai smiled and suddenly proposed an idea. For the seniors injured on the Abyss battlefield, or during the eradication of demonic cult followers, We can lower the price, and I'll cover the difference. Xueming looked at Yi Bai in surprise, not expecting the Azura to make such a suggestion. Yi Bai explained, consider it an investment. Once they recover their strength, they can return to the front lines, which, in a way, also protects me. Before I reach the level of a god of war, I do need this kind of protection. If one of these seniors becomes a god of war, I'll sleep more soundly at night, won't I? Xueming was silent for a moment. They both understood that this was just an excuse. With Ingjiu by his side, having one more or one less battle king made little difference to the Azura. All right, Xueming said. What discount do you plan to offer? 50%? Yi Bai shook his head. 30%? Xueming asked tentatively, his voice slightly tense. Yi Bai shook his head again. Xueming took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. 10%? Yi Bai slowly revealed his plan. Here's the deal. For injuries sustained in public service, a 10% discount. For those who have left their names on the stele of death, an additional 50% off the 10% price. For those who left their names on the stele of death but survived, it's free. Xueming fell silent again. After a while, he pressed a button on the table, and a microphone slowly rose. Xueming tried to control his slightly choked voice and said as calmly as possible, move the wine cellar from the Wolf's Den tonight. Drinks are on me. Outside the combat testing hall of the Eternal Core City, cheers erupted from the Wolf's Den, making the atmosphere particularly lively. Director Wu, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, leaned against the office doorframe and called out, Xiao Yu, come here for a moment. The bald manager, who was engrossed in his paperwork, immediately set down the documents and hurried over. Director, what's up? Don't tell me that genius is back again? Director Wu motioned for him to step inside the office. Come in, let's talk. The bald manager followed him into the office and was stunned. The room, once filled with treasured items, was now completely empty, as if it had been ransacked. He exclaimed, Director, were you robbed? Before retiring from the front lines, Director Wu was a warlord-level powerhouse, but lingering injuries had significantly weakened him. His office used to display materials from 3 demon warlords, items of immense value and special significance. Director Wu often boasted about how he single-handedly fought off 3 enemies to save the little brat, Lu Qingyan. He always claimed that at least 2/3 of Lu Qingyan's success as a peak warlord was due to him, Wu Ziki. Oh, those materials? I listed them in the trade realm for sale. Director Wu said nonchalantly, lighting another cigarette. There's a healing artifact called the Source of Life available today in the trade realm. It should be able to cure my hidden injuries, but it's quite expensive. The bald manager gulped. If even a former warlord thought it was quite expensive, it must be astronomical. He cautiously asked, Director, is this thing reliable? Shouldn't you install a human anti-fraud app first? Director Wu exhaled a plume of smoke sharply and retorted, mention that incident again, and I'll send you to the abyss to dig rocks. He had almost lost his savings in a scam while trying to heal his injuries. Fortunately, the Security Bureau had zero tolerance for such frauds and swiftly dismantled the operation, even taking down a demon cult division in the process, recovering all of Wu Ziki's losses. With a serious expression, Director Wu said, this time it's different. An old friend of mine has already regained his combat strength using the Source of Life, and even managed to break through a level in the Eternal Tower. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the bald manager quickly asked, that's great news. So, why did you call me here? Oh right, I got so excited I forgot the main issue. Director Wu pulled out a sheet filled with calculations. I've done the math. The money is almost enough. Selling all the materials, the bounties from the Deathwell camp, my injury compensation, and if I resign, I'll get a severance package. Resign? The bald manager interrupted in a high-pitched voice. Boss, why would you resign? With his status, Wu Ziki would receive a substantial severance package, but he had been with the Security Bureau for decades. The thought of him suddenly resigning was emotionally hard to accept. Keep quiet, I'm still calculating. Director Wu continued scribbling on the paper. The Source of Life is excellent but too pricey. My old friends don't even have enough for themselves, so where else can I get the money from? But you don't have to resign. The bald manager protested, his face scrunched up like a worried prune. Boss, even if you regain your warlord strength, your military merits will reset if you resign. No choice, Director Wu said firmly. This artifact is highly sought after. If I'm late, it'll be gone. I've already submitted my resignation. Once I get the money, I'll head to the trade realm to pay. You have a trade realm pass, right? Lend it to me. The bald manager was taken aback again. Sure, boss, but what about your pass? Sold it, Wu Ziki said matter-of-factly. To buy the Source of Life, he had sold everything he could. Want this pack of cigarettes? Still got 15 left. I'll sell it to you for 680. He tossed the half-empty pack to the bald manager. From now on, he was quitting smoking. Even so, the money he had gathered was only enough to buy 100 drops of the Source of Life. Whether it would completely heal him, Wu wasn't sure. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door. Come in. A young man wearing a lone wolf mask entered, looking rather unremarkable. His voice was warm and magnetic. Excuse me, is this the office of former Deputy Commander Wu Ziki of the Skyfire Legion? That's me. What do you want? The Wolf's Den sent me. Could you please show your merit card? The young man produced a War God's token and a device, clearly intending to verify Wu Ziki's identity. Beep. Senior citizen card, can we get to the point now? Wu Ziki frowned, wondering if they were summoning retirees back to the Abyss front lines. If so, the situation up front must be dire. The young man explained, because your name is on the Death Will Monument, if you're willing to return to the front lines, you can receive a free source of life to treat your hidden injuries. Free. Director Wu stood up abruptly, his eyes fixed on the young man as if trying to see through his mask. Boss, calm down. Be careful, it might be a trap. The bald manager blocked Director Wu's path and cautiously asked, are they asking for a deposit or something? The young man handed over a document and explained, this is a notification recently signed by Lang Chao. The Defense Bureau will officially issue it soon. Director Wu took the document and examined it carefully. The content matched what the young man had said earlier. At the bottom, there was a flamboyant signature of Xue Ming, along with the lone wolf emblem, serial number, and official stamp, all in place. This is real? Director Wu's hand holding the cigarette trembled slightly, mumbling in disbelief. The sudden good news was too overwhelming for him to accept immediately. The young man handed over another document and calmly said, you just need to sign here to receive 156 drops of the source of life, enough to cure your hidden ailments. After some rest, you'll be able to regain your combat strength at the Battle King level. Without a second thought, Director Wu quickly signed his name. Even if it was a life and death contract, he would sign it without hesitation for the chance to return to the battlefield. A small vial of the source of life appeared like a dream before them. Director Wu took the vial and drank it in one gulp, instantly feeling a surge of life energy healing all his injuries. The elderly man, over 50, was so excited that he danced with joy, unable to express his happiness with words. The young man bowed slightly, ready to take his leave. Director Wu hurriedly called out, wait, may I ask, where did this source of life come from? Such generosity, even the Defense Bureau can't afford to give it out for free, right? It's mostly from voluntary donations. You can check the document. It's all written there. The young man said before leaving again, wish you a happy and healthy life. Director Wu quickly opened the document and saw a familiar name at the top. Shilua. All this source of life was donated by Shilua. Boss, this? The bald manager lit a cigarette, at a loss for words. Director Wu sighed deeply, feeling conflicted. It's the young people's world now. He glanced at the bald manager and snatched the cigarette from his mouth. I'm quitting smoking, and I won't tolerate secondhand smoke either. You should quit too. It's not good for you. Smoking, what are you smoking for? With that, he took the half-pack of cigarettes with 14 left and put them in his pocket. Let's get to work. Go to the trading secret realm and buy what we need. My proof of fighting 3 opponents at once back in the day can't just be sold off. Leaving the combat testing hall, Yibai completed his delivery job and felt pretty good about it. Back at Langchao, he casually opened a bottle of 1982 beer to rinse his mouth and stood quietly in a corner, watching everyone else celebrate. Following the agreement with Xue Ming, Yibai first took out 10 liters of the source of life, totaling 200,000 drops. Not all those who retired from injuries were willing to fight again. Given the current tight situation of the human race, they had to prioritize those willing to return to the battlefield and expand the scope if there was any left. Everything had to be handled in order of importance. Xue Ming quietly approached the corner and whispered, little, fourth brother a him? He seemed unsure how to address him. The old Taoist asked me to tell you that your reward can't be processed today. It will have to wait until tomorrow. Got it. Yibai responded calmly. Exploiting bugs always comes with a price, and with Xiaoyao's help in cleaning up, it wasn't a big issue. Xue Ming continued. The person next to you said not to come back before 6 p.m. He's busy killing people. As he said this, Xue Ming's face turned pale, as if recalling unpleasant memories. Okay. Yibai looked at Xue Ming in surprise, wondering if this guy really had been cut by Jiuyi. And my father wanted me to tell you. Wait, why are you acting like a messenger? Yibai was speechless. Can't you all show a little respect to a 9th-rank war god, the top of the star list? What? I don't respect you either? Then never mind. Xue Ming shrugged. May I ask, who is your father? The one from the Abyss plane. The Supreme Wuhan. Xue Ming suddenly understood. No wonder the skill book was passed through him. It seemed Xue Ming's claim to use a sword was a family tradition. Alright, what did your father say? He said he just captured a top-tier demon blacksmith who refuses to forge equipment for you. He's still trying to persuade him. Yibai was silent for a moment, then thoughtfully asked, when you say persuade, is it voluntary? Yibai suddenly felt that his second brother's character was someone he could get along with. Inside the wolf's den, Xueming and Yibai were having a meaningful conversation. Earlier, I mentioned my father is Wuhan. Xueming began, a sly glint in his eyes. Yibai frowned, suddenly remembering something. Didn't you call him second uncle before? Xueming shot Yibai a sidelong glance and scoffed. Who said I can only have one godfather? Yibai couldn't help but tease. You're really good at being a son. Xueming lowered his voice and leaned in close to Yibai's ear. People outside only know that Nightmare took me in as his godson. Later, second uncle my second godfather secretly approached me. He said my swordsmanship reminded him of his own prime and begged to take me as his godson. He sighed dramatically. What kind of person am I? Xueming, could I agree to that? Of course not. But my first godfather agreed on my behalf and took a fine sword from him. So, it was settled. Xueming downed a bottle of beer and reminded. So outside, I call Wuhan second uncle, but in private, I call him second godfather. Don't go spreading this around. Besides the strongest ones and that person, you're the only one I've told. Yibai slowly nodded, his mind racing. He understood now. Xueming acted as a bridge of bloodline between Nightmare and Wuhan. For the sake of the strongest humans, Xueming swallowed his pride and accepted two fathers. This practically pioneered a new shared economy model shared godsons. Yibai couldn't help but imagine, if Xueming kept going and got Xiaoyao to accept him as a godson too, wouldn't he achieve the godfather collector feat, rivaling Thanos? With three of the strongest as his godfathers, even the demons wouldn't dare touch him. Big Mingzi, let me teach you a phrase that's especially powerful on the battlefield, Yibai said, his voice deep and resonant. A true man is born between heaven and earth. How could he remain long under others? Xueming's eyes lit up. That's a good one. Really fits my cultural vibe, powerful. I'll remember it and shout it out after slaying a demon war god. Not bad, really not bad. Xueming was clearly satisfied, not even minding Yibai calling him Big Mengzi. Meanwhile, Yibai had another thought. If Xueming really became the godson of three of the strongest, when I become one of the strongest, could I? Yibai looked at Xueming again, his gaze strange. Fengxian, my son? Better not, he shook his head. Let the three strongest enjoy the blessing of having Xueming as a godson. The two chatted idly as time passed. At 6 o'clock sharp, Yibai stood up. I need to deliver some meals. He delivered the meals to the minor team at the mysterious mine before returning to Blue Star. Just as he reached the dormitory door, a shadow silently appeared behind him. Ninth Lord, done with your work? Yibai asked, but there was no response. He didn't mind. Shadow 9 not speaking was normal. Ninth Lord rarely spoke, and when he did, it was a big deal. Opening the dormitory door, Yibai saw Senior Feat passing by, carrying a bowl on his shoulder. The bull was leisurely chewing fresh grass, unaware of its impending fate. Thud, thud. Thud Feet knocked on Zhao Lin's dormitory door and walked in with the bowl. Morning, Senior. Zhao Lin was momentarily stunned by the bizarre sight. Morning. Eat something to fill your stomach before warming up. Feet had a unique understanding of fresh ingredients. This is a specially bred species from Imperial Capital University. The more you eat, the more your attributes increase. He sharpened a knife, made a few gestures, and asked, do you want to start with the shoulder or the spine? Zhao Lin stood there, dumbfounded, muttering, wow, this is a bull. Suddenly, a cry came from next door, brave bull, fear no hardship. Yibai shook his head, deciding that he'd stick to a vegetarian breakfast today. After breakfast, Feng Dong approached Yibai. Brother Bai, let me introduce today's schedule. Feng Dong was particularly attentive due to his course failures, more responsible than other seniors. Brother Bai, staying in the summer camp is a tough task. Feng Dong pulled out a schedule and explained in detail. In the morning, we have basic courses, with the latest strategies for the levels taught by Professor Lon from Magic City University. Mentioning Professor Lon, Feng Dong's expression grew serious. Professor Lon is over 100 years old, awakened with inflexible talent, level 60, a first-rank warrior, stuck on the 9th level of the Eternal Tower. Normally, even with a clevel talent, one could become a first-rank warrior at level 40 or 50. For Professor Lon to reach level 60 with inflexible talent, it's remarkable. Feng Dong, uncharacteristically serious, continued. Professor Lon once participated in bloody battles. Although his strength was somewhat lacking, he could only perform security patrols. Later, he returned to research, specializing in strategies for the first 9 levels of the Eternal Tower, achieving outstanding results. The strategies in your textbooks were all written by Professor Lon. Through Feng Dong's introduction, Yibai learned that, in a sense, Professor Lon was a nearly overlooked genius. Due to his innate limitations, Professor Lon couldn't advance his own abilities, but he found another way to elevate the strength of the entire human race. Before he released the first version of his guide, Even players with S-level talents struggled to achieve high exploration levels in the early layers of the Eternal Tower. Professor Lawn dedicated his entire life to studying the first 9 floors of the Eternal Tower. For 100 years, nearly 40,000 days and nights, he tirelessly researched, exchanged insights with top experts from various professions, and shared his findings freely. His desk was piled high with densely written notes, and his walls were covered with structural diagrams of the tower, each detail meticulously scrutinized. Because of his exceptional contributions, Professor Lawn became an honorary lifetime professor at most universities. Yibai once used his inside eye to compare and found that Professor Lawn's strategies were almost identical to the best routes, even more suitable for players with slightly weaker abilities. This legendary figure, who combined talent and hard work, wrote a remarkable story in his own way. Legend? By calling him a legend doesn't do him justice. Feng Dong's eyes sparkled with admiration, his tone filled with respect. Come on, you'll understand once you've attended Professor Lan's class. In the teacher's office of Summer Camp Zone C, Professor Lan was meticulously organizing today's lecture materials. This had been his unwavering habit for years, ensuring he was prepared for every class and every student. His assistant, a newly graduated research student, stood by his side, learning. Professor Lan, the content for floors 3 to 6 has been reset. Should we change today's lecture topic? The assistant asked cautiously. Professor Lan nodded in agreement. Indeed, outdated strategies are worse than none. Let's cover some basic information about the Eternal Tower today. Following Professor Lan's instructions, the assistant selected materials related to the Eternal Core City, Trading Secret Realm, and exclusive spaces. As Professor Lan carefully reviewed the content, he suddenly paused, a slight expression of surprise crossing his face. Professor Lan, is something wrong? The assistant leaned in nervously. This stone. Professor Lan picked up a magnifying glass and examined the image on the slide closely. Strange. The assistant explained. This is a recent curiosity from the Wanwu Pavilion auction. Someone listed an ordinary stone for 1,000,000 gold coins. I found it interesting and included it. Professor Lan's expression grew more serious. I'm certain this stone is from the novice dungeon. It's located in the passage after the first checkpoint, on the left side, the 6th stone from the left. His years of research had made him intimately familiar with every detail. So what? The assistant was puzzled. Professor Lan pointed out the wear marks on the front of the stone, speculating that it might have once had a pattern etched into it. He quickly logged into the Wanwu Pavilion auction to check the listing time of the stone. Upon seeing the results, his face changed several times, but soon returned to normal. It's probably a prank. Trying to sell something like this for 1,000,000 gold coins is absurd. Professor Lan feigned calmness. Remove it from the lecture material. Let's not waste everyone's time. After the assistant left, Professor Lan could no longer control his trembling, collapsing into his chair with a pounding heart. He connected all the clues: the novice dungeon stone, the mysterious wear marks, the SS level clearance reward of a trading secret realm pass, the listing time coinciding with Shura's clearance time. A startling conclusion emerged. This stone was likely listed by Shura and was a crucial item for unlocking the novice dungeon's hidden stage. Realizing the gravity of involving the human race's top contender, Shura, Professor Lan took a deep breath and picked up his phone to make a call. Get Xueming. On the other end, Xueming's voice sounded slightly hurried. Hello, Professor Lan. I'm about to head to the Abyss Plane. Please be brief. Professor Lan succinctly issued a series of instructions. Remove a specific auction item, erase the seller's purchase history, change the personnel handling the case, and increase the confidentiality level. However, when Xueming indicated he lacked the authority to execute these actions, Professor Lan realized the situation was far more serious than he had anticipated. Have Lord Shadow 9 come over and seal my memory from this morning. Make it quick, Professor Lan finally said, his tone tinged with resignation and determination. Xueming gasped on the other end. If even Shadow 9 had to be involved, it could only mean one thing. Something major had happened. Professor Lan had likely discovered Shura's alt account in the trading secret realm. In the multimedia classroom of Camp Area C, Yibai was about to move to the back row when Feng Dong pulled him to the front. Feng Dong said excitedly, Professor Lan is always punctual. He'll definitely be here 5 minutes early. However, as time ticked by, there was still no sign of Professor Lan. Just as the two were getting puzzled, Ingjia's voice suddenly rang out. I'm stepping out for a bit, just next door. Yibai nodded slightly and subtly moved closer to Lu Sueki. He thought to himself, just borrowing the war god's protection, no misunderstandings. Without the war god by my side, I feel as uneasy as the human race without Azura. In the shadow of Lu Sueki, a lowly named Ingjujia with dark circles under her eyes stared coldly at Yibai. She suddenly entertained a wild thought. Could this kid named Yi see me? She quickly dismissed the idea. Impossible. He's not at that level yet. I'm already a war god. To avoid aesthetic fatigue, the lowly decided to stop staring at Yibai's handsome face. Meanwhile, in Professor Lan's office, 2 cups of tea sat quietly on the table. Professor Lan sat upright, as if waiting for an important guest. Suddenly, a shadow descended, and Ingju appeared in the room. Brother Gio. Professor Lan stood up shakily, greeting him respectfully. It's been over 30 years, Ingju said coldly. Better not to meet. Every time I see you, it's to seal your memories. Professor Lan sighed and sat back down, his eyes filled with memories. These kids are always a handful. Let me think. After the Supreme No Trace appeared, I found him on the 3rd day because of a sword aura. For the Supreme Carefree, I ran into him directly in the trading secret realm. To be honest, it's thanks to me that you and Carefree became master and disciple. Ingjio said helplessly, every Supreme Seedling is found by you. Then I come to seal your memories. Only when they achieve at least the War God level can I unlock your memories. Why do you keep doing this? Professor Lan was indifferent. We studied this before. The memory seals you use, if removed in the short term, won't significantly affect intelligence. As long as it's not used frequently, there won't be major issues. Don't you remember? We even co-authored a paper on the side effects of memory seals. It was the best paper of the year. They briefly discussed their recent research progress, and then Professor Lan said, all right, let's get down to business. This old body of mine can still handle it. As per usual, you can ask Azura one question. Professor Lan handed over a note. I want to know the trigger conditions for the hidden stage in the novice dungeon. Oh, and one more thing, I really like that stone. Could you ask Azura if it's for sale? I'm willing to give everything I have for it. Ingjio took the note, and a black mist enveloped Professor Lan. When the mist cleared, a smile was still lingering on Professor Lan's lips. He suddenly snapped out of it and muttered to himself, getting old, can't deny it. Falling asleep while sitting, and I still have a class to teach. With that, he grabbed his cane and teaching materials and headed to the multimedia classroom. As Ingju returned to the classroom, Professor Lan arrived at the same time. Ingju whispered in Yi Bai's ear, briefly explaining what had happened earlier, including Professor Lan's encounters with No Trace and Carefree. Yi Bai thought to himself, Professor Lan is like a supreme seedling detector, much like the supreme foster father detector, Xueming, always managing to come into contact with supreme seedlings for various reasons. On closer thought, what seems like coincidence is actually inevitable. Professor Lan specializes in the first 9 levels of the Eternal Tower, and supreme seedlings can't skip those levels, so being discovered is just a matter of time. In a way, I might already be the best performing supreme seedling among them all. As for Professor Lan's question, Yi Bai thought, the hidden stage, that's easy. Yi Bai made some calculations in his mind. He had to ensure 2 things. He couldn't reveal his identity, nor could he disclose the rewards of the hidden level. He was well aware that making the rewards public would only bring him harm with no benefits. Their conversation was cleverly shielded by Ingjio, leaving those around them completely unaware. Even Ingjishijiu couldn't sense anything unusual. Suddenly, Yi Bai thought of the stone and couldn't help but shake his head. With the resources he had now, a mere 1,000,000 gold coins were insignificant. Even if Lan Lao was unwilling to spend the money, Yi Bai would gladly give it to him as a gift. Ingjio interrupted his thoughts with a wry smile. You might not fully understand Xiaolan's character. He would never accept your gift. He would rather give up than take something for free. Ingju paused and continued, to be honest, his total assets are much less than you imagine. Yi Bai raised his eyebrows in surprise. This was unexpected. 60 silver coins. Ingjio gave a number that left Yi Bai dumbfounded. This was his first payment for publishing a strategy guide many years ago. He has treasured it ever since, and it's his entire fortune. All other income, he has donated to universities to support their development. After hearing Ingjio's words, Yi Bai fell into deep thought. He suddenly realized that while some people can take up arms and charge into battle, others, though physically weak, still harbor a patriotic heart. Wielding a pen like a sword, tirelessly writing. Isn't this another form of silent warfare? Perhaps Lan Lao's pen was mightier than an army. I'll make this deal, Yi Bai said solemnly. When the conversation ended, Ingju lifted the shield. Yi Bai then had the opportunity to take a closer look at Lan Lao. Whether it was a college student like Feng Dong or a seasoned veteran like Ingjio, their respect for Professor Lan was evident. Lan Lao looked like a kind, neighborly old grandpa, with meticulously groomed white hair and a benevolent face. However, when he started teaching, his voice was strong and clear, his words precise, and his speech logically coherent. Yi Bai couldn't help but marvel. No wonder he could figure out my alternate account from mere clues. I underestimated the heroes of the world. He silently warned himself, I've been cautious enough, but it seems I need to be even more careful. Just as Yi Bai was about to focus on the lecture, a line of text suddenly appeared above Professor Lan's head. Talent Second Awakening Condition. Live to 200 years old. Yi Bai gasped. Professor Lan's talent could have a second awakening? This was extremely rare. Besides SS level talents, he had only encountered it twice before, once with Lu Sweki and the other with Professor Lon. However, Yibai quickly shook his head with a wry smile. Even if a second awakening were possible, the condition was nearly impossible to meet. Not to mention whether Professor Lon could live to 200 years old. He had just passed his centennial. He would need to wait another 70 to 80 years. By then, it would be too late. Time can't be sped up, Yibai thought helplessly, refocusing his attention on the lecture. In classroom C, within the multimedia room, Professor Lon stood at the podium, radiating energy as he explained fundamental knowledge to the students. His explanations were enlightening, breaking down complex concepts into easy-to-understand pieces. Some students in the audience looked puzzled and asked, if there's an eternal rank, why do we still need combat power tests? Professor Lan's explanation resonated widely, and the students nodded in agreement. He elaborated, this combat power system was initially designed by the Supreme Nightmare. I also contributed to part of the work, and today, they'll share my views from different perspectives. The original intention of designing the combat power system, Professor Lon continued, was to minimize casualties on the battlefield and maximize the combat power available to humanity. This immediately piqued the interest of the students, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Calculating combat power is a complex process, Professor Lon explained. It requires comprehensive consideration of factors such as level, talent, personality, and experience. Eternal rank does not equate to actual combat power. Yibai listened and felt a deep sense of agreement. Although he was only level 60, he knew he could take down a battle king with a well-executed set of skills. Professor Lon sighed and reminisced. In the early days of the Blood War, frontline battles often fell into a vicious cycle. Despite deploying higher-level fighters, the results were disappointing, leading to unnecessary loss of lives. The command center couldn't assign the right people to the right battles, which was our biggest headache at the time. To avoid this, we designed the current combat power system. Professor Lan's explanation was methodical and easy to follow. Even for information Yibai already knew, hearing it from a new perspective brought new insights. An old professor is a national treasure, Yibai thought, feeling the truth in the saying. We noticed that level 200 is the dividing line between soldiers and generals. Professor Lon pointed at the data on the PPT. The screen displayed the approximate relationship between levels and ranks. Level 200 Battle General. Level 600 Battle King. Level 900 Battle God. Level 990 Celestial Battle God. Level 1000 Supreme. Supreme at level 1000? Is that the limit of the Eternal Tower? A student murmured. Professor Lon added, of course, some geniuses and prodigies can unleash extraordinary combat power even before reaching these levels. Yibai glanced at the shadow of Lu Sweki. Shadow 99, LV.901, one of the lower-ranked Shadow class fighters, had just reached the threshold of Battle God, which was expected. Then, Yibai looked down at his own shadow. Shadow 9, LV? His feelings were mixed, unsure whether to commend the old man for his secrecy or lament his own lack of SS-grade talent. However, the stronger Shadow 9 was, the safer Yibai felt. The 3-hour double session flew by. As the bell rang, Professor Lon concluded his final point. The students remained immersed in the sea of knowledge, reluctant to leave. Class dismissed. Goodbye, Professor Lon, the students chorused. Using a cane, Professor Lon slowly walked out of the classroom under the watchful eyes of the students. Yibai coughed lightly, trying to get Shadow 9's attention. However, Shadow 9 remained unmoved. Do you think you can command me so easily? Shadow 9 suddenly spoke. The photo. You should have given it to me long ago. A shadow rose, and Shadow 9 extended a thin hand, making his intention clear. Yibai took out the pre-developed photo and asked, Nightmare Wuhan, Xiaoyao, choose one. Nightmare. Shadow 9 didn't need to hesitate. With the photo in hand, Shadow 9 didn't immediately look at it, but asked, what do you need from me? Yibai hesitated for a moment, but decided it was better to speak up. He told Shadow 9 about Professor Lan's potential second awakening of talent. Shadow 9 was indifferent. Why go through so much trouble? Just send him to Wuhan. That guy can handle it, he added. It's related to Yuan's talent, and only he can help Professor Lon. As for the success rate, I can't guarantee it. It depends on what Wuhan says. Regardless, the possibility of a second awakening for Professor Lon was great news for Yibai. At the very least, it gave the old professor hope. I'm going out for a bit, Shadow 9 said and left. In less than 5 seconds, he returned to Yibei's side. I've informed Professor Lon. It's up to him to decide what to do. In his office, Professor Lon sat in his chair, stunned, unable to process the explosive news brought by an old friend. A second talent awakening? Live to 200 years old? The news was like winning the lottery, making Professor Lon dizzy. He looked down at his shadow and muttered, is this real? Am I dreaming? From the shadow emerged a burly man with the number 11 tattooed on his right arm. Shadow 11. Since the creation of the shadows, some positions have had fixed responsibilities. Shadow 9. as the Supreme Guardian, protects the seeds alongside Shadows 4, 5, 6, and 7, watching over the eternal forest. Throughout history, Shadow 11 had only one mission: to protect Professor Lawn. Few know that Professor Lawn was involved in the creation of the Lone Wolf and Shadow organizations, orchestrating their early operations. In Professor Land's office, Shadow 11 stood by the window, his expression solemn. Sunlight filtered through the glass, casting a dignified glow on the Guardian. Professor Lawn, we've known each other for 20 years, Shadow 11 said in a low voice. Coming here today breaks the rules, and I'll accept any punishment from Lord 9. But I must tell you, do not go to the Abyss Plane. Hearing this, Professor Land's thick eyebrows arched, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Is the situation with him worsening? Shadow 11 nodded silently, acknowledging the statement. He spoke slowly. According to the information from Brother 8, his current pressure is immense. Since the appearance of the Azura, the demons of the Abyss Plane have gone berserk, launching large-scale attacks more than 100 times. The casualties at the front lines have doubled. Professor Lawn rubbed his temples and sighed deeply. This was expected. The Azura is too powerful and grows too quickly. My abilities are too weak to see clearly. He paused, then a sly smile appeared on his face. Let me ask you a few questions. Lord 9 won't trouble you. Otherwise, I'll threaten to die in front of him. Shadow 11 was slightly taken aback. The usually rigorous Professor Lawn making such an uncharacteristic joke was surprising. Perhaps the news of a second awakening had injected new vigor into the old man, like a tree sprouting anew after a harsh winter. Professor Lawn asked seriously, will my going to the Abyss Plane affect the overall situation of humanity? No, Shadow 11 answered firmly. Will Wuhan helping me with the second awakening affect him? Unknown. What do you think is the success rate? Less than 10%. Hearing this, Professor Lawn suddenly laughed. That's quite high. He relaxed, seemingly having made up his mind. Shadow 11 couldn't help but speak again. But if you just wait a few more decades, you'll naturally undergo the second awakening. Given how much humanity values you, extending your life to 200 years, or even another 200 years, wouldn't be an issue. Professor Lawn turned to face the window, his gaze falling on the distant eternal tower. His voice softened. Child, allow me to call you that. Many of you are just children in my eyes. He began to reminisce. From the day the tower descended, I applied to be a volunteer, participating in the scientific exploration of the eternal tower. The method of talent awakening was discovered by Nightmare under my guidance and later promoted. As for the subsequent bloody battles, well, let's not mention them. Professor Land's eyes grew profound. I've fought, I've failed, I've succeeded. I've lived longer and experienced more than most of my peers. My long life has taught me one thing. Never rely on tomorrow for what you can grasp today. He stood up, walked to the window, getting closer to the eternal tower. Sunlight bathed his aged face, filled with determination. Professor Lawn spoke each word with force. I can't wait 100 years. Not even a single second. Professor Lawn pulled out an old notebook from his pocket and opened the cover. Inside was a line of wild cursive. Once there was a scholar named Lawn, whose name touched the heavens, but whose fate was as fragile as paper. This was written by Lan Tianqi after awakening his Flevel talent, during a period of despair and self-abandonment. He kept this notebook as both motivation and a reminder of his unwillingness to give up. That day, leaning against the small window, Professor Lawn took out a pen and modified the passage slightly. This time, he used regular script, each stroke precise and powerful. On the white paper, the ink was still wet, and the ambition of a Kuanping, a mythical giant fish that transforms into a bird, leaped off the page. Lan Tianqi wrote, once there was a scholar named Lawn, whose name and fate both touched the heavens. In the summer camp section C, inside Professor Land's office, Professor Lawn was deep in thought, seemingly disconnected from the world around him. Even Shadow 11, standing nearby, didn't notice anything unusual. Suddenly, Professor Lawn turned around and noticed a blurry figure in front of the desk. You're here, Professor Lawn said respectfully, bowing slightly. Nightmare, the Supreme. The figure spoke in a low voice. I received some news and came to check on it. Nightmare glanced at the documents on the desk, ignoring Professor Land's greeting, and continued. You want to go to the Abyssal Plane? Yes, Professor Lawn replied briefly. I permit it, but you can't leave today, Nightmare explained. Something big is going to happen in the next few days, something that might shake the heavens. When the time is right, someone will take you to the Abyssal Plane. Professor Lawn nodded in agreement. Nightmare added, before you leave, go to the Eternal Tower and meet with Xiaoyao. All right, Professor Lawn responded. With that, the figure in front of the desk gradually faded away. Just as Professor Lawn was about to return to reality, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked, wait, don't I need to have my memory sealed? Nightmare's voice echoed in the air. Why bother? Do you really think Shadow 9 doesn't know that you always find a way to break the seal after it's done? Professor Land's face turned red with embarrassment, and he tried to defend himself. It's just out of curiosity, purely academic curiosity, and for the sake of my intellectual capacity. Or do you really think you can break Shadow 9's seal on your own? Nightmare scoffed. Even a pinnacle battle king can't do it, let alone you, Lan Tianqi, at level 60. Give it a rest. Hearing level 60, Professor Lan got anxious and shouted, "Hey, no need to hit below the belt. Come out here, let's have a duel." But Nightmare had already vanished, leaving only Professor Lan's words echoing in the empty office. At this moment, Shadow 11's voice rang out, "Professor Lan, that's not a good idea. A level 60 challenging a level 980. Even if I let you have a head start with one head, two hands, and three legs, you still wouldn't stand a chance." After the morning class, Yibai was about to ask Zhao Lin to join him for lunch when he saw Fett carrying a pig and a barbecue grill. Yibai quickly changed his mind and decided to have lunch with Feng Dong, Lu Sueki, and Zwilingxia instead. During the meal, Feng Dong animatedly recounted last night's boss battle. Fett and I sneaked into the ice dragon's cave. The entire cave was frozen, so we had to break the ice bit by bit to move forward. When the others caught up with us, our speed improved significantly. At this point, Feng Dong suddenly became very angry and slapped his thigh. We were just about to break through the ice layer when we got the news that Azura soloed the boss and cleared the level. Damn it, we were so close. I might have even seen Azura in person. Feng Dong noticed Yibai's discomfort and quickly apologized. "Sorry, I got too excited." Feng Dong continued, "I accidentally earned too many credits last night. Brother Bai, I'm counting on you now." After lunch, Feng Dong briefed Yibai on the afternoon combat training schedule. "Brother Bai, the combat course is divided into two parts. The first part is taught by instructors who have fought on the abyssal battlefield. Their skills and experience are far superior to ours. The second part is an unknown session with me, focusing on personalized training for you." Yibai was quite interested in the assigned instructors and hoped to meet one specialized in melee combat to improve his weaknesses. When Yibai and the others arrived at the training hall in Section C and saw their instructors, their reactions varied. Zhao Lin didn't show much emotion, but Lu Sueki was visibly annoyed. Her grandfather, Lu Qingyan, had come to be an instructor. Despite his careful disguise, Yibai recognized him immediately. Lu Qingyan explained various combat basics and how to handle unexpected situations. As it was the first day, his content was mostly introductory, just scratching the surface, but it was very instructive. The group listened attentively and learned a lot. After the lesson, Lu Qingyan left, looking quite pleased with himself. "I spent a fortune on getting a disguise, and it worked quite well. It seems that neither Sueki nor the little fox recognized me." Feeling a sense of pride, I couldn't help but smile. "Now, it's time for some unknown guidance." Feng Dong looked serious, his eyes fixed on Yibai. "Brother Bai, I've been thinking about how to help you stay in the summer camp. There are two paths you can take." He raised one finger and continued. "The first path is the traditional wind mage route, which focuses on support and utility. This means your solo combat strength will be relatively weak early on, but you'll become more powerful as time goes on. To be honest, this is the path I took." Yibai nodded thoughtfully, signaling Feng Dong to go on. Feng Dong went on. "The second path is more controversial and is known as the Wind Battle Mage. This route maximizes the mobility of wind magic, creating opportunities for high bursts of damage or combining it with melee combos." A glimmer of admiration flashed in his eyes. The most famous Wind Battle Mage is a war god with an S-level talent. His innate ability allows for massive damage, and combined with wind magic's mobility, he dominates the battlefield, striking fear into his enemies. However, Feng Dong's expression quickly turned serious. "But this path has significant drawbacks. It's powerful early on, but once you reach the warlord level, your damage output starts to falter. The burst and sustained damage of wind mages can't keep up, no matter how fast you are. I tried the wind battle mage route myself but found its ceiling too low, so I returned to the traditional wind mage path." Feng Dong explained in great detail, clearly preferring Yibai to choose the wind battle mage path to ensure his early combat strength and secure his place in the summer camp. Yet, he left the choice to Yibai. He sighed and said helplessly, "The truth is, the wind mage profession isn't strong enough. Among mages, fire mages used to be the most popular, but now it's the thunder mages. Azura, known for his thunder magic, has made the entire branch highly sought after." Yibai pondered for a moment, then patted Feng Dong on the shoulder with determination. "I'll give the wind battle mage a try. Reviving the glory of wind magic is our responsibility." Feng Dong scratched his head and chuckled wryly. "Well said. The problem is, wind magic never had any glory to begin with. Otherwise, the wind battle mage wouldn't be such an oddball path." Yibai smiled subtly, his eyes shining with confidence. "No worries. Leave it to me. Reviving the glory of wind magic. Azura will not shirk from this duty." On the afternoon of the summer camp in Zone C, Yi Bai and the others finished several hours of training, had a simple dinner, and then continued their intense training. Feng Dong, an experienced wind battle mage, patiently guided Yi Bai. Move quickly, minimize energy consumption, and timing is key. Feng Dong's voice echoed across the training ground. You need to be flexible with different types of movement. You absolutely can't let the enemy predict your pattern, or you'll suffer. Yi Bai listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Feng Dong continued, damage mainly relies on short-cast wind spells, which can be supplemented with spell scrolls and mechanical devices. As night fell, the two discussed strategies over a late-night snack. Feng Dong, brimming with excitement, said, when it's time for combat, I'll ask senior sisters what'll lend you 2 submachine guns. You can run and shoot at the same time. You'll be the coolest guy on the field. Yi Bai's eyes lit up. Makes sense. Feng Dong went on to analyze. Wind battle mages, a peculiar subclass of wind mages, have always been studied for ways to enhance their potential. Below the warrior level, armed with scrolls and mechanical gear, wind battle mages can unleash incredible power. But after reaching the warrior level, these external aids become less effective. He sighed, giving an example. Take the equipment of a mechanist, for instance. The more powerful it is, the bulkier it gets. We mages with our small arms and legs can't exactly lug around cannons in a fight. Lowering his voice, Feng Dong added, I tried it once. The recoil sent me flying, broke 7 ribs, and I was bedridden for half a night before I could get up. Yi Bai silently noted all this information. Feng Dong concluded, wind battle mages sacrifice many external aids for extreme speed. The whole subclass hits a bottleneck damage. The further you go, the lower the damage. You might be performing a flurry of impressive moves, only to find your damage is 0.5. After finishing their snack, Feng Dong patted Yi Bai on the shoulder. All right, bye. Get ready to continue tackling the Eternal Tower tonight. Don't forget the grade raw ores. Back in his single dorm room, Yi Bai heard the sound of barbecue from next door, guessing Zhao Lin was having a late-night snack. He felt a moment of sympathy for Zhao Lin before summoning a black mist. Zhu Yi, do you remember I have a mine at home? Shadow 9 appeared and replied succinctly. The mining equipment is with Xue Ming. You can get it from Wolf's Nest. The dwarf craftsmen have also been hired. The contract is with Xue Ming. He was about to leave when Yi Bai quickly stopped him. Wait, Zhu Yi. I want to borrow some raw ores, degrade or crade, to get familiar with them. Shadow 9 snorted. Do you think I'm Xue Ming? But he still asked. Xiao Yao on the message board is asking if you want crade or degrade ores? Crade, degrade is too low. Is this 30 kilograms piece enough? If not, I'll go. Acquire more. The transaction completed. Yi Bai activated the Eternal Mark and entered the Eternal Tower. Shadow 9 remained, muttering, so, this is what you wrote back then? His voice gradually faded away. In the Eternal Core City, Yi Bai received his reward for clearing the level Wrath of the Frost. The blue and black shoulder epaulets were adorned with crystalline snowflakes, seemingly capable of lowering the surrounding temperature. Yi Bai carefully examined the attributes of Wrath of the Frost. Scrade physical magical defense, 750 stats, unlimited growth, and it could level up with the holder up to level 600. It also provided a shield value of 10000, 1.6 spirit, and had a trait allowing it to evolve when killing a same-level boss in extreme anger. To Yi Bai, who had seen countless divine equipment, this item seemed rather ordinary. Apart from the 5 evolution opportunities and unlimited growth, the other attributes were standard. He didn't plan to equip it immediately, as agility was his weakest attribute. Wearing the Frostbite's Wrath comes at a significant cost. Not only does it reduce agility by 50 points, but it also adds financial strain to an already struggling family. Yi Bai decided to put aside the matter of the equipment for now, and headed straight to the Wolf's Den. Upon reaching his destination, Yi Bai found that the necessary equipment and personnel were already in place. 2 complete sets of large-scale mining equipment were neatly arranged, and 50 dwarven craftsmen were busily preparing. He stationed the team at the mysterious mine and handed over specific tasks to the experienced head miner. Using the power of the Eye of Insight, Yi Bai easily mapped out the optimal mining routes and detailed the layout of the pit. When he handed this meticulously detailed map to the head miner, everyone present was astonished, their eyes gleaming with admiration. After handling these matters, Yi Bai returned to the Wolf's Denver. As soon as he stepped into the hall, he heard Xue Ming's slightly apologetic voice. Fourth brother, the materials I promised you might be delayed for a few days. He explained that he had been preparing to go to the Abyss Plane, but was urgently recalled just before his departure. Xue Ming's expression turned serious as he briefly outlined the cancellation of all counterattack plans and leaves on the front lines, his tone tinged with unease. Although the specifics are unclear, it's evident that the higher-ups are planning something major. Hearing this, Yi Bai's mind raced, and one name instantly came to mind: the 4th Demon Lord. He quickly analyzed the situation. Could it be that the top-tier warriors are setting a trap to severely wound the 4th Demon Lord? But then he reconsidered, realizing this didn't quite match the usual tactics of the human elite. Reflecting on his encounters with these top-tier warriors, besides their shamelessness, they shared a common trait. They always ensured complete eradication, leaving no chance for the enemy to survive. If they expended such effort only to wound the fourth demon lord and let him escape, it would be a futile endeavor for them. Regardless, this was merely the calm before the storm. Yibai nodded to indicate his understanding of the situation, while simultaneously contemplating how to utilize the next few precious days. He pulled out a map and examined it closely. The 8th level was a dungeon for leveling up, while the 9th level was a secret realm for second job transitions. At this moment, Yibai had reached level 60, right at the threshold for his second job transition. If he couldn't successfully transition, his level would be capped. Taking a deep breath, Yibai made up his mind. Today's goal was to achieve a perfect SSS rating on both the 8th and 9th levels. He was determined to push through both levels in one go and witness the true limits of Azura's power. Yibai summoned the faintly glowing eternal core crystal and gently placed his palm on it. As a dazzling white light engulfed him, the system's prompt echoed in his ears, wishing you a swift completion of the Eternal Tower. The Eternal Tower, 8th floor. As Yibai stepped into this classic monster farming and leveling up dungeon, he immediately sensed something unusual. The vast scene was devoid of any players, save for a few NPCs. A smirk appeared on his lips. Perfect, I can go all out, he muttered. Without hesitation, Yibai dashed to the nearest leveling spot and began his efficient slaughter. Wind fury, heavenly thunder, he shouted, and bolts of lightning rained down, felling monsters left and right. On a distant hillside, an elderly man in blue robes leaned on his staff, quietly observing Yibai's performance. The youngsters these days are much more formidable than we were, he remarked with a sigh. Beside the old man, a middle-aged Taoist stood expressionless, his gaze slightly lowered. A multicolored butterfly appeared at his fingertips, only to vanish like a bubble. Boring, the Taoist said flatly. The old man chuckled. You're always calling everything boring. If you ask me, your catchphrase is the most boring of all. He paused, then added, I'd love to see the day when even the mighty Xiaoyao finds something interesting. The human world is the most boring, Xiaoyao replied. Old Lon, are you sure you want to go to the abyssal plane? Yes, didn't you say you wanted to see me? What's the matter? The journey is fraught with danger. Then I'll turn misfortune into fortune. I'm the one seeking boredom, it seems. If anyone else had witnessed this scene, they would have been stunned speechless. The mighty Xiaoyao, acting like a junior in front of Lan Tianqi. Old Lan, you are the greatest soul master. Stop. Old Lan's expression darkened as he struck his staff on the ground. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you not a human? Was your teacher Ingju not a human? He lived more like a human than anyone. His last words were filled with genuine anger. Xiaoyao remained unmoved, murmuring to himself, perhaps I am a butterfly. Perhaps this is all just a dream. The butterfly reappeared at his fingertips, but this time, it was Xiaoyao's figure that began to break apart. Old Lan sighed. You're still hung up on that question. Everything about you is fine except you overthink and worry too little. Before I leave, I have a question for you, Xiaoyao said. Old Lan's face turned serious. Go ahead. The butterfly flapped its wings slowly and asked, is there anyone in the world born with innate knowledge? Innate knowledge? Old Lan looked puzzled. Where did this come from? He was about to speak, but was interrupted by Xiaoyao. No need to answer now. Just before entering the abyssal plane will do. With that, the butterfly flew away, ascending from the 8th floor to the 99th. Old Lan stayed behind, continuing to watch the legendary Azura farm monsters, deep in thought. Yibai glanced at the prompt in the lower right corner and sighed in relief. He hadn't been in the 8th floor long before his inside eye blurred from fear. The last time it blurred was because of the mighty Wuhan. Each time he encountered a supreme being, the inside eye would go blind, utterly intimidated. Can't you have some backbone? Show the spirit of your SS-grade talent. Yibai scolded internally. Why do I have such a cowardly talent? Can't the inside eye learn from me and be a real tough guy? Today, Yibai had the 8th floor all to himself, a privilege only Xiaoyao could grant. It was a form of compensation for yesterday. After all, they had schemed to seize the demon god's essence, using Yibai as bait, a very enticing bait. With no restrictions, Yibai's monster-slaying speed was incredibly fast. What would take an average person days to clear, he accomplished in under 40 minutes. Unfortunately, the monsters here were all below level 60, yielding nothing but some copper coins and equipment. Once his exploration reached 100, Yibai summoned the Eternal Core Crystal to settle the clearance. The system prompt sounded. SSS grade clearance of the 8th floor. Reward obtained. Gluttonous Claw. An grade item appeared in Yibai's hand. He gave it a quick glance before stashing it in his backpack for later examination. After settling his personal reward, A server-wide announcement rang in Yi Bai's ears. Player Azura has achieved an SSS grade clearance of the 8th floor. All human players in the Eternal Tower receive the following buffs. Gourmet from Another World. Limited time buff. Meat and eggs to sate hunger, 30 increased food effects for 6 hours. Limited time buff. Sweep away weakness. No weakness period after death for 6 hours. Limited time buff. Experience boost. 18 increased experience gain for 3 hours. Gourmet from Another World. After eating, gain a powerful buff for 5 minutes, with a 5-minute cooldown, for 6 hours. Among the 4 buffs, Sweep Away Weakness and Experience Boost were the most valuable. For humanity as a whole, sweeping away weak adversaries is undoubtedly a major advantage. This not only drastically reduces their trial and error costs, but also allows them to efficiently utilize limited time buffs to accelerate their strength growth. As Yi Bai pondered, the images of the duo, Fit and Zhao Lin, flashed through his mind. These buffs seemed tailor-made for them according to Fit's training plan. Even within the Eternal Tower, Zhao Lin needed to keep eating constantly. Shaking off his distractions, Yi Bai focused his mind. Next level, he muttered to himself, anticipating the challenges ahead. A flash of white light engulfed him, and Yi Bai suddenly found himself standing on a giant floating rock suspended in the void. He looked around and saw 3 imposing elemental gates before him: wind, fire, and thunder. Yi Bai had long heard about the information regarding the 9th floor job change trial. He could choose to complete the trial by conquering one of the elements or challenge all 3. The process of job changing appeared straightforward. Battle the corresponding elemental monsters, collect their dropped elemental cores, and then fuse these cores to create unique skills. Depending on the strength rating of the created skill, one could complete the job change and clear the level. Typically, a mage only needed to fight against one type of element, but Yi Bai was different. As a mage trained in 3 elements, he needed to create 3 skills if he wanted to advance in all areas, which meant spending 3 times the effort of others. However, Yi Bai firmly believed that this effort was worth it. The mere thought of creating 3 powerful skills made him excited, causing his hands to tremble slightly. These unique skills had another feature. They could be used to create skill books. Selling skill books was incredibly profitable, with margins as high as 99.99. Because of this, the second job change trial was also known as the wealth trial. Creating a popular or legendary skill could ensure a lifetime of wealth and comfort. Yi Bai thought of the lucky person who had created the wind/skill and had earned countless fortunes, living a life of envy. After weighing his options, Yi Bai decided to start with the wind element. I promised to restore the glory of wind magic. I can't go back on my word, he said to himself. As an honorable warrior, my promise is my bond, unlike Shadow 9. He set a goal for himself. Let's aim for an SS rank skill. No need to be too hard on myself. With that, Yi Bai stepped into the wind elemental gate. An invisible force lifted him off the ground, and he was transported into a mysterious trial space. The winds howled around him, and amidst the countless whirlwinds, the shadows of monsters could be seen. Suddenly, a gust of wind whispered clear instructions into Yi Bai's ear. Attention! In this trial, only wind skills are allowed. The trial space will continuously refresh wind elemental monsters. The more wind elemental monsters you defeat, the stronger the refreshed monsters will be, and the higher the chances of dropping high-grade elemental cores. Fuse wind elemental cores to create unique skills. If dissatisfied with the unique skill, you can choose to reforge it, consuming half of the wind elemental cores. Yi Bai took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. Storm Mage, wind element second job change, officially begins. With these words, he was ready to face the challenge ahead. The Eternal Tower, 9th floor, wind element transition realm. Yi Bai stood in the howling winds, his left hand gathering the power of nature, while his right hand gripped the king's sword tightly. Rage. Wind slash, he muttered, and 2 streaks of light cut through the air, instantly annihilating a massive wind elemental wolf. As the wolf dissipated, a lower-tier wind elemental core dropped to the ground. The shadow of the hellhound quickly darted forward, picking up the core with its mouth and skillfully placing it into Yi Bai's backpack. Yi Bai smiled slightly, finally seeing a hint of dog-like behavior in his summoned creature. Without pausing, Yi Bai swung the king's sword again, weaving through the hordes of wind elemental monsters. The sword's light flickered, and monsters fell one after another, creating a scene so brutal it was hard to tell who the real monsters were. This wind element transition realm forbade the use of any skills unrelated to wind. Skills like charging up, thunderstrike, and ignite, which Yi Bai commonly relied on, were all unusable. However, this didn't disrupt his combat rhythm. His level 60 top-tier attributes allowed him to handle the situation with ease. After more than half an hour, Yi Bai had collected over 1,000 lower-tier cores and more than 100 mid-tier cores. His gaze shifted to the center of the realm, where a trophy-shaped object floated, the skill melter. Yi Bai quickly approached the melter and tossed in a handful of elemental cores. The trophy absorbed the cores and emitted a pale blue glow, indicating the creation of a drank skill, Wind Howl. Without hesitation, Yibai chose to reset, beginning the long process of skill selection. After resetting 4 or 5 times, Yibai exhausted all his accumulated elemental cores, with the latest skill reaching a rank. As the battle continued, the monsters grew stronger, and the quality of the dropped cores improved accordingly. Yibai kept resetting, and the trophy's glow intensified. Finally, on the 18th reset, an SS rank skill, Dimensional Hurricane, appeared in the options. However, Yibai merely glanced at the skill description before choosing to reset again. Although Dimensional Hurricane was a dream skill for ordinary wind mages, for Yibai, who possessed Charging Up and Thunderstrike, its value was not high. He needed a wind skill that perfectly integrated with his existing skill set. At that moment, a faint red countdown appeared in the lower right corner of Yibai's vision. 2 hours 03 minutes 8 seconds. Time was running out. Yibai swiftly adjusted his strategy, deciding to focus on clearing the wind element transition realm first and leaving the thunder and fire element realms for tomorrow. Yibai knew that if he couldn't acquire a suitable SS rank skill today, he would miss this opportunity and have to start over tomorrow. But with the looming dark threat, he had to seize every minute and second to enhance his strength. For Yibai, the most frustrating aspect of the Dimensional Hurricane was its slightly long casting time. He frowned in thought, his fingers unconsciously tapping against his leg. This skill lacked explosive power, and its fatal flaw made it practically useless, so he decided to reset it. Yibai took a deep breath and decisively reset the Dimensional Hurricane. Then, gripping his staff tightly, he flashed into a new round of combat. Time flew by, and after 45 minutes of continuous intense fighting, beads of sweat appeared on Yibai's forehead. His movements remained agile, and each swing of his staff was precise. During brief lulls in the battle, he swiftly collected loot, filling a basket with valuable high-tier wind element cores. When the battle concluded, Yibai immediately returned to the smelting device. Without delay, he began the skill smelting process. As his level increased, each smelt had the potential to create an SS level skill, the highest tier of skills. Skill generated. Wind of Revival. Learn it? The system prompt sounded. Yibai decisively chose Reset. Skill generated. Multiple Wind Shadows. Learn it? Again, without hesitation, Reset. One after another, SS level skills appeared, but none met Yibai's needs. He ignored support and healing skills outright, while damage skills often required long casting times, which he found equally impractical. Yibai's frown deepened. After more than 10 resets, he still hadn't found a suitable skill. He couldn't help but lament how challenging the path of a wind battle mage was. Being able to reset wind skills to SS level was already a testament to Yibai's exceptional talent. The fact that he could reset over a dozen times was a feat likely unmatched in history. Yibai pondered deeply. Opting for high damage skills with long casting times would mean following the traditional wind mage route. Traditional wind mages had no shortage of high damage spells, but the inability to move while casting sacrificed the crucial mobility of a wind battle mage. Moreover, these SS level skills had another fatal flaw: high mana consumption. Yibai recalled his attribute panel, already among the best at his level. Even then, with the Dimensional Hurricane, he could only cast it twice before depleting his mana, without considering mana recovery. The situation was even worse for other wind mages. Yibai realized that a skill only manageable by a select few lacked universality, diminishing its significance for the entire class. He thought of the widely popular Wind Slash, which was so versatile that even assassins, warriors, and some unconventional mages learned it. The SS level skill Yibai desired should become the core of the Wind Battle Mage class, compensating for its damage shortcomings. If he could create such a skill, it would revolutionize the Wind Battle Mage class, potentially making it mainstream in the future. Time was of the essence. Yibai glanced at the countdown. Just over an hour remained. He resolved that today, he must reset to find the right skill. At that moment, a sword light flashed, and another wind element emperor fell. Yibai quickly stepped forward and picked up the quietly lying emperor core on the ground. This was the 9th core. In this wind element dungeon, Yibai had reached his limit. Each emperor core allowed one skill reset, meaning he had 9 more chances. With 5 minutes left on the clock, Yibai sprinted to the smelting chalice and quickly tossed in an emperor core. Skill generated. Gentle Breeze. Learn it? Yibai didn't hesitate. Reset. 6 consecutive resets still didn't yield the ideal skill. Time was running out, with only a minute and a half remaining. Yibai had no time left to hunt more wind element emperors. Just as Yibai was about to despair, the system prompt sounded again. Skill generated. Wind Without Bounds. Learn it? Yibai's attention was instantly captured as he carefully read the skill description. Wind Without Bounds. Deals 2001.5 intelligence 5 distance moved in the past 10 seconds in wind element damage to enemies. While dealing damage, the caster transforms into a breeze, allowing them to dash any distance. up to 20 of the damage dealt in meters. Mana cost, 400 points. Cooldown, 10 seconds. The moment Yi Bai saw this skill, his spirits lifted, and his fatigue vanished. 5 hours of continuous fighting and constant resets all became worthwhile at that moment. This is it. Yi Bai exclaimed excitedly. This is the core skill I've been seeking for the Wind Battle Mage. Without hesitation, Yi Bai chose to learn the skill. Skill learned. Wind without bounds. As the system prompt ended, another voice immediately followed. Sky Fury Mage Wind Specialization Secret Realm, cleared. On the 9th floor of the Eternal Tower, Yi Bai stood on a vast platform, eyes closed, fully concentrated. He had spent the past 5 hours here, repeatedly resetting his SS level skill, aiming to obtain the core skill that perfectly matched his Wind Battle Mage style. Finally, after countless attempts, a dazzling light burst before him, and new skill information appeared in front of his eyes. Windless Distance. The name made Yi Bai's heart race. He carefully read through the skill description, his brow furrowed, indicating the complexity of the skill's mechanics. Skill effect. Deals 2001.5 intelligence 5 distance moved in the past 10 seconds as wind element damage to enemies. Simultaneously, the caster transforms into a breeze, dashing any distance up to 20 of the damage dealt in meters. Mana cost, 400 points. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. Yi Bai mulled over this information repeatedly, gradually understanding the brilliance of the skill. It not only had a fixed base damage, but also converted the caster's movement distance into additional damage. Even more intriguing, after dealing damage, the skill allowed a dash, which then contributed to the damage calculation for the next use of the skill. This is a perfect cycle. Yi Bai exclaimed in excitement, the faster I run, the harder I hit. The harder I hit, the faster I run. He quickly realized that this skill not only compensated for the Wind Mage's damage shortfall, but also significantly enhanced its mobility. As long as he kept moving during combat, the damage of Windless Distance would continuously escalate, like a perpetual motion machine. However, Yi Bai soon calmed down, realizing that this growth was not permanent. Once out of combat, the damage would reset to its base value for the next use. While Yi Bai was deep in thought about the new skill, a white light flashed, signaling that the 6-hour limit in the Eternal Tower was up. He was forcibly transported back to his dormitory in the real world. Back in his dormitory, Yi Bai could hardly contain his excitement. He immediately contacted Ing Jio, eager to share his significant discovery. Jiu Yi, big news. Yi Bai said urgently. Ing Jiu looked unimpressed. You treat everything like it's a big deal. If a useless battle king passed by you, you'd want me to take them all down. But Yi Bai insisted. This time it's really different. Seeing Yi Bai's seriousness, Ing Jiu activated a spatial barrier to ensure privacy. After Yi Bai detailed the Windless Distance skill, Ing Jiu's expression changed from disdain to shock. This. Ing Jiu was momentarily speechless, eventually blurting out. This is an assassin skill. This statement hit Yi Bai like a bolt of lightning, making him realize he had been too narrow-minded. He had been considering only Wind Mages and Wind Battle Mages, overlooking the potential value of this skill to other classes. Except for priests, almost every class could benefit from this. Yi Bai realized, archers could use it to reposition, warriors could pair it with their charges. However, a practical issue quickly arose. Windless Distance had a class restriction, only learnable by Wind Mages. Unwilling to accept this limitation, Yi Bai asked, is there a way to remove the class restriction? Ing Jiu scoffed, if you don't exploit bugs in a game, what are you even playing it for? Yi Bai was taken aback. I never expected you, with your upright demeanor, to exploit bugs, Ing Jiu. Ing Jiu nonchalantly explained, kid, remember when you learned Wind Slash? It was originally a warrior-exclusive skill. Because it was so effective, we found a way to remove the class restriction. This conversation revealed an important piece of history and opened new possibilities for the application of Windless Distance. Yi Bai realized that this skill could not only revolutionize Wind Mage combat, but potentially have a profound impact on the entire human race's combat capabilities. Yi Bai couldn't help but ask, how did you do it? Ing Jiu chuckled mysteriously and replied, trade secret. He then suggested, let's make a few skill books first to test the waters. Do you have any high-tier elemental cores on hand? Yi Bai shook his head honestly, no. I only have 2 elemental emperor cores. These 2 cores were left after he reset his skills. Ing Jia's eyes lit up, secretly delighted. Damn, he tricked me again. He immediately said, 1 elemental emperor core can create 10 SS level skill books. You go ahead and make them. Shadow will compensate you for the materials later. Yi Bai, always generous, didn't hesitate and started crafting right away. In no time, 20 skill books of Windless Gale were laid out in front of Ing Jia. Yi Bai added, as mentioned before, each skill book has the same restriction. Only Wind Mages can learn it. Master Jio, what do we do next? Yi Bai asked. A black mist engulfed the 20 skill books, and Ing Jia's voice emerged, I'll send someone to remove the restrictions. Yi Bai was already calculating in his mind. Once the restrictions were removed, the subsequent developments were obvious. Excitedly, he said, by then, I'll be rich. Printing skill books, who knows how much money I'll make. From within the black mist came a speechless silence, and after a while, Ingzio said helplessly, look at your ambition. Yi Bai quickly changed his tone. You're right, Master Jia. He pretended to reflect on himself, then excitedly added, I should say, I'm going to be filthy rich. At this rate, I'll be the richest man on Blue Star. The scene shifted to the front lines of the Abyss Plain. A burly man wielding a massive war hammer emerged from a teleportation portal. As soon as Xueming appeared, he shouted at the top of his lungs, Second Dad. Second Dad. His voice was so loud, it seemed to echo across the heavens and earth, as if afraid no one would know that the mighty Wu Hin was his second dad. The various demons who had been eyeing Xueming warily immediately backed off, not daring to approach. They thought to themselves, the son of the strongest, better not mess with him, goodbye. A figure with a sword slung across appeared instantly in front of Xueming. This person had a refined and gentle demeanor and asked in a warm voice, what's the matter? Xueming quickly replied, Lord Ingzio asked me to deliver something to you. He took out the 20 skill books and explained, they're all windless gale, freshly made. He said to trouble you to remove the class restrictions. Wu Hen glanced at the windless gale skill books and sighed, a masterpiece by Shura. Xueming was momentarily confused. Huh? These skill books were made by Shura? Isn't Shura a fire and lightning mage? When did he secretly master wind magic too? Wu Hin continued, compared to me back then, he's only slightly inferior. With that, he raised his hand slightly, formed a sword gesture with 2 fingers, and casually swung downward. A sword aura passed through the windless gale skill books, instantly erasing the line about class restrictions. Xueming was dumbfounded. Is that even possible? Father, I want to learn this move. Teach me. However, before he could finish, Wu Hin lifted his hand, took the top 2 skill books, and said casually, I accidentally damaged 2 skill books while removing the restrictions. I'll keep them as a memento. Xueming looked puzzled. Father, what are you talking about? Those 2 skill books are clearly fine. Wu Hin remained expressionless. Take the remaining 16 skill books back and report. Although Xueming wasn't the sharpest, he suddenly had a moment of clarity. He quickly said, Thank you, Second Dad. With that, he stuffed the 2 skill books into his pocket and happily carried the remaining 16 skill books back to Blue Star. On a typical day in the Special Training Camp Section C, Yi Bai was squatting in the restroom, ear pressed against the partition, intently eavesdropping on the conversation from the adjacent stall. The voices of Xueming and Ingzio were clearly audible. Master Ingzio, here are 16 skill books. For were damaged while removing the skill restrictions. Please check them, Xueming said respectfully. Xiaoming, come closer. Ingzio's voice was low and dangerous. Suddenly, the sound of punches and kicks filled the air, accompanied by Xueming's cries of pain. As the noise gradually subsided, Ingzio coldly said, I'll give you another chance to explain yourself. Xueming's voice trembled. Uncle Jio, no Lord Jio, I swear there were 18 books and only 2 were damaged. I swear on my honor as a Dragon Nation citizen. Before he could finish, the sound of a blade being drawn echoed. Yi Bai shuddered, a ridiculous thought flashing through his mind. Are they going to have a feast? I should sit with Zhao Lin. However, Xueming displayed the unyielding spirit of the strongest lone wolf. He gritted his teeth and said, Lord Jio, even if you beat me to death today, I will not betray my second father. Eventually, Xueming walked out of the restroom, bruised and battered. An old man passed by, giving him a curious glance. Xueming's anger flared, and he shouted, I can't mess with Ingzio, but I sure can deal with you. A mere battle king. What are you looking at? Never seen a war god get beaten up before? The old man realized something and said casually, Oh, that's why you look familiar. You're Xueming, the one who got punched by Lu Qingyan years ago. Still not healed, huh? Xueming froze, old and new grievances flooding his mind. He recalled what Shura had taught him and felt it deeply. A true man born in this world cannot remain oppressed forever. A 9th-rank war god must act like one. Bring me my hammer. Xueming roared. Lu Qingyan. Huh? That mouthy kid is nearby. With that, he vanished down the corridor like a gust of wind. Wu Ziki, the old man, stood there, bewildered. Strange, I said those words, but why is he picking a fight with old Lu? And old Lu, really, never knew when to hold back. Xueming's been hurt for decades, and it's still not healed. No wonder old Lu's been bragging about it for so long without stopping. From a corner, the sound of a breeze breaking through a window came from Instructor Lu's office, followed by the noise of punches and kicks, mixed with the wails of a peak battle king. Yi Bai, just out of the restroom, passed by and heard the commotion, shivering in fear. Outrageous, despicable. A dignified ninth-rank war god doing such things. He muttered to himself, this camp is full of hotheads. Can't they learn from me? If you can avoid fighting, then don't fight. Isn't it better to have someone like Lord Gio fight for you? Huh, that voice sounds like old Fox. Maybe I misheard. Better get back to class. Back in the multimedia classroom, Yi Bai's mind was far from the lesson. Ing Jie's voice echoed, 20 skill books. After removing the profession restrictions, 12 are still usable. Yi Bai seethed with anger. Unbelievable, blatantly skimming off the top? Lord Gio, why not just say 10 books? Who are you trying to fool? He recalled the conversation he overheard in the restroom and thought, all 20 books are intact. They even formed bonds, had 10 more books, raised them well, and are planning for a second batch. Ingju owes him 30 books. Ingju slowly said, growing old. My eyes aren't what they used to be. Now that you mention it, indeed, there are 10 books. Why not say they're all ruined? Yi Bai retorted. How did you know they're all ruined? As expected of a top seed. Sharp as ever. Ingju responded calmly. Yi Bai rolled his eyes and decided to end this farce. Getting down to business. Lord Gio, if we're going to collaborate on reproducing skill books, we need a proper plan. All right, you're full of clever ideas, and we're all honest folks here. Let's hear what you have in mind, Ingju said. Yi Bai thought, as expected of Lord Gio, redefining honest folks. He began outlining his plan. I'm the only one who can reproduce the skill books. We need high-grade elemental cores as materials. For external sales, Second Brother needs to help remove the profession restrictions. The raw materials, production, and further processing all need to share profits fairly and sustainably. Any issue in these steps, and we can't mass-produce Wind's limitless reach. Without mass production, we can't enhance the overall strength of the human race, which contradicts my original intention of creating Wind's limitless reach. Yi Bai balanced rights and responsibilities meticulously. He continued, out of the 20 skill books, Wu Hin took 2, and Xue Ming was allowed to take 2, totaling 4. Ingju analyzed, Wu Hin's intention is clear. For removing profession restrictions, he wants a 20 cut. 10 will be directly absorbed by the Abyss frontline core, and 10 will go to the rear core for strengthening. No problem. Yi Bai agreed readily. He calculated that if the Wind's limitless reach skill books were sold directly to wine mages without removing the profession restrictions, Wu Hin wouldn't get a share. It was reasonable for Wu Hin to take 20 for the additional processing. With no objections from either side, Ingju spoke again. The real headache is the raw materials. To condense high-ear wind elemental cores, a wind battle king has to do nothing else but focus on condensing wind elements, producing only 1 core per day. Wind elemental emperor cores are even rarer. A war god can only condense 1 per week. This topic was quite niche before, with limited use and little research. The materials needed to create an SS-level skill book are extremely rare. It takes 2 to 3 high-ear wind elemental cores to make 1 book, and 1 elemental king core can only produce 10 books. The number of wind elemental experts directly affects the production capacity of windless flight. Ingju sighed, his eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. Wind element is at a disadvantage in any profession, and wind elemental experts are already scarce. I guess Wu Hin will also think of this, and might pull all wind elemental experts from the front lines to produce elemental cores and increase the skill book output. Yi Bai nodded thoughtfully. Once the specific data is collected, we can discuss the distribution plan. How does that sound? Ingju agreed. Sure, there's no need to rush things. What about the allocation of the 20 skill books? 4 books for Wu Hin, 6 reserved for Ingzi, and the remaining 10 at your discretion, Ingju added. The 2 elemental king cores used to create the skill books will be compensated by Ingzi to cover the cost of the 6 books. Yi Bai did some quick calculations and found the terms acceptable. With 2 elemental king cores in hand, he could turn them into another 20 skill books, effectively getting 30 books in total. It was like hitting the jackpot. Not long after, Ingju personally handed over 10 non-class-specific skill books and 2 elemental king cores to Yi Bai. Meanwhile, Ingzi fell silent, busy with some unknown tasks in the background. The scene shifted to the Hell Abyss plain. A hellhound king lay lifeless on the ground, as still as a dead dog. Ingchi sat nearby, roasting a dog leg over a campfire, occasionally sipping some liquor, looking quite content. It's been years since I've been this relaxed, he muttered to himself. The shadow of the campfire flickered, and suddenly a woman in a red robe, with a graceful figure, appeared before Ingchi. He immediately put down the dog leg and respectfully addressed her, big sister. It was Ingyi. She spoke in a soft, gentle voice. Master Ju said you did well on this mission. He wants you to hunt more demons before coming back. Ingchi responded even more respectfully. Thank you, Master Jiu, for the praise. Being able to fight longer was the best reward for him. Compared to this, the eternal forest felt like a prison where everyone was stronger than him and had harsh words to say. He didn't want to stay there for even a second. Master Jiu asked me to bring you something, Ingyi said, tossing a skill book to Ingchi. Upon seeing it, Ing-Chi's breath quickened, and he became exceptionally excited, his voice trembling. What is this? Windless flight. This is tailor-made for me. With this divine skill, what do I have to fear from Azura? Ing-Chi poured cold water on his excitement. This skill was created by Azura. In a way, you're right. It is indeed the work of a supreme expert. The future supreme expert of our human race. Ing-Chi's expression became extremely complex, alternating between red and white, unable to utter a single coherent word. He finally felt moved, only to find out it was created by Azura. Bang! Ing-Chi threw the skill book on the ground, turned his head away, and said coldly, if it's created by Azura, I'd rather not learn it. As you wish, Ing-Chi said before leaving, adding one last sentence. By the way, your mother is pregnant again, with twins. She wants you to work hard in Ingzi and not to worry about the family. Stop writing home to complain and spread negative energy. Instead, find a partner. You're almost 30 and haven't brought anyone home for the holidays. The breeze blew, and the campfire flickered. Only Ing-Chi was left, standing there like a stunned single dog, suffering multiple emotional blows. His eyes kept drifting back to the skill book on the ground, filled with a burning desire. Ing-Chi looked around to make sure his sister had left. He slowly moved his stiff legs, squatted down, picked up the skill book, and hurriedly dusted it off, checking it carefully for any damage, looking extremely distressed. With the firelight reflecting on his face, holding the skill book in both hands, Ing-Chi's expression was numb as he muttered to himself, I'll just take a look. I won't learn it. At Camp Zone C, the sun was shining brightly, and the shadows of the trees danced gracefully. Yi Bai and Ingjio had just concluded a secret meeting and decided to temporarily shelve the matter of wind without distance. They agreed that by tonight, before Yi Bai stepped into the Eternal Tower, he would receive a concise yet comprehensive report. This report would cover the production data of the Wind Element Core, market evaluation of the skill books, and an in-depth analysis of their usage scenarios. With this detailed investigation, all parties could sit down and calmly settle the matter. Yi Bai had successfully sold his 10 unrestricted Wind Without Distance books to the Feng Lan Legion for the price of 2 Elemental Emperor cores, thanks to Ingjia's connections. This legion had just returned from fierce battles in the Abyss Plane and was in a period of rest, also tasked with protecting the camp students. The Legion commander, a skilled wind element warrior, and his team of experts were eager for these skill books. Yi Bai calculated that this deal had doubled his Elemental Emperor cores, yielding a 100 net profit. He nodded in satisfaction, relishing the feeling of bypassing middlemen. After the morning classes, Zhao Lin enthusiastically suggested treating everyone to lunch to celebrate his achievement of a grade clearance on the 3rd level yesterday. Of course, the camp would cover the meal expenses. Yi Bai couldn't help but marvel at how beneficial the gourmet of another world buff was. At the dining table, Zhao Lin vividly recounted his exciting experiences from the previous day to Yi Bai. With the gourmet of another world buff, not only did he clear the 3rd level smoothly, but he also unexpectedly obtained upgrade mineral. Zhao Lin had now advanced to the 5th level and still had a chance to earn a decent rating. Yi Bai sincerely congratulated him. Congratulations. Then, he shifted the topic, asking, today is the 3rd day of the training camp. Do you have any plans? Zhao Lin looked a bit puzzled and sighed, admitting, I haven't really thought it through. Initially, I saw this as a learning experience and planned to go home with you afterward, treating it like a trip. Now, it seems there's a chance I might stay. I'll just take it one step at a time. Zhao Lin only had a clever talent and no opportunity for a second awakening. His progress so far was entirely due to the various buffs provided by Xiao Luo and his relentless efforts, climbing the ranks of the Eternal Tower step by step. It's worth mentioning that Feat was quite responsible towards Zhao Lin, never neglecting him because of his clever talent. The fresh ingredients Zhao Lin enjoyed daily were a testament to Feat's meticulous care. Suddenly, Zhao Lin seemed to think of something and asked, Dabai, how about I give you the grade mineral? Isn't it supposed to affect the rating? He paused, then added, do you plan to stay? Yi Bai shook his head, declining Zhao Lin's offer. No need for that. Taking your mineral would be cheating, and if they find out, we'll both be in trouble. He paused, then continued, yes, I plan to stay. Senior Feng Dong keeps calling me brother Bai every day, and I can't let him down, can I? Zhao Lin nodded, somewhat understanding, then looked puzzled again. Why did you suddenly bring this up? Yi Bai casually replied, it's nothing. I'm just a bit worried. With your current appetite, if you go home, your family might go bankrupt within a week. Zhao Lin was momentarily speechless, unable to refute Yi Bai's words. However, the real reason Yi Bai brought up the topic was a troubling statistic 100 casualty rate. Anyone close to the strongest will face disaster. And this was just the casualty rate among Nightmare's classmates, the strongest of the strongest. Almost everyone agreed on one thing. Among all the strong, Nightmare was undeniably the strongest. Even such a powerful being couldn't protect those around him. Even Ingjio was in a near-death state. If Zhao Lin stayed at the camp, Yibai couldn't imagine suddenly receiving bad news one day. As Instructor Lin said on the first day of the drill, the war never ends. After lunch, Yibai washed his face with clear water, feeling much more refreshed. He temporarily set aside the thought of misfortune for those close to the strongest. For now, Zhao Lin seemed happy, and that was what mattered most. Just then, Feng Dong hurried over with some news. Brother Bai, the afternoon class has a new instructor. The previous old instructor is unwell today and has taken leave to see a doctor. Yibai frowned upon hearing this. Lu Qingyin was unwell? That seemed odd. He had used his inside eye to check Lu Qingyin before, and there was no major illness. A foreboding thought crossed Yibai's mind. Who would harm an elderly person? Old Lu couldn't have any mishaps. Yibai became more vigilant. If an enemy below the war god level attacked, Uncle Ju would definitely not help unless paid extra. It seemed that in the coming days, he would need to be extra careful. At this moment, the value of a peak battle king truly shines. Yibai silently calculated and resolved to help the old fox figure out the problem the next time they met. In Professor Lan's office, the air was filled with a faint aroma of tea. The assistant had just brought in 2 steaming cups of tea and apologized. Gentlemen, Professor Lan has been urgently called to a meeting. Please wait a moment. Wu Ziki and Lu Qingyin exchanged a smile and relaxed on the sofa. No problem, Wu Ziki said. We'll wait here. The assistant nodded. That's fine. If you get bored, you can check out the materials on the coffee table. They are papers Professor Lan has been working on recently. He always enjoys sharing, and insights from Battle King level experts often benefit him greatly. Ah, this has been his habit for years, Lu Qingyin said with a smile. The two casually flipped through Professor Lan's papers while chatting. Lu Qingyin reminisced, we were also Professor Lan's students back in the day. How time flies. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes and looked thoughtfully at Wu Ziki. If you were still a Battle King, how did you know I recovered my Battle King strength? Wu Ziki looked slightly surprised. I thought I hid it well. At this moment, Lu Qingyin noticed Wu Ziki's outfit. A large king character printed on his shirt, hair shaved on the sides in the shape of the character, a thermos with Battle King Commemorative Edition engraved on it, and shoes that were a limited Battle King edition. Wu Ziki might as well have written, I am a Battle King on his forehead. Lu Qingyin couldn't help but laugh. No wonder the assistant gave you strange looks earlier. He pointed a finger at his old friend from a moral high ground. You boast about the smallest things. Can't you be as mature as I am? Speaking of maturity, do you remember my granddaughter Lu Sweki? Her talent has awakened for the second time. They continued chatting idly until Wu Ziki suddenly asked, Old Lu, why are you looking for Professor Lan? Lu Qingyin replied frankly, I've been having headaches recently. The hospital couldn't find any issues. The battle god who examined me suggested it might be a soul problem. Professor Lan is quite knowledgeable in this area. The battle god recommended I get a preliminary diagnosis from Professor Lan to determine a general direction, then find the appropriate soul specialist for treatment. Wu Ziki's eyes lit up. Oh, you're talking about a soul issue? Coincidentally, Professor Lan has been writing a paper on soul matters recently. It's amazing. He even has data from experiments with Battle King volunteers. Truly a remarkable person. Quick, let me see it. Lu Qingyin eagerly took the paper and began reading intently. His expressions varied widely, nodding, shaking his head, frowning, and occasionally smiling as if he had an epiphany. He was completely absorbed, oblivious to the passage of time. Wu Ziki, seeing Lu Qingyin's engrossed expression, couldn't help but ask, So, did you figure anything out? Lu Qingyin put down the paper, wearing an unusually calm smile, and said, I have no idea what it means. In the training hall of Camp C, the trainees were preparing for their daily exercises. Suddenly, Instructor Lin strode in with a serious expression. He looked around and raised his voice to announce, Tomorrow is the 4th day of your special training, and there will be an early test. Those who perform exceptionally well will not only receive rewards, but also be exempt from the elimination fights on the 6th day. Before he even finished speaking, the hall was abuzz with murmurs. Instructor Lin continued, as planned, a new batch of talented candidates will arrive on the 6th day. They must defeat the bottom 10 of the rankings to stay. The trainees at the bottom will need to win 3 consecutive matches to retain their qualification. This sudden news disrupted everyone's plans. Feng Dong frowned and leaned towards Yibai, whispering, Brother Bai, something's not right. I'll go find out more. With that, he quickly walked towards a familiar teacher. Moments later, Feng Dong returned with a grave expression. He called out, Fei-Te, Zhao Lin, come over here. The 4 gathered, and Feng Dong turned to Zhao Lin, asking, You're a wind warrior too, right? Zhao Lin nodded. Yeah, what's up? Feng Dong sighed and said solemnly, a new demon god named Feng Qi has emerged in the abyss plane. He's incredibly powerful and highly restrains wind-based professions. Even the mightiest wind battle god was severely injured after fighting him, and has just been sent back to Blue Star, his fate uncertain. What? Yibai and Zhao Lin exclaimed simultaneously. Yibai thought to himself, second brother can really spin a tale. Combining the known information, he speculated that this might be related to the appearance of Feng Jiwu Ju. Wu Han must be redirecting the wind-based experts to create more skill books. Feng Dong continued. I heard that wind mages are temporarily barred from the front lines. As for when the ban will be lifted, it might take until the supreme beings deal with Feng Qi. Zhao Lin curiously asked, can the supreme beings kill a demon god? Feng Dong patiently explained, detailing the power differences among demon gods and the history of human supreme beings fighting them. He mentioned that there were originally 18 demon gods in the Abyss Plane, but after 30 years of bloody battles, only 13 remained. At this point, Feng Dong hesitated for a moment and then lowered his voice. There are rumors that the deepest part of the Abyss hides an ultimate demon god. If he emerges, even with the protection of the supreme beings, humanity might face annihilation. But this is just hearsay, not something we need to worry about now. Yibai and Zhao Lin both said it was the first time they had heard of this. Seeing the conversation veer off track, Feng Dong refocused. Whether it's the sudden test or the emergence of Feng Qi weakening wind professions, these are not good news for you too. Not only Dong Feng, but even Fei Ti's face turned unusually grim. The two exchanged a meaningful glance, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. Although Fei Ti had no intention of failing, his furrowed brows showed his reluctance to let his meticulously trained warriors leave the summer camp. A glint of determination flashed in Dong Feng's eyes as he had already devised a countermeasure. Clearing his throat, he raised his voice and said, the training plan must be adjusted. After training, stay behind. I'll take you to a good place. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lin and Yi Bai nodded almost simultaneously, their eyes reflecting understanding and anticipation. They quickly returned to their training, their movements more focused and powerful than before. The birth of a new demon god hit Yi Bai like a heavy hammer, weighing down his heart. He felt the burden on his shoulders grow heavier. While the human race had a supreme seed emerging, the abyss was not to be outdone, producing a new demon god. Yibai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The frequency of new demon gods being born will only increase. The already tense frontline situation for the human race was under even greater pressure. He couldn't help but imagine. If only his second brother was more capable, able to slay each new demon god as soon as it was born, how much easier things would be. Unfortunately, such good fortune could only be dreamed of. At this moment, a startling change occurred in the abyss. A gentle breeze swept through, a figure emerged, and a sword was sheathed. Wu Han stepped out from the wind, holding a wine cup in his left hand and a sword in his right, followed closely by a sword slave. Record, Wu Han commanded. The sword slave immediately took out a short sword and a bamboo tube, his hand steady as a mountain, the sword tip poised to inscribe on the bamboo. Today, Azura created a method, establishing an eternal merit for the human race. Wu Han stated word by word, and the sword slave's sword tip carved each character into the bamboo tube. Each stroke contained astonishing sword energy, and even the slightest wisp of it could kill a battle king. Wu Han drained the remaining wine in his cup in one gulp and casually threw the cup aside. His sword robe flapped wildly in the wind, exuding an air of unmatched grace. His voice carried on the wind, I indulge in wine, slightly tipsy. Hearing of demonic disturbances, I hold my cup, wield my sword, ride the wind and slay the demons in celebration of Azura. As Wu Han finished his last word, the sword slave completed the inscription. At that exact moment, a colossal head thudded to the ground, stirring up countless storms. The cut on the head was smooth as a mirror, clearly the work of a divine weapon. The eyes, wide open in disbelief, seemed to question why it had fallen. Having just ascended to the highest throne, it all ended, those eyes seemed to say. Had I known being a demon god meant death, I wouldn't have bothered. In the year 2146, in the Abyss, the 14th demon god Feng Qi was born. On the same day, the supreme warrior Wu Han, after drinking fine wine and riding the wind, slew the demon god Feng Qi in celebration of Azura. The 14th demon god of the Abyss lived for only 32 minutes and 13 seconds. In his extremely brief life, he set multiple world records, such as being the fastest slain demon god, the shortest-lived demon god, the most humiliating death for a demon god, and the fastest solo kill of a demon god by a supreme warrior. To this day, no demon god has broken these records. It remains a legend. Summer camp. Inside Professor Lan's office, a hint of tension hung in the air. Lu Qingyan and Wu Ziki stood straight in front of the desk, reminiscent of their student days years ago. They waited anxiously until the door opened and Professor Lan hurried in. Sorry, I was delayed by an urgent meeting, Professor Lan explained while organizing his files. I've just received news that a new demon god was born in the Abyss. But don't worry, it's already been dealt with. Lu Qingyan spoke respectfully, Professor Lan, if you have other matters to attend to, we can come back another day. My issue isn't urgent. Professor Lon waved his hand dismissively. No need, you're already here. I can't let you make the trip for nothing. He turned to Wu Ziki, recognition flashing in his eyes. You're Wu Ziki, right? If I remember correctly, you were the second in your class to become a battle king. Wu Ziki blushed and nodded. Yes, Professor Lon, you're right. It's an honor to be remembered by you. Inside, he marveled at Professor Lan's astonishing memory. Suddenly aware of the king badge on his chest, Wu Ziki hastily covered it with his hand, feeling deeply ashamed. He silently scolded himself for coming to see Professor Lon with Lu Qingyin, who he considered unreliable. Professor Lon continued, I remember studying your medical records when you were injured back then. Unfortunately, my abilities weren't enough to help much. But with the source of life, it seems the results are promising. You should get a comprehensive checkup sometime. We're researching the long-term effects and how to produce it. Wu Ziki nodded eagerly. Absolutely, I will. Turning to Lu Qingyin, Professor Lon said, Qingyin, your issue might be related to your soul. Wu Ziki, could you step out for a moment? Wu Ziki tactfully left the office, closing the door behind him. Professor Lon gestured for Lu Qingyin to sit and handed him a questionnaire. Fill this out first. I'll have some questions for you afterward. Lu Qingyin quickly completed the form and returned it to Professor Lon. As he reviewed the answers, he asked, besides headaches, do you have any other symptoms? No, Lu Qingyin replied. Professor Lon asked calmly, have you heard of the side effects of memory seals? Lu Qingyin answered honestly, no. What are memory seals? Professor Lon explained, the side effects of memory seals include decreased intelligence, mental confusion, lack of focus, and memory loss. Lu Qingyin looked puzzled. Professor Lon, what does this have to do with me? Professor Lon reassured him, don't get the wrong idea. Diagnosis in the field of soul-related issues often involves a process of elimination. It's just casting a wide net to catch potential problems. I'm not saying you definitely have a memory seal. Sealing the memories of a peak battle king would require a war god, and even then, it's uncertain. Lu Qingyin nodded in understanding. Professor Lon confirmed. So, you haven't experienced any of those side effects? Correct, Lu Qingyin affirmed. Professor Lon probed further. Did you know there's a forbidden spell that, once cast, can automatically seal the memory of the side effects of a memory seal? Lu Qingyin didn't understand at first, so Professor Lon explained several times. Lu Qingyin finally grasped it. Wow, that's terrifying. So, the person with a sealed memory wouldn't even know they had side effects because that memory would be sealed too. After receiving confirmation from Professor Lon, Lu Qingyin sighed. People with sealed memories have it rough. Professor Lon, let's focus on my headache. They continued discussing for another 10 minutes, with Professor Lon asking detailed questions about soul-related issues, and Lu Qingyin answering truthfully. Finally, Professor Lon summarized, I have a rough idea of your situation. You might have suffered a recent head injury, leading to intermittent concussions. He pointed to a medical record. It says here you were injured on duty, so all related treatment costs are covered. Lu Qingyin looked a bit embarrassed and was momentarily speechless. Professor Lon didn't press further. He set the documents aside and continued. This isn't something a soul specialist can solve, and it's not a major issue. If you're willing to change your environment, your headaches might ease or even disappear. Lu Qingyin hesitated and asked tentatively, so, I don't have an illness, right? He wasn't ready to change his environment yet, as he needed to care for his granddaughter and the front lines were still demanding his presence. Professor Lon cautiously replied, you could say that. You don't have an illness and don't need medication. With your assurance, I feel much more at ease. Sorry to have taken up your time, Lu Qingyin said, visibly relieved as the tension on his face began to fade. He was about to stand up to leave when Professor Lon spoke again in a calm tone. If you're not planning to change your environment anytime soon, I suggest you focus on strengthening yourself as much as possible. Be prepared for combat at any moment, Professor Lon warned. After all, nowhere is truly safe, and crises can arise unexpectedly. Lu Qingyin nodded seriously. Understood. Professor Lon hesitated for a moment before adding, and take good care of the young people around you. They are the future of Blue Star. Yes, sir. Lu Qingyin responded, then turned and left. Once Lu Qingyin's figure disappeared through the door, Professor Lon exhaled deeply and walked towards his desk. He picked up a pen and began to write his report. The pen moved swiftly across the paper, documenting his observations. Multiple memory seals have a noticeable impact on the intelligence and comprehension abilities of a peak battle king. Intelligence may not decline in a linear fashion but exhibit minor fluctuations, with occasional peaks in specific areas. The significant side effects are likely due to the sudden and irregular nature of the memory seals. If performed in a regular, scheduled manner, the side effects could be minimized or even eliminated, warranting further experimentation and observation. Repeated memory seals may also induce a certain level of resistance to soul-related skills. Meanwhile, in the training hall, Yibai and Zhao Lin had just finished their day's classes and were following Feng Dong. Senior, where are you taking us? Yibai asked curiously. Feng Dong smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. After several twists and turns, Feng Dong led them to an iron door. A sign next to the door read, Mechanical Equipment Storage. We're here. Feng Dong announced excitedly, his eyes gleaming. Brother Bai, whether I pass or fail depends on this place. Pushing open the iron door, they were greeted by rows of shelves filled with a dazzling array of mechanical equipment. Feng Dong pointed to the equipment and said, Brother Bai, pick a couple of weapons that suit you. Today, we'll take them to the Eternal Tower for practice. According to the combat regulations, you can use mechanical equipment for assistance, but you can't bring energy stones, and there are a few other restrictions. With these tools, your chances of staying will be much higher. The group walked into the warehouse, and Zhao Lin began to seriously search for mechanical equipment that suited him. Yi Bei's attention, however, was captured by a mighty-looking cannon. Its imposing design made Yi Bei yearn to use it, but a thought suddenly crossed Yi Bei's mind. If I bring this thing to the fight, will the instructor be mad? In the mechanical equipment warehouse, the cold metallic atmosphere was palpable. Zhao Lin and Yi Bei were engrossed in selecting equipment, while Feng Dong patiently explained the rules of the combat test to them. Brother Bai, the rules for the combat test are quite stringent. Feng Dong's voice echoed in the spacious warehouse. There are strict limits on what you can carry. Puppets, scrolls, and special tools can only be taken in limited quantities and must be reported in advance. Yi Bei's attention was caught by a massive object on the shelf. Pointing at a cannon that resembled a large firework launcher, he asked, Oh, what about these mechanical devices? The shelves were filled with an array of weapons, from handguns and shotguns to submachine guns and rocket launchers. There was even an imposing cannon car. Feng Dong explained, mechanical devices don't need to be reported, but the amount of ammunition is strictly limited, and using energy stones is prohibited. Yi Bei recalled Zhuo Lingxi's introduction on their way to the summer camp. He knew that if a mechanist device was lent to someone else without energy stones, its power would be less than a tenth of its potential. Driven by curiosity, Yi Bei continued to ask, even without energy stones, bringing a cannon car to the combat test could still take out a classmate with one shot, right? Even at a tenth of its power, it's still intimidating. You don't need precise aim. Just a direct hit would be overwhelming. Feng Dong pointed to the cannon car in the center of the warehouse, his expression becoming peculiar. You're not seriously considering bringing a cannon car to the combat test, are you? Why not? Yi Bei retorted, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Ahem, Brother Bai, calm down. Feng Dong quickly explained. Although mechanical devices don't need to be reported, you have to carry them the entire time. Bringing a cannon means you'd have to carry it or hoist it during the entire test. You can't put it down, even during a fight, or you'll be disqualified. These rules are based on real combat scenarios. If you can actually carry a cannon car around the battlefield and fire it, that's impressive. Just then, Fei Te, who had somehow appeared beside the cannon car, effortlessly lifted the several-ton cannon as if it were a dumbbell and even did a few curls. Turning to Feng Dong, he asked expressionlessly, Is it really that hard? Feng Dong was momentarily speechless, then smiled wryly. Even if you can carry it and withstand the recoil, you can only bring one shell. You'd have just one shot, which isn't a wise choice. Reluctantly, Yi Bei turned his attention back to the shelves and, along with Zhao Lin, picked out a few pieces of mechanical equipment to bring to the Eternal Tower for practice. Feng Dong repeatedly reminded him, Brother Bai, forget about that cannon car. He was still uneasy, fearing that Yi Bei might actually do something outrageous. Back in their dorm, Ingju once again used his abilities to isolate their surroundings. He and Yi Bei began discussing the Windless skill book. Kid, the higher-ups held an emergency meeting, Ingju said gravely. They decided to temporarily classify the Windless skill book as S-level encrypted material, to be treated as S-level strategic controlled assets. It must be kept strictly confidential until it's formally used in battle. Yi Bei had anticipated this. The Windless skill book, unlike other SS-level skills, had the potential to change the era. For top-tier combatants, its first appearance could catch opponents off guard. This kind of opportunity was rare and had to be seized by humanity. The higher-ups? Yi Bei was more interested in this term. Who are they? Ingja listed 6 names in one breath: the Legion Command Center, the University Alliance, Wolf's Den, Sword Slaves, All Things Pavilion, and Shadow. 3 are public, 3 are covert. General matters on Blue Star are resolved by these 6 parties in the absence of the strongest individuals. The 3 public forces needed no further explanation. As for the covert ones, Shadow was created by Nightmare, and was the organization Yi Bei interacted with the most. In a way, aside from Nightmare, Uncle Gio was the de facto leader of Shadow. Sword Slaves, as the name suggests, were likely under Second Brother's command. Since they were often fighting in the Abyss Plane, Yi Bei had yet to meet them. Is All Things Pavilion created by Xiaoyao? Yi Bai was surprised, not expecting that the all things pavilion he dealt with in the trading secret realm had such a significant background. Ingju didn't elaborate, but Yi Bai could imagine Third Brother's attitude towards all things pavilion. He would likely be indifferent, saying boring with a cold expression. If Xiaoyao were genuinely interested in these matters, he wouldn't be Xiaoyao. Regarding the winless skill book, the 6 parties decided not to release it to the free market for now. Instead, they will place collective orders with you. Ingju presented the agreed plan from the meeting. We will provide the raw materials, and the first batch order is for 50,000 copies, to be delivered within 3 days. As for payment, if you prefer gold coins, we can supply enough. We can even sell you a gold coin manufacturing device, so you can make as many as you want. Wow, really? Yi Bai had heard of using printed money to buy things, but he never thought had experienced such a situation himself. Yi Bai frowned and said, I've never heard of using a money printing machine to buy things. He pondered silently, realizing the demand from the human race's upper echelon was enormous. 50,000 skill books, enough to arm 3 or 4 elite legions. From this number alone, Yi Bai could deduce that the humans were planning something big in the near future. Ingjiu, looking serious, continued to explain, the more money there is, the less it's worth. You understand that, right? Yi Bai nodded in agreement, calculating in his mind. At present, he indeed had no shortage of money. Piles of gold coins were just gathering dust in the warehouse. He couldn't help but wonder, how is this order going to be paid for? I'm open to bartering. Ingjiu was prepared and immediately presented a plan. Spoils of war. Spoils of war? Yi Bai raised an eyebrow. What kind of spoils? Ingjiu lowered his voice, speaking each word carefully. Within a week, a major battle will occur, involving demon gods. You've probably sensed the tension building, haven't you? Yi Bai silently nodded. The current atmosphere was akin to the calm before a storm, with everyone feeling the impending turmoil. Ingjiu continued, in this battle, 1/3 of the battlefield gains from everyone who learns Feng Jiwu Ju will be yours. Whether they are battle generals, battle kings, battle gods, or even me, the strongest among us. As long as they learn Feng Jiwu Ju, 1/3 of their spoils in this battle will be yours. Yi Bai took a deep breath, feeling a thrill of excitement. The pricing Jiu offered was incredibly tempting, a large and alluring proposition. If the strongest were to slay a demon god, wouldn't that mean Yi Bai could claim 1/3 of the demon god's remains? Just the thought was enticing. More importantly, both sides tacitly avoided mentioning the pricing of Feng Jiwu Ju. This was a complex issue. Producing skill books had a significant cost. If priced too high, battle generals couldn't afford them, and even battle kings would find it challenging. This meant that once all battle gods and peak battle kings had learned Feng Jiwu Ju, Yi Bai's skill books would be hard to sell unless at a loss. Ingjiu's plan was clearly more reasonable. They would cover production costs, allowing for more flexible payment. 1/3 of the battle spoils from a major war, possibly including the fall of a demon god. More importantly, this battle was to defend against Azura, targeting the 4th demon god. Deploying 50,000 Feng Jiwu Ju books in the battlefield could be the key to turning the tide, transforming a narrow victory into a decisive one. After a moment of reflection, Yi Bai nodded in agreement. All right, I have no issues. After this battle, I can sell Feng Jiwu Ju on the market, right? Correct. Ingju nodded. At that time, you can set your own prices, and we'll discuss new order collaborations. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to offer a personal piece of advice. This is just my personal suggestion, unrelated to the shadows. Yi Bai perked up, curious about what Ingju had to say next. It was rare for Ju Yi to be this serious. Yi Bai speculated it likely had to do with the strongest among them, possibly Xian Yao. Ingju spoke each word clearly. You'd best not accept Xian Yao's spoils. Ingjiu's warning echoed in Yi Bai's ears, each word like a knife. You'd better not accept Xiao Yao's spoils. This simple sentence made Yi Bai feel as if he were sitting on pins and needles. He sensed danger and knew this was no joke. Although Ingju didn't elaborate, both men were smart enough to understand each other. At this moment, Yi Bai was still just an incomplete second-tier mage. His damage output rivaled that of a war god, but he was severely lacking in other areas. He was like a canoe equipped with a giant cannon, impressive firepower, but extremely fragile. Yi Bai had a long way to go before reaching the pinnacle of power. Yi Bai nodded slightly, I understand. He knew the wisdom in avoiding unnecessary risks. Not taking a share of Xiao Yao's spoils was more of a blessing than a curse for him. With the matter of Feng Ziwuju concluded, Yi Bai glanced at the time. It was just over an hour before midnight. He turned to Ingjiu. Master Jiu, we've been mining all day. Who should I hand the goods over to? Xueming. With some spare time, Yi Bai planned to earn a bit of extra money. At midnight, he still had 2 class change dungeons to tackle. He felt a pang of guilt remembering the goals he had set, but failed to achieve the day before. The 9th floor? Today we will clear the SSS level, I swear. Even Xiaoyao can't stop us. Yi Bai vowed silently. Ingjiu replied calmly, take the goods to the trading realm. Someone from the Wanwu Pavilion will meet you there. As soon as he finished speaking, everything around them returned to normal, and Ingjiu disappeared into the silence. Got it, Yibai responded, activating the tower's seal. In a flash of white light, he vanished from where he stood. Inside the mysterious mine, 2 mining rigs roared continuously, and the entire site was bustling with activity. As soon as Yibai appeared, the mining leader rushed over, his face beaming with excitement. Boss, you're here. The map you drew yesterday is incredible. I've never seen anyone detail every underground feature so precisely. Thank you for the compliment, Yibai said modestly, knowing it was all thanks to his eye of insight. What's the production situation? Yes, sir. We're working in 3 shifts. The machines never stop, the mining leader reported in detail. Ingjiu provided top-notch human mining equipment, requiring minimal manpower. Even with 3 shifts, each person works only 8 hours a day and still has spare time. Boss, roughly estimated. We've already mined 20,000 tons of raw ore. Yibai nodded and turned towards the super furnace. Dwarf, come here. All the dwarf craftsmen stopped what they were doing and looked at Yibai in unison. The mining leader quickly corrected himself. The shortest one. The dwarves turned back to their work. The one with the longest beard, you. The mining leader finally picked out a dwarf and smiled apologetically at Yibai. Sorry, boss. They all look the same. Wear similar clothes, and their names are quite a mouthful. Nonsense. The chosen dwarf protested. Our names are both beautiful and simple. Boss, I am Gademo Lingudii Wuling. All right, Xiaogu. Yibai interrupted his lengthy introduction. You're the leader of the dwarves, right? Xiaogu seemed pleased with the nickname, his braided beard twitching happily. That's right, boss. I have a brother who wants to know when the fine wine will arrive. It will be here today, Yibai assured him. Let's talk about production capacity first. At the mention of his expertise, Xiaogu's professionalism shone through. Boss, the super furnace is amazing. Better than any furnace I've seen. We've just started it, and once it heated up, we smelted 10,000 tons of raw ore, yielding 5,000 tons of grade ore and 1,500 tons of A-grade ore. Higher grade ores are deeper in the mine, but we'll reach them soon. As he spoke, Xiaogu led Yibai to an open area. Piles of metal blocks gleamed brightly in the light. These cooled and solidified ores were shaped into bricks measuring 20 centimeters long, 10 centimeters wide, and 5 centimeters thick. Yibai picked one yup. It was heavy. Grade ore was silver, resembling a mountain of silver. A-grade ore was golden, easily distinguishable. Purity 99.99, Xiaogu proudly announced. Although this was mainly due to the super furnace, it didn't dampen his pride. You've done an excellent job, Yibai praised. Next time I come, I'll bring wine and food. If you have other needs, let me know. He stored all the ores in his prepared storage items, carefully inspected the mysterious mine to ensure everything was running smoothly, and then left. In the trading realm, Yibai saw the person receiving the goods and couldn't help but laugh. Brother C, long time no see. The familiar goblin assistant looked a bit embarrassed and apologized with a smile. Brother C, please don't blame me. I work for a great lord. Without orders, I couldn't reveal my identity. He straightened up and said, let me reintroduce myself. I am Zhao Qian, the master of the Wanwu Pavilion. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Shura. Here, you can speak and act freely without any concerns. It turned out that the goblin assistant who had been dealing with Yibai since he first entered the trading realm was none other than the influential master of the Wanwu Pavilion. Yibai had already suspected as much before coming. When the answer was revealed, it was hardly surprising. Yibai frowned at the goblin underling in front of him, wondering why his SS-level talent, the Eye of Insight, couldn't see through the goblin's true identity. He couldn't help but complain inwardly, can't you take some initiative even if I don't ask? Determined, Yibai resolved to give his Eye of Insight a good lecture when he had the time. However, another question lingered in Yibai's mind. He stared directly at the goblin underling and asked, on the day of the trade in the secret realm, there were so many people and everyone was masked. How did you find me in the crowd? You came to me so quickly after I arrived. Your efficiency is astonishing. Squinting his eyes slightly, Yibai's tone carried a hint of suspicion. Are you also someone with a similar talent? The goblin underling chuckled, clearly having received permission from Xiaoyao, and answered readily, when the announcement of an SS-level clearance of the novice dungeon appeared. You were the only one who could enter the trade's secret realm. Hearing this, Yibai's expression shifted slightly, and he sincerely remarked, what an impressive move. Xiaoweo's research into the Eternal Tower far surpasses that of the other 2 supreme beings. Achieving this level is no exception. Let's check the goods, Yibai said, taking out a large pile of ores. 5,000 tons of grade, 1,500 tons of A-grade. The goblin underling counted the ores, suddenly gasping. Even though he was prepared, seeing so many ores still left him utterly shocked. This is equivalent to the annual output of a large abyssal plane. Swallowing hard, the goblin underling, as the head of the Everything Pavilion and a confidant of Xiaoyao, prided himself on having seen it all. Yet, at this moment, he was stunned for several seconds before regaining his composure. Lord Shura, just call me fourth brother, the goblin underling said, trying to steady his emotions. Is this a day's production? Yes, Yi Bai answered succinctly. The goblin underling rummaged through the metal blocks for a while before suddenly looking up at Yi Bai. No crate ores? Yi Bai shook his head. I really don't have any. Searching his entire body, he only had 30 kilograms of crate raw ore, which was meant for assignments. Are you saying that the worst ores in the mysterious mine are grade? The goblin underling's voice turned sharp, almost breaking. He quickly calculated 7,500 tons of grade raw ore, this output. Halfway through his sentence, he realized his outburst and quickly apologized to Yi Bai. After verifying the goods, the goblin underling reported the price: grade ores, 500,000 gold coins per ton, a grade 1 million, totaling 4 billion gold coins, which converts to 4,000 war god merit points. He handed a black card to Yi Bai, casually remarking, that's equivalent to the merit of slaying a demon war god. Taking the black card, Yi Bai mused, sigh, having too much money is also a headache. I don't know how to spend it. Seriously, he asked, can I deposit this money with your Everything Pavilion to earn interest? You're joking. The goblin underling chuckled, shaking his head. It's okay, just asking. I don't plan to deposit it for now. Yi Bai smiled and then started preparing for today's adventure in the job change secret realm. He bought fire-type skill books for combat, 2 sets of level 60 equipment, and commonly used scrolls and puppets. After completing a business deal worth 4 billion gold coins, the goblin underling generously offered, tonight's expenses are on Mr. Zhao. Yi Bai's eyes lit up. How can I accept that? He said, then pointed to the Everything Pavilion's inventory list. Let's have another set then. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.